Mo Changhong was also stunned and couldn't help murmuring. No wonder he ordered his wife and children to stay away. He must have been injured so severely. However, Zuan's face still showed no sign of pain. He took a deep breath and said to Jiushin Zhuan, "Please help me open the storage ring and take out the pill." At this moment, Zuan didn't even have the strength to open the storage ring. Jiushin Zhuan immediately forced open Zuan's storage ring and took out the pill she had given him. Zuan couldn't even speak at this point, only looking at Zhao Wenliang. Understanding his intention, Zhao Wenliang opened the bottle and fed the pill to Zuan. Worried that Zuan couldn't even digest the pill, Zhao Wenliang took out a golden needle and pricked Zuan's acupoints a few times. In an instant, as the pill went down, Zuan's face flushed and he slowly slumped to the ground. "Please protect me." With that, he closed his eyes and entered deep meditation. In an instant, golden lights and sword intent enveloped his body. Seeing this scene, Jiushin Zhuan and Zhao Wenliang looked at each other, nodded, and Jiushin Zhuan took a deep breath, commanding, "Listen up, from now on, designate this area as a forbidden zone within a radius of 100,000 miles. Anyone who enters unauthorized will die. Now retreat and guard beyond the boundaries." Upon hearing the order, the subordinates led by Jiushin Zhuan all bowed obediently, then promptly withdrew from beyond the boundaries. In contrast to the actions of these subordinates, the situation of the C family at this moment was embarrassing. Because now, even their family's residence was no longer there. Many turned their gaze to see Minky subconsciously since he was the nominal head of the C family. C Minky, with a rigid expression, looked at Zuan, who was already enveloped in golden light in the distance, his eyelids twitching constantly. He couldn't believe things had turned out this way. He thought Zuan had won, but he never expected it to be such a Pyrrhic victory. Judging from the injuries, he probably wouldn't even survive much longer. But at this point, there was no point in saying anything else. So C Minky exhaled slowly and gestured, "Let's also retreat beyond the boundaries and observe the situation quietly." Yes. In the blink of an eye, the territory within a radius of 100,000 miles was completely cleared, leaving only Zhao Wenliang and Jiushin Zhuan among a few others. Mo Changhong whispered softly, "Empress, how long will he take to come out of seclusion?" Zhao Wenliang sighed lightly and responded, "You should ask if he can even come out of seclusion." Mo Changhong was shocked. "Is it that serious?" "Yes. In fact, the situation is far worse than what you see. I cannot imagine how he managed to hold on until now. Physically, including his soul, he has no area left unharmed," Zhao Wenliang said in a low voice. Mo Changhong looked astonished. Jiushin Zhuan said softly, "Regardless, we must wait here until he wakes up." At the same time, in a distant starry sky, on the planet where the Shen family headquarters was located, a shrine built underground began to tremble and radiate brilliant light. Moments later, a shining sword on the altar shattered and turned into sparkling light. These lights quickly gathered and transformed into a human figure. Shen Hongyi slowly opened her eyes. The first person she saw was Shen Gaoj, who wore an incredulous expression below the shrine. Shen Gaoj had lost the arrogant air he had before, looking pale and weak. This was a common symptom after the rebirth of a sword spirit. In fact, Shen Hongyi felt the same at this moment. Her sword heart was still there, but her body felt empty and lacking any sword intent. Hongyi, how did you lose to that person?" Shen Gaoj stuttered. He simply couldn't believe that his sister, who was considered invincible in his eyes and ranked second only to the second young master in the younger generation of the family, could lose to Zuan. It was even more shocking as she came specifically to avenge him this time, indicating she was fully prepared. Being beaten to the point where even her sword soul needed to be reborn left Shen Gaoj dumbfounded. Shen Hongyi's face turned extremely grim. "Get lost." After saying that, she rushed down the altar and walked out. Shen Gaoj shrunk at being scolded but did not dare to protest, following his sister quietly. It wasn't until they exited the temple that he couldn't help but ask, "Hongyi, where are you going?" "To see the family head." "Why do you want to see the family head?" Shen Hongyu turned around abruptly, eyes burning with anger, emphasizing each word. "I want the family head to help me get through this period of weakness quickly, regain my strength, and then go settle the debt with that bastard." With that, Shen Hongyu turned and walked away saying, "Don't follow me. I don't want to see you right now." Shen Gaoj stood in place, feeling wronged, and muttered softly after a long while, blaming me for the loss. How's that fair? After a long time, he finally swallowed hard and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Isn't this supposed to be a weak period? How can I still manipulate sword intent? And so violently, how am I going to find a husband in the future? Theft!" After a flash of sword energy, Shen Gaoj's ears fell to the ground, spattering blood, making quite a spectacle. It was still the towering and majestic sword tower. In the past, Shen Hongyi would have flown straight into it, but now, in her weakened state of sword soul reincarnation, she could only endure the oppressive sword energy and slowly walk towards the sword tower. With each step she took, her anger grew stronger, and her hatred towards Zuan could not be described as anything less than bone deep. If it weren't for that guy, how could she have ended up like this? The key point was that she refused to accept it. She was genuinely unwilling. Clearly, he was far inferior to her in all aspects except for the realm, but unexpectedly, it was this person who defeated her. This was a huge disgrace for the always proud Shen Hongyi. It must be because she was too careless and allowed that guy to take advantage of her vulnerability. Yes, that must be it. Once I ask the family head or the grand shopkeeper to help me get through this weak period, I will never be careless again. I will completely defeat him. Make him kneel and beg for mercy. Shen Hongyi thought fiercely to herself. At the same time, she finally arrived at the sword tower. There were no guards at the door. A joke. This was the most core location of the Shen family. Countless extraordinary figures resided inside. Unless someone had gone mad, who would dare to cause trouble here? Shen Hongyi took a step towards the building. However, every time she tried to step forward, she was forced back by the majestic sword intent emanating from the tower. This made her even more angry, and she couldn't help but shout, "Can't you see that it's me, the young lady, who has returned? Open the door quickly!" With this shout, the two large characters hanging above the gate slowly emitted a strange light. Then, two phantom figures appeared from within. One had a sword carved on its forehead, and the other had a tower. That's right. These two figures were transformed from the plaque of the sword tower. One represented the sword, the other the tower. Strictly speaking, they could be considered spirits. But it was estimated that there were no more bizarre spirits in the entire world outside than these two. Even if inanimate objects became spirits, they would at least have a specific object, but these two were spirits formed purely from seal characters. This was enough to overturn many people's imaginations. But when placed within the martially talented Shen family, it didn't seem so strange. After enduring thousands of years of baptism, who knows how many outstanding talents had lived here? The majestic sword intent they left behind had already merged with the sword tower. And these two large characters were said to have come from the hands of the Sword Emperor who founded the Shen family, containing the essence of swordsmanship. After nourishing the sword intent for so long, it was not surprising that they had developed intelligence. This was why the main gate was open. With these two guards, no one with ulterior motives could enter. However, since these two guards rarely appeared, few people knew about it. At this moment, when they saw Shen Hongyi standing in front of the door, they were all taken aback. Then the one with the sword character on its forehead asked in amazement, "Red-clothed girl, why did your sword soul suddenly reincarnate?" "Yeah, do you think it was too boring? So you reincarnated to have fun?" Shen Hongyi rolled her eyes at these two silly spirits. "You reincarnated for fun, while I was forced to reincarnate out of necessity." The two strange guards exchanged a glance, and then seemed to understand. "Oh, after all that talk, you were just defeated in battle." Shen Hongyi's expression turned even uglier. "Enough talking. Step aside and let me in. I need to see the family head and the grand shopkeeper." "Oh, why are you in such a hurry? As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Shouldn't we take it step by step?" The sword character spirit said, smiling mischievously. That's right. It's rare for us to show up, so let's chat a bit." The tower character spirit also said with a smile. "I don't have time to linger with you two right now. Don't make me lose my temper," Shen Hongyi said rudely. But the two spirits didn't seem to be angry at all. In fact, they didn't even know what being angry meant. Chuckling, they cleared the way for her. Shen Hongyi rushed into the sword tower, heading straight for the most core elder hall. Meanwhile, the two spirits watched her back and chatted incessantly. "The red-clothed girl seems really angry. I guess she was defeated by someone. and is in a bad mood. But who could defeat her? The two spirits speculated outside the door, while Shen Hongyi had already entered the Elder Hall. Since there was no meeting at the moment, the hall was empty, with only a mysterious and unpredictable platform standing in the center. Shen Hongyi suppressed her anger, knelt down respectfully, and said, "Disciple Shen Hongyi, requesting to see the family head and the grand shopkeeper." Her voice echoed throughout the hall. Suddenly, the platform emitted a bright light. Then, vague figures began to appear one by one. Each figure exuded a powerful aura. In the center of the platform, after a brilliant flash of light, an old man's face appeared. When the old man saw Shen Hongyi kneeling below, a hint of surprise crossed his face. "What's going on? Why did your sword soul also reincarnate?" Shen Hongyi looked aggrieved, lowered her head, and said, "Honored grand shopkeeper, when I was avenging my brother, I was careless and was successfully ambushed by Zuan, resulting in defeat and death. I had no choice but to reincarnate my sword soul." After she spoke, the quiet Elder Hall became lively. In the midst of those blurry figures, there were exclamations of disbelief. How is this possible? Given Zuan's strength, it's already incredible that he could defeat Gaoch. And now, even Hongyi has been defeated by him. Could it be that this person is a hidden expert? Someone exclaimed in shock. If I were given another chance, I would definitely use all my strength to defeat that person with my sword. So, Shen Hongyi raised her head with hopeful eyes and looked towards the innkeeper. I dare to ask for your help to help me quickly overcome the weakness after the rebirth of the sword soul. Then I will find Zuan again and cleanse this humiliation with my sword. Hearing Shen Hongyi's sincere request, all eyes in the room suddenly focused on the innkeeper. After all, in the absence of the head of the family, the innkeeper's words were like royal decrees. The innkeeper pondered for a moment, then spoke solemnly. "Let me ask you, how strong is Zuan's cultivation?" "His realm is very high, but his skills are lacking." "Then why did you and your brother both fall to his hands? What exactly happened?" "You need to explain the situation in detail before I can make a decision, yes?" Shen Hongyi bowed her head in agreement, then looked up with a face full of reluctance and said, "When I saw my brother defeated, and even almost lost his sword heart, I couldn't help but be furious. I immediately sought your approval and set off to seek revenge against Zuan. At first everything went smoothly. I just arrived at the Medicine Alliance and encountered Zuan, who was on a mission in a planet, and then we engaged in a great battle. This person is very strange, his sword realm is extremely high, even a bizarre sword intent that I have never seen before, but his skills are lacking. At first, I didn't take him seriously, but after a few moves I knew I was wrong. This person is not easy to deal with. Defeating my brother was not a fluke, so we engaged in a fierce battle, even shattering the planet we were on." As Shen Hongyi narrated, the room gradually quieted down, and the elders listened quietly. The innkeeper's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he gleaned important information from Shen Hongyi's words. Combining this with the words of Shen Gaoch earlier, at least it was clear that Zuan's realm and true skills were severely mismatched. However, this phenomenon was very strange, as usually one's realm lags behind their skills. It was unheard of for someone to have a high realm, but poor strength. How could Zuan's situation be explained? The innkeeper fell into deep thought. It wasn't until Shen Hongyi finished speaking that he spoke up again, and then, "Tell me, how did you lose to him, and even experience the rebirth of the sword soul?" At these words, a look of humiliation appeared on Shen Hongyi's face as she lowered her head and said, "According to normal circumstances, defeating Zuan should have been just a matter of time. But in the midst of the most intense battle, Zuan suddenly employed an almost shameless tactic." "Oh!" The innkeeper raised an eyebrow. "What shameless tactic?" Shen Hongyi took a deep breath, with a complex expression in her eyes. "He actually started exchanging moves with me." There was a stir among the elders on the platform because they understood what it meant to exchange moves. It was a tactic of disregarding one's own life, solely aiming for a mutual destruction with the opponent. If Shen Hongyi's words were true, then this was indeed an almost unthinkable tactic. After all, even if you won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory unless you were also willing to perish with the opponent. The innkeeper's eyes showed a hint of contemplation, and he asked, "And then?" "And then I lost." Shen Hongyi's voice was low as she hung her head. The innkeeper sighed. "If I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of the exchange, did you try to avoid getting affected by his sword intent as much as possible, and ideally want you to easily defeat him under your sword, yes? Haha, with that mindset, it's no wonder you lost. After all, while he was playing for keeps, you were still being cautious. Under such circumstances, your sword intent naturally couldn't match his. Indeed, the Shen family's rules were to stand up from where one falls. Therefore, the innkeeper nodded, about to speak. However, at that moment, a small sword suddenly flew into the hall, landing gracefully in the innkeeper's hand. At the sight of this small sword, the innkeeper's expression turned extremely serious. This sword was used to convey important information. He immediately immersed himself in it. The whole room quieted down, afraid of disturbing the innkeeper. After a moment, the innkeeper raised his head to address the crowd. It's a letter from the second young master. Second young master. Great, if the second young master sent a letter, it means he's not far from leaving seclusion. People cheered with joy. Someone asked, "What does the second young master say?" The innkeeper replied, "The second young master's letter states that he is aware of this matter and orders us not to interfere. He will personally deal with Zuan after he leaves seclusion." Upon hearing this, Shen Hongyi, who was already prepared, was surprised. What? The second young master will personally take action? Yes. His letter also states that Zuan is currently in seclusion due to severe injuries from the battle with you. So he advises you not to be under too much pressure, especially not to act hastily, and to wait until he comes out of seclusion before making any decisions. Shen Hongyu moved her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head in resignation. Because she knew very well that with the second young master's status and strength, if he said he would intervene, then no one else should touch this matter again. What? The Shen families to sword cultivators were defeated consecutively by one person. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Over the years, the reputation of the Shen family sword skills had already established an undefeated myth in many people's minds. In their eyes, as long as the Shen family made a move, they would never fail. But now, this undefeated myth had been shattered with 2 consecutive defeats. This was enough to shock these people. Not only that, I heard that the one who defeated these 2 is a young man with a deep connection to the military. It seems that with the 100 Schools conference approaching, the talents of various families are finally unable to resist the loneliness and are starting to act. Someone sighed. Sigh. I still find it hard to believe that someone could defeat 2 main branch sword cultivators from the Shen family to the point where their sword spirits were reborn. It's truly unbelievable. Someone said in disbelief. As unbelievable as it may seem, it's true. However, this young man did not escape unscathed. It is said that after the final battle, he was heavily injured and had to enter seclusion for healing. There are even rumors that it's uncertain if he can come out of seclusion at all. Someone remarked. This is not surprising. If this person could defeat 2 major sword cultivators of the Shen family without a scratch, that would be truly surprising. I also received a message that even the planet where the headquarters of the Sea family was stationed was completely destroyed, indicating that this grand battle was no ordinary event. This person is likely to have suffered body and soul separation, and the so-called seclusion is just a cover-up. He has long been dead. These discussions and half-truths almost spread to half of the Tianhua heaven. It should be noted that with the 100 Schools conference approaching, every family was on edge, and such an incident naturally stirred up numerous waves. As for the military at this moment was completely different from before. The 12 branches that used to act independently had long since united and rapidly grew stronger under the jurisdiction of Yue Shifang, who had fully restored his cultivation. As a result, one of the 100 schools, which had a long history but had rapidly declined for various reasons, finally regained vitality. And now, at the former headquarters of the Yue family, which was also the current headquarters of the military, Yue Shifang looked solemnly at the information he had just received, and after a long while, he sighed deeply. I never expected that, just leaving for a few days, he would accomplish such a shocking feat. The second miss on the side said with some doubt, but is this information true? Those were Shen family sword cultivators, and 2 of them. How could he possibly win with his strength? Yue Shifang chuckled. You still don't understand this, Zuan. If it were someone else, I would definitely not believe it. Only him. I absolutely believe he can do it. Oh, you have such confidence in him? It's not confidence, it's that you don't understand the kind of power hidden beneath his calm exterior. With that said, Yue Shifeng stood up and walked to the railing of the flower hall. At this moment, the small flower hall was blooming with flowers, and the spring breeze was intoxicating. Yue Shifeng said lightly, "Just by virtue of his ability to deceive with his immortal status to heal my injuries, it shows that he is not an ordinary person." The second miss nodded, with a worried expression on her face. But according to the information, it seems he also suffered severe injuries after defeating Shen Hongyi. He has already entered seclusion and fallen into a deep sleep. Is he really okay? Don't worry. This guy, despite sometimes acting recklessly, is actually more calculated than anyone else. He won't let himself fall into inevitable danger. But I'm worried that the Shen family might come after Zuan again, because he is now powerless to resist. You don't need to worry about that. The Shen family is one of the ancient noble families, and also one of the most prestigious sword cultivator families. Moreover, this time Zuan defeated them openly and fairly on the battlefield, so they won't attack him when he's vulnerable. They still need to save face, Yue Shifeng said lightly. So do we need to go see him? Yue Shifeng shook his head. No need. I believe he will wake up within 3 years. Why 3 years? Because before leaving, we agreed to participate in the 100 Schools Conference together in 3 years. And he promised me, so he won't break his word. Hearing Yue Shifeng's words, the second miss hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly, "Let's hope so." At that moment, Yue Shifeng turned to look at her. "Is there any movement from King Huan recently?" The second miss shook her head. "Everything is normal. I specifically sent a few people to guard outside her seclusion hut. If there is any movement, they will inform me immediately." At this moment, Yue Shifeng sighed deeply. "She is my only sister. I originally didn't want her to go into seclusion for cultivation, but she is too stubborn. Not even I can persuade her." Seeing Yue Shifeng's helpless expression, the second miss chuckled lightly, then walked up and gently took his arm. "Why did she go into seclusion? As her elder brother, you should know best, right? It's that brat Zuan again." Yue Shifeng rubbed his temples with a headache. "I'm also puzzled. King Huan has always been proud and aloof, usually ignoring even the most outstanding young talents. Why did she take such a keen interest in Zuan, to the point where she doesn't even care that he already has a family and children?" Yue Shifeng said with a baffled expression. You still don't understand a woman's mind." Yue Shifeng chuckled sadly. "Not to mention me. I guess no one in Tianwai heaven can truly understand you women. But I still don't understand what King Huan sees in Zuan that makes her so infatuated." The second miss smiled and explained softly, "Sometimes feelings are not as simple as you imagine. It could be a look, a gesture, that will leave an indelible mark on a woman for a lifetime, unable to forget." Seeing the tender expression in her eyes, the sparkling eyes of the second miss, a mischievous smile flashed through Yue Shifeng's eyes. "And what about me? What have you remembered about me for a lifetime I owe?" The second miss blushed slightly, spat out, then let go of Yue Shifeng's arm. "Who said I remembered you for a lifetime? Hey, do you think I don't know?" Yue Shifeng chuckled. The second miss snorted and stopped explaining, but the gentleness in her eyes betrayed her. There are not many truths in the world. A woman's blush can be worth more than a long dialogue. In the Lord's mansion of Pearl City, Liu Yangyan's expression was very solemn. He had just received the latest news about Zuan from the pearl traders who came here for business. In fact, during this period of time, he had been following Zuan's latest movements through this method. It had to be said that the pearls produced in the Black Domain were very tempting for the powerful beings of the Tianwai Tia, which had given rise to many pearl traders, making a living out of it. These people spared no effort for profit, and their footprints were all over the Tianwai Tia, making their information very well informed. Coupled with Liu Yangyan's careful collection, even though he lived in seclusion, he could still keep tabs on Zuan's movements through this method. At first, he only heard good news, especially when he heard that Zuan was making a name for himself among the military strategists. Liu Yangyan couldn't help but be overjoyed, because he deeply remembered this person who had rescued him and his sister from the Zuisheng building, appointed him as the Lord of Pearl City, and helped suppress his sister's violent bloodline with an abundance of pearls. Liu Yangyan was grateful and could not forget it for a moment. He was someone who reciprocated kindness, naturally realizing that Zuan had appointed him as the Lord of Pearl City, not just to help himself, but also with other intentions. Therefore, He had been wholeheartedly managing Pearl City during this period, making the city more prosperous than ever before. In addition, he was quietly waiting, hoping to help Zuen as soon as possible. However, never did he expect that just the other day, a caravan from the Alchemist Alliance came here to purchase goods and brought news. Their benefactor had clashed with the people of the Shen family, even engaging into consecutive major battles. Although Zuen emerged victorious in the end, he suffered extremely serious injuries. According to the people from the caravan, it was unlikely that he would wake up again. Upon hearing this, Liu Yangyan felt as if struck by lightning, filled with sorrow and regret, wishing he could rush to the Alchemist Alliance now to help Zuen. But he also knew his own limited strength, and even if he went, he probably wouldn't be of much help. After all, the enemies Zhu, unfaced this time, were from the prestigious Shen family. Even in the secluded Pearl City, Liu Yangyan knew well how formidable the Shen family was. They could be considered the top sword cultivators in the manhwaedit. Going there would be going to his death. But not going, he couldn't rest assured either. Thus, Liu Yangyan was currently in a state of restlessness. At that moment, Liu Yangyan's sister, Liu Xiaoyaya, walked in. The girl no longer looked as haggard as she did in the Zuisheng building before. After a period of recuperation and ample suppression of pearls, she was in a better state than ever before, with a blush on her cheeks. However, at this moment, a look of anxiety filled Liu Xiaoya's delicate face. "Brother, have you heard the news?" Liu Yangyan stopped in his tracks, forced a smile on his face, and asked, "What news?" "Naturally, it's about Lord N. I heard he was seriously injured and might not live long. What should we do?" Towards the end, Liu Xiaoya's voice carried a hint of sadness. In reality, Liu Xiaoya's gratitude towards Zuen was no less than her brother Liu Yangyan, even surpassing it. It was Zuen who rescued her from the demonic lair and gave her a second chance at life. That's why she rushed over upon hearing the rumors. Hearing his younger sister's words, Liu Yangyan couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I already knew about it yesterday. What should we do then? Should we just sit back and do nothing? He's someone who has shown us great kindness," Liu Xiaoyaya said anxiously. Liu Yangyan shook his head firmly. "Of course, we can't just sit back and do nothing. In fact, I have already made up my mind. From now on, you will temporarily take charge of Pearl City, and I will go to the Alchemist Alliance to help Lord N." "No, I want to go too," Liu Xiaoyaya immediately objected. "What can a girl like you do?" "I will go. If it weren't for Lord N, I would have died long ago. How can I stay indifferent when he's in trouble?" Liu Xiaoyaya said stubbornly. Liu Yangyan knew his sister's character well. If she set her mind on something, no one could persuade her, so he furrowed his brow. "But if you also leave, what will happen to Pearl City?" Liu Xiaoyaya was also in a dilemma. Just then, a deep voice came from the courtyard. "You can go ahead. Leave Pearl City to me for this time." With those words, a powerful middle-aged man walked in. Both siblings showed joy when they saw him and quickly stood up to pay their respects. "Greetings, Lord Turtle Emperor." The newcomer was none other than the Shadow Turtle Emperor, the leader of the Void Dark Domain. Thanks to Zuan's help, the Shadow Turtle Emperor's strength had improved. Especially with Liu Yangyan's assistance, the entire Shadow Turtle clan had benefited greatly. This made the Shadow Turtle Emperor full of gratitude towards Zuan. Upon hearing the news, he immediately rushed over and overheard the siblings' conversation, so he spoke up to dispel their worries. The Shadow Turtle Emperor nodded. "No need for excessive courtesy. I also came from Mr. Zhu's matter. I heard your conversation just now. Mr. Zhu did not misjudge you. You are both grateful individuals." The siblings waved their hands repeatedly, with Liu Yangyan saying humbly, "You are too kind, Lord Turtle Emperor. It's not flattery, it is the truth. However, as a member of a different race, it is inconvenient for me to go deep into the manhwaedit. Otherwise, I would also go to the Alchemist Alliance to help Mr. Zhu." With that, the Shadow Turtle Emperor's expression turned solemn. "It is most suitable for you siblings to go. This matter is of great importance, involving Mr. Zhu's life. You must not delay any longer. Immediately set off for the Alchemist Alliance and do what you can. As for Pearl City, I will take care of it. Do not worry." Upon hearing this, both siblings showed joy. "In that case, we will trouble the Lord Turtle Emperor. It is my duty, no need for such words. But before you go, take this with you." Saying that, the Shadow Turtle Emperor took out a delicate turtle shell. This is... Liu Yangyan hesitated. This is the container where my Shadow Turtle clan stores pearls. Inside are top-grade pearls accumulated during this period. The journey was not just a one-day trip. On this day, the two of them were hurrying along the road, when suddenly a fleet blocked their way ahead. Although there are countless paths in the void, in order to quickly reach the Pharmacists' Alliance, Liu Yangyan and his sister chose the shortest distance in a straight line, only to unexpectedly run into the fleet obstruction. Helpless, they had to stop and prepare themselves for any potential threat. While the likelihood was slim, one never knew if the other party might be interstellar pirates roaming the void. If that were the case, it would be troublesome, considering they were carrying a staggering amount of top-grade gems. As Liu Yangyan and his sister were on high alert, looking towards the fleet, they saw the door of the leading ship slowly open, and a person walked out excitedly, calling out to Liu Yangyan, "Brother Liu, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Seeing this person, Liu Yangyan couldn't help but be stunned. The speaker was none other than Zhu Zhisheng, who had also been saved by Zhu An at the Drunken Life Tower. Excitedly, he approached Liu Yangyan and grabbed his hand. "I have been waiting here for 10 days, and today I finally met you." Surprised, Liu Yangyan looked towards the fleet behind him, feeling puzzled. Zhu Zhisheng smiled. "I arranged all this here, as if I were the only one waiting. It might not attract your attention. It would be troublesome to miss you." Liu Yangyan, still confused, asked, "Zhu Sheng, what is going on? Why am I so ignorant?" Zhu Zhisheng sighed lightly. "To be honest, I already know about Sir's situation." It turned out that half a month ago, Zhu Zhisheng sold the spirit stones produced in the Zhu family mining area to passing merchant caravans as usual, and learned a shocking news from them. Zhu An was in trouble. Hearing this news, Zhu Zhisheng was thunderstruck because he owed just as much to Zhu An as Liu Yangyan and his sister did, if not more. If it weren't for Zhu An, he would have died at the Drunken Life Tower under the Jai family's setup. How could he have regained control of his own industry? So upon hearing this news, Zhu Zhisheng was so anxious that he wished to fly with wings and rush to the Pharmacists' Alliance to see how things were. But he also knew he couldn't act rashly, because the Zhu family mining area was very important. If he wasn't there to suppress it, trouble could easily arise. Before leaving, Zhu An had made it clear that he should manage this mining area well. He would have a great use for it later. Furthermore, Zhu Zhisheng was self-aware. With his limited cultivation, going to the Pharmacists' Alliance wouldn't help at all. So even though he was anxious, he had to suppress his impatience and think of a solution. Then he thought of Liu Yangyan and his sister. He knew that Liu Yangyan was now the lord of the city of Gems with Zhu An's help. This person should also have heard the news already and would likely be heading to the Pharmacists' Alliance. So he quickly took out a star map, found the nearest route between the city of Gems and the Pharmacists' Alliance, and personally drove the fleet here to wait. Sure enough, today he met Liu Yangyan and his sister. After hearing Zhu Zhisheng's story, Liu Yangyan couldn't help but show respect. He could have pretended not to know about it, and no one would blame him. Yet, he came here to wait diligently, showing that he was also someone who repaid kindness. Sir didn't misjudge Zhu Sheng. "But may I ask what you are waiting for?" Liu Yangyan asked. Zhu Zhisheng's expression turned serious. "Sir is facing a great calamity, and Zhu wishes he could take his place, but with my limited cultivation, I am powerless. This item should be able to help, sir. I hope brothers can bring it over together." With that, Zhu Zhisheng took out a jade pendant from his bosom, which he regarded as precious. This is a jade pendant specifically for storing treasures. It is now filled with high-quality spirit stones accumulated from the Zhu family mining area over these days, which should be of help to Sir. Indeed, when Liu Yangyan took the jade pendant, his divine sense was instantly shocked by the scenes inside. The space of hundreds of square meters was already filled with sparkling spirit stones. Not to mention anything else, just these spirit stones alone could be considered a huge fortune. Liu Yangyan's expression also became solemn. Removing his divine sense from the jade pendant, he nodded and said, "Zhu Zhang's sincerity is touching. Don't worry, I will personally deliver this item to Sir." Zhu Zhisheng shook his head. "No, Sir is currently in seclusion to heal his injuries. I hope you can use these spirit stones to purchase healing medicine at the Pharmacists' Alliance as soon as possible. This is the right way." "All right, I will do my best." time is of the essence. I won't keep you to any longer. I wish you a smooth journey and hope you arrive at the Pharmacists Alliance soon. Goodbye. Goodbye. With hurried farewells, Ju Hisheng drove the fleet back to the mining area, while Lu Yangyan and his sister set off on the journey once again. Finally, after several more days of arduous travel, the siblings arrived at the Pharmacists Alliance. The Pharmacists Alliance at this moment was bustling with activity because the gathering had already begun, attracting guests from all directions and crowding this vast star domain. Various stalls were even set up in the void. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, always following her brother around, living a precarious life until they settled in the city of Gems, she had never witnessed such a lively scene before. So at this moment, her two eyes simply could not take it all in. Everything looked fresh to her. Seeing this, Lu Yangyan sighed softly. He knew why his sister was so curious. This also made him feel a sense of guilt in his heart. Therefore, he whispered, "Xiaoyaya, let's go see Sir first. Once things are settled, I will come back to take you around this lively event." Lu Xiaoyaya withdrew her gaze apologetically and smiled, "Brother, I'm just curious to take a look. This time our priority is Sir's injuries. Whether it's lively or not doesn't matter. This place is incredibly lively. You should know that the Sea family used to be one of the 10 major families of the Alchemist Alliance. The planet where the headquarters are located is not simple at all. Not only is the location crucial, but it is also adjacent to several extremely prosperous trade planets. Although the Sea family's planet no longer exists today, due to the gathering, it still makes this place very bustling and lively. However, amidst this bustling scene, there is an area of 100,000 miles in radius that is blank. If you look down from above, it's as if a piece has been vividly removed from a bustling and extraordinary scene, very eye-catching. This is the restricted area set by the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden. Whether it's passing merchants or hawkers setting up stalls, they all have an unspoken agreement to stay far away from this restricted area. Not to mention the prestige of the Empress of the Nine Heavens within the Alchemist Alliance, just the crowd guarding the boundaries of the restricted area is enough to deter all curious eyes, making those unrelated people treat this place with respect from a distance. In this situation, Lu Yangyan arrived directly at the defensive line with his sister, Lu Xiaoyaya. "Who goes there?" someone shouted loudly. Lu Yangyan stopped his steps, cupped his hands, and said, "I am a friend of Mr. Zhu. I heard that Mr. Zhu is seriously injured and came to help." "Oh, a friend." The people left here are all subordinates of the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden and couldn't help but exchange glances upon hearing this. "Wait a moment, I will report this first." Someone went in to report the situation to the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden was taken aback. "A friend? I will go and have a look." With that, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden got up and came to the front line, where she was stunned at the sight of Lu Yangyan standing in the air. Because at a glance, she sensed the true martial aura emanating from Lu Yangyan. A descendant of the Taoist true martial lineage? The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden said in a deep voice. Lu Yangyan saw a majestic woman coming out and knew that she should be the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden who founded the Alchemist Alliance, so he quickly bowed and paid his respects. "Yes, I am indeed a descendant of the Taoist true martial lineage, named Lu Yangyan, and this is my sister, Lu Xiaoyaya." With that, Lu Yangyan raised his head and roughly recounted how he got to know Zuan. After listening, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden nodded. She could confirm that he was not lying, and besides, the Taoist true martial lineage was quite prestigious. She wouldn't use such a guise to deceive her. "I see. Please come in." Lu Yangyan was delighted and immediately led his sister into the defensive line. "Empress, I would like to know how Mr. Zhu is doing now. Is there any sign of him waking up?" The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden shook her head. "It's still the same as before, no changes at all. Since you are his friend, I will take you to see him." With that, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden led Lu Yangyan and his sister to the center of the Forbidden Land. In the distance, there were radiant lights and various illusions appearing, blocking anyone's progress. The Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden stopped her steps and said indifferently, "The figure enveloped by the light is Zuan." Lu Yangyan and his sister immediately looked towards the center of the light. Although the light was dazzling, they could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged within it. Mr. Zhu. Lu Yangyan murmured softly, feeling a lump in his throat. Lu Xiaoya's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. Although they had known this would be the situation when they came, seeing it for real stirred up mixed emotions. At that moment, Zha Wenliang arrived with Tashu and Xiaohulu. Who are they? Zha Wenliang asked. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden whispered, descendants of the Taoist true martial lineage, here to see Zuan. Zha Wenliang nodded slightly, then looked deeply at the siblings. As an experienced elder, he was well aware of the weight of the Taoist true martial lineage. However, given the current situation, even if they were powerful, they could only watch. But then, Xiaohulu, who was following behind them, suddenly brightened up. Her innocent face showed an excited expression, and she quickly approached Lu Xiaoyaya, tilting her head to look at her. It was only then that Lu Xiaoyaya noticed the delicately beautiful girl in front of her, and was also surprised. She knew that Zuan had a daughter, but wasn't it supposed to be twins? Why was there only one? As she wondered, Xiaohulu pointed to the hairpin on Lu Xiaoya's head. Do you want this? Seeing the eager look in Xiaohulu's eyes, Lu Xiaoyaya casually took off the hairpin with a pearl on it and asked with a smile. Xiaohulu nodded, mouth slightly open, eagerly looking at the shiny pearl on the hairpin as if she couldn't wait to have it. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyaya handed it over. As a girl, she had a weakness for all things cute, and Xiaohulu was indeed a very cute girl, so she liked her very much. After Xiaohulu received the hairpin, without any hesitation, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed the pearl embedded in it. Oh my, how could she eat that? Lu Xiaoyaya was taken aback. But before she could say anything else, Xiaohulu chewed on the pearl with apparent enjoyment, as if she was eating a piece of candy rather than a cold pearl. In the blink of an eye, she completely crushed the pearl and swallowed it down. Then, she looked back at Lu Xiaoyaya with expectant eyes. Lu Xiaoyaya was dumbfounded this time. She never expected the seemingly delicate and tender girl to be so fierce. And wasn't that pearl infused with powerful black domain energy? How did it turn into a candy-like taste in her mouth? These questions left her bewildered. Seeing this scene, Zha Wenliang shook his head helplessly, coughed lightly, and approached. Hulu, don't be so rude. She's a guest after all. What if you scare her? Upon hearing this, Xiaohulu reluctantly stopped, but the look in her eyes clearly showed her love for the taste of the pearl. The Nine Heavens mysterious maiden's eyes also lit up briefly, but she said nothing. At that moment, Zha Wenliang smiled and asked the Lu siblings, "It's been a long time since the true martial descendants have appeared in the heaven and earth. Where did you come from?" Mount Funyu. Mount Funyu is the mountain gate of the Taoist true martial lineage and their residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoya's face dimmed. We are not. At that moment, Lu Yangyan suddenly rushed to say, "Yes, we are from Mount Funyu, specifically to see how Mr. Zhu is doing. It seems that this brother and sister duo are quite cautious of us." The Nine Heavens mystical lady nodded in agreement. It's understandable. After all, they are not familiar with us. They only came here because of their relationship with Zuan, so it's not surprising that they are being cautious. At this point, the Nine Heavens mystical lady paused for a moment and then expressed some doubt, but I noticed that the girl's eyes are clouded, and there is a murky and unclear aura entangled in her sea of consciousness, indicating a severe illness. Normally, with such symptoms, something would have happened already, so why is she acting like a normal person? Xie Qi Wenliang also nodded. Yes, I find it strange too. Perhaps there is some method that we don't know about that is suppressing it. In fact, Xie Qi Wenliang had noticed from the first glance that Lu Xiaoyaya was suffering from a severe illness, but it was their first meeting, so he refrained from asking, and therefore remained silent. Unexpectedly, the Nine Heavens mystical lady had also noticed it long before. Just then, the little gourd on the side suddenly exclaimed, "I just ate some beads, and there are many more on them." Huh? With this remark, everyone turned to look. Xie Qi Wenliang turned to the little gourd. "How did you figure that out?" The little gourd pointed to its nose, a drool seemingly forming at its mouth. "For these delicious things, even if they are far away, I can smell their fragrance." Xie Qi Wenliang and the Nine Heavens mystical lady exchanged a glance. If what the little gourd said was true, then it's no wonder why this brother and sister were so cautious. After all, a considerable amount of valuable pearls, no matter where they go, would be considered a substantial wealth. I also know about the Taoist sect of Zhenwu. their strength is not that powerful. Logically speaking, the disciples under the sect should not possess such a staggering wealth, right? Xie Qi Wen Liang muttered. I think they are not from Mount Funyu. Especially the girl who is seriously ill. There is no trace of Zhenwu aura on her. If they had come from Mount Funyu, would the Zhenwu sect ignore them and analyze the Nine Heavens mystical lady? Xie Qi Wen Liang's expression turned serious. Could it be? This brother and sister are of pirate descent? But as soon as he mentioned it, he felt it was absurd. Since they were acquaintances of Zuan, how could they be space pirates? Moreover, from this incident, it could be seen that this brother and sister were kind people who were paid kindness. Would they really commit robbery? Lu Yangyan did not reveal his identity as the Lord of the City of Jewel at that moment, so Xie Qi Wen Liang and the Nine Heavens mystical lady naturally could not ascertain. However, since this matter was not a priority, they chatted for a few moments before parting ways. However, when they left, the little gourd took a deep breath, then spat out a ball of light from its mouth. Inside the ball of light was the set of armor that Zuan had entrusted to it for repair. During this time, the Nine Heavens mystical lady and Xie Qi Wen Liang had scoured the entire market of the Pharmacy Alliance, but could only find a few alchemical vessels that met her requirements, so the repair work was progressing slowly. But at this moment, a faint light appeared at the damaged part of the armor within the ball of light, repairing it slightly. The little gourd seemed to have anticipated this scene a long time ago, chuckled, then swallowed the ball of light back, and disappeared. Meanwhile, after leaving the defensive line, Lu Xiaoyaya finally couldn't help but ask softly, Brother, why didn't you tell these people the truth just now? Lu Yangyan shook his head. Xiaoyaya, you are too naive. Although these people are all Mr. Zhu's friends, the things we carry are of great value. As the saying goes, wealth moves the heart. Even these powerful cultivators are no exception, so it's better to be cautious. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyaya nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yangyan smiled. Don't overthink it. Although Master Zhu has not regained consciousness yet, from the state of his closed-door cultivation, his life is evidently safe. It's a good opportunity for me to take you out and enjoy the festive atmosphere. Lu Xiaoya's face lit up at the prospect. Which girl can resist the temptation of shopping? Okay, brother. Lu Yangyan led his excited sister into the bustling area of the market to start exploring. At the same time, in an inn on one of the planets of the Pharmacy Alliance, the atmosphere was solemn. A group of people sat around in silence. But from the aura and attire emanating from these people, it was evident that they all belonged to the Taoist sect. In this vast world, where hundreds of schools of thought coexist, there are many branches of the Taoist sect. After all, even the renowned Yin-Yang sect, which began as a split from the Taoist sect, demonstrates how diverse it can be. In fact, the Taoist sect today is filled with various factions, different schools of thought emerging continuously. There are those who strictly adhere to ancient rituals, wearing ancient shaman robes for practice, as well as those who are innovative and even abandon wearing these robes. However, the people present at this moment seemed firmly rooted in the Taoist tradition. They all wore well-designed Taoist robes with small Taoist top knots on their heads. If someone knowledgeable about the various Taoist factions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these people as the descendants of the Zhenwu lineage within the Taoist sect. However, at this moment, the faces of these Taoists were filled with sorrow, making the atmosphere extremely heavy. It wasn't until a long while later that the elderly man with an ancient and solemn face sitting in the center sighed deeply. Speak up, everyone. What are your thoughts and suggestions on the matter of Nong Chen's condition? The people around the table looked at each other, each wearing a troubled expression. What's wrong? The old man raised an eyebrow slightly. No one has any ideas at all? Jenking, you go first. He pointed to the middle-aged Taoist on his right-hand side. Le Jenking stood up helplessly. Elder, currently Nong Chen's condition lingers in a deep slumber. Unless we find a miraculous medicine, it is impossible to completely cure him. Since we arrived at this Pharmacy Alliance, we have invited several well-known divine doctors consecutively, but all have been powerless to help. In their words, the evil Cha has already penetrated deeply into his soul. Even if a sage were to be present, it would still be impossible to reverse the situation. Rumors even have it that he bears a hint of the ancient true martial emperor's aura, coming to revive the entire true martial lineage. From this, the importance of LV Fiken to the true martial doctrine can be seen. Especially with the imminent convening of the 100 Schools Conference, it can be said that from top to bottom, everyone hopes that LV Fiken can represent the true martial lineage at this conference to bring honor to Mount Funyu. However, unexpectedly, during a seemingly ordinary mission some time ago, LV Fiken suddenly came under attack by unidentified evil beings and nearly lost his life. Although the accompanying Grand Priest and others did their utmost to rescue him, LV Fiken remained unconscious due to severe injuries. This made the Grand Priest and others truly fearful. If something were to happen to LV Fiken, who could bear this responsibility? Who could bear the wrath of the true martial master? In their anxious state, these people suddenly had a bright idea and remembered the grand event the Alchemist Alliance was hosting. It should be noted that this was an extremely rare event where many seldom seen divine physicians and experts in healing would gather. Perhaps these individuals could save LV Fiken. With this idea in mind, the Grand Priest and others traveled far with the severely injured LV Fiken to the Alchemist Alliance. However, they were disappointed in the end. Although many medical experts were invited, almost everyone shook their heads upon seeing LV Fiken's injuries. As one of the divine physicians put it, the evil Che had already entered his body, and there was no possibility of saving him. This was the reason for the worried expressions on their faces. At this moment, another person stood up on the left side of the Grand Priest. This person was tall, extraordinary in bearing, but with a hint of fierceness in his eyes and brows and a touch of ruthlessness in his gaze. He was none other than LV Shuming, the chief law enforcement elder of Mount Funyu. He spoke in a deep voice, "Grand Priest, in fact, this matter is not entirely without clues. The divine physician we invited a few days ago mentioned that, as long as we could find a sufficient quantity of high-quality abyssal pearls, there is still hope for Fiken to wake up." Hearing this, all the true martial practitioners present were shocked. Because this information was known to only a few, many were hearing it for the first time. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "Shuming, what you said is exactly what I was thinking. Ching spent a lot of money to buy a pearl yesterday and has already tested it. Oh, what were the results?" LV Shuming's eyes lit up, immediately asking. The others also focused their attention on LV Jenking. LV Jenking nodded. The effect can be said to be very good. It seems that the abyssal pearl contains an energy that can neutralize the evil Che in Fiken's soul. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel elated. LV Shuming said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's immediately purchase a sufficient quantity of pearls." Leave Jenking smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. Not to mention that abyssal pearls are already rare items that seldom appear on the market or in auctions. Even if they do, they are usually flawed goods picked over by others. Truly high-quality pearls do not appear on the market. I have also tested some of these flawed goods, and the effects are minimal. Therefore, it is almost impossible to gather enough high-quality pearls in a short time, even if what someone asked." LV Jenking let out a long sigh. "Even with so many pearls, I'm afraid our financial power won't be enough to buy them. You know, just the high-quality pearl we used for testing has almost emptied my savings." Now the crowd fell into silence once again. They were all well aware of their financial situation. The true martial lineage of the Taoist sect was not a powerful sect to begin with, and Mount Funyu was resource scarce. These Taoists were not adept at financial matters, and one could say they were all quite poor. LV Shuming furrowed his brow, feeling extremely frustrated. Unlike the others, he had raised Fiken since he was young, only transferring him to the true martial master's side once he reached a certain level of cultivation. Therefore, he could be regarded as Fiken's half-teacher and naturally paid more attention to him. Hearing that there was a way to save Fiken, but unable to proceed, he felt that frustration and disappointment. Regardless, Fiken is the core of our true martial lineage. No matter what the cost, we must revive him. I propose we immediately start inquiring about pearls in the market," LV Shuming said. The Grand Priest also nodded. "At this point, we have no other choice. Everyone must be prepared. Fiken is the hope of Mount Funyu, and we must spare no expense to awaken him." As he spoke to the end, a hint of fierceness flashed in the Grand Priest's eyes. Everyone respectfully replied, "Yes." Just at this moment, LV Yangyan was playing with his sister, LV Xiaoyaya, in the marketplace. For Xiaoyaya, who had never experienced such a lively atmosphere before, This grand gathering was incredibly exciting. Walking around, her eyes were not enough to take in everything, as she wanted to see everything. Li Yangyan didn't stop her, just smiling as he watched, buying whatever his sister liked. In just a day or two, Xiao Yaya had filled to storage rings with items she bought. Xiao Yaya started to feel embarrassed. Brother, have I spent too much money in the past few days? Li Yangyan shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, we've been in Pearl City for so long, and the basic income alone is astronomical. Buy whatever you want, I have money. But Xiao Yaya shook her head. No need, I've already bought enough. We should start looking for things that can help the benefactor these days. LV Yangyan looked at his sensible sister and nodded. That's good, but there is something we need to do before that. What thing? You'll know when you come with me. With that, LV Yangyan led Xiao Yaya to a very luxurious jewelry store. Upon entering, Xiao Yaya wanted to leave and said, Brother, we don't need to buy jewelry. I've already bought enough in these 2 days. Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Just come with me. Li Yangyan brought Xiao Yaya to a counter dedicated to making hairpins, taking out a small box and placing it on the counter. Do you make jewelry here? Of course. What would you like? The craftsman in charge of the counter stood up and asked. To gentlemen, I have been in the jewelry processing business for many years, but I have never seen such a round and beautiful gem like this before. As for your request to craft it into a hairpin, of course, no problem. LV Yangyan was also very happy, and he detailed the specifics with the craftsman. Then, under the forging of a few strands of flame, a dazzling hairpin appeared in front of everyone. How about it? Do you like it? LV Yangyan asked with a smile. Li Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Yes. Thank you, brother. Thank you for what? Come, let me put it on for you. LV Yangyan gently placed the hairpin on his sister, nodded in satisfaction after a moment of contemplation, then paid the forging fee and left. Little did he know, just now, the waiter had already relayed the message back to the inn where the Zhenwu Taoists were staying. What did you say? Someone brought out a top-grade gem to make a hairpin. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Li Shuming stood up suddenly and asked in a deep voice. The waiter nodded repeatedly. How would I dare joke about such a thing? I am certain it is indeed a top-grade gem, so I immediately rushed to notify everyone. Hearing this, all the Zhenwu Taoists present couldn't help but show joy on their faces. You must know that top-grade gems are extremely precious items, and once obtained by cultivators, they would definitely treasure them like a treasure. Never heard of anyone using such thing to make a hairpin. If the news is true, it means that this person obviously possesses more than one gem. This is good news. Let's go. Immediately go find this person. LV Shuming couldn't wait any longer and said immediately. But LV Jenking was calmer and said in a deep voice, let's not rush. What does this person look like? Have you seen him before? The waiter shook his head. He is a young man. I have never seen him before. Oh right, he was also accompanied by a beautiful girl. Seems like they are siblings. Siblings. LV Jenking's heart stirred, thinking. LV Shuming, however, said coldly, who cares if they are siblings or not? Since he has a gem, we must go see him. If you don't want to go, stay here. I'll bring people with me. His words were very impolite. No one dared to speak up, because everyone knew that in this Zhenwu Taoist sect, the senior executioner LV Shuming and the elder responsible for teaching disciples LV Jenking had a strained relationship. Whenever there was an issue, the two would target each other, and this time seemed to be no exception. Hearing LV Shuming's words, LV Jenking's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else, just said calmly, I just want to inquire, after all. With so many people gathered at this meeting, with mixed motives, if we happen to offend someone with a powerful background, wouldn't it be embarrassing? HMPF. Li Shuming didn't bother arguing with LV Jenking at this point and left with a flick of his sleeve. The group prepared quickly and immediately rushed to the jewelry store. Their speed was incredibly fast. Almost as soon as LV Yangyan and his sister left, they arrived. What? The person has already left? LV Shuming narrowed his eyes. Yes. The craftsman trembled under the imposing aura of LV Shuming and said in a trembling voice. When did he leave? Just now. Chase. But with such a large marketplace and many people, after they rushed out, looking at the crowded street, where could they find any trace? Li Shuming's face instantly turned dark. Damn it! However, the LV Jenkins standing behind him seemed to be lost in thought, looking in a certain direction on the street. His eyes flashed slightly, then he acted as if nothing happened, and left. The Zhenwu Taoists came with hope, only to end up empty-handed, not being able to find the person with the gem, naturally feeling very depressed. When they returned to the inn, the head priest listened to the recount and sighed. But at this point, saying anything else was useless. Everyone dispersed and prepared to try finding the gem again tomorrow. However, when the night was quiet, a figure silently left the inn. After identifying the direction, flew towards the distance. This figure was extremely fast, and in no time arrived at the second-floor window of a small building. After a slight hesitation, he gently knocked on the window. LV Yangyan, who was meditating inside the room, was suddenly startled. "Who's there?" With those words, a powerful surge of Zhenwu energy burst out of his body, heading straight for outside the window. But once this force broke the glass and reached outside, it dissipated as if nothing happened. Leave Yangyan couldn't help but be shocked. He stood up immediately, preparing for the worst. However, at that moment, a soft breath appeared outside the window. Then someone sighed lightly. "Don't get excited, it's me." Hearing this familiar voice, LV Yangyan couldn't help but be startled. At the same time, a person walked in from the window. Dressed in Taoist robes, it was none other than LV Jenkins from the Zhenwu Taoists. Seeing this person, LV Yangyan's expression changed wildly, with shock, suspicion, and a hint of anger all showing. But eventually, these expressions gradually subsided. He lowered his head and softly called out, "Teacher." That's right. This LV Jenkins was the teacher who taught LV Yangyan in the Zhenwu Taoists. When he saw LV Yangyan, LV Jenkins' expression was also complicated. Sighing softly, "Yangyan, it is indeed you. Where have you been all these years? I have sent people searching, but there was no news of you." LV Yangyan remained silent, only spoke softly after a long time. "After being expelled from the sect with Xiaoyaya back then, we roamed various places in manhwaedit. This time we heard about the Medicine Alliance gathering and came over to try our luck. See if there is a chance to control her Although LV Yangyan harbored no grudge towards this mentor who had taught him, after all, being expelled from the Zhenwu Taoists back then was not his doing, and even at that time he had defended himself and his sister quite a lot, which had preserved their lives. But even so, LV Yangyan chose to conceal the truth from LV Jenkins rather than confide in him. The experiences and encounters during these years wandering in manhwaedit had made LV Yangyan lose trust in everyone. After hearing LV Yangyan's account, LV Jenkins didn't doubt him, sighed, "Yangyan, I regret what happened back then, but unfortunately, the power within the sect lies mostly in the hands of the head priest and LV Shuming. I was powerless to help." "That's right, because you have exposed the treasure. Now Le Shuming and his men have set their sights on you. Quickly leave this place, the farther the better. Otherwise you and Xiaoyaya will both be in danger of losing your lives," Le Jenkins said solemnly. Le Yangyan was startled. "What's going on? It's just a treasure. Why would he target us?" Seeing Le Jenkins' helplessness, he knew that his former disciples still had suspicions about him, otherwise he wouldn't keep probing. So he quickly recounted the incident involving Le Fizan, and then said seriously, "When I heard the waiter mention a brother and sister, I suspected it might be you. I reassured myself that it couldn't be that coincidental, but when we reached the jewelry store, and I sensed a trace of true martial aura, I finally confirmed that it was indeed you. However, I didn't dare show any abnormalities at the time, or else Le Shuming would never let it go. So I had to endure until this late night to sneak to see you." After explaining, Le Jenkins looked at Le Yangyan and said in a deep voice, "Yangyan, I know you hold grievances against me, but I truly had no intention of harming you. Leave this place before they realize." Hearing this explanation, Le Yangyan's expression changed, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Thank you, Master, for informing me of this news. I will leave with my sister immediately." Le Yangyan was well aware of his current situation, not to mention the treasures he carried. The spiritual stones gifted by Zhu Zhesheng were already a huge fortune. If these things were exposed to Le Shuming and his men, he and his sister would truly be in danger. As someone who was once expelled from the sect, he knew better than anyone the true colors of Le Shuming and the others in the true martial sect. But just as he was about to wake up his sister Le Xiaoyaya in the next room and prepare to leave, a cold laughter suddenly came from outside the house. What a touching scene between master and disciple. With these words, both Le Zhenking and Le Yanyan in the room couldn't help but shake with fear. At the same time, the wall of the house suddenly shattered, revealing a group of people outside. Le Shuming stood in place, with the members of the true martial sect behind him. Le Shuming sneered at Le Zhenking. Le Zhenking, I never expected you to betray the sect and resort to such actions. Le Zhenking's expression turned grim. Le Shuming, you followed me secretly. Of course, how else could I know the whereabouts of this young man? Let me tell you the truth, I sensed something was amiss as soon as we entered that jewelry store. The aura was definitely from the true martial sect, and your behavior afterwards confirmed my suspicions. That's why I kept a close eye on you, and finally caught you red-handed. Saying that, Le Shuming turned to Le Yanyan and smirked. Long time no see, Le Yanyan. Le Yanyan's eyes turned red gradually. He harbored deep hatred towards the man who had forcibly expelled him and his sister from the sect. At the time, under the protection of his master Le Zhenking, there weren't many people who had the time to deal with him. Even though Xiao Yaya would sometimes lose control, it was still within his grasp. But unexpectedly, because of one accidental clash from Xiao Yaya, Le Shuming held a grudge and found an excuse to inform the sect leader, leading to their forceful expulsion. Le Yanyan knew very well that if it weren't for his master's earnest pleas to the sect leader, he and his sister might have died right then and there. Meeting the enemy again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Le Shuming also noticed the deep-rooted resentment in Le Yanyan, but he didn't seem to care. Instead he sneered, Le Yanyan, you need not hate me. Let's be straightforward now. Leave all the treasures you have on you, and I can let you go, considering you are also a descendant of the true martial arts. Le Yanyan was furious. What treasures? I don't understand. And Le Shuming, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Although Le Yanyan had initially planned to leave the place as soon as possible to avoid trouble, now that Le Shuming had come knocking on the door, there was no use trying to escape. So Le Yanyan stood his ground, unyielding. His attitude only further infuriated Le Shuming. He chuckled grimly. All right, you have some spine, young man. Whether you fear me or not doesn't matter, but today you must leave everything you have on you. With those words, a majestic aura emanated from him, forming into a giant image of true martial power, glaring at Le Yanyan. Le Yanyan remained unfazed. Hey, Le Shuming, I know about our past grudges, and today we will settle the score. You're asking for death. Le Shuming snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Boom! The immense pressure bore down on Le Yanyan. Le Zhenking's face darkened. Le Shuming was clearly aiming to kill Le Yanyan with this strike. But he couldn't intervene in front of everyone. Just when he was feeling anxious, Le Yanyan shouted coldly and threw a punch. Bang! His fist collided with the force of Le Shuming's palm. Amid the deafening noise, the force dissipated and Le Yanyan staggered several steps back, his face alternately red and white, evidently shaken by the impact. Even so, his ability to withstand the blow drew gasps from everyone present. Nobody expected Le Yanyan, a mere former disciple of the true martial sect, to hold his ground against Le Zhenking, the esteemed elder of the sect. The result of this exchange left everyone in awe. Even Le Zhenking couldn't help but be impressed. Yanyan's cultivation seems to have improved significantly since the time at Mount Funyu, he thought. Le Shuming's expression changed drastically, and he stared at Le Yanyan with intense hostility. No wonder you dared to speak to me like this. You have a backup plan, huh? But do you really think you can challenge me with just this level of strength? With the reproach, Le Shuming's aura surged once again. Le Yanyan prepared himself for what was to come. Just then, a timid voice rang out. Big brother, what's going on? Hearing that voice, Le Yanyan felt a sense of dread. Without looking back, he shouted, It's nothing, just hide. But it was too late, as Le Xiaoyaya, who had been startled awake, walked into the room. Le Shuming was ecstatic and immediately abandoned Le Yanyan, rushing straight towards Xiaoyaya. Le Yanyan thought to himself that things weren't looking good, and quickly rushed forward to try to stand in front of his younger sister. But his speed couldn't compare to Le Shuming's. In almost an instant, Le Shuming had already charged to a close distance in front of Le Xiaoyaya, and then reached out with a single palm, about to strike her. Le Xiaoyaya, being powerless, was completely scared when she saw this, standing still in place. Le Zhenking, who was standing not far away, showed a conflicted expression. To be honest, he didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Le Shuming. because he knew that in the Zhenwu martial arts lineage, Le Shuming had a superior status and strength. Even the head disciple regarded him highly. But seeing this innocent girl in danger, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and moved to rescue Le Xiaoyaya. Just as he rushed halfway, Le Shuming sneered, "I knew you couldn't resist." With those words, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from behind Le Shuming, heading straight towards Le Zhenking. Le Zhenking's heart sank. He dodged to the side just in time to avoid the attack. But, because of this delay, Le Shuming had already charged close to Xiaoyaya and was grinning as he reached out to try and control her. His plan was clear. By controlling Xiaoyaya, he would have leverage over Le Yangyan. His plan was clever. However, just as his fingers were about to touch Xiaoya's hair, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger, shocking him. He then realized that his fierce Zhenwu power had disappeared like a flash in the presence of this girl. This discovery shook him to the core. He was known for his immense power. Even formidable opponents like Le Zhenking would have to yield in front of him. How could his power vanish in front of this girl? Although filled with doubts, he continued his action without pause and reached out to grab her. But in the next moment, he felt a weak and indescribable energy emanating from Xiaoyaya. This subtle energy was like a heavy hammer, sending Le Shuming flying far away. The entire scene was stunned. No one expected such a turn of events. Le Shuming grunted as he stood still, his eyes filled with infinite shock. Although the aura was weak, it was incredibly powerful, even instilling great fear in him. At that moment, Le Yangyan had already arrived in front of his sister, calling out in alarm, "Xiaoyaya, are you okay?" Xiaoyaya blinked her eyes, called out "brother," and then collapsed backward. Le Yangyan cried out in shock, catching his sister and noticing her flushed cheeks, closed eyes, and weak breath, indicating she was barely hanging on. At this moment, Le Zhenking also rushed over and seeing the scene, his complexion changed drastically. "Yangyan!" he shouted, and a tremendous Zhenwu power emerged from Le Yangyan, surging upwards rapidly, even breaking through to a quasi-saint realm in an instant. Under this imposing pressure, everyone's faces turned pale. Then a voice filled with infinite hatred and anger seemed to come from the depths of hell, ringing in everyone's ears. "You all will die." Following those words, the aura above Le Yangyan's head condensed into a Zhenwu image, which then blasted towards Le Shuming. Although shaken, Le Shuming quickly regained his composure with a cold laugh. "You broken through? So what?" Saying that, he raised a fist to meet the incoming Zhenwu image in a clash. Bang! After a loud bang, the Zhenwu image collapsed halfway, but it didn't retreat at all. Instead, Le Shuming, like a kite with a broken string, was pushed back tens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood midway. This development shook the whole scene. Even Le Zhenking was gaping in disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. Le Shuming never expected this, and after regaining his footing, his face was beyond unsightly, almost dripping with sweat. And at that moment, Le Yangyan suddenly coughed up a faint golden blood, and the Zhenwu image, which was only half remaining, swelled rapidly. In an instant, the Zhenwu image returned to its original form, and even more powerful than before. Following this, the Zhenwu image strode forward and faced Le Shuming, delivering a fierce punch. The speed was too fast for anyone to react. Le Shuming was horrified and attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only watch as the punch came straight towards him. Just then, a cold snort rang out, and a withered palm appeared out of thin air to block the attack. With a light crack, fine lines appeared on the fist of the Zhenwu image, spreading rapidly throughout its body before silently shattering. Le Yangyan grunted, blood flowing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Simultaneously, an old man with an ancient and solemn appearance appeared in the midst. It was the great Eucharist, second only to the head disciple in the Zhenwu lineage. Seeing him, Le Zhenking's heart clenched. This is bad. There's no way to resolve the situation now. However, Le Shuming and the others behind him were delighted and immediately bowed their heads. Great Eucharist! The great Eucharist did not respond but silently observed Le Yangyan, who was heavily injured. He then sighed softly, "Le Yangyan, I am aware of what happened before. Hand over the artifacts, and I can spare you both." Le Yangyan wiped the blood off his face fiercely, casting a cold glance at the great Eucharist. The great Eucharist trembled inwardly. The look in his eyes was filled with boundless hatred and anger, like a wild beast in distress, ready to prey at any moment. Le Shuming, filled with anger, spoke in a deep voice, "Great Eucharist, this man is unrepentant. Why not just kill him now? Nonganger is waiting to use him. What if there are further delays or mistakes?" After contemplating for a moment, the Great Eucharist nodded with a sigh. "Blame yourself for owning something that doesn't belong to you." The appearance of their group caused a stir in the entire venue. The Grand Priest's expression changed drastically when he saw them, but he quickly took a deep breath and bowed in greeting. "It turns out Her Majesty the Empress has graced us with her presence. Grand Priest Lakixian of the Zhenwu Taoist sect is here to pay his respects." The Nine Heaven Celestial Lady sneered. "Zhenwu Taoist sect? Ha! The true Zhenwu Great Emperor has long disappeared. The figure you venerate in your temple is merely a minor deity formed by the power of faith. How dare you still use the name Zhenwu?" These words struck a nerve. At least the smile on Lakixian's face stiffened, and his eyelids were twitching non-stop. But he dared not react because he knew how formidable the Nine Heaven Celestial Lady was. Especially now, being within the Medicine Alliance, this was her territory. Lakixian did not dare to act rashly. So he forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, you are too harsh in your words. Although the true Zhenwu Great Emperor's whereabouts are unknown, there is still a trace of his aura left in the statue at the temple. So you think it's acceptable to act recklessly like this?" The Nine Heaven Celestial Lady sneered. At this moment, Le Shuming, who had been standing behind Grand Priest Lakixian, could no longer contain himself. He had a hot temper, just suppressing his anger earlier, but now hearing the Nine Heaven Celestial Lady's domineering tone, he couldn't help but explode. Although he knew the Nine Heaven Celestial Lady was a top expert in the Medicine Alliance, he still thought of her as just a pharmacist. He, on the other hand, was the chief elder of the Zhenwu sect, and he believed he was more powerful. Taking a step forward on his own, he coldly spoke, "Empress, your words are mistaken. We are not acting recklessly. Le Yangyan and Le Xiaoyaya are both members of our Zhenwu Taoist sect. We are just handling internal matters of the sect." "Oh." The Nine Heaven Celestial Lady raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Le Shuming with a smile that was not a smile. "May I ask who you are?" Le Shuming proudly said, "I am the chief elder of the Zhenwu Taoist sect, Le Shuming." The Nine Heaven Celestial Lady nodded. "So you're an elder." Le Shuming sneered, about to speak. But at that moment, the Nine Heaven Celestial Lady's expression turned cold, and she pointed. A formidable force inexplicably attacked. Le Shuming was struck several hundred feet away before he could even react, spitting out blood upon landing, clearly heavily injured. This strike shocked the Zhenwu Taoist sect members. Grand Priest Lakixian's face turned even uglier in an instant. Le Shuming was his most trusted subordinate, now severely injured right before his eyes. How could he keep his face? "Empress, what is the meaning of this? Do you truly think our Zhenwu Taoist sect is defenseless?" Lakixian finally couldn't contain himself, his anger rising, a trace of Zhenwu's might emanating from him. But the Nine Heaven Celestial Lady paid no heed. She coldly said, "Yes, I do think you are defenseless. What can you do about it, you?" Despite his good temper, Lakixian was struggling to hold back. Just as he was about to retort, the Empress took a step forward, grabbed his neck, and coldly said, "You are just a bunch of hypocrites who prey on others' assets shamelessly. If Zhenwu knew his disciples had turned into this, he would kill you with his own hands." Feeling the immense pressure on his neck, Lakixian was scared. He realized all his methods were useless at that moment. Seeing the cold-killing intent in the Empress's eyes, his hair stood on end, pleading in a trembling voice, "Empress, spare me." The Empress snorted coldly, threw him away, saying, "Leave before I change my mind." The Zhenwu Taoist sect members fled, carrying the heavily injured Le Shuming and Grand Priest Lakixian, like dogs with their tails between their legs. Witnessing this scene, Le Zhenking sighed lightly and said to Le Yangyan in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." With that, he took off and followed the others into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the followers of the Zhenwu Taoist sect were gone. Le Yangyan, focused on his sister in his arms, didn't notice any of this because his attention was entirely on his sister. Trembling, he asked the physician who had just finished examining his sister, "How is she?" "What happened to my sister?" The physician's expression was strange, and after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brows, saying, "It's strange. There's a murky aura entwining her consciousness, and a violent force is faintly emerging in her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, has she ever lost control of herself completely before? Li Yangyan immediately nodded. Yes, my sister has had several outbursts before. But I found that using a certain treasure could suppress her violent tendencies. However, this time the treasure failed. In fact, he had just fed his sister a top-tier treasure, but it had no effect, which is why he was so anxious. The physician sighed deeply. Of course, it wouldn't work. The balance in her body has been completely disrupted. The power of Zhenwu unleashed in that strike has penetrated her bloodline, causing her condition to spiral out of control. That's why she's unconscious and won't wake up. Tears welled up in Li Yangyan's eyes, choked up. What do we do? Is there no other way? Physician, please, save my sister. The physician looked troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the situation with Le Xiaoyaya was so peculiar that he had never encountered such symptoms in all his years of practice. He was at a loss about how to proceed. The Nine Heavens Celestial Lady, watching the scene unfolding, sighed lightly as well. She felt sympathy for the siblings, which is why she had intervened. But it seemed she was too late, leading to the girl's injury and unconsciousness. Just then, a small gourd suddenly stepped forward, emitting a faint light, and pressed one hand on Le Xiaoya's forehead. Zhenwu Taoist Temple. As one of the important branches of Taoism, although it has gradually declined in recent years, it can still be considered a top sect. At this moment, in the main hall of the temple, the master of Zhenwu Taoist Temple, also the leader of the Zhenwu sect, LV Zhongshuan, reverently inserts 3 sticks of sinking incense into the incense burner in front of the shrine. With the smoke swirling, the statue on the shrine appears even more dignified. After lighting the incense, LV Zhongshuan sits on the cushion in front of the shrine and begins his practice. This is his unwavering daily routine. At this time, all the disciples will leave the main hall, leaving only LV Zhongshuan alone. Today is no exception. The Grand Palace is empty, the windows tightly closed, blocking the sunlight from entering, making it very dim. In this environment, only the murmuring voice of LV Zhongshuan chanting scriptures echoes. Suddenly, darkness begins to surge from the corner of the hall, followed by imperceptible black rays shooting directly into the statue sitting on the shrine. The statue then starts to wriggle. Yes, it is wriggling. In an instant, numerous black lines seem to grow within the statue, twisting and turning freely, without making a sound, then moving closer to LV Zhongshuan on the cushion. Unaware, LV Zhongshuan continues to chant the scriptures devoutly. But just as these black lines are about to touch him, a golden light flashes from LV Zhongshuan's brow. The black lines freeze, then vanish. LV Zhongshuan remains oblivious, still immersed in his scripture recitation. After an hour of chanting, LV Zhongshuan slowly opens his eyes, disappointment evident in them. Lord Zhenwu, have you truly forsaken us? Why do you not respond no matter how devoutly I pray? LV Zhongshuan murmurs softly, looking at the statue shrouded in darkness on the shrine. The statue remains silent, towering in the air. LV Zhongshuan forces a bitter smile. If I couldn't sense the faint presence lingering in your statue, I might have thought. LV Zhongshuan stops himself mid-sentence, but his worried expression gives him away. After a moment of silence, LV Zhongshuan shakes his head with a sigh, standing up and walking out. Unbeknownst to him, as he turns around, almost imperceptible threads blending with the darkness emerge, approaching his back. LV Zhongshuan unknowingly pushes open the temple door. The sunlight pours in as the door opens, shining on the black threads. In an instant, the threads disintegrate, and along with the sunlight, they creep up and the statue trembles slightly, as if letting out a muted roar, before everything returns to normal. LV Zhongshuan suddenly looks back. The hall is empty, the statue still stands silently, incense smoke swirling around. But a hint of doubt flashes across his eyes. He distinctly heard a resentful roar just moments ago, so why did it suddenly disappear? Puzzled, he hears a commotion from outside the gate, and a messenger disciple rushes in, looking flustered. Master, Master, something terrible has happened. LV Zhongshuan is taken aback, his expression becoming serious. What happened? The senior priests just sent word. Nong Emity's senior brother has been possessed by evil energy, is unconscious, and chief elder in charge of discipline is injured. They urge you to prepare quickly. What? LV Zhongshuan is shocked and alarmed. This news is truly astounding. For a moment, he feels at a loss. After a brief moment of panic, he regains his composure and orders. Immediately gather all the elders in the temple who are still here. Make preparations. Yes. The disciple rushes off to carry out the order. Before LV Zhongshuan can make further preparations, a dozen beams of light descend from above, landing in front of the main hall. Leading the group is Great Ritual Elder LV Kixian, followed by the members of the Zhenwu sect. But they look rather disheveled at the moment. A few are carrying a stretcher with the unconscious Nong Enmity senior brother. Two others are supporting the pale-faced LV Shuming. Master! Great Ritual Elder LV Kixian bows respectfully upon seeing LV Zhongshuan at the gate. LV Zhongshuan waves his hand and quickly steps forward to check on Nong Enmity's senior brother. After a moment, his expression turns grim. What is going on? Great Ritual Elder LV Kixian sighs softly and recounts the events leading up to the injuries of Nong Enmity's senior brother and the unexpected appearance of the malevolent force. Listening to the account, LV Zhongshuan's face darkens. The reason being that Nong Enmity's senior brother is of utmost importance. He has invested all his efforts in grooming this disciple, hoping for him to shine at the upcoming Grand Conference to enhance the prestige of the Zhenwu Taoist Temple. The unexpected turn of events has thrown his entire plan into disarray. And how about him? LV Zhongshuan points to Chief Elder in charge of discipline LV Shuming. Before Great Ritual Elder can speak, LV Shuming, though visibly injured, forces himself to speak. Master, this is all because of the Heavenly Empress of the Medicine Alliance. She's the one who wounded me. Oh. Heavenly Empress of the Medicine Alliance? What exactly happened? Despite his injuries, LV Shuming recounts the incidents, emphasizing the domineering nature of the Nine Heavens Immortal, brushing over the jewel theft, but highlighting the oppressive behavior. Additionally, he subtly insinuates that LV Zhenking disregarded the interests of the temple by attempting to let LV Yangyan escape. After hearing the account, LV Zhongshuan's brow furrows, his expression turning grim. He never anticipated that a simple demon-slaying outing would lead to so many complications. He is well aware of the formidable nature of the Heavenly Empress of the Medicine Alliance, who is not to be trifled with. As for LV Zhenking, he doesn't pay much attention, having his own opinions about him, and waves his hand. Enough, let's not delve further into this now. The immediate priority is to heal Nong Enmity's injuries as soon as possible. The rest can wait. Leave Shuming fall silent, refraining from speaking further. Carry him into the main hall. Soon, the group brings Nong Enmity's senior brother into the main hall. Everyone, exit the hall. Only the aura left by Lord Zhenwu can temporarily suppress the evil energy on him. I will search for some medicine left behind many years ago, which should help, yes. The group exits the hall and closes the door. LV Zhongshuan hastens to search for the medicine, and the rest stand by at the door, awaiting his return. At the same time, outside the hall gate, many elders of the Zhenwu sect also hurried over. When they heard about what had happened, these elders who were stationed in the sect couldn't help but change their expressions. Where is the sect master? Should we go into the hall now to take a look? An elder asked. Someone shook their head. The sect master made it clear before he left, letting Feiken stay alone in the hall, suppressing the evil energy on him with the aura left by Zhenwu Dadi. No one is allowed to intrude. He went to find medicine to cure Feiken. He should be back soon. Just as they were speaking, Le Zhongshuan hurriedly returned, holding a small bottle in his hand, his face full of excitement. Is there any activity inside? Back to the sect master. We have been waiting here and haven't heard anything unusual inside. Good. Le Zhongshuan pushed open the hall door and walked in. Sure enough, at this moment, Le Feiken was still lying quietly on the stretcher, without any abnormalities. Le Zhongshuan finally relaxed and approached Le Feiken. Feiken, don't worry. I have just found a pill left by Zhenwu Dadi that can definitely heal the injuries on your body. With that, Le Zhongshuan pulled out the stopper, poured out a pill the size of a fingertip, and was about to feed it to Le Feiken. But at that moment, Le Feiken suddenly opened his eyes, his pitch-black eyes staring at Le Zhongshuan intently. Le Zhongshuan trembled, but before he could react, countless black threads extended from Feiken's body, directly trapping Le Zhongshuan in the middle. Everything happened very quickly. Almost in an instant, these black threads pierced directly towards Le Zhongshuan's body. However, they were shattered by a sudden burst of golden light as soon as they touched his skin. Le Zhongshuan snorted. Evil spirits, how dare you act up in front of the Zhenwu god statue? Do you not fear death? With that, he formed a spell to drive away evil and pressed it directly on Feiken's forehead. Feiken seemed very afraid and kept retreating. It must be said that as the current leader of the Zhenwu sect, although Le Zhongshuan's abilities were mediocre, dealing with these sinister beings was still within his capabilities. Especially now that these sinister beings were occupying his most valued disciple, he naturally felt more annoyed, but spoke gently on the surface. Feiken, don't be afraid, hold on to your inner core. Your master will remove the evil spirits from your body now. But as soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and then he turned his head in disbelief. The statue on the altar had completely disappeared, replaced by a monstrous creature with numerous tentacles, extremely evil. One of the tentacles was piercing directly into his back. How is this possible? Le Zhongshuan could hardly believe his eyes. That was the statue left by Zhenwu Dadi. How could it be tainted by evil? But the reality he faced made it impossible for him not to believe it. Blood kept flowing from the wound, and wisps of black gas quickly enveloped his cheeks. Le Zhongshuan wanted to scream in pain, to inform the others of the situation in the hall. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Feiken, who had been retreating to a distance, suddenly rushed forward, then grabbed his head and bit down on his neck. Le Zhongshuan shook violently, and black blood flowed from his wide-open mouth, ultimately forming a black camellia flower. As this black camellia flower slowly bloomed, Le Zhongshuan's eyes quickly dimmed, then he stopped trembling and closed his eyes. Feiken stopped biting, released his mouth, took a few steps back, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, Le Zhongshuan opened his eyes wide, his eyes also pitch black, emitting an extremely sinister and terrifying light. Seeing this, Feiken immediately knelt down on the ground and said in a trembling but extremely respectful voice, "I have seen your excellency." Le Zhongshuan looked at Feiken, his mouth open to reveal sharp fangs. "Yes, you did well." The voice was cold and evil, as if it came from the depths of hell. Feiken dared not raise his head, trembling all over, and said, "Thank you for your praise, your excellency." At this point, Le Zhongshuan's figure slowly floated up, and a face appeared on the back of his head. This face looked at the statue and sneered a few times. "It was fortunate your true form escaped back then, but your descendants can't escape this time." With these words, the statue collapsed silently, and the black energy it contained rushed into Le Zhongshuan's body, causing his already fierce power to soar again. The wound left on his neck by Feiken's bite also healed after a moment of movement. Then, Le Zhongshuan slowly fell to the ground, his breath quickly converging, and the black color in his eyes instantly faded away. "Call all those outside in. Today no one from the Zhenwu sect can escape. They will all become my subordinates, yes?" Feiken turned around to leave. Le Zhongshuan suddenly stopped him. "Wait. Does your excellency have any other orders? My power has not fully recovered yet. If we all go in together, there might be a loophole, so let them come in one by one." "Understood." Feiken reached the door of the hall, and with a few breaths, his whole person returned to normal. He then opened the door and walked out. His appearance immediately caused a commotion in the hall. All the members of the Zhenwu sect who were anxiously waiting outside the hall were shocked. "Feiken, you're awake." Le Shuming, who had been injured but had been insisting on waiting outside and refused to leave, was overjoyed to see this. The other elders all rushed forward. "Feiken, how did you wake up so quickly?" "Yeah, we were so worried about you before." The sect master's methods are truly superb. He woke Feiken up with just one move. Faced with these praises, Feiken smiled and nodded repeatedly. Only Le Zhenking looked at Feiken, furrowing his brows imperceptibly, as if sensing something. "Thank you all for your concern." Feiken was just invaded by evil energy, but with the help of Zhenwu's power and the medicine provided by his master, he has fully recovered. Le Shuming, who had come forward, was ecstatic. "That's great news." The Grand Preceptor also stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Just then, Feiken smiled slightly at him. "Grand Preceptor, the sect master just instructed that he wants to see you for an important discussion." After all, in the eyes of everyone, when the observatory master has something to discuss with the chief priest, it's just a normal matter, right? Only Le Zhenking showed a surprised and doubtful expression, occasionally looking towards the main hall, as if contemplating something. At this moment, Le Feiking walked over with a smile and asked, "Elder Zhenking, What are you looking at? Nothing. I just feel a bit dazed, probably because I've been overworked recently. Le Jenking quickly concealed the hint of doubt in his eyes and smiled as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Elder Jenking, you should rest more. Fortunately, things have been settled now, and after today, there will be nothing to worry about. As he spoke, Le Viking took a step forward, appearing to want to check on Le Jenking's condition. Le Jenking remained calm and took a step back, saying, "Don't worry, Viking, I am thinking the same. Resting more will solve everything." Le Viking wanted to say something more, but at that moment, Le Shuming walked over. He was displeased with Le Viking's attentiveness towards Le Jenking, so he walked over and said in a deep voice, "Viking, if others don't want to interact with us, you should say less." With that, he grabbed Le Viking's hand and walked away. Le Viking was surprised. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He then nodded slightly at Le Jenking and said, "Then I will take my leave." With that, they both left. However, Le Jenking's heart was in turmoil, because while others might not have noticed, he saw everything clearly. Especially when Le Shuming grabbed Le Viking's hand, the killing intent in his eyes was crystal clear. What's going on? Why does Le Viking's awakening give off a strange feeling? What is this killing intent about? Wasn't his relationship with Le Shuming supposed to be excellent? These questions surfaced in his mind, but what puzzled him the most was Le Viking's attitude towards him. He knew that his status within the Zhenwu sect was not high, and he was somewhat marginalized. If it weren't for the current observatory master, Le Zhongshuan, valuing him, no one would have paid attention to him. Previously, Le Viking was a proud individual. Although he maintained a surface level of respect towards him, he had never been this attentive as today. What is going on? Le Jenking faintly felt that all the anomalies seemed to point in one direction, but he couldn't grasp it. Just then, the doors of the main hall were pushed open again, and the chief priest Le Kixian emerged with a smile on his face. The observatory master has ordered all elders to enter the hall to discuss important matters. Yes. The other elders didn't doubt and promptly agreed, stepping towards the main hall. However, Le Jenking hesitated at the back. Although it was the familiar main hall in front of him, a voice in his heart was telling him not to go in. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. Just then, the chief priest Le Kixian turned to look at him. "What's wrong, Elder Jenking? The observatory master has ordered. Why aren't you going in?" Le Jenking trembled all over, then deeply bowed and softly replied, "Yes." Le Kixian nodded, turned, and entered the hall without suspicion. But he did not notice that at that moment, Le Jenking's eyes were filled with infinite horror, because when Le Kixian addressed him, he exposed a major flaw. That is, although the previous Le Kixian also called him Jenking, he never added the word elder afterwards. Combined with Le Viking's strange behavior today, all of this left him shaken. What is really going on? What is inside the main hall that is causing such terror? As he found himself getting closer to the entrance of the main hall, Le Jenking's fear was about to overflow. Meanwhile, a fellow elder beside him couldn't help but ask, "Jenking, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so pale? Are you sick?" Even though at their level of cultivation, they rarely fell ill, but when they did, it could be extremely dangerous, even posing a threat to their lives. This was an inevitable trial on the path of cultivation. Le Jenking's heart jolted, then he weakly nodded. "Well, I do feel very uncomfortable. Maybe I shouldn't go in. I'll wait outside for a while." The other elder asked in a concerned tone, "Should I escort you back then?" "That's fine." The two turned around to leave. But just then, there was a sudden tremor from behind the main hall. The tremor shook the entire Funyu mountain. "Oh my, what's that?" Someone behind them exclaimed in shock. Le Jenking abruptly turned around and witnessed a shocking scene. The main hall had collapsed, and on top of it appeared a sinister entity completely entangled in black threads. This entity was giant in size, standing in midair, seemingly inspecting the people with a curious gaze. Le Jenking's heart trembled, and almost instinctively, he moved to the side. A black thread happened to pass through the spot where he had just stood. However, others were not as fortunate. The black threads appeared from various angles, piercing through the bodies of everyone present. The elder, who had just spoken to Le Jenking and kindly offered to send him back, also met a tragic end, pierced through the chest by a black thread and dragged into midair. In an instant, these elders became prey to the threads, floating in midair with faces contorted in pain. But no one made a sound, because as they opened their mouths, black blood gushed out, quickly solidifying into black peony flowers. Lu Zhenking felt his scalp tingling, his body hair standing on end. The scene before him was too terrifying. The entity in the center seemed like a demon tree from hell, and the elders were its fruits. At that moment, the entity slowly turned its head towards Lu Zhenking, and as the dark aura around its head dissipated, it revealed a familiar yet eerie face. "How do you like it? Isn't it beautiful?" Boom! Lu Zhenking felt all the blood rush to his head in an instant and cried out in shock. "Observatory Master!" Then his heart sank to the bottom of an abyss. Although he had suspected it earlier, seeing Lu Zhongshuan's face, he still felt the utmost grief and anger. "Indeed, as long as you submit to me, I can grant you endless life and glorious power." The evil entity spoke in a temptingly seductive tone. Lu Zhenking suddenly chuckled, then slowly raised his gaze to look at this evil entity. "There is no need for more words. As a descendant of the true martial emperor, how can I bow to such an evil being?" This evil entity did not expect Lu Zhenking to refuse, and was momentarily stunned. But soon it let out a grating and unpleasant laugh. "True martial emperor! Ha ha! Your gods have long become food for us. What right do you have to call yourselves emperors?" With these words, Lu Zhenking trembled all over, looking at this evil entity in disbelief. "What did you say? You probably don't know yet, but it was I who devoured the gods you devoutly worshipped, so now you should submit to me, because I am your new god." With these words, the appearance of this evil entity suddenly began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the likeness of the true martial. Standing proudly in midair, exuding awe-inspiring power and inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Most importantly, after taking on the appearance of the true martial, there was no longer a trace of evil on him, but instead exuded supreme majesty. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhenking's eyes narrowed to the size of needles, his face turning incredibly pale. What could be more heartbreaking than hearing that the gods you devoutly worshipped were already dead? "The old gods are dead. Now kneel down. I am your new master," the evil entity said fiercely. Those who had been dragged into the sky by black threads all fell to the ground and began to worship this evil entity fervently. Only Lu Zhenking stood firm, unmoved. "Why are you not kneeling?" The evil entity looked down at Lu Zhenking, questioning with utmost authority. By this time, Lu Zhenking's expression had returned to normal, the paleness fading away, replaced by infinite determination and resolve. Slowly lifting his head, mighty true martial energy began to boil around him. "I kneel only to justice and righteousness of the heavens, and to the ancestors of our sect. As for you..." Lu Zhenking took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. An evil being remains an evil being, even if disguised as the image of an emperor. Therefore, today, I, Lu Zhenking, will eliminate evil and uphold the way of heaven. With a final burst of determination, Lu Zhenking formed a seal with his hands, charging straight at the evil entity with unwavering resolve. The evil entity sneered, "You are truly seeking death, so be it, I will grant your wish." As the words fell, numerous black threads instantly materialized, weaving into a large net and swiftly descending towards Lu Zhenking. Although resigned to his fate, Lu Zhenking knew that if he were trapped in this net, there would be no chance of survival, and such a death would be unjust. In a split-second decision, he evaded the net with a quick maneuver, then circled back and charged at the evil entity once more. The evil entity snorted, a glint of malice in its eyes. Amidst his sprint, Lu Zhenking suddenly sensed a great sense of danger, causing him to abruptly halt. At that very moment, the ground in front of Lu Zhenking collapsed without a sound, revealing a deep bottomless pit. Countless black threads shot out from the abyss. Despite evading in time, a few threads pierced through his foot, resulting in a few bloody streaks. Lu Zhenking grunted in pain, his face showing agony. However, his reaction was swift. Almost simultaneously with the injury, he swiftly formed a powerful banishing seal with his fingers and pressed it into the hole ahead. A blast of golden light shot in, followed by a violent explosion within the pit, annihilating the erratic black threads. Lu Zhenking's combat prowess at that moment was truly astonishing. Yet, at that moment, a figure silently appeared behind him and struck him with a palm. Startled, Lu Zhenking was sent flying, landing with blood gushing from his features, indicating severe injury. Only then did he see clearly that the assailant was none other than Lu Shuming, who had long held animosity towards him. Lu Shuming's ghastly visage and dark eyes exuding evil sent chills down the spine. Ha ha ha, Lu Zhenking. How does it feel to be betrayed by a fellow sect member? Don't worry, he will soon claim your life. The evil entity laughed heartily. Lu Zhenking's expression turned grim. Despite their sour relationship, witnessing this former comrade's transformation was deeply painful. Elder Shuming, are you under the control of this evil entity? Lu Zhenking shouted, attempting to awaken Lu Shuming's consciousness. But before he could finish, Lu Shuming lunged forward like a wolf. Empowered by the malevolent force, Lu Shuming's strength had surged, striking fear with every motion. Lu Zhenking dodged the attack barely. However, in the next instant, Lu Shuming sent Lu Zhenking flying once again. Collapsing onto the ground, coughing up blood, Lu Zhenking's eyes dulled. Suddenly, Lu Zhenking's eyes blazed with radiant light, his energy surging. Confronted by Lu Zhenking's formidable aura, Lu Shuming hesitated, attempting to retreat. But before he could step back, Lu Zhenking grabbed his legs. Roaring, Lu Shuming struggled, desperate to break free. The flames of true martial erupted from both, exerting a powerful deterrent against all evil entities. Lu Shuming's agonized howl resonated as he tried to escape Lu Zhenking's restraint. In a daze, he seemed to hear the furious roar of that evil creature. This made the smile at the corner of his mouth even more pronounced. Great Master Zhenwu, disciple, I have not let you down. At the moment when his consciousness completely dissipated, a dazzling light burst from his body and then exploded with a loud noise. Boom! The shockwave almost swept the entire Funyu mountain, directly killing dozens of Zhenwu disciples closest to it. Among them were many elders of Zhenwu who had already been controlled by the evil creature. Even the evil creature itself was left embarrassed and furious by the sudden explosion. Bastard! How dare you ruin my great plan? You deserve 1,000 deaths. But even with his anger, he had nowhere to vent. Because at this moment, LV Zhenking had already lost both body and soul. Even his last trace of blood and energy had turned into the explosion just now. It was at this moment that LV Feigen suddenly rushed to the center of the explosion, squatting down to carefully examine. After a moment, he exclaimed, "My lord, this person is not dead yet." Indeed, lying at the center of the explosion was a charred corpse. At this moment, this charred corpse slowly wriggled and was infiltrated with a trace of evil aura. Oh! The evil creature was also somewhat surprised. He had witnessed the huge explosion just now, so even if the cultivator, who was invaded by evil aura, had a strong vitality, it was impossible to survive such a blast. Therefore, he skeptically extended a black thread and inserted it into the charred corpse. After a while, he let out a slight exclamation. "Huh, he is not dead. Not only is he not dead, it seems like he is trying to revive." The evil creature couldn't help but sigh a few words, then infused the majestic evil aura through the thread. In an instant, under the abundant evil aura infusion, the charred corpse quickly shed its burnt skin and began to regenerate. In just a few breaths, LV Shuming reappeared in front of everyone. "This guy really has great luck." The evil creature sneered, then retracted the thread and paid no further attention. After all, he was just an ordinary grunt, not worth his notice. Li Feigen saw this and shrugged, then turned and left. Whether it was him or the evil creature, neither noticed the faint coldness passing through LV Shuming's eyes filled with evil aura. This momentary glow disappeared in a flash, and LV Shuming returned to normal, bowed his head and returned to the crowd. The disturbance was over. With LV Zhenking's death, the entire Zhenwu sect had completely collapsed. The evil creature looked down at the people kneeling all over the ground and sneered, "From now on, I am your lord, LV Zhongshuan. You all must not show any difference in front of outsiders. Remember that." And yes, these people all bowed their heads and agreed. The evil creature nodded satisfactorily, then waved his hand. The evil aura on these people quickly dissipated, including their eyes returning to normal. At the same time, countless black threads extended from the evil creature, entering the collapsed hall and quickly rebuilding it. After a loud rumbling sound, the hall reappeared before everyone. Even the statue of Zhenwu inside was restored to its original state. After completing all this, the evil creature inspected everything and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, all traces have been covered up. Even if someone comes to investigate, they won't find any clues. The Zhenwu sect has been completely infiltrated. Feigen, yes. You are in charge of the affairs here. I will report this to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Yes. LV Zhongshuan turned and left, and the entire Zhenwu sect returned to normal. The people dispersed, behaving as usual. As the evil creature said, even if someone familiar with the Zhenwu sect came to investigate, they would not notice anything unusual. Meanwhile, in the Medicine Alliance, while LV Zhenking and LV Shuming perished, LV Yangyan was quietly sitting by the bed waiting for his sister to wake up. He furrowed his brows suddenly and looked out the window. What's wrong? Seeing his troubled expression, Cha Wenliang asked softly. LV Yangyan looked puzzled, shaking his head gently. I don't know what happened. I just felt a sudden panic, as if something important had left me. Oh. And now that feeling has disappeared again. LV Yangyan said thoughtfully. It might just be fatigue causing you to have illusions. Your sister's situation is under control now. You don't need to be here. Go rest for a while. Cha Wenliang said gently. Although puzzled, LV Yangyan ultimately nodded. Maybe I am just too tired. I'll go rest now. With that, he left the room and returned to his own room. However, even when he lay down on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He was sure that the feeling of loss just now was definitely not an illusion. But the problem was, why did it suddenly disappear later? Could it be something happened to the master? This thought startled him, and he sat up abruptly but soon slumped back down. What could he do even if he knew? Could he run to Funyu Mountain to find out? As of now, he couldn't even protect his own sister, let alone 1,000 miles away on Funyu Mountain. Helplessly, he could only let out a sigh and whispered softly, Master, may you be safe and sound. Initially, LV Yangyan was full of resentment towards LV Zhenking, thinking he was too cowardly, making him and his sister wander the streets. But after many years of trials and tribulations, he had come to understand the difficulties of his master, and any trace of resentment had long dissipated. What happened last night was vivid in his mind, with LV Zhenking risking danger to bring news, which was enough to show his genuine care for his disciples. Unfortunately, things often do not go as planned. So at this moment, he could only silently pray in his heart. And at that moment, in a distant and extremely chaotic and evil star cluster outside the world, a figure in black received a report from the evil creature transformed into LV Zhongshuan. After reading it, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Another sect has been infiltrated. It seems that the 100 Schools Conference is as good as one. At this moment, an incredibly mysterious and powerful voice suddenly sounded in the ear of the black-clad man. Is everything prepared? Upon hearing this voice, the black-clad man hurriedly knelt to the ground. And at the moment he knelt down, the ceiling above suddenly vanished, replaced by numerous mysterious celestial bodies. These stars emitted a crimson light, and arranged themselves in an extremely chaotic pattern, creating an extremely eerie scene. The black-clad man dared not even lift his head because he was well aware that even he, if he were to glance at this scene for a moment longer, would fall into endless madness. It was truly incomprehensible, completely unknown, and indescribable existence. Reporting to the great ruler, we have just received news that the Zhenwu Dao sect has also fallen. We have now gained control of several powerful sects, and we are just waiting to take action at the 100 Schools Conference. Very good. But you must continue to strive, as this time you must wipe out all the forces of Tianhua Itia, and then we shall descend upon this place, making it our nest. Yes. The black-clad man bowed deeply. You have done well. This is your reward. With these words, a tentacle emerged from the star chart and extended towards the black-clad man's face, then retracted slightly before ruthlessly piercing into his forehead. The black-clad man shuddered, showing extreme pain on his face, but his eyes were full of ecstasy. Because at that moment, a tremendously powerful malevolent energy was being infused into his mind through this tentacle. In the blink of an eye, the man's body swelled unnaturally. The energy was too powerful, temporarily unable to be digested and absorbed. Thank you, great ruler. The black-clad man bowed repeatedly. Remember, that boy from the Hua family must be eliminated, and you cannot act, for if those beings discover that we killed him, the consequences would be unbearable for me. It would be best to let him die at the hands of his own kind. Understood. The black-clad man immediately replied. In the next moment, the eerie star chart disappeared, and the ceiling reappeared in front of him. The black-clad man let out a sigh of relief, then stood up, feeling the immensely powerful energy within him, a look of joy on his face. Since I cannot act personally, I must plan carefully. It just so happens that there is enmity between the Shen family and this Zuan. The young master of the Shen family is about to emerge. This could be used to my advantage. With these words, his figure gradually turned into a mist and dissipated in the wind. In the following period, beneath the seemingly calm surface of Tianhuaitia, a tumultuous undercurrent was brewing. Many sects were being infiltrated and controlled by evil forces overnight, yet outsiders remained unaware. Time passed swiftly. A month later, Medicinal Alliance. The small gourd chewed on high-grade pearls like candy for over a dozen pieces, then leaned back in the chair contentedly. This had been her daily routine in recent days. The others had grown accustomed to it. However, the small gourd was not just resting. When she closed her eyes, her breathing became calm and lengthy. In between those breaths, spakes of light gathered in front of her, forming a small light cluster. Within the light cluster was the severely damaged armor. However, the cracks on the armor had now been repaired to some extent, and with each breath she took, the scars on the armor were gradually disappearing. Seeing this scene, Ashu couldn't help but exclaim, "Sometimes I really don't understand how this little guy repairs the armor while sleeping." Chen Wenliang chuckled on the side. "Just like she can't understand your emotions, it's natural. There's no need to be surprised." Ashu shrugged, "Well, I'm going inside to play with Sister Yan." With that, Ashu walked out of the medicinal food shop that was temporarily built by the 9 heavenly fairies from a neighboring planet. It was known that at this moment there were not hundreds, but hundreds of cultivators gathered near the defense line, so a place for them to stay was necessary. Therefore, 9 heavenly fairies simply allocated medicinal food shops from various places, and since these shops were designed to float in midair, they quickly turned this place into a bustling temporary town. Ashu stepped on the void and hummed a tune as she walked through the streets. Just as she was about to enter the battle line, a person suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked her path. Startled, Ashu instinctively prepared to defend herself. But at that moment, the person in front quickly spoke in a fawning tone. "Lady Ashu, don't, it's me." Surprised, Ashu took a closer look and then furrowed her brow slightly. "Oh, it's you. What are you doing here?" The visitor was none other than the current head of the C family, C Minky. However, he now needed to be labeled with quotation marks. The reason being that after going through numerous hardships, the C family had fallen apart, and he had lost all control over the family. In fact, C Minky had completely lost control of the C family. Despite scheming with C Cheng to overthrow the former family head, they were eventually overthrown themselves when the 9 heavenly fairies and Zuan led a large army to attack, ultimately destroying the ancestral land of the C family. This upheaval had caused unrest within the C family, and without promptly surrendering to Zuan, C Minky would have faced a grim fate. However, this act of submission came with serious consequences, as all his authority now relied on Zuan's support. With Zuan currently in seclusion and his life hanging in the balance, C Minky was left in a precarious position with no way out. After enduring for over a month, he could bear it no longer and decided to take a risk by venturing into the temporary town to gather information. Given his status, he couldn't cross the heavily guarded battle lines. Thus, he had no choice but to approach Ashu. Pouring out his tale of woe, C Minky looked at Ashu with a pitiful expression. Although Ashu found it amusing in her heart, her expression remained serious. Brother Zu's current condition is stable and improving, but as for when he will wake up, how is it? C Minky looked at Ashu hopefully. Ashu shook her head. "To be honest, I don't know either. Because even my master said that Brother Zu's current condition is extremely special, it seems like he has entered a mysterious state, which makes it impossible for anyone to predict when he will wake up." C Minky's face revealed disappointment after hearing this. His main purpose in coming here was to find out when Zuan would wake up, so he could use this information to suppress his increasingly dissatisfied subordinates. Yet, he was getting no answers. "What? Are you so eager for Brother Zu to wake up?" "Of course." C Minky immediately nodded, then said respectfully, "Mr. Zu faced strong enemies without retreat, even defeating them. This kind of spirit is truly admirable, and I am no exception. Therefore, I naturally—" Ashu waved her hand, interrupting C Minky's words. "Enough, don't say such empty words in front of me. I know what you're thinking. You want Brother Zu to stand up for you, which is not difficult. Just tell your people that although Brother Zhu has not woken up yet, you are still under him. If anyone dares to go against his orders." Aoshu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Someone will take care of them." Si Minky was shaken by these words, but quickly nodded in great relief. Yes, with Lady Aoshu's words, I can rest assured. I hope you can also speak well for me in front of the Empress. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." Si Minky was highly observant of people's expressions, so he knew that Aoshu disliked his talkativeness. He bowed and left obediently. Watching his retreating figure, Aoshu smirked, then strode through the defense line towards the center. At this moment, in the center, Anyan was standing guard at Zuan's place of seclusion with red eyes. This was her 15th day of guarding. 15 days ago, Anyan had forcibly broken out of the symbol pavilion to see what was going on with Zuan. The sight she witnessed was what she was seeing now. She had lost count of how many times she had cried. She thought she could control herself, but seeing Zuan surrounded by layers of light and emitting an extremely weak aura, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She had sensed vaguely when she entered the symbol pavilion that Zuan must have been injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to take the two daughters away. But she never expected the injuries to be so severe. And in his most painful moments, she was not by his side, which tore at her heart. However, in the past 10 days, Zuan's aura seemed to be steadily increasing, indicating that his injuries were slowly healing. This gave Anyan some comfort. At that moment, Aoshu arrived. She could see that Anyan had just been crying, but cleverly avoided the topic, smiling and chatting with her. "Sister Yan, why do I feel that Brother Zhu's aura today is stronger than yesterday?" "Oh, is it?" Anyan shouted in pleasant surprise. For her at this moment, the best news was about Zuan. "Of course, can I lie to you? At this rate, I estimate that Brother Zhu will truly wake up in a few more days." Aoshu chuckled. "I hope so." Anyan looked softly towards the fluctuating light in the distance. "Whenever he wakes up, I will always be here with him." Seeing the determination on Anyan's face, Aoshu was slightly moved and unintentionally misspoke. Long ago, Aoshu had thought that Anyan was only favored by Zuan because they had known each other for a long time. She believed her own feelings for Zuan surpassed Anyan's. Of course, this thought had long disappeared as she got to know Anyan better. But today, after seeing Anyan's determination and courage, she couldn't help but feel shaken. For she suddenly realized that compared to Anyan's love for Zuan, her previous feelings were simply childish and laughable. This realization left Aoshu feeling lost and regretful. Meanwhile, in the Shen family headquarters, far away in the deep reaches of the starry sky, the atmosphere was different. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, many gathering in groups and murmuring quietly. Seeing this, Shen Hongyi couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Just because the second young master was about to come out of seclusion. Why were they all so excited? However, amidst this sour mood, there was a hint of self-reproach. In the past, she had always been known as the top among the younger generation in the Shen family. The root of this was that no one treated the second young master as part of the younger generation anymore. His achievements far exceeded his age, and even the elders of the Shen family regarded him as an equal. Shen Hongyi was well aware of this. But previously, the second young master had been in seclusion, so people's reactions had not been so evident. It was only now, just after she had suffered a defeat outside, feeling deeply discouraged, that the second young master was coming out of seclusion, and the entire family was cheering for him. All this made Shen Hongyu see the hopeless gap between herself and the second young master. Just then, a sword intention flew in, carrying the spiritual thoughts of the chief steward. The second young master is about to come out of seclusion. Go immediately to Mount Chengjian to welcome him. Shen Hongyi trembled upon receiving the orders, but duty was above all. She took a deep breath, returned the sword intention, then soared towards Mount Chengjian. Everyone in the Shen family, big and small, was familiar with Mount Chengjian. During the sword ceremony, everyone had to go to Mount Chengjian to choose the sword that would accompany them for life. The second young master practiced in seclusion in the cottage at the top of Mount Chengjian, a sacred place where only the most talented individuals of the Shen family were qualified to enter. Even Shen Hongyi had no right to step foot inside. This sword intent, Shen Hongyi stopped in her tracks, looking almost incredulously at the towering sword light in the distance. Although her strength had fallen significantly due to the reincarnation of the sword spirit, her realm and perception were still intact. Despite the considerable distance, the overwhelming sword intent contained within this sword light had reached an unimaginable level. It even made Shen Hongyi feel an impulse to pay homage. He really did it. He has taken that step. My God! What kind of rare genius could achieve this? As she stood bewildered, her face pale and murmuring softly, the entire Shen family was stirred. Even the long-dormant sword tower was disturbed by this earth-shattering sword strike. In an instant, countless sword lights surged out, standing tall in the sky, attracting the attention of many skilled swordsmen who had long disappeared. These individuals gathered in small groups, all gazing towards the direction of the sword peak. At this moment, the sword light from the sword peak tore through the sky, transforming into a towering pillar of light reaching the heavens. Just a brief glance was enough to cause a piercing pain in one's forehead and a chilling sensation on the skin. This level of sword intent was evident. The swordsmen present all had a slight change in expression, whispering softly to one another. At this moment, at the top of the sword tower, the Shen family's patriarch stood with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the dragon-like sword light with a slightly excited tone. Did he really take that step? Accompanying the question was a vague figure appearing next to him, emitting a voice filled with emotion. Yes, he indeed did. It was the mysterious head of the Shen family. To be able to advance beyond the realm of the saint at such a young age, his future achievements will be limitless. This is the most exhilarating news for my Shen family in nearly 1,000 years. We should celebrate, the patriarch said with great joy. Indeed, it is worth celebrating. After all, breaking through the barriers at such a young age cannot simply be described as talent, but as the talent among talents. The head of the family also laughed softly. All right, I will immediately issue orders to begin the grand feast to celebrate the young lord. No hurry, let's wait for his return. Meanwhile, Shen Hongyi, closest to the sword peak, snapped out of her daze. She took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling blood within her, and then, enduring the burning sword intent, flew in the direction of the sword peak's grass hut. Just as she took a few steps forward, numerous cracks appeared in the space in front of her, as if a mirror had shattered, and a young man stepped out of it. Although termed a young man, he was even more elegant and beautiful than Shen Hongyi herself as a woman, especially those phoenix-like eyes, shining brightly and clear like spring water. Even though he simply stood there, Shen Hongyi immediately sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from this young man. This pressure penetrated her bones, infecting her soul. Even Shen Hongyi, with a strong sword heart, couldn't help being shocked and frightened, bowing deeply and respectfully saying, "Young master." Yes, this young man, even more elegant than a woman, was the famous Shen's second young master, Shen Mu. After seeing Shen Hongyi, Shen Mu smiled softly. This smile was like a blossoming thousand flowers at that moment, intoxicating. This man truly had a unique charm that was both masculine and feminine. Then Shen Mu spoke with a warm and magnetic voice, asking, "Sister Hongyi, have your injuries healed?" Shen Hongyi blushed, burying her head even lower. Because in terms of age, she truly was this Shen's second young master's sister. But this fact was the most despairing for her. Therefore, she just made a soft sound, trying to brush off the matter as much as possible. However, a gust of wind swept in, and Shen Mu suddenly stepped forward, reached out, and touched her forehead. Shen Hongyi trembled. But this contact was fleeting, and Shen Mu then pulled back his hand, turned, and flew towards the sword tower. Shen Hongyi stared blankly at his back, her eyes filled with infinite astonishment. That simple touch had restored her strength that had fallen due to the rebirth of the sword spirit back to its original state. Not only that, even her sword heart had become stronger and clearer. This method was truly unimaginable. Even the patriarch himself likely couldn't achieve this. Could it be? His strength had surpassed that of the patriarch? Shen Hongyi was startled by her own thoughts. "Sister Hongyi, why are you still standing there? Come back with me to see the head of the family." "Oh, okay." Hearing Shen Mu's voice in her ear, Shen Hongyi suppressed her astonishment and got up to follow him. At this moment, the sword tower was exceptionally lively. Nearly all the swordsmen who were devoted to cultivating were alarmed, gathering together, awaiting Shen Mu's arrival. As he stepped into the hall, everyone trembled. Some even grunted, blood trickling from the corners of their eyes. This was because just a while ago, many had probed Shenmue with their sword intent. However, they never expected that Shenmue's overwhelming sword intent was as scorching as the midday sun. Their prying gazes were directly injured by it. Just this incident made many, who had wanted to show off, abandon their thoughts. Shenmue, however, paid no attention to the outside reactions, slowly walking towards the center. Looking up at the high platform, then bowing in respect, Mew greets the head of the family and the patriarch. His tone was gentle and soothing like jade. On the high platform, the patriarch stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Good, good, good. He repeated the words 3 times. A satisfied laugh also came from the blurry figure beside him. Very good. Now that you have successfully passed this barrier, we are assured of the upcoming 100 Families Grand Meeting. Issue my orders. Immediately prepare the grand feast to celebrate this occasion, yes? However, at that moment, Shenmue shook his head lightly. There's no rush. I still have one matter to resolve. I will come back to drink later, after I handle it. What matter? The head of the family inquired. Shenmue chuckled, his eyes sparkling. Naturally, it's about the matter of the sword heart of our Jing'an's lineage. Because he had reliable information that Zuan is still in seclusion and has not awakened. In this situation, even if Shenmue went, there was nothing he could do. You can't lay hands on someone who is still in seclusion and not awake, right? The Shen family can't afford to lose that person. It seems that the shopkeeper sensed the concerns of Shenmue and lightly laughed. Shopkeeper, rest assured. I am just going to take a look. If he wakes up, everything will be fine. If he doesn't wake up, I know what to do. I won't cause trouble. Well, then I will wait here for you. Go and return quickly. Don't worry. I can return within a day at most. Everyone, wait here. With that, Shenmue turned around and transformed into a flash of light, directly breaking through the space in front of him and disappearing. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, a scarred hole was left on the space above the hall. The crowd fell silent. The Pharmacists' League is not just billions of miles away, but in Shenmue's mouth, it seems like his backyard, and he can travel back and forth in a day. How strong must his power be to say such things? Shen Hongyi looked at the gradually breaking temporal passage in the center with a complex expression. Is this the difference between herself and a top swordsman? Meanwhile, the shopkeeper said in a deep voice, continue preparing the banquet. We will warm up the wine and wait quietly for the arrival of the second young master. Yes. Today, Nashu was on duty at the defense front. Being on duty meant sitting there bored, gazing into the vast void. After all, in the current Pharmacists' League, everyone knows that this place has been tightly locked down. No one would intentionally come to stir up trouble. So soon, Aoshu yawned out of boredom. It's really boring. If I had known earlier, I should have brought a game console from Sister Yan. What's a game console? Asked the small gourd beside her. Today, she, rare for her, was not nibbling on pearls or sleeping in the house, but was on duty at the front lines. It's a small square box with a screen like a water curtain projection. You can touch and control it with your hands. There are many interesting games inside. Very fun. The small gourd's eyes lit up. It sounds interesting. When can I play? Okay. Sister Yan has a whole warehouse of game consoles, and there's one that you can control by typing. It's also fun. Aoshu said enthusiastically. The small gourd seemed a bit impatient. Why don't you go to Sister Yan's and borrow one now and now? But I'm on duty here. Aoshu said in a dilemma. To prevent anyone with ulterior motives from approaching, the Nine Heavens Immortal set a rule that different people had to be on duty here every day. Today happened to be Aoshu's turn. Although it was boring, rules were rules. She had to abide by them, and leaving her post without permission was not allowed. But the small gourd seemed eager. I'm here. After you leave, I can take over your duty. Then, why don't I go and try? Aoshu seemed restless. Being active and not good at being still, she felt extremely bored today. Go ahead, hurry up and bring back a game console, urged the small gourd. Aoshu nodded, okay, but if the Empress finds out, you have to speak up for me. Aoshu had a profound fear of the Nine Heavens Immortal. Don't worry, the small gourd assured, not displaying the usual aloofness, but behaving like an ordinary child. Just as Aoshu was about to leave, the distant void was suddenly shattered by someone, and a flash of light flew close. This sudden scene startled Aoshu, causing her to abandon the idea of leaving and asked sharply, "Who goes there?" Her voice contained a hint of a dragon's roar, forming a faint barrier. If an ordinary cultivator were to collide with it, they would surely end up battered and bruised. However, despite this barrier, the figure within the light let out a light laugh and abruptly stopped in front of the barrier. This astonishing control technique amazed Aoshu. Meanwhile, the light dispersed, revealing the figure inside. When Aoshu saw the person, she couldn't help but be stunned and blurted out, "Are you a man or a woman?" The visitor was Shenmue. He chuckled lightly, glanced meaningfully at Aoshu, and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you think I'm a man or a woman?" His voice was languid and gentle, yet carried a compelling aura. Aoshu felt a sharp pain in her eyes and a chill on her cheeks, and before she could speak, the small gourd behind her grabbed her hand. When Aoshu turned to look, she saw the small gourd's face was remarkably serious and full of dread, then it gently shook its head, signaling her not to speak. This was something Aoshu had never seen before. Regardless of the situation in the past, this small gourd always remained indifferent. Only this time, it showed a change in expression. At that moment, Shenmue suddenly exclaimed, then said with interest, "A curious life form. Neither human nor demon, neither god nor monster." With that statement, the small gourd grew even more fearful, slowly backing away. But in the next instant, Shenmue appeared in front of the small gourd, gently patting her head. The small gourd froze instantly, not daring to move. However, Shenmue's actions were quick. After a light pat, he chuckled and said, "Interesting. Truly interesting." With that, he flashed once more, breaking the space in front of him and disappearing again. Once he left, the small gourd breathed a sigh of relief. But Aoshu suddenly cried out, "Oh no, he's heading towards Brother Zu's place." With that, she leapt up and rushed towards Zuan's seclusion at the center of the battlefield. As she ran off, the small gourd stood still for a moment, then stamped her foot, muttering, "Consider it for the game console," and dashed off too. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, the Nine Heavens Immortal and Anyen stood side by side, discussing matters concerning Zuan. From the current situation, it is estimated that Zuan will wake up in about a month. "So you don't have to worry too much," said the Nine Heavens Immortal. Upon seeing this scene, the pupils of the Nine Heavens Dark Lady instantly contracted to the size of a needle, and she exclaimed in shock, "Sword cultivator of the Shen family." As she spoke, she dashed out like a cannonball, attempting to intercept Shenmue. However, even she was unable to catch up to Shenmue's pace. Shenmue even had the leisure to chuckle. "Are you the Empress of the Dark Sky?" With those words, his figure accelerated once again, transforming in the blink of an eye into a nearly invisible streak of light, leaving the Nine Heavens Dark Lady far behind. The expression on the Nine Heavens Dark Lady's face became extremely unpleasant as she gritted her teeth and chased desperately from behind. Because she knew that this Shen family sword cultivator, who was many times stronger than Shen Hongyi before, had definitely come for Zuan. Although she did not believe that the Shen family, who always cherished their reputation, would target someone in seclusion, she still had to be cautious just in case. But even if she exerted all her efforts, she still could not catch up to Shenmue, which inevitably made her feel despair. However, just then, a thunderbolt suddenly struck in front of Shenmue at lightning speed. Boom! The thunderbolt burst. Although with Shenmue's cultivation level, he did not care about the thunderbolt at all, the timing of its appearance was just right. Even he involuntarily slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, the Nine Heavens Dark Lady finally surpassed him with a flash and blocked his path. Shenmue was stunned for a moment, then halted his steps, but instead of looking at the Nine Heavens Dark Lady, he smiled slightly at Anyen in the distance. Timing is good. It's just that the power of this Thunder Lord is too weak. Indeed, it was Anyen who had just emitted the thunderbolt. She held a frying pan coldly and resolutely, with a determined look on her face. However, despite her strong will, the frying pan emitted a pitiful wail. From being an immortal emperor before, to an immortal venerable, now what is this? A saint. You might as well just kill me. It was the unlucky Thunder Lord speaking. Shut up, dare to be noisy again, and I'll throw you over. Anyen coldly ordered, and the Thunder Lord closed its mouth immediately. It truly feared that this lady might throw it away. as the opponent's cultivation level had already exceeded its understanding. If it were thrown over, it probably wouldn't even know how it died. At this moment, Anyan's heart was also trembling slightly. The handsome young man in front of her exuded a strong sense of intimidation, akin to facing not a person, but an all-powerful deity. However, even so, Anyan did not take a step back, but gazed coldly at Shenmue. "If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body." At the same time, Aoshu and Zihu Ludhui also arrived. Seeing the situation, they immediately spread out and formed an encirclement around Shenmue. However, facing such a formation, Shenmue did not even turn his head, simply giving a faint smile towards the Nine Heavens Dark Lady and Anyan before saying, "It's getting more and more lively, but do you truly believe that you can stop me like this?" With those words, a brilliant and overwhelming aura emanated from Shenmue's eyes. All those present, including the Nine Heavens Dark Lady, were instantly frozen in place. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Shenmue, her mind in a state of turmoil. This young man had actually taken that critical step. Yes, that's right. How else could he suppress me to the extent that I can't even move my fingers? The same applied to everyone else, including Anyan. Everyone stood motionless, unable to even blink. However, a look of surprise flashed across Shenmue's face, then he slowly turned around and looked towards Zihu Ludhui standing not far behind. Among all present, she was the only one who remained unaffected, just looking at Shenmue warily. "Interesting, not influenced by my sword aura. Do you not have a soul?" Shenmue spoke with interest. Zihu Ludhui trembled slightly all over, showing extreme fear of Shenmue. However, she did not retreat a step. "So what if I don't? At least I won't harm someone in severe seclusion," Zihu Ludhui said coldly. Shenmue burst into laughter. "Is that a mockery of me? And if it is, are you not afraid that I could kill you with a single sword?" Shenmue suddenly dropped his smile, speaking in a cold tone. "I am afraid, but I still have to say it. Besides, death means nothing to me. I can just lurk in the darkness for thousands of years." Zihu Ludhui replied indifferently. Shenmue looked meaningfully at Zihu Ludhui before sighing lightly. "In fact, all of you have reacted too strongly. I'm here not to do anything to Zuan, but simply to see who the person is that can defeat two major sword cultivators of my Shen family with the status of an immortal venerable using the Shen family sword heart. So, you can rest assured, I just came to take a look, then I will leave immediately." Hearing Shenmue's words, after a brief moment of contemplation, Zihu Ludhui nodded and took a step back, not speaking further. As for the Nine Heavens Dark Lady and the others, although they were still motionless, these words were heard clearly, putting their minds at ease. Regardless, Shen's family had not abandoned their pride. With this, Zuan's life should be safe. At the same time, Shenmue stepped forward to stand before the place where Zuan was cultivating. Countless rays of light flickered and swirled here, with Zuan sitting with closed eyes. Shenmue glanced deeply at him and suddenly reached out his hand. With a clang, a light sword from Zuan's body and landed in Shenmue's hand, the small crimson sword. At this moment, the sword's body was trembling, seemingly trying to break free of Shenmue's control. However, all efforts were in vain, as Shenmue reached out and gently stroked the sword's body. As his fingertips moved, the sword's trembling subsided. A pensive expression appeared on Shenmue's face. Because just like most of the Shen family members had suspected, Zuan must have obtained the Shen family sword heart through some undisclosed means. Yet, now that he held the sword, Shenmue found that reality did not match his expectations. At least, he did not sense any resentment from this Shen family sword heart. On the contrary, it seemed to hold deep affection. This inevitably sparked a deep curiosity in Shenmue towards Zuan once again. "It's really strange. What kind of charm do you possess to make even the sword heart belonging to the Shen family so loyal to follow you?" Shenmue said meaningfully, looking at Zuan with piercing eyes. "Huh?" he suddenly exclaimed, because he was astonished to find that all his attempts to probe, once reaching Zuan, rapidly dissipated like snow meeting fire. This was something he had never encountered before. Especially for himself, who had just taken that step and broke through, it was unimaginable. Shenmue couldn't help but become more and more interested in Zuan. "To be able to shield my probes, you are indeed extraordinary as an immortal venerable." In fact, Shenmue also noticed that at this moment, Zuan seemed to be in an extremely mysterious state. However, he smiled lightly, separated a strand of divine thought, ready to enter Zuan's world again for investigation. But at that moment, the space around Zuan suddenly started shaking violently. Following that, a resolute and sharp sword intent emerged suddenly, directly destroying the divine thought sent out by Shenmue, and rushed towards him with unstoppable force. Shenmue did not move, but instead looked on with great curiosity. It wasn't until that sword intent was about to pierce his forehead that a strand of sword intent emerged and collided sharply with the incoming force. Crack! Accompanied by a series of crisp explosions, the two intents collided and annihilated each other, ultimately disappearing into nothingness. But before Shenmue could breathe a sigh of relief, within the already neutralized sword intent, a more sharp and pure strand of sword intent suddenly emerged and swiftly slashed through. Its speed was so fast that it caused ripples in the space. Caught off guard, Shenmue tilted his head slightly, and the sword energy grazed his fair face, leaving a shallow scar. Everything fell silent for a moment. Shenmue slowly turned his head back, the red mark still visible on his face, but no blood flowed. In his eyes, there was an indescribable look of disbelief. What level of cultivation did he have? Advancing further in the realm of saints, he had almost stepped into that mysterious threshold. Yet, he was injured by a mere immortal venerable cultivator. If this were to spread out, it would surely cause a great uproar. However, even so, Shenmue did not show anger. After a brief moment of astonishment, it turned into a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and the eager anticipation in his eyes. Excellent! Really good! It seems that this boring manhwaedit has finally found something exciting. Your sword intent is indeed unique, and at an extremely high level. No wonder you could defeat Sister Red Dress. But this time, you succeeded in your sneak attack while I wasn't paying attention. There won't be such luck next time. Saying that, the red mark on Shenmue's face disappeared in the blink of an eye, then he waved his hand, and the crimson little sword in his hand hummed softly, returning to Zuan. The 100 Schools Assembly will be held soon. At your current rate of recovery, you will definitely wake up by then. So I look forward to the day when we face off at the 100 Schools Assembly. Shenmue said, then raised his hand, and a burst of sword intent thundered out, cutting a huge crack in the space. This move directly shook the entire starry sky for millions of miles around, causing a stir throughout the Medicine Master Alliance. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking in astonishment at the massive sword mark in the distant void that extended tens of thousands of kilometers. Then a clear voice echoed throughout the Medicine Master Alliance. Shenmue of the Shen family issues a challenge here. At the 100 Schools Assembly, I will decide life and death with Zuan. With that said, Shenmue's figure turned into a sword light and pierced through the void, disappearing from sight. Just as he left, the Nine Heavens Fairy, and Yan, and others returned to their senses. Yan immediately rushed to Hua Guang's side and carefully inspected Zhu. Inside, finding that he didn't have any abnormalities before finally exhaling a breath of relief with lingering fear. She was truly frightened just now. After all, she had never encountered such a powerful opponent like Shenmue before. Through a casual conversation, he actually controlled both her and the Nine Heavens Fairy. The Nine Heavens Fairy watched the direction Shenmue had left in, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She naturally understood what the name Shenmue meant. He was the second son of the Shen family, a peerless genius known for thousands of years. Initially rumored to be the youngest sword saint in the Shen family. Who would have thought that after decades of absence, he had once again broken through, taking a step that even he had not been able to take before. It was no wonder he was seen as the most likely one to inherit the mantle of the founder of the Shen family. At the same time, she also felt deep concern. Shenmue made it clear that the matter with the Shen family was not over yet, and he wanted to have another showdown with Zuan at the 100 Schools Assembly. Although the Nine Heavens Fairy understood Zuan's potential and was amazed by his growth speed, this time he was facing not an ordinary strong opponent, but one who even surpassed the realm of saints. This was definitely not something that an immortal venerable like him could challenge. Unless he could make a major breakthrough during this seclusion. Otherwise, the Nine Heavens Fairy's worries were not unfounded, but she did not voice them out loud, burying them deeply in her heart. However, even without saying it out loud, Yan, clever as she was, could not fail to understand the reasoning behind it. So she gazed at the fleeting radiance, silently praying in her heart, "Darling, please wake up safely." At the same time, the entire Medicine Master Alliance was in an uproar. Shen Mu. My god, isn't he the second son of the Shen family? He actually came in person. A single sword shattered tens of thousands of miles of void. How powerful is this sword intent? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. This Zuan is in deep trouble now. He was personally challenged by Shen Mu. Indeed, the dignity of the Shen family cannot be challenged. There were discussions and opinions from all sides for a while. The news then spread like a hurricane. Yue family. When Yue Shifang received this news, he was silent for a long time. It wasn't until much later that he sighed softly. Shen Mu. This monstrous genius has also come out of seclusion. It seems that this 100 schools assembly will definitely be extraordinarily lively. The second miss beside him couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried about Zuan at all? The flames danced joyfully, causing the wine in the cups to emit a warm and gentle vapor. The entire room fell silent. Shen Gaoj couldn't help but whisper to his sister, Shen Hongyi, who was sitting beside him, Sister, can the second young master really come back so quickly? Shen Hongyi looked ahead and replied calmly, What? Do you think it's impossible? Of course not. I just feel like the time is too tight. Not to mention the distance to the Alchemist Alliance is extremely far. Shen Gaoj did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Even if the second young master was powerful, he couldn't traverse such a long distance back and forth in such a short time. But after hearing his words, Shen Hongyi glanced at him and then sighed lightly. Do you know why your achievements in swordsmanship have not made much progress or why? It's because your vision is too narrow. It can only accommodate the sword in your hand, but you cannot see beyond yourself. Shen Gaoj looked embarrassed, but there was a hint of defiance in his eyes. Although he revered and feared his sister, he rarely dared to argue with her. But this time, it was like being scolded by Shen Hongyi for being weak. For a proud swordsman, this was simply unacceptable. What? Don't agree? Fine. Do you have the courage to make a bet with me? What should we bet on? If the wine in that bottle on the table doesn't disappear before the second young master returns, then I will admit defeat. I won't call you useless anymore in the future. How about that? Shen Gaoj's eyes lit up, but he still said cautiously, and if he does return? If he returns... Shen Hongyi's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Then you must admit that you are indeed useless, and you have to announce it in front of everyone. Seeing the smile on his sister's face, Shen Gaoj stiffened, his face turning pale. He was all too familiar with this smile on Shen Hongyi's face. Once it appeared, it often meant he was about to fall into a trap. So countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. What's going on? Could it be true, as his sister said, that the second young master could return in time? But was that really possible? These thoughts continued to swirl in his mind, making him hesitate and unable to speak. Seeing this scene, Shen Hongyi couldn't help but sneer. If you don't have the courage, then don't speak recklessly. Let me tell you the truth. After this trip, the second young master has reached a level that you cannot understand. The things you think are impossible may not be a problem in his hands. Hearing his sister's words, Shen Gaoj broke out in a cold sweat. A level that he couldn't understand. Could it be? Just as his facial expression was changing rapidly, the void in the middle of the hall suddenly cracked and shattered with a loud noise. Shen Mu then stepped forward from it. His appearance caused a great commotion in the large hall, because there were many people who shared Shen Gaoj's initial skepticism. They thought it was impossible for the second young master to return so quickly from such a far distance. But the facts in front of them shattered their beliefs. It's the second young master. The second young master really came back. My goodness, coming and going from such a far distance in such a short time. It's truly unbelievable. The wine on the table hasn't even cooled down yet. This is truly remarkable hospitality. Amidst the exclamations, Shen Mu stood tall and saluted the head of the family and the innkeeper on the high platform. Family head, innkeeper, Mu has returned. Good. Good. You've returned quickly. The banquet is ready. Please take a seat, the innkeeper said with a smile. Throughout the whole event, neither the innkeeper nor the head of the family inquired about the details. With their keen eyes, they could tell at a glance that Shen Mu did not exude a sense of bloodlust, indicating that he had not resorted to violence. Indeed, after settling down, Shenmue lightly drank a cup of wine and then put down the goblet. Family head, innkeeper, I have already investigated. The Shen family sword heart in Zuan's hands was not looted. It is highly likely that it was truly a gift from a descendant of the Shen family before their death. His words caused an uproar in the room. How is that possible? The Shen family sword heart is so precious. How could anyone gift it to an outsider? Someone said incredulously. Even Shen Hongyi looked at the second young master with a hint of doubt. She also didn't believe that someone would give that item to Zuan. The innkeeper, however, was not in a hurry. It was only after the situation in the room calmed down a bit that he smiled and said, "Oh, so, do you have evidence now?" Shenmue nodded. "Yes, because I have personally touched that sword heart and did not sense any resentment in it. On the contrary, it seemed to have a strong attachment to Zuan, even breaking free from my restraint and returning to him though." The innkeeper's eyes lit up. "You mean that the sword heart could break free from your restraint?" "That's right. I was also surprised at the time." The innkeeper fell into silence, seemingly pondering something. The family head suddenly asked, "So, what is Zuan's actual strength?" Shenmue smiled. "His realm is high, but his strength is useless." "Is this another assessment?" The mist covering the family head seemed to stir. Shenmue nodded. "Yes, I didn't believe at first that someone's realm could surpass their strength, but after meeting him, I believed it because of his high realm. He even managed to injure me with a strand of sword intent while in seclusion." "What?" Both the head of the Shen family and the innkeeper exclaimed in surprise. The room was in an uproar. This second young master Shenmue had not experienced defeat since becoming an adult, let alone been injured. It was unexpected that this time he was injured by an unknown figure, which was truly shocking. Shen Gaoji's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, then he looked around. The implication was not to call him useless again. Didn't the second young master not gain an advantage in dealing with Zuan? Amidst the excitement in the room, Shenmue filled a cup of wine and slowly drank it. After finishing the drink, he played with the goblet in his hand and said calmly, "But you don't need to pay too much attention to this matter. I have challenged him, and at the Baijia conference, I will behead him in front of everyone, restoring the unbeaten reputation of my Shen family." Xin Wudao Temple. Le Zhongshuan chuckled as he looked at the message in his hand. Le Feiken couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, what makes you so happy that you can't contain your joy?" "Oh, nothing much. Just some news from the outside world. I didn't expect that the second young master of the Shen family has actually come out of seclusion, and he went directly to the Alchemist Alliance to find that mysterious Emperor Xuanzhen." Le Feiken naturally understood that there must be a reason behind this, but the strict hierarchy prevented him from asking too many questions. The message in Le Zhongshuan's hand was indeed about the matter involving Shenmue and Zuan. The person who sent it to him was his superior, the man in black. The man in black made it clear in the letter that Le Zhongshuan should spare no effort in monitoring the progress of this matter and report any developments to him immediately. Of course, this alone wouldn't make Le Zhongshuan so happy. What truly made him happy was the strength displayed by the man in black between the lines. As a close subordinate of the man in black, Le Zhongshuan keenly felt that the leader's strength had made significant progress. Without a doubt, this was a reward from the big shots beyond the starry sky. If his leader's strength became stronger, wouldn't his own status also rise accordingly? That was the real reason why Le Zhongshuan was so happy. After smiling for a moment, Le Zhongshuan's expression turned serious. "Feiken, here, take a few men with you to the Alchemist Alliance immediately, especially to closely observe the movements of Emperor Xuanzhen and the secluded Zuan. Report to me immediately if there are any developments, yes?" Le Feiken was about to leave to carry out the orders. "And remember, conceal your identity well, and do not let others detect you." "Understood." Le Feiken led his men and left. Meanwhile, as he rushed to the Alchemist Alliance with his men, Si Minky was caught in a great crisis. At this moment, in the temporary residence of the Si family, the atmosphere was tense. Si Minky sat grim-faced in the center, while the people standing below had expressions of discontent. "What? You don't even listen to me. Are you trying to rebel?" Si Minky shouted angrily. One of them sneered, "Lord of the house, your words are quite biased. When did we ever say we don't listen to you? Then what are you doing now?" Si Minky asked angrily. "We are just discussing what the next steps for the Si family should be." Do we really have to stay in this ghostly place? Yes? Seeing how chaotic the situation in the external realm has become due to the upcoming 100 Families Conference, with the other Alchemist Alliance families watching us closely, I think our top priority is to hide quickly to preserve our strength, instead of lingering in this place. I agree. I agree too. These words sparked echoes of agreement. However, Minky's heart sank gradually because it was evident that his control was about to collapse. In this situation, anger not only wouldn't solve the problem, but could easily escalate conflicts. So he forced himself to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and said slowly, I understand everyone's feelings. I also understand that our C family is truly at a critical juncture of life and death. But as I said, Mr. Zoo is about to break out of seclusion, which is a rare opportunity for our C family. If we can seize it, it will not only preserve our strength, but also shine brightly in the future. So if we give up now, wouldn't it be a waste? Minky's words had just fallen when the man who had previously attracted agreement coldly said, Lord of the C family, you have repeated these words nearly 100 times recently. We all have heard them endlessly. Who has seen this Mr. Zoo you speak of break out of seclusion? On the contrary, he was challenged by the extraordinary genius of the Shen family. Even if he comes out of seclusion, what can he do? Won't he end up dead under the sword of the Shen family? With his eloquence, this person quickly stirred up the emotions of the people present. Seeing this scene, Minky gritted his teeth and stared at the speaker. Hongtao, you're going too far. Heh, Minky. Who is going too far, you or me? Hongtao sneered, indifferent to Minky. With rage building up in his eyes, Minky knew that Hongtao had reasons for his actions. Hongtao was closest to the deceased Yicheng and even regarded Yicheng as his master. That was why, after Yicheng's death, he harbored resentment and directed all his anger towards Minky. Taking a deep breath, Minky forced himself to calm down again. Hongtao, is this how you talk to the Lord of the House? Ha, Minky, you really think of yourself as the Lord of the House, don't you? Let me tell you the truth, in my eyes, you are just a despicable person who killed his father and brother and turned against his benefactor. What kind of Lord of the House are you? With these questions, the conflict between Hongtao and Minky finally escalated to an intense level. Enraged, Minky was about to react, but then he noticed the murderous intent in Hongtao's eyes and was taken aback. He also noticed that many people from the C family had silently gathered behind Hongtao. As for the others, many stood far away, seemingly trying to stay out of it. Only less than a third of the people stood on his side, a discovery that made Minky's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Hongtao smirked arrogantly. What's wrong? Scared. Minky, if you're wise today, you'll obediently give up the position of the Lord of the House, otherwise, splut. Before he could finish his sentence, Hongtao's head soared into the sky, splattering blood everywhere. This sudden turn of events amazed everyone in the C family. Minky was left in shock. At that moment, as Hongtao's head hit the ground, the look of confusion and disbelief frozen on his face before death remained. It seemed as though he couldn't believe he was dead. Meanwhile, in front of where Hongtao stood, a white figure gradually became visible. When the familiar figure appeared, Minky's heart leapt with joy, and he stood up excitedly. Mr. Zoo, Mr. Zoo. This address sent chills down everyone's spines. Unexpectedly, the white figure did not respond to Minky's words, but simply cast a glance at the people behind Hongtao. Wherever his gaze swept, these people were all overwhelmed by a powerful aura and fell to their knees, unable to lift their heads. This silent intimidation made everyone shudder. Minky then knelt down in great excitement. Mr. Zoo, you have finally come out of seclusion. However, the white figure remained silent, just glancing back at him. Checking Wen Liang's pulse, he shook his head and said, It's still not working. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Lu Yangyan could not hide his disappointment in his eyes. Seeing his expression, Wen Liang sighed lightly and took out a golden needle from his pocket, handing it to Lu Yangren. If she has another attack later, use this golden needle to stimulate the Laogong acupuncture point on her palm. This can temporarily suppress the chaotic cha and blood in her body. Lu Yangyan took the golden needle gratefully and said sincerely, Thank you, Physician Wen. If there is anything I can do in the future, I will not hesitate to do so. When Liang waved his hand, No need to be so polite. To be honest, in all my years of practicing medicine, I have never seen a strange illness like your sister's. It's as if..." When Liang paused for a moment and then continued gravely, "It's as if there is another soul hidden in her body." Hearing Wen Liang's words, Lu Yangren furrowed his brows and said despondently, "Is there really no way to solve this? It's very difficult. Previously, little Hulu protected her spiritual sea in some way, giving your sister's soul a chance to breathe. However, the chaotic chi and blood in her body still exist, which is why she has attacks at fixed times every day." When Liang stood up and said with some helplessness, "Even I can only temporarily stabilize her chi and blood with the golden needle. I dare not do more, because the chaotic chi and blood are deeply entwined with your sister's body. Any slight mistake could endanger her life." Lu Yangren nodded. "Regardless, I still want to thank you, Physician Wen, for your help. Actually, these days I have been thinking, if my sister cannot be cured." Lu Yangren turned to look at his sister, Lu Xiaoyaya, lying on the bed, with a determined look in his eyes. "Then, I will take care of her like this for the rest of my life." Seeing Lu Yangren's firm resolve, Wen Liang sighed, "You are truly a remarkable brother. I hope your sister will have good fortune and wake up soon." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Yangyan got up to see him off. Wen Liang shook his head. "No need to be so courteous. You cannot leave your sister alone here. Stay by her side." Lu Yangyan clasped his hands together and said, "In that case, I will not accompany you, physician." When Liang left, only the two siblings were left in the room. Lu Yangren sat back at the bedside, looking at his sister's increasingly haggard face. Finally, he dropped his pretense of strength and his eyes filled with sadness. "Xiaoyaya, can you hear me? I am here. Don't be afraid. You must stay strong and not give up. I will find a way to cure you, no matter the cost." Lu Yangren whispered softly, then gently held his sister's cold hand. Just then, as if hearing his words, Lu Xiaoyaya suddenly trembled all over. Lu Yangren felt his sister's hand warming up rapidly. At the same time, Lu Xiaoya's body began to tremble, showing signs of pain on her face. Startled, Lu Yangren quickly used the golden needle given by Wen Liang and pierced the Laogong acupuncture point on his sister's palm. Instantly, Lu Xiaoyaya, who had been trembling uncontrollably, calmed down. But before Lu Yangren could breathe a sigh of relief, she started trembling violently again, even more intensely than before. Not only that, Lu Xiaoyaya suddenly opened her eyes wide, devoid of any human emotion, only endless coldness. Lu Yangren was terrified by this unprecedented scene, but had no choice but to use his own power to temporarily suppress his sister. Then he rushed outside to seek help. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a white figure standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing the figure, Lu Yangren was initially shocked, then infinitely delighted. "Master, is that you?" The figure did not respond to him, but dissipated like mist. Lu Yangren was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was he seeing things? Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him and, turning around, he saw that the white figure had appeared in the room without his notice and was now by the bedside. Though Lu Yangren could sense that the white figure had no ill intentions and was intricately connected with Zuan concerning his sister, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward to intervene. However, he was immediately overwhelmed by an invisible force and could not move a muscle except for his eyes, which could barely shift. He helplessly watched as the white figure extended a hand and gently placed it on his sister's wrist. Lu Xiaoyaya, who had been trembling incessantly, gradually quieted down after being touched by the white figure. Relieved, Lu Yangren thought that the figure meant no harm. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the white figure suddenly thrust a finger at Lu Xiaoya's forehead. "No!" Lu Yangren screamed in his mind, but the binding force held him in place. In an instant, the white figure brushed over Lu Xiaoya's forehead, then turned to look at Lu Yangren before disappearing once again, like a ghost. As the figure vanished, the constraining force on Lu Yangren dissipated. He rushed to his sister's side and found her peacefully asleep, her cheeks rosy, breathing deeply. What caught his eye was a drop of blood on her forehead, as if she had been pricked by something, yet her turbulent chi and blood had calmed down. Lu Yangren stared blankly until he suddenly remembered something, turned around abruptly, and dashed out of the room toward the battleground. At the same moment, on the streets of the makeshift town, a group of people was walking. Aoshu led the way, holding a huge ice cream cone, full of enthusiasm. As for this, the little gourd following beside just watched coldly, because there was still a precious pearl in her mouth. This was a new way of eating she came up with recently. Compared to directly chewing and swallowing, by keeping it in her mouth like candy, it melted much more slowly, which was perfect for passing the time. Hoo, Sister Long, is this ice cream tasty? Nyan asked. Delicious. Aoshu replied, burying her head and eating voraciously, the huge ice cream cone visibly shrinking at a rapid speed. Can we eat this often in the future? Xiang couldn't help but ask. Aoshu raised her head with a grin, then lowered her voice and said, of course we can, but you need to cooperate with me, so we can sneak it from your mother's stash. There was no ice cream being sold in the Alchemist Union. In fact, these ice creams were all stolen by Aoshu and the two little girls from the Symbol Pavilion. When Zuan left Earth, knowing that his two daughters loved ice cream, he prepared a lot and stored them in the stash of the Symbol Pavilion. However, Yan, in order to instill good habits in the two girls, did not allow them to eat too much, at most 2 per day. But now, with Yan on the front lines all day, it gave Aoshu and the two little girls the opportunity. After all, Zuan's serious injuries had frightened everyone. Even though the two little girls were locked in the Symbol Pavilion, they knew something must have happened and were scared. With Zuan gradually recovering, the cloud of gloom hanging over everyone's heads gradually dissipated. And so, Aoshu took the two little girls out for a change of scenery and released Xiang and Nyan from the Symbol Pavilion. The ice creams were taken out right before they left. The two little girls nodded vigorously. Yes, let's go see what's happening over there. The group walked through the bustling streets and headed inside. However, Aoshu did not know that at that moment, in a corner of the street, a pair of sinister eyes were watching them. Fei Cheng licked his lips, his gaze crossing over half the street, lingering on Aoshu, then said in a greedy tone, a dragon maiden, and a young one at that. This is truly rare. His followers burst into guffaws behind him. Your Highness, smitten. Someone laughed. Fei Cheng nodded. Indeed, I want to try. Besides, a dragon maiden like this would greatly benefit my cultivation. Then why hesitate? Just grab her and enjoy her when the chance comes. Fei Cheng shook his head. We mustn't be hasty. We're here to gather information. It wouldn't be good to startle the snake. Fei Cheng and his group came out of Mount Funyu and headed straight for this town of the Alchemist Union. If one wanted information about the Nine Heavens Fairy and Zuan, there was no better place than this town. In fact, this town was established because of the blockade. With many cultivators guarding the front lines, among them were powerful individuals, their needs created a bustling environment. Businessmen and guests from all over swarmed in, giving the town a semblance of a city. This was why Fei Cheng had come directly to gather information here with his men. At that moment, the High Priest Kixian suddenly said, Your Highness, something is amiss. What is it? The High Priest quickly bowed in respect. Although he held a higher rank than Fei Cheng in name, the entire Zhenwu sect had fallen under the influence of evil creatures. Kixian was no exception, being far inferior to Fei Cheng in the hierarchy of evil beings. He was naturally very respectful. Your Highness, I just noticed one of the 3 girls accompanying the dragon maiden seems very familiar. Oh, familiar. Who is she? She should be the girl who appeared with the Celestial Empress and the Ghost Needle Dr. Chen Wenliang back then. Kixian recounted everything that happened when they encountered the Celestial Empress. Fei Cheng had just been infected by evil energy at the time, resting in the inn, so he was unaware of those events. After listening, he revealed a deep and meaningful expression. Oh, so this group should be related to the Celestial Empress? It should be no mistake. Well, in that case, we needn't hide anything. Let's just capture this group and interrogate them. We'll know everything then, won't we? As he spoke, a ruthless look flashed across Fei Cheng's face. Yes, his words were a command. The group of Fei Cheng immediately emerged from the corner, quietly surrounding Aoshu and her companions. Although this town was bustling, it was not large. Aoshu and the 2 little girls soon reached the end. Just as they were about to turn back, suddenly, a thin mist descended behind them, shrouding the street, causing the bustling crowd to vanish. This sudden scene surprised Aoshu, who then protected Xiang and Nyan behind her. Sister Long, what's happening? It's nothing, just a group of small fry. Stand behind me, and don't move. Aoshu sneered. Okay. Xiang obediently stood still, even having the mood to eat the ice cream in her hand. At that moment, LVFEI Cheng and his group walked out of the mist. When he saw them, the little gourd beside Aoshu suddenly exclaimed, "Do you know them?" Aoshu asked. The little gourd nodded. "I've seen them before. They're all from the Zhenwu sect of Mount Funyu, but their aura seems different now." Although Aoshu wasn't present when the Nine Heavens Fairy drove away the Zhenwu sect, she had heard from Master Chen Wen Liang afterwards, so she couldn't help but sneer. Who do they think they are? A bunch of old Taoists with a cow's nose. She didn't take LVFEI Cheng and the others seriously in her words. Leave FEI Cheng didn't get angry at her words, not even paying attention to Aoshu. He just chuckled, then rubbed his hands, excitedly saying, "Are they all here?" His followers replied, "Your Highness, they are all here, and the entire street has been completely sealed by illusions. You can act as you please next." The mighty dragon has not arrived yet, and the sticky liquid on these tentacles emits a sizzling roasting sound. This is because Aoshu is a princess of the true dragon clan with an extremely noble bloodline, naturally having a certain power of restraint against these wicked things. However, these tentacles are extremely cunning and crafty. Despite the thunderous arrival of the dragon's might, they manage to turn at an almost impossible angle and then attack Aoshu directly again. Moreover, the location they are attacking this time is somewhat unspeakable. Aoshu's face darkens. She angrily shouts, "Shameless!" With that, she takes a step forward, surrounded by the imposing dragon's might, surging flames, and crushes one of the tentacles underfoot. Squeak! Squeak! The tentacle emits a painful groan. Struggling desperately like a monstrous snake, the force is so great that it almost knocks Aoshu to the ground. Aoshu's eyes flash with cold light, and the raging dragon's flame directly covers the tentacle beneath her feet. Accompanied by an extremely foul roasting smell, this tentacle finally turns into flying ash. But that is just one of the tentacles. Ulve coldly sneers, "This little girl still has some strength, but the more you resist, the more excited I become. So, accept your fate." As he speaks, a look of excitement mixed with cruelty and violence flashes in his eyes. The other 9 tentacles immediately burrow underground, then converge on Aoshu from various angles. "Dragon sister, be careful!" Xiang can't help but exclaim. Aoshu's expression is serious. "I'm fine. You to step back quickly. Don't get close to these filthy things." With those words, she waves her hands continuously. The dragon's might mixed with the raging dragon's flame continuously bombards, entangling with the 9 tentacles. The more they fight, the more alarmed Aoshu becomes. It is obvious that these people who have come are not from the Funyu Mountain true martial arts sect. Even the most unpredictable Taoist sects would not be able to practice such black magic. Combined with the fact that Xiang mentioned earlier that their aura was different from before, Aoshu felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. Where do these people come from? Why are they using such strange and wicked methods? What are they here for? Just as she was distracted, the tentacle that she had crushed with her foot inexplicably revived. Not only did it revive, but it slowly shifted position, and once it found a suitable angle, it shot up like a bullet towards Aoshu. "Be careful!" Xiang shouted. Aoshu also noticed the attacking tentacle, but she was already too late to react. She could only grit her teeth and frantically stimulate her dragon's breath to try to withstand the attack. Ulve coldly sneered, his eyes showing excitement, as if he could already see Aoshu lying on the ground the next second. Because this attack was powered by all the evil energy in his body, something that Aoshu's dragon flame could not possibly block. However, at that moment, a silent sword light swept across the sky, directly cutting the tentacle into 2 halves. The tentacle froze in the air, then shattered silently. This sudden strike shook Ulve to his core, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash. "Who are you?" Ulve roared in anger, his eyes fierce, yet his body was quietly retreating, ready to flee at any moment. From this point, it can be seen how cautious and careful LVFEI is. He is well aware of the implications of that sword strike, not to mention its strength. Just the fact that he had had no prior awareness of it shows that the person who attacked is no ordinary individual. For safety reasons, he naturally had to prepare in advance. Indeed, just as he finished speaking, a white figure appeared in the scene. Upon seeing this figure, Aoshu couldn't help but cry out in joy. "Brother Zu, you're awake!" Overwhelmed with joy, she had completely forgotten the danger she was in, as the tentacles took advantage of the distraction and attacked directly. But in the next moment, these tentacles all stiffened, then silently disintegrated. Because, just a moment ago, inconspicuous and even somewhat weak sword energy slashed through. Though seemingly unremarkable, these sword energies were exceptionally sharp, effortlessly shattering the tentacles. Completely disregarding her own safety after breaking free, Aoshu rushed towards the white figure with great joy. But compared to her excitement, Xiangxiang and Think appeared much calmer. "Sister, do you think he is Dad?" Think asked. Aoshu shook her head, her face serious. "He looks very similar, but not entirely." "What do you mean, not entirely?" Think looked puzzled. Aoshu pondered for a moment with furrowed brows. "The aura on his body is clearly Dad's aura, but I cannot see his soul." Think nodded thoughtfully. She always trusted her sister's judgment. Unlike their inborn talents, Aoshu's greatest talent was her eyes that could see through all illusions. Although the talents of the two sisters had not fully developed due to their young age, they would never be mistaken about their father. So if the white figure in front of them was not their father, then who could it be? Just when the two little girls were puzzled, Aoshu also missed her target. Because just as she rushed close to the figure suddenly dispersed like mist. Aoshu passed through the mist, showing a look of shock on her face, then turned to look back. In front of Ulve and the others, the mist condensed again, revealing the white figure. And then a surge of sword energy burst forth. Without a sound, after this white figure appeared, not even saying a word, an endless stream of sharp sword energy erupted from his body. Puff! 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 Where the sword energy passed, Ulve and his men didn't even have a chance to groan. They were directly pierced into hornet nests. Blood spurted out, and evil energy dispersed. But the next moment, this evil energy, along with the souls of these men, were all devoured by this endless sword energy. Where the sword energy passed, there were only white bones left. But there was one person missing among them, LVFEI. Because the moment the sword energy appeared, he had turned and fled. His caution and care had reached their peak at that moment. Almost as soon as he saw the white figure disperse like mist, he had made up his mind to escape. At the same time, evil energy surged out from his mind, gathered towards his neck, attempting to repair the large hole in his throat. But all efforts were in vain. The moment the evil energy just touched the wound, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured into a hot pot. The sword intent hidden in the wound erupted, shattering his entire body into pieces. Blood mixed with flesh scattered everywhere. The whole street was alarmed. The crowd on the street only saw a person suddenly bursting out of thin air, trying to escape, but after just a few steps, he was completely blown into pieces. This bloody and terrifying scene frightened many people, causing them to flee in panic. In the illusion, a white figure turned his head as if to glance at two little girls and others, then dissipated once again. As this figure disappeared, the illusion collapsed and dissolved into nothingness. Aoshu stood dumbstruck in place, murmuring softly, "Zu brother, is that you?" Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and immediately turned around to shout to Xiangxiang, "Quick! We need to hurry back!" In an instant, the group soared into the sky and ran madly towards the front line. When they arrived at the center of the front line, Liangyan had already rushed here ahead and informed the Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu and Enyan of what had happened here. After listening, Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu and Enyan looked at each other. "You said a white figure saved your sister." Liangyan nodded, and both in aura and feeling, it was exactly like Mr. Zu, so I suspected if Mr. Zu had come out of seclusion and came to see. Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu and Enyan shook their heads together. "It's impossible. We have been waiting here. If Mr. Zhuan really broke through and came out, how could we not know?" Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu said decisively, "Then who could that white figure be?" Liangyan was puzzled. Just then, Aoshu led Xiangxiang and Xiaohulu to arrive in a hurry. The first thing she asked upon meeting was, "Has Brother Zu come out of seclusion?" Enyan shook her head. "Why? Have you all encountered the white figure too?" "Huh, you all already know." Aoshu was surprised. "Know what? Tell us quickly," Enyan urged. Aoshu didn't delay and quickly recounted everything that had just happened. After she finished, the whole scene fell into silence. If what Li Yangyan said before could possibly be explained by coincidence, then what Aoshu said was completely incomprehensible. Because according to Zhang Xiang's edition, although the white figure had Zuan's aura, it had no soul. What could this mean? Just as everyone was puzzled, Siminki also arrived out of breath. It was quite a struggle for him to come in here, but eventually he managed to enter the core area and was the last to arrive. However, after he recounted his experience upon arrival, everyone found that the situation was basically the same for everyone. A white figure appeared, extremely similar to Zuan, and helped everyone. But who exactly was this person? Could it be that Zuan had secretly come out of seclusion without anyone knowing? Everyone couldn't help but cast suspicious glances at the still shimmering light. Everything seemed to have remained unchanged. But at that moment, Nine Heavens Xuan suddenly exclaimed, "Ha, something strange." Everyone shuddered, and Enyan immediately asked, "What's strange?" "Did you notice that the light seems to be gradually converging, and the occupied territory is shrinking?" Everyone looked in the direction she indicated. Sure enough, what was once bright and dazzling light had dimmed significantly and was gradually receding and shrinking, like the ebbing tide moving towards the center. This unexpected discovery made everyone hold their breath and watch quietly. The entire process of change seemed slow, but quick. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, all the glamour from before disappeared, revealing Zhu. Inside, meditating. "Sister, is father about to wake up?" Xiangxiang couldn't help but ask. Xiangxiang shook her head, her face serious. "It's hard to tell now, because I can't sense father's breath at all." With Xiangxiang's talent, if she couldn't tell, then the others couldn't either. But this situation only lasted for the time it takes to burn incense, then everyone was suddenly shocked. Because at that moment, everyone present felt as if an inexplicable great presence had awakened. But this feeling was fleeting. Before everyone could react, meditating Zhu slowly opened his eyes and slightly smiled at everyone. "Is everyone here?" There was no magnificent momentum, not even a hint of grandeur. Zuan's awakening was as natural as opening his eyes after a nap. But upon hearing his words, Enyan couldn't help but tremble all over, tears streaming down her face. As for the two little girls, they rushed forward without hesitation. "Daddy, you're finally awake." Zuan appeared in front of the two little girls in the next moment, then embraced them tightly. "Yeah, I'm finally awake. Were you both good while I was sleeping?" "Yes, we were very good and well behaved," the two little girls said in unison. Zuan smiled, "Really? Then how come you were sneaking ice cream?" With that statement, both little girls were stunned. "Daddy, you..." Xiangxiang was surprised. But Xiangxiang suddenly understood something and exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, was that white figure just now Yunzu?" Nodded with a smile, then turned to Li Yangyan and Siminki. "Not only that one, but the ones you encountered were all me." Now, everyone was a bit stunned. What was going on? Why could Zuan, who was clearly in seclusion here, appear outside? Only Nine Heavens Xuan suddenly realized something, revealing a look of shock in her eyes. "You did it, Zhu?" Nodded at her. "Yes, I did it," with a casual tone but filled with an indescribable self-confidence. "Daddy, what did you do?" the two little girls curiously asked. "Congratulations, sir, for achieving the realm of the saint." "That's right." After a long period of cultivation, Zuan finally accumulated enough and broke through the shackles of the immortal to achieve the realm of the saint. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. Lu Yangyan stood dumbfounded in place, staring blankly. As for Aoshu, although she was also shocked, she quickly burst into joyous laughter. Because in her mind, Brother Zhu was always capable of anything, so achieving the realm of the saint was not surprising. Only Yan gazed dumbfoundedly at Zuan, at a loss for words for a moment. After such a long wait, and in the combined effect of great joy and sorrow, she suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. But at that moment, Zuan appeared next to Yan and gently embraced her. The two young maids were embraced by a figure in white. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens Xuan couldn't help but sigh softly. Embodiment of billions, this is truly the realm of the true saint. Yan did not hear these words because at that moment, she was completely captivated by Zuan's gaze. What kind of eyes were those, as if they could see everything, filled with endless wisdom? Just then, Zuan reached out and gently touched Yan's cheek, saying with a touch of concern, "Yanner, you've lost weight." "Ahem." The nine heaven Xuan suddenly cleared her throat, then turned and said, "I think we should return to the town first." These words awakened everyone from their reverie, and they all nodded. "That's right, I also think we should return to the town first." Aoshu nudged Yan mischievously, laughing. And Yan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she gave Aoshu a stern look. Aoshu laughed heartily, then led the somewhat puzzled Yan back to the town. In an instant, only Xuan and Yan were left in the scene. The atmosphere became warm. Yan held Xuan tightly and whispered, "Husband, while you were in seclusion, messengers from the Shen family came and challenged you to a duel." Xuan smiled. "I know about all that." "You know about it?" Yan stood up, looking puzzled at Xuan. "Yes, although I was in seclusion, by the later stages, I was aware of everything happening in the entire Pharmacists Alliance," Xuan said casually. Yan was slightly shocked but didn't say much. To her, nothing was more important than Xuan waking up, so she buried her head in Xuan's embrace again, enjoying this rare moment of alone time with him. After a while, Xuan gently patted her shoulder. "Yanner, let's go. We need to handle some matters in the town first." "Okay." And Yan stood up, ready to fly towards the town. But at that moment, Xuan smiled and held her hand. "What's wrong?" And Yan was confused. Xuan smiled, waved his hand, and the surroundings instantly changed. They went from the empty space to inside the room of the town's inn. The transition was seamless. One moment they were in the void, and the next they were in the inn's room. Yan was also shocked by this. Xuan smiled slightly, then held her hand and led her into the room where Lu Yangyan was. In the room were also Za Wenliang and the nine heavens Xuan. When Xuan entered the room, there wasn't much surprise from them. Instead, Lu Yangyan immediately stood up. "Mr. Zhu. Nodded, walking straight to the bed. "Still not awake?" "Not yet." Za Wenliang didn't look back, but her condition has greatly improved internally. She should wake up soon. Xuan didn't say anything, just looked deeply at the still sleeping Lu Xiaoyaya, a glint in his eyes. Lu Xiaoyaya then whimpered and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Yangyan was ecstatic and immediately rushed forward, grabbing his sister's hand. "Xiaoyaya, you're awake." At first, Lu Xiaoya's eyes were filled with confusion, but upon hearing her brother's voice, clarity returned to her eyes, and she excitedly struggled to sit up. "Brother." This brother made Lu Yangyan burst into tears of joy, and then he realized something, turned around and kneeled before Xuan. "Mr. Zhu, thank you very much for your help in waking my sister up twice. I am truly grateful and want to thank you here in advance." Saying this, Lu Yangyan kowtowed repeatedly. Lu Xiaoyaya finally understood what had happened after she had fallen into a coma and struggled to sit up as well, wanting to kneel down. Zhu gestured with his hand, gently supporting her with a soft force, then chuckled. "All right, get up. I didn't save you so you could kneel to me." Lu Yangyan and Lu Xiaoyaya stood up. Za Wenliang, however, had been observing Lu Xiaoyaya intently, with a pensive expression in his eyes. At this point, Xuan turned to leave the room, and Za Wenliang followed. When the two reached a secluded spot, Xuan suddenly stopped and whispered, "Have you figured it out?" Za Wenliang nodded. "I had some suspicions before, but when this Miss Lu woke up, it confirmed my speculation." He couldn't help but ask, "What is the hidden aura in this Mrs. Soul?" Xuan sighed softly. "I can't tell you that right now, but rest assured, it's not an evil entity." Za Wenliang fell silent. With his medical skills, he had long noticed that a mysterious aura seemed to be hidden in Lu Xiaoya's soul, which raised many suspicions. It was not until today, upon hearing Zhu assure him that it was not evil, that he felt relieved. At that moment, the nine heavens Xuan also came out. "Xuan, what do you plan to do next?" Zhu chuckled. "The Shen family has already challenged me, so I can't afford to miss this 100 schools conference. But before going, I have to return to the military family first." The nine heavens Xuan nodded. "In that case, let's part ways for now. In a few days, I'll take everyone to the 100 schools conference." "All right." Xuan nodded in agreement. "Then we'll meet at the 100 schools conference." After finalizing their plans, Xuan lingered in the town for a day. During this day, he helped Si Minky establish absolute authority in the Si family, and then, without informing anyone, he quietly left with Yan and the two daughters, starting their journey back to the military family. Everyone was busy, eager to showcase the ancient art of war during this grand event. In contrast, Yue Shifeng, as the head of the Yue family, had a much more leisurely time. Besides some necessary appearances, Yue Shifeng mostly hid in the backyard tea house, enjoying tea and wine at his own pace. Today was no exception. Misa had already gone out early to choose the elite warriors who would attend the 100 School Summit. Yue Shifeng, on the other hand, was hiding in the backyard tea house, pouring and drinking tea, admiring flowers and scenery, acting every bit the wealthy and leisurely man. But as he was starting to feel a bit tipsy from the wine, a light breeze suddenly swept through the backyard gallery, causing the wind chimes under the eaves to ring incessantly. Yue Shifeng paused for a moment, then set down his wine glass, a hint of surprise and expected amusement appearing on his face. "Since you're already here, come over and have a few drinks with me," he said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, the figure of Zuan appeared across the table. "Are you so sure it's me, Zhu?" and chuckled. Yue Shifeng laughed heartily. "Other than you, it seems like no one else can easily intrude into my backyard like this." With that, Yue Shifeng filled a cup of wine for Zuan. The two raised their cups, shared a smile, then emptied them in one go. After the wine went down, Yue Shifeng's eyes seemed to light up, sparkling brightly, as he gazed at Zuan intently. Zuan remained unfazed, not even lifting his head, picking up his chopsticks to handle the dishes on the table. After a moment, an expression of deep appreciation appeared on Yue Shifeng's face as he sighed. "I never expected that in just a few months, you have truly taken that step and achieved the body of a sage. To be precise, it's been 7 months and 8 days. So the speed you've shown is truly remarkable. If those who have been stuck in the realm of immortals for hundreds of years knew about this, they would surely be amazed. Well, I am a genius after all. Geniuses are supposed to be somewhat extraordinary," Zuan half-jokingly replied. But to his surprise, Yue Shifeng nodded earnestly. "Yes, you are indeed a genius among geniuses." Zuan smiled, poured 2 more glasses of wine. "Great, let's have another drink for my genius." With 2 more glasses of wine downed, the two engaged in lively conversation. Zuan roughly recounted the encounters he had at the Alchemist Alliance, which Yue Shifeng was already aware of, but still listened with keen interest. Especially when he heard that Zuan had defeated 2 major sword cultivators from the Shen family, forcing Shen Hongyi's sword spirit to be reborn. He couldn't help but clap and commend him. "Well done. You've struck a blow. I've never liked that Shen family, and now that you've defeated 2 major sword cultivators, you've shattered their so-called invincible reputation. Let's see how they brag now." Yue Shifeng's face was filled with schadenfreude. Zuan simply smiled. "But the second young master of the Shen family has come looking for me and personally issued a challenge." "I know about that. Weren't you in seclusion at that time?" "Yes, but I learned about the whole thing and had a small spar with Shenmue." "Oh." Yue Shifeng's eyes showed curiosity. "What was the result?" "In terms of strength, he's formidable, but in terms of realm, he's probably not on my level," Zuan said casually. "So you won, right?" "Somewhat. But at the time, due to my seclusion, my abilities were limited, so I didn't really fight. It was just a test of sword intent." Yue Shifeng glanced at Zuan deeply and suddenly said, "Do you know what the second young master of the Shen family is called in the world beyond worlds?" "What is he called?" "This man has exceptional talent and has never been defeated since he entered the Chengjian mountain. Coupled with being the youngest sage sword cultivator in the history of the Shen family, he is also known as the invincible sword god. And for you to surpass him in sword intent, that's quite impressive." Zuan smiled. "Actually, you're wrong." "Oh, I'm wrong. At that time, I only surpassed him in sword intent, but now I am confident that I can completely defeat him," Zuan said confidently. "As a sword cultivator, the key is to have an unwavering, domineering aura. If one hesitates before the battle begins, they've already lost." So Zuan was not humble at all, boldly stating his intentions. Yue Shifeng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. "Great! Great confidence in completely defeating him. Just that alone is worth celebrating." The two continued their lively discussion over more drinks. "When do you plan to set off for the 100 School Summit, Zhu?" An asked. "Soon. I've almost finished preparing in the past few days, but King Huan hasn't come out yet, so I plan to wait for her for 2 more days. If she still hasn't come out by then, I'll leave without her. Oh, she hasn't come out yet. Zuan was surprised. Yue Shifeng nodded with a bitter smile. This stubborn girl has vowed to break through her current realm before coming out, but it's not easy to break through, is it? He then thought of something and glanced at Zuan. Not everyone is as carefree about breakthroughs as you are. So now she's stuck at the bottleneck, unable to progress. Zuan pondered silently, then suddenly stood up. Let's go, let's see her. The two turned around and headed for where Yue Qinghuan was in seclusion. It was the back mountain of the Yue family headquarters, with beautiful surroundings and abundant spiritual energy. Here, a thatched cottage was built, surrounded by barriers, specifically for the children of the Yue family to cultivate in seclusion. Currently, Yue Qinghuan was practicing within this thatched cottage. However, for some reason today, no matter what she did, she couldn't calm her mind. Every time she closed her eyes, Zuan's figure would appear in her mind. This made her grit her teeth in frustration. It's all because of this jerk. If it weren't for him, she probably would have broken through by now. Yue Qinghuan cursed Zuan in her heart, then resigned herself to close her eyes once more and try to meditate. This time, her progress was smooth, quickly discarding distractions and entering a deep state of meditation. Just then, a soft whisper suddenly reached her ears. Qinghuan. The voice shook Yue Qinghuan's mind. It was clearly Zuan's voice, filled with affection. Though she felt something was off instinctively, after a brief struggle, Yue Qinghuan's rationality completely gave way. Zuan, it's really you. Yue Qinghuan opened her eyes, looking at the young man in front of her with infinite joy. Zuan smiled and said, at the same time opening his arms as if waiting for Yue Qinghuan's arrival. The blush on Yue Qinghuan's cheeks faded in an instant, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes, we should hug. With these words, she walked forward in a daze, trying to enter Zuan's embrace. Zuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. However, the next moment, a small crimson sword suddenly pierced out from between his eyebrows, then chopped down swiftly, splitting him in half instantly. Strangely, although this Zuan was cut in half, not a drop of blood spilled, instead emitting a resentful roar before dissipating like mist. As this figure disappeared, Yue Qinghuan shivered, the confusion in her eyes fading away, returning to her usual clarity. Then, she saw a young man standing across from her, holding a crimson sword. It was not Zuan, but who was it? In an instant, Yue Qinghuan, wise as she was, immediately understood what had just happened. The one who feigned affection towards her was not Zuan at all, but a devil taking advantage of her vulnerability. With this realization, Yue Qinghuan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She was embarrassed that Zuan could witness everything that just happened. Angry because she had almost fallen into the devil's trap without realizing it. Had she truly embraced the devil, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although she possessed a treasure bestowed upon her by her brother to suppress devils, one misstep could not only halt her progress, but also greatly weaken her strength. Speaking of which, let's briefly introduce the encountered devils in cultivation. Devils have long been the main obstacle hindering practitioners. The reason being their impenetrable defenses and their penchant for escalating with the practitioner's level. The stronger one's power, the more dangerous the devil's influence becomes. For instance, just now, Yue Qinghuan, due to her restlessness during closed-door cultivation, almost fell prey to the devil. Luckily, this devil was formidable enough to manifest physically, caught Zuan's attention, and was subsequently sliced in half by his sword. With Yue Qinghuan's changing expression, an awkward atmosphere arose in the grass hut. Shortly after, Yue Shifeng, who followed, coughed lightly. The weather is nice today. I'll go sunbathe. With that, he hurriedly turned and slipped away. In an instant, the grass hut was left with only Zuan and Yue Qinghuan. After a moment of silence, Yue Qinghuan whispered, "Thank you, Zu," unflicked his wrist, sheathing the crimson sword, then smiled faintly, "No need to be polite. After all, I am partly responsible for the devil." Yue Qinghuan felt her face burning and couldn't help but glare at Zuan. What did he mean by saying he was responsible? It sounded as if she couldn't live without him. Huh? Yue Qinghuan suddenly noticed something, causing her to freeze. You actually broke through Azu. Nodded. Yes, I achieved enlightenment just a few days ago, he said, then smiled slightly at Yue Qinghuan, surprised. Yue Qinghuan suddenly felt a wave of powerlessness. Despite her utmost efforts, dedication to cultivation, and isolation in the grass hut, she had not achieved a breakthrough. Yet Zhu effortlessly surpassed a major realm. The immense gap between them was despairing. At that moment, a light laughter came from outside the grass hut. "May I come in?" Despite the question, the person had already pushed open the door and entered. It was Misa. Behind her were several elders and direct descendants of the Yue family, all familiar with Zuan. Among them were Yue Hechang and his son, Yue Junz, who, upon seeing Zuan, showed joy on their faces. "Greetings, Mr. Zhu." "Greetings, Marshal Zhu." Zuan once led the Yue family's military force and led many young talents to win the martial arts tournament. Therefore, Yue Junz and others still respectfully addressed him as Marshal Zhu. Their arrival broke the previously strange atmosphere in the grass hut. Yue King Huan felt relieved, but also strangely disappointed. Zuan smiled slightly, nodding to everyone. "Misa, long time no see." Misa's eyes lit up, surprised. "Are you really in the Saint Realm?" This statement made Yue Hechang, Yue Junz, and others realize Zuan's current realm, causing a commotion. Zuan had left the military not long ago, yet he had already reached the Saint Realm in such a short time, a speed beyond belief. Zhu unchuckled, not paying too much attention. But while he was indifferent, those from the military were very concerned. People whispered and discussed. Especially after his appearance at the evening banquet, the discussions peaked. "Our marshal is truly a genius. In such a short time, he has broken through and become a saint. Indeed, it's said that he practiced for only a few decades and already reached the Saint Realm. The gap between individuals is as wide as between humans and dogs." Hehe, all your talk is not important. What matters is that our marshal's first action upon return was to visit Miss King Huan in the grass hut behind the mountain. If Misa hadn't entered with me, who knows what might have happened? Yue Junz laughed mischievously. "What would happen?" someone foolishly asked. Of course, some indescribable things would happen. Yue Junz's mysterious smile caused some coughing and significant eye gestures among the people around him. Ignoring their reactions, Yue Junz continued excitedly. "You guys don't know. At that time, Miss King Huan's cheeks were red, her head lowered as if she were a shy girl in love." The coughing grew louder. Continuing, "What achievement do you want to discuss?" Yue Junz turned around with difficulty and immediately saw Yue King Huan standing not far behind him. He felt chills run down his spine. King Huan's sister." Yue King Huan waved her hand. "Don't call me that way. Didn't you just say I act like an immature young girl? I can't bear being called sister by you." Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Yue Junz's forehead. He couldn't help but sneak a glance to the sides, trying to find help. But at this point, who would dare to jump into the fire pit? So, before Yue Junz could plead with his eyes towards them, these people had already distanced themselves. "Don't want to speak? Should I take you to Master Chong to have him question you?" Thump! Yue Junz knelt down without hesitation, pleading, "Sister, no. Madam, I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense. You are magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to my level." Just then, second Miss voice came from afar. "King Huan, come help me quickly." HMPH. "We'll settle this later." Yue King Huan turned and left. Yue Junz wiped the cold sweat off his face and stood up shakily. The people who had just escaped now gathered around him again. "Hehe, Junz, the way you kneeled just now showed a hint of the demeanor of a flexible man." Someone laughed. "TCH, a bunch of heartless bastards who see someone in trouble and don't help." Yue Junz spat, then quickly made his escape. This little incident didn't affect the cleansing feast at all. Since the military power had already been unified, members of other families also attended the feast. Watching the vigorous Zhu unsitting in the main seat, Gu Wangya couldn't help but sigh softly, truly a hero born in his youth. Hearing her words, Song Yuja, standing nearby, awkwardly put down his wine glass. Gu Wangya suddenly understood, giving him an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I wasn't referring to you." Song Yuja nodded with a bitter smile. "I know, I just feel a little pressured." Looking towards Zuan in the distance, Song Yuja continued, "Compared to him, I'm older in age and have spent many more years cultivating. Yet, I'm still stuck at a bottleneck while he has already crossed that threshold. The gap between us cannot be measured by mere cultivation methods. Gu Wangya fell silent. Despite being a woman, she also felt the pressure. Fortunately, he is our friend. If he were to become an enemy, I doubt we would be able to sleep peacefully, Song Yuja said. And as it turned out, one person at this moment was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Mount Funyu, Zhenwu Temple. Le Zhongshuan's face turned ashen. Just now, he attempted once again to contact Le Feiking, who was out on a mission, but it ended in failure. It had been 3 days since he lost contact with Le Feiking. If nothing unexpected happened, Le Feiking must have met an unfortunate end. This fact weighed heavily on Le Zhongshuan's heart, making his breathing less comfortable. Of course, he wasn't lamenting Le Feiking's death. In fact, for beings like them, except for oneself, anything else was expendable. He was worried about Le Feiking, who at least possessed his own thoughts, unlike the mindless fools who crawled in the abyss. How could such a being suddenly disappear without a trace, without him receiving even a shred of information? If he was indeed harmed, who would be the one to kill him? Had his identity been exposed? These were all troubling issues for Le Zhongshuan. So, he got up from his bed and went outside. His quarters were behind the main hall, so he entered the hall. The damaged statue of Zhenwu had been repaired, but the solemn and sacred atmosphere was gone, replaced by a cold chill. Standing before the statue was Le Shuming. When he saw Le Zhongshuan emerge, Le Shuming immediately bowed in respect. Le Zhongshuan waved his hand. Is there anything unusual? Le Shuming shook his head. Nothing. Has Zuan gone out yet? I just received news that he went out 3 days ago, but disappeared afterward. Disappeared, yes. Le Zhongshuan furrowed his brows, his mind racing to speculate Zuan's whereabouts, but ultimately failing. Forget it. Let's not worry about him for now. He will definitely attend the 100 Family Summit in a while. Is everything prepared? Yes, all is prepared. Good. Go inform everyone. We will set out tomorrow, yes. Le Shuming left. Watching his back, Le Zhongshuan felt something was amiss, but upon closer investigation, he found nothing unusual and dismissed the thought. For him, he preferred dealing with opponents directly using force, rather than scheming. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the distant military camp, the cleansing feast had concluded, but a small gathering continued in the backyard pavilion. The evening breeze rustled, and Yue Shifang's eyes began to show signs of inebriation. Things are nearly arranged. We can set off in 1 or 2 days at the latest. Upon hearing Yue Shifang's words, Zuan put down his wine glass. I don't plan to travel with you all. Why not? Yue Shifang was surprised. Because I have some things to investigate. Investigate what? Yue Shifang couldn't help but ask. Zuan smiled. It's nothing. I killed a few individuals who were investigating information before I came here, and they all carried demonic energy. So, I plan to look into it. Demonic energy? Are you sure? Hearing those words, Yue Shifang also shook. Absolutely certain. That's why, without arousing any attention, I intend to investigate the situation as an outsider, Zuan said solemnly. Yue Shifang scrutinized Zuan and finally nodded. Fu Baozi Lu. After experiencing a long period of growth and evolution, this Fu Baozi Lu is no longer the small building it used to be, but has become its own world. At this moment, a bright moon hangs in the sky, enveloping everything in a dreamy silver veil with its abundant aura. Zhu stands by the window, gazing at the shimmering lake in the distance, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. The 2 daughters are already asleep, and the whole world is so quiet that the sound of the waves caused by the movement of a huge sea creature in the distant lake can be heard. Footsteps are heard behind him, but Zuan doesn't turn around, just gazes quietly. The next moment, Yan walks to the window and hands Zhu a steaming cup of tea. Darling, you've had quite a bit to drink tonight. Have a cup of hot tea to sober up. Zuan smiles, takes the teacup that Yan hands him, and also holds Yan's hand. Yan chuckles softly, then is pulled into Zuan's embrace. Although they have been married for many years, and their children are already grown, and even though the surroundings are quiet with no one around, Yan can't help but blush. But she doesn't say anything, just quietly nestles in Zuan's embrace like a little cat, because she knows that her husband's mood must not be good at the moment, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting by the window lost in thought in the late night. But since Zuan doesn't say anything, she doesn't ask. This is the tacit understanding between the 2 of them as a married couple. After a long time, Zuan finally speaks in a low voice. Yanner, you've suffered all these years. Yan raises her eyes, somewhat surprised. Why do you say that? Because since I returned, you have been following me around, never having a moment of peace. Zuan says apologetically. Yan gazes quietly at Zuan, then suddenly smiles. Darling, are you drunk? Zuan shakes his head. Of course not. Then why are you saying such drunk words? I'm just speaking from the heart, especially when I saw you keeping watch outside while I was in seclusion. I always felt indebted to you. Yan reaches out with her slender fingers and gently covers Zuan's mouth, then shakes her head. Don't say it. Everything is voluntary on my part. As long as I can be by your side, no matter what, endure any hardship, I am willing. Seeing the determination in Yan's face, Zuan can't help but hold back the rest of his words and then embraces her again. Darling, are you unsure about what needs to be done next? Yan lies on Zuan's chest, muffled. Zuan gently strokes her silky hair and whispers, not exactly unsure, just feel that there may be many variables in this journey. Then, what if we don't go? Yan suddenly sits up, speaking earnestly. Zuan chuckles, pinches her nose. All right, I know you're worried about me, but rest assured, having reached the realm of a sage, although I dare not claim invincibility in this world, at least self-preservation is absolutely not a problem. Yan looks deeply into Zuan's eyes, then lowers her head. I hope you will keep your word this time. Zuan laughs, as if I haven't kept my word before. Then he tries to embrace Yan again. Indeed, you haven't. Yan becomes angry when this is brought up, struggles out of Zuan's embrace, and looks at him seriously. How many times have you said not to worry about me? Yet every time it's the same. Facing Yan's intense gaze, Zuan scratches the back of his head, feeling guilty. Really? I don't remember it being as bad as you say. Yan nods emphatically. Yes, really, not to mention other times, just this time. Trying to find ways to separate me from your thoughts. Do you think that's very noble? Do you know how worried I was about you while at Fu Baozi Lu? At this point, tears well up in Yan's eyes. These words had been held back in her heart for a long time. Due to various complications before, she hadn't been able to express them, but now finally having time alone with Zuan, she wanted to speak out. Seeing Yan on the verge of tears, Zuan feels a soft spot deep inside him being touched. He extends a hand in infinite apology, gently embracing Yan. All right, I know I was wrong. I promise from now on I won't leave you alone. Even in the face of any powerful enemy, I will bring you along. Is that okay? Yan finally nods, but remains somewhat unhappy. Seeing this, Zuan can't help but smile, then reaches out and uses his fingers to lift Yan's chin gently. Come here, little lady, give this gentleman a smile. Yan gives Zuan a displeased look, but can't help but chuckle, and the clouds on her face clear away. HMPH, and you're the father of 2 children, yet you never have a serious look. Zuan chuckles, this is not a serious look. Then today, I'll show you what a real lack of seriousness looks like. Following this, a scream is heard from inside the room. The night grows deeper, and Yan has fallen into a deep sleep. Zuan remains seated by the window, bathed in the moonlight, looking like a sculpture. After a while, he sighs softly. Have you all finally been unable to hold back and started to make a move? He doesn't specify who you all refers to in his words, but Zuan's serious expression cannot be faked. Zhenwu sect. If my guess is correct, Zhenwu sect is probably already a thing of the past to Zuan murmurs coldly, a pensive look in his eyes. Previously, in the Medicinal Alliance, after he had cut down La Fei Eisen and others with a single sword, he sensed something in this. Although these people were superficially priests of the Zhenwu sect, in reality, they had all been tainted by evil aura. This incident was like a thorn, waking Zuan up at the time. Despite not caring much about just a sect like Zhenwu, he couldn't help but wonder how many other sects and families had also become puppets of evil creatures. If that was the case, the situation would be too serious. So Zuan, unprepared to go to the gathering place for the 100 Schools Conference, namely the Yin-Yang clan, alone to investigate any clues. But more importantly, he wanted to see if the Yin-Yang clan had also been infiltrated by evil aura, because this would involve a matter of life and death for countless people. He had not mentioned any of these matters to anyone. Even Yue Shifang only knew that he was going to investigate the source of evil aura in advance. In those days, the Nine Heavens mystical lady and many other deities from the Hua clan were saved by a mysterious Hua light, while the rest of the gods had disappeared. Only the Nine Heavens mystical lady remained in this extraterrestrial realm, preserving a strand of Hua light. Later, she refined it into a pill and ultimately gave it to Xuan. Therefore, the faint light in Xuan's blood is precisely the Hua light that saved the gods of the Hua clan back then. The reason Xuan was able to smoothly heal his injuries and directly become a saint with his immortal body was closely related to this faint Hua light. But what surprised Xuan the most was not that. What truly surprised him was how familiar the aura of this faint light was. Initially, the Nine Heavens mystical lady had described this light as if it were a summons from the origin of bloodlines. At that time, Xuan remained silent. It was only during his seclusion that he suddenly understood why this aura felt so familiar. Wasn't it similar to how, when faced with the end of the world extended towards all heavens, a similar aura erupted from Yan's body? This realization left Xuan somewhat puzzled because he did not know what other secrets Yan held within her, and he was clueless about the connection between this strand of light and her. By now, all the mysteries seemed to gradually unravel and merge into two main aspects. One was the mastermind behind these evils and the reason for the decline of the Hua clan back then. The second aspect was the secret of the Hua light that saved the gods of the Hua clan now hidden within Yan. Although many questions seemed to have been answered along the way, as all clues pointed towards these two important entities, even Xuan couldn't help but fall silent. After a long while, he sighed softly. The blood on his fingertips seeped back. Then he stood up, glanced at the sleeping Yan on the bed, smiled faintly, and then walked out. Confusion for a man was always temporary. What Xuan needed to do now was to gather himself and seek all the answers. And he had a premonition that these answers were not far away. After leaving the talismanic small building, Yan, who was sound asleep on the bed, suddenly turned over and curled up slowly, hugging herself tightly. Xuan did not inform the others in the military household about his intended journey to the 100 Clans Assembly. He chose to leave silently on such a cold morning. Before his departure, Yue Shifeng mysteriously handed him something. "What is this, Xuan?" Received it and found an exquisitely shaped jade pendant in his hand. Yue Shifeng smirked. "This is a gift specially for you. You will find it useful along the way, so just take it." Xuan looked at him suspiciously, but found nothing odd and finally nodded. "All right, then I'll take my leave." With that, Xuan picked up the jade pendant, flew up, and almost vanished into the vast void in the blink of an eye. After he left, Yue Shifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "That was close. I almost let slip. What is that thing really? Why did you insist on giving it to Xuan?" The second young lady emerged from the pavilion, puzzled. Yue Shifeng smiled. Can't say. But you'll find out soon enough what it is." At this moment, Xuan was splitting the spaces like flipping pages, crossing forward at a nearly reckless speed. This was a way of traveling exclusive to the realm of saints. Upon reaching this level, the shortest distance between 2 points shifted from a straight line to a point-to-point method. Xuan's task was to continuously compress the space and then pass through it. As a result, the speed of travel was unimaginably fast. However, due to the great distance between the military and the Yin-Yang families, even with this method of traveling, it would still take more than 10 days. In order to arrive ahead of most others at the Yin-Yang family, Xuan refused to pause for even a moment, rushing frantically. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his chest, so he stopped in his tracks and directly threw the jade pendant given to him by Yue Shifeng halfway. With a bang, the jade pendant shattered into several pieces, revealing a lively figure. Yue King Huan tilted her head, looking at Xuan with a smile. Surprised, Hung Xuan unmanaged a bitter smile. "Is this the gift your brother so graciously gave me? What's wrong? Can't it?" Yue King Huan asked with a smile. Xuan shook his head. "Honestly, it really can't." The smile on Yue King Huan's face froze for a moment, then she said somewhat helplessly, "Do you have to be so heartless? I just want to go to the Yin-Yang family with you. I promise to follow your instructions all the way, so it shouldn't be a bother, right?" Looking at Yue King Huan's sincere face, Xuan finally sighed helplessly. "What else can I say now? Ask you to go back. Heh, I knew you were the best. Let's go, let's travel together. Travel together." Are you sure you can keep up with my pace? Of course, Yue Qinghuan confidently replied. True to her words, when Zhuan moved forward again, Yue Qinghuan managed to stay close behind him without falling behind. However, after traveling for a distance, Zhuan couldn't help but say, "Does your brother really want you to get married that badly?" "What do you mean? He actually agreed to give you his blood of a saint. Isn't that a hint for you to marry soon?" Zhuan could clearly see that the reason Yue Qinghuan could keep up with his pace was solely due to the saint's aura lingering in her sea of consciousness. This was not a result of her cultivation, but a gift from Yue Shifeng. However, the blood of a saint was extremely precious. Being a saint himself now, Zhuan understood this better than anyone, prompting him to ask such a question. Yue Qinghuan blushed, then said somewhat irritably, "What? Can't an elder brother be caring towards his younger sister? Must he want me to marry off before giving me a gift?" With that, she flew off in a huff. Watching her back, Zhuan chuckled and shook his head before catching up. This back and forth continued. 10 days later, they finally arrived at the edge of the Yin-Yang family's territory, which was known as the Witchcraft Land. This place got its name because the void here was always filled with a faint miasma of yin energy. Actually, we could take the route through the Luofu Gate, which would allow us to directly traverse this desolate wilderness and enter the domain of the Yin and Yang sect. Yue Qinghuan whispered. The Luofu Gate was established by the Yin and Yang sect specifically for crossing this land of witchcraft and poison, and taking that route would indeed be much more convenient and safe. However, Zhuan shook his head. No, that would expose our whereabouts to the Yin and Yang sect. Yue Qinghuan was surprised. Are you suspecting the Yin and Yang sect? It's not suspicion, it's caution. Because the situation we are facing now is extremely complex, if we want to gain the upper hand, we must act in secret. That's why I need to act alone. With that, Zhuan glanced at Yue Qinghuan. If you're afraid, you can take the route through the Luofu Gate into the Yin and Yang sect, then wait for the rest of the troops to regroup. I can manage on my own here. Yue Qinghuan felt as if she had been insulted and immediately straightened her chest, saying, "Afraid? Ridiculous. When have I ever been afraid? Let's go. We'll enter through this route." With that, Yue Qinghuan took a step forward. Zhuan was a bit helpless, as he really didn't want to bring Yue Qinghuan along. Even if Yue Qinghuan had received a bit of sage lineage from Yue Shifeng, the situation had come to this point, so he had no choice but to follow along. After passing through the thin layer of miasma, they were met with a scene of extremely strange and eerie landscape. There were no stars and no desolate space. The typical empty landscape had completely disappeared. In its place were numerous towering mountains in the distance. These mountains were arranged in a crisscross pattern and extended into the unknown depths of the empty space. People say there are tens of thousands of mountains, but here, there were more than just 100 million. Not only that, in this strange space, there was also the presence of air. The ground beneath their feet was muddy, with wild green trees and weeds growing everywhere. These trees were of unknown species, but each one grew in strange shapes, blending with the fierce growth of peculiar weeds on the ground, exuding a wild and fierce beauty. In short, this land of witchcraft was not a void at all, but rather a giant planet beyond imagination. Zhuan took a deep breath of the air, mixed with the fragrances of grass and wood, feeling the chaotic and mixed spiritual energy surrounding him. Various types of spiritual energy intertwined, but the dominant one was a hazy gray aura. The aura was similar to the pervasive aura of miasma, yet subtly different. It couldn't be called evil, but it carried an extreme sense of ancient and desolate beauty, seemingly closely related to death. Zhuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pondering, interesting. But compared to his ease, Yue Qinghuan's face was somewhat pale. The chaotic spiritual power and the predominant gray aura made her feel a great pressure. She was even shocked to find that her strength had been suppressed to almost non-existent levels. "Let's go," Zhuan said lightly. Yue Qinghuan forced down her inner terror and followed along with gritted teeth. With Zhuan's strength, although he was not affected by the rules of this space, directly folding space like in the void was impossible. So, he had to shuttle through the mountains. But perhaps considering Yue Qinghuan's strength, Zhuan did not fly too fast. Relative to the endless mountains, his pace was as slow as a tortoise. Zhuan was not in a hurry, but rather observed the mountains beneath him with interest. After flying for a full hour, the two of them finally flew out of the previous region, the terrain beneath their feet becoming slightly more gentle, and the variety of plants increased. Faintly, they could see traces of human activity from the indistinct paths among the bushes. After flying further ahead, the path became clearer, and signs of human activity became more apparent. Finally, after flying over another mountain, a building resembling an inn appeared by the road. Seeing this scene, Zuan's eyes brightened, and he landed on the ground. As they approached, they found that the building was indeed an inn. Strangely, the inn's door was wide open, with not a soul inside, but the tables, chairs, and benches were all in place. Zuan walked into the inn, looked around, confirming there was no one. At that moment, Yue King Huan couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that, Zu?" Un turned to look and saw dozens of ropes hanging down from the beams behind the door, their ends looped into nooses hanging at a height of over a person's head, swaying slightly in the wind. Yue King Huan's complexion turned slightly pale. Despite her high strength, she was still a girl, and she had a natural fear of the unknown, especially with everything in the inn giving off a hint of creepiness. This made Yue King Huan shudder and unconsciously lean towards Zuan. Zuan also raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the ropes. What was this? They looked like hanging nooses. But why would dozens of people hang themselves together? What were these things for? While Zuan was contemplating, Yue King Huan, barely suppressing her fear, softly said, "I find this inn unsettling, and with no one around, we should leave, Zu," and glanced at her, chuckling, afraid. As soon as he said that, Yue King Huan straightened her chest again. "Nonsense. How could I be afraid? I just feel this inn is very strange, and I don't want to stay here any longer." Although her words sounded good, Zuan could still sense the underlying fear in her voice. With Yue King Huan's strength, she should not be scared of a deserted inn in the mountains. But in this eerie environment, under the influence of the dominant gray aura, people's fears seemed to be amplified. Even someone like Yue King Huan couldn't avoid it, so she appeared so flustered. Of course, this impact was only on Yue King Huan, having no effect on Zuan. He looked outside and said lightly, "Even if you want to leave now, I'm afraid you can't." "Why?" "Because it's going to rain." And indeed, it did. Yue King Huan's expression instantly turned very ugly, because she found that her divine sense was unable to penetrate through the barrier of the mist. In other words, all she could perceive now was this small inn. The rain was intense, but outside was a white expanse. The wind, mixed with the smell of rain, blew the hanging ropes, appearing eerie and inexplicable. "What should we do now?" Yue King Huan asked in a deep voice. Ju unchuckled. "What else can we do? Naturally, we wait for the rain to stop." With that, Zuan turned and walked towards the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Yue King Huan asked, somewhat afraid. "Cooking." "Cooking." "Exactly. I saw food ingredients and utensils in the kitchen, so I plan to make some food." "Aren't you hungry?" Zuan said with a smile. Yue King Huan was puzzled, but she didn't want to stay in the desolate hall facing the eerie mist, so she said, "Wait for me, I'll help you." The small kitchen was surprisingly neat, with various ingredients neatly arranged, especially wild game. Some of the beasts, though dead, still emitted a strong aura, indicating they were not ordinary in life. But now they lay quietly on the cutting board, without a single mark. Seeing this scene, a gleam flashed in Zuan's eyes, but he didn't say anything, just skillfully started cooking. With his culinary skills, the small kitchen soon became lively. The sound of sizzling oil, accompanied by a rich aroma, immediately dispelled the eerie atmosphere of the inn. Yue King Huan was amazed as she watched. In the blink of an eye, several dishes with colorful flavors were cooked, and Zuan rummaged a few jars of good wine from the cabinet, then sat in the hall pouring and drinking. Yue King Huan ate heartily. Despite her strength and realm, she had long surpassed the need for food, but the superbly cooked dishes were irresistible to anyone. Zuan, however, did not eat, but sipped his wine lightly. This wine was unlike any Zuan had ever drunk before, with a rich and sweet taste, full of mystery akin to the vast mountains. The heavy rain continued outside. After finishing a plate of food, Yue King Huan finally slowed down and poured herself a glass of wine. The rich aroma of the wine instantly reddened her cheeks. She suddenly found the inn at this moment not scary at all. On the contrary, there was a warm atmosphere amid the heavy rain. Watching Zu pour and drink the wine, a thought suddenly flashed through Yue King Huan's mind. If only they could continue like this forever. However, at that moment, a mysterious and eerie sound of copper bells faintly came from the mist outside the inn. Initially distant, the bell sound gradually approached until it became clear and distinct in the blink of an eye. With the ring of the bell, the mist outside began to stir. At the same time, a female voice faintly accompanied the sound. "Evil spirits on the road, all immortals avoid." After this female voice entered, the ropes hanging on the wall behind the door started moving on their own. Shortly after, a cold wind rushed in from outside the door. A figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with its entire form shrouded within, entered the room, followed by a group of people. These people did not touch the ground, floating in the air, wrapped in black cloths, only a talisman stuck on their foreheads. This eerie scene immediately paled Yue King Huan's face. A woman's light exclamation came from under the hat, apparently surprised to find someone in such a desolate inn. However, she quickly composed herself and pointed to the ropes hanging on the wall behind the door. "Rest here." This command seemed to make the ghostly figures immediately float silently behind the door and hang on the ropes, falling into silence. It was only then that Zhu and Yue King Huan understood the true purpose of these ropes. They were for the weary spirits of the road to rest. However, neither of them spoke. Yue King Huan was scared, and Zhuan watched thoughtfully. The figure in the wide-brimmed hat removed her hat, revealing a woman in a blue dress. She was stunningly beautiful, especially her eyes, clear like a spring. She glanced at Zhuan and Yue King Huan. Zhuan smiled faintly and raised his glass in a gesture. The woman frowned, but didn't speak. Instead, she walked straight into the kitchen. After a while, sounds of cooking came from inside. Then, she came out carrying the food. However, it was apparent that her culinary skills were far inferior to Zhuan's, as the food was slightly burnt. Nevertheless, she ate hungrily, as if she hadn't eaten in a long time. Zhuan noticed a scar on her neck as she ate with her head down. The scar ran diagonally across her carotid artery, almost cutting her flawless neck in half, indicating how dangerous the injury was. At that moment, as if sensing Zhuan's gaze, the woman suddenly looked up, glaring at him with vigilance and caution. Zhuan smiled faintly and raised the wine jug in his hand. "Would you like a drink? It will help dispel the cold in your body." The woman remained vigilant and shook her head. "If you're worried about not being able to escape after drinking, you don't have to, because those who are chasing you have arrived," Zhuan said calmly. At his words, the woman's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, hopping up and rushing to the door. Indeed, though most of the vision was obscured by the mist, she, born and raised here, could still sense several powerful auras rapidly approaching. Escaping at this point was no longer possible. A resolute look appeared in the woman's eyes as she finally spoke. "If you want to live, leave here immediately." Zhuan smiled. "Do you think I can leave now?" Before he could finish his sentence, a ghostly voice, akin to a wail, came from outside. "He's right, you both are already too late to leave." With those words, a small, fierce-looking old man appeared from the mist outside the inn. "I am certainly afraid and terrified to death. But if I can become the Holy Lady of the Moon Mother Goddess clan because of this, then this day of reckoning won't matter." As the words fell, several figures resembling ghosts emerged from the mist behind Jegu Yongwula. Leading them was a skinny old man who seemed to be nothing but skin and bones, holding a skull staff in his hand, his eyes filled with endless sinister and greedy colors. "Jegu Yongwula, why waste time with this girl? Just capture her and hand her over to the master." Jegu Yongwula grinned. "The priest need not worry. I have already set up a trap around us with the cover of this fog. Even if she had wings, she could not escape now. Oh, there are still people in the inn. A man and a woman. This man has such strong vitality, he must taste good. The girl is not bad either, tender and delicate. Let's play with her first, then turn her into a puppet." The ghost standing behind Jegu Yongwula and the skeleton priest excitedly discussed. In short, these people completely disregarded Meng Junasha and others in the inn. There was a touch of resolve in Meng Junasha's eyes. She had already prepared for the worst while fleeing. It was just a pity for the man and woman who mistakenly entered the inn. Thinking of this, Meng Junasha couldn't help but glance at Zhuan and Yue King Huan not far behind, and then she was slightly stunned. Because unlike her imagination, at this moment this man and woman not only showed no signs of panic, but rather sat calmly in their chairs. especially the handsome white-clothed young man who watched everything with interest, seemingly unaffected by the tense and eerie atmosphere on the scene. Although quite amazed by Zuan and Yue Qinghwan's performance, Meng Junasha couldn't concern herself with that much at the moment. She gave a light shout, "Rise!" With that command, the black figures hanging on the rope behind the door flew up and formed a formation next to Meng Junasha. "Attack!" Meng Junasha pointed her hand, and the black figures immediately rushed forward. Jegu Yang Wula sneered, still struggling at this point, so unrepentant. "Then fine, today I will give you a lesson." With that, Jegu Yang Wula waved his hand fiercely, and countless venomous insects appeared, rushing towards these figures. Ding ding ding! Along with a faint sound, the black clothing covering these figures shattered, revealing their metallic bodies underneath. Golden armored bronze corpses. Well, it seems the Mengju tribe is really serious about protecting their holy lady. The skeleton priest remarked coldly. Yes, this group of people were actually all golden armored bronze corpses. This was one of the secret methods of the Mengju tribe. Very powerful. However, with the surrounding rain and mist, the moonlight was nowhere to be seen, so the strength of these golden armored bronze corpses had also decreased significantly. They were trapped amidst countless venomous insects, emitting unwilling roars, but unable to break free. Instead, these insects kept spraying venom on them. Along with a hissing sound, the surface of these bronze corpses began to corrode gradually. Seeing this scene, Meng Junasha couldn't help but panic, knowing that if this continued, these golden armored bronze corpses would be destroyed by these insects. But after fleeing all the way, she had exhausted all her magical tools and was extremely weary, with no strength left for battle. Therefore, she couldn't help but show despair, then suddenly bit her tongue. Pu! A mouthful of blood was spat out. The power of these golden armored bronze corpses suddenly surged, breaking free from the entanglement of the insects and charging forward a few steps. But this bravery was short-lived. After a while, they were once again engulfed by the venomous insects. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Meng Junasha's face turned extremely pale, swaying as if she could faint at any moment. "She's done for. Quickly capture her. Prevent her from committing suicide," the skeleton priest said in a deep voice. Before he could finish, the ghost-like beings behind him rushed forward at an incredible speed. Seeing this scene, Meng Junasha's eyes flashed with resolve. A pale pink color suddenly appeared on the beautiful face. Not good. She's going to release the heartless goo. Stop her. As someone who knew the Mengju tribe best, Jegu Yang Wula couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As he spoke, the skeleton priest waved the staff in his hand towards Meng Junasha. She immediately froze in place. Even the goo worms about to take effect were also trapped. Ha! Indeed, the priest's methods are superb. The ghosts were overjoyed at this sight, rushing towards Meng Junasha. However, in addition, two of them snarling also pounced towards Zuan and Yue Qinghwan. For them, anyone who saw this scene had to die. Moreover, in their eyes, Zuan and Yue Qinghwan were just a delicious meal. But these ghosts rushed in quickly, but flew out even faster. And in the mid-flight, they let out extremely shrill screams. Amidst the screams, a nearly transparent flame rose from the bodies of these two ghosts, instantly turning them into ashes. Not only that, the ghosts that pounced towards Meng Junasha also screamed in unison, and then flames erupted under their feet, turning them into ashes as well. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. The skeleton priest roared, "Who dare is so ruthless?" As he spoke, he waved the staff in his hand towards the inn, repeatedly striking. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Strands of black light penetrated through the walls of the inn, rushing towards Zuan. Wherever it passed, even the air was tainted with a trace of death, showing how vicious this black light was. Meng Junasha suddenly came to her senses from her initial shock. Although she couldn't move her body, her eyes could still turn. So when she saw the black light heading straight for Zuan, her heart tightened. She had seen firsthand the power of this black light and knew it was the infamous technique of the Jeguwu tribe, extremely difficult to defend against, especially adept at corrupting the treasures and souls of human cultivators. So she couldn't help but be worried about Zuan. With a lift of his gaze, the black radiance that had rushed close by immediately exploded into raging flames. The flames rapidly twisted upwards, tracing back in an instant to the staff in the skeletal priest's hand. With a bang, accompanied by a crisp sound, numerous cracks appeared on the staff. No, The skeletal priest screamed in despair, then resolutely bit his tongue, spraying blood towards the staff in an attempt to delay its destruction. But it was too late, as the cracks shattered with a bang, releasing countless black mists filled with the wails and cries of numerous lost souls. The black mists, interwoven with the cries of the spirits, surged fiercely towards the priest. The skeletal priest trembled, trying to escape, but it was already impossible. The black mists penetrated his facial orifices, causing his emaciated body to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, he swelled several times in size, his skin making a creaking sound as it stretched tightly. At the same time, he emitted excruciating moans of agony. Before he could finish saying no, his body burst like a balloon. With a bang, blood splattered, and a foul stench filled the air. In an instant, the dominating skeletal priest turned into a pool of blood on the ground. The young man who acted had not moved throughout the whole process. The scene quieted down. Zhe Shangwula stepped back with a solemn expression, staring fixedly at the inn. The walls of the inn were already riddled with holes. Through those holes, one could clearly see Zhu unsitting at a table. He held a wine glass, still drinking leisurely, his expression calm, as if the self-destruction of the skeletal priest had nothing to do with him. Zhe Shangwula's heart inexplicably shuddered, because he could not fathom the background of this white-robed youth. From the burning of the ghosts to the self-destruction of the skeletal priest, the youth hardly made any moves. The less he acted, the more uneasy Zhe Shangwula felt. After a moment, suppressing his fear, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sir, we simply passed by here. There might have been some offense earlier, but those who offended are already executed. Could you spare us a Zhu?" Un remained silent, fully focused on his wine glass. Seeing this, Zhe Shangwula's heart trembled slightly, but he continued with courage, "Sir, I am of the Zhe Shangwu tribe, and this woman is of the Mengju tribe. This is an internal matter of our barbarian tribe. I hope you can be magnanimous and allow me to take her away. There will be a reward in the future." Zuan still did not respond. Since he did not speak, Yue Qinghuan naturally remained silent as well. Thus, the entire inn fell into silence. Zhe Shangwula did not know what Zuan meant, but he suppressed his fear and bowed to Zuan. "Thank you." With that, he stepped towards Mengju Nasha. Despair filled Mengju Nasha's eyes. She never expected to be unable to escape this fate in the end. Just as Zhe Shangwula was about to reach Mengju Nasha, raising his hand to grab her, a barely detectable sword aura swept through, piercing straight through Zhe Shangwula's palm, sending him flying and pinning him to the far wall with force. Boom! The entire inn shook. Zhe Shangwula let out an extremely painful scream. "A swordsman! You are a human swordsman!" He cried out and struggled to free his arm from the sword aura, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the firmly embedded sword aura. Just then, Zuan slowly lifted his head, smiling faintly at Mengju Nasha. "Would you like a drink later to dispel the chill?" At the sight of Zuan's smile, Mengju Nasha felt a sense of relief, as if the restraints that had trapped her vanished. She looked puzzled at Zuan, eventually nodding her head. "Okay." At that moment, before Zhe Shangwula had the chance, he made a bold move, forcibly severing his wrist with his other hand. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled for his life. He knew very well, judging from the strength displayed by the white-robed youth, he was no match. For the sake of his life, he ran as fast as he could. However, he forgot one thing. No matter how fast he ran, he could not outrun the speed of the sword. He had only run a few steps when a strand of sword aura swiftly caught up, piercing directly through his back. Plop! Blood splattered, and Zhe Shangwula collapsed, shivering uncontrollably. Under his skin, numerous lumps were rapidly moving, as if something was about to burst out of his body. In the next moment, these lumps burst through the skin, releasing countless venomous insects that began devouring Zhe Shangwula's flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, Zhe Shangwula was devoured completely by the insects. After completing this, the insects paid their respects to Zuan before turning into ash and disappearing. At this point, the lively group was all dead. Mengju Nasha stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with confusion. She had endured unimaginable hardships to evade Zhe Shangwula and the skeletal priest's pursuit during this time. She had even prepared for the worst. However, she hadn't anticipated that this seemingly unbeatable group would be so easily defeated by the white-robed youth. Gradually, Mangju Nasha's gaze towards Zuan became brighter. Zuan smiled faintly and nodded towards the wine glass in front of her. Mangju Nasha approached, picked up the glass, and drank it in one gulp. The warmth of the wine, as it went down, made Mangju Nasha couldn't help but murmur. She couldn't remember the last time she had taken a sip of warm wine. As soon as the wine entered her stomach, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Placing the glass down, she solemnly bowed to Zuan. 79 generations saintess of the Mangju tribe of the barbarian clan, Mangju Nasha Buro Kotong. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. May I ask for your esteemed name? Zuan smiled. I am Zuan, and you don't need to address me as sir. Mr. Zhu is fine. He looked towards Jaisheng Wu La and the others who had turned into a pool of blood, and casually said, since you all belong to the same barbarian clan, why were they chasing after you? The Gixiang Wu tribe worships the Sangxian Langjun, which strictly speaking, belongs to the category of yin ghosts. The Mengzhu tribe, on the other hand, worships the righteous god Yumu Shuna of the Jingchu clan. These two deities cannot be compared in terms of status or divine power. The Mengzhu tribe is one of the most powerful clans of the Jingchu clan, while the Gixiang Wu tribe, though not weak, pales in comparison to the Mengzhu tribe. As a result, the Gixiang Wu tribe has always conducted itself in a humble and low-key manner, positioning itself as a subordinate to the Mengzhu tribe. Over time, the Mengzhu tribe has shown much care and consideration for the proactive Gixiang Wu tribe. The relationship between the two can be described as harmonious. The current saint of the Mengzhu tribe, Mangju Nasha, visited the territory of the Gixiang Wu tribe to participate in their celebration of the birth of Sangxian Langjun. What was supposed to be a routine event turned unexpectedly tragic. The Gixiang Wu tribe, usually friendly, suddenly turned hostile and attacked Mangju Nasha and her companions without warning. Due to the lack of preparation, the attendants and guards accompanying Mangju Nasha were easily harmed. Fortunately, as a saint, Mangju Nasha was protected by the divine power of Yumu Shuna, which saved her from a fatal blow. However, even with this protection, she sustained serious injuries from the combined attack of many skilled members of the Gixiang Wu tribe. She managed to escape the territory of the Gixiang Wu tribe with her injuries and fled into the vast mountains. The Gixiang Wu tribe immediately dispatched skilled individuals such as Gixiang Wu La and the Skull Priest to pursue her. Along the way, Mangju Nasha faced several ambushes, narrowly escaping each time under the protection of Yumu Shuna. However, she discovered a horrifying truth. The protective power of Yumu Shuna was gradually weakening, a situation she had never encountered before. Despite her shock, Mangju Nasha knew she could not allow herself to fall into the hands of the Gixiang Wu tribe. She was determined to find a way to return to the Mengzhu tribe and report the betrayal of the Gixiang Wu tribe. With this determination, Mangju Nasha embarked on a challenging escape. When she arrived at this inn today, it marked the 8th day of her escape. During these 8 days, Mangju Nasha had barely eaten or rested, exhausted from the intense pursuit. The divine being she fervently believed in seemed unusually silent, ignoring all her prayers. With no other options, Mangju Nasha decided to take a risk and venture out of the mountains to find supplies. As a resident of the vast mountains, she knew that along the mountain roads, there were often inns for the repose of the Ganshi tribe. The Ganshi were an enigmatic group with ancient ties to the Jingchu clan. Their origins and beliefs were mysterious, and they were rarely seen by outsiders, operating secretively. However, Mangju Nasha, as the saint of the Mengzhu tribe, had a broad knowledge and even possessed a set of ancestral armor passed down in her tribe, the Golden Armor Bronze Corpse. This was her last resort for survival. With the determination to go all out, Mangju Nasha took the risk of entering this inn to replenish her strength, only to chance upon Zuan. After listening to Mangju Nasha's story, Zuan's eyes lit up. Sangxian Langjun. Do you know what kind of deity this is? Mangju Nasha shook her head. The Sangxian Langjun belongs to the Yin Ghosts, and in the beliefs of my Jingmen clan, it is a relatively insignificant entity. Not only is its divine power weak, but it is also said to be cruel and petty. But I don't know its specific origins. Oh, does that mean the Sangxian Langjun was a very inconspicuous deity before? Yes, at least compared to our mother goddess Yumu Shuna. Zhu unthought for a moment, then chuckled. You mentioned that they came for the sacred item of your goddess Yumu Shuna. Yes. Mangju Nasha bowed her head, reached behind her neck, and took off a necklace. "Mr. Zhu, this is the sacred item of our Mengzhu tribe." She then handed the necklace to Zuan, showing sincerity without hiding anything. Zhu and smiled. This girl was indeed straightforward and lovely. He took the necklace, examined it carefully. It was an ordinary-looking necklace with a crescent-shaped gem emitting a faint luster. Strangely, the gem gave a dim feeling, as if its energy had been depleted. After a moment of inspection, Zuan nodded and returned the necklace. "What's your next step?" "I must return to the tribe first, as they may not know of the Gixiang Wu's betrayal. If they allow their deception to succeed again, it will be disastrous." With a look of urgency on her face, Mengzhu Nasha wished she could grow wings and fly back to the tribe immediately. Zhu nodded. "All right, I will take you back now." Mengzhu Nasha was surprised at first, then delighted. "That would be perfect. Thank you, Mr. Zhu." She was also worried about encountering pursuers from the Gixiang Wu tribe on the way back. Now that Zuan was going to take her back, she felt safe. No time to waste. "Let's go now." Zuan stood up and casually tossed a spirit stone on the table. "I can't just eat your food for free. Consider this as payment." Then he looked at Mengzhu Nasha. "In which direction is your tribe?" Mengzhu Nasha pointed southwest, in that direction, about as far as 10 great mountains. "Good. Pack your things, and let's go." She, as a descendant of a military family, had heard of this Jingmen tribe. She knew that they were the masters of this land of witchcraft and goo. Although they were straightforward by nature, there were also cruel individuals among them, especially since they worshipped various gods hidden deep within these endless mountains, excelling in various evil methods and witchcraft, which added a layer of mystery to them. Unless absolutely necessary, generally no one would want to provoke these Jingmen tribespeople. Provocation here does not just refer to enmity, but also includes goodwill. Because these Jingmen tribespeople often had extreme personalities, whether they had enemies or friends, they would leave endless troubles behind. So Yue King Huan had this question. "Since we've encountered them, we naturally need to take care of it. As for going to the Yin and Yang family, it's not urgent for now," Zuan said calmly. Yue King Huan was taken aback, suddenly thinking of something. She glanced back at Meng Zhenasar, who was busy in the distance, then said thoughtfully, "Could it be that you find the young girl attractive and have other intentions? Let me tell you, the women of the Jingmen tribe, especially the beautiful young girls, are the ones you should never provoke, because these women often raise all kinds of strange and sinister insects. If you are not careful, you may fall victim to their methods. By then, even if you are a saint, you'll probably have to endure hardships. You wouldn't want to wake up one day and find yourself covered in bugs, right?" Yue King Huan said seriously, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Zuan was speechless and chuckled. "Do you see me as the kind of person who lusts after beauty?" Yue King Huan was about to say yes, but the word stopped at her lips, because she suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to describe Zuan as someone who lusted after beauty with those four words. After all, she had silently liked this guy for a long time. With her appearance, she was no less beautiful than Meng Zhenasar, even surpassing her, and her feelings were deep-rooted and hard to let go of. But even so, Zuan remained unmoved, like an iron-straight man. Although he seemed friendly on the surface, he kept himself distant. Such a person truly couldn't be described as lusting after beauty. Still, Yue King Huan pursed her lips. "Who knows, maybe you do have a soft spot for them. But don't blame me if I didn't warn you. The women of the Jingmen tribe are extremely devoted. Once they fall in love, it's extremely difficult to escape. And if you dare to abandon them after starting something, they will chase you to the ends of the earth and never let you go." Zuan was at a loss between laughter and tears. How did he suddenly become the scoundrel who abandons women in Yue King Huan's words? Just then, Meng Zhenasar finished tidying up the golden armored corpses and returned, saying, "Master Zhu, I am ready. Shall we depart now?" "Yes, Zhu." Nodded, then raised his hand, and a strand of sword energy shot forward. Meng Zhenasar was stunned, and yet she didn't even flinch, allowing the sword energy to strike her forehead. In the next instant, Meng Zhenasar felt her body light, soaring into the sky. "Let's go, lead the way ahead," Zuan said calmly. "Okay." Meng Zhenasar was excited, activating her body and flying in the sky. With the help of Zuan's sword energy, her speed was as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, She leapt over a dozen mountains, revealing a vast plain surrounded by mountains. On the plain, many buildings were constructed, resembling a bustling city. However, all the buildings in this city were made of wood, even the walls. Manhwaedit pointed ahead, excitedly saying, "Master Zhu, this is our Mengzhu tribe. Thank the heavens, it looks like the people of the Gyeongwu tribe haven't attacked here yet." With that, she flew down to the ground and walked quickly to the city gate. Currently, the gate was tightly closed, but there were guards on the city wall. Seeing the three people flying in, they became vigilant. Before they could react, Manhwaedit had already landed at the city gate and shouted, "I'm back. Open the city gate." Seeing Manhwaedit, the guards were first surprised, then overjoyed. "It's the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden has returned. Thank the Moon Goddess for blessing us. The Holy Maiden is safe indeed." Amid the commotion, someone quickly flew into the town to report, while the other guards descended from the city wall and opened the gate from the inside. "Holy Maiden! Greetings, Holy Maiden!" With respectful greetings, Manhwaedit nodded. "What's going on? Why is the city gate closed during the day? And where are the priestess and the elders?" "The priestess and the elders, they are still in the temple. Closing the city gate was also the priestess's decision." "I see." Manhwaedit nodded and then turned to Zuan. "Master Zhu, the priestess and the others are in the temple. Please follow me. You saved me, so the Mengzhu tribe naturally wants to repay you," Manhwaedit said earnestly. Zuan smiled. "Repayment is not necessary, but I would like to see your temple." "All right, please follow me." Manhwaedit led Zuan and Yue King Huan through the city gate and towards the temple in the center of the town. The guards behind them exchanged glances. Who were those man and woman just now? I have no idea, but they don't seem to be from the Jingmen tribe. Yes, I agree. But the Holy Maiden seems very polite to them. She even said something about being saved. What's going on? Could it be that the Holy Maiden likes the man? At this, the guards all fell silent. After a moment, someone forced a smile. "Don't speak nonsense. If the battalion commander hears about this, we'll be in trouble." The guards dispersed quickly. Meanwhile, Manhwaedit had already led Zuan and the others across the street to the front of the temple. It was more like a tall house than a temple. At the top of the house stood a wooden pole with a crescent-shaped stone hanging from it. The news from the city gate had already reached the temple. As Manhwaedit and Zuan approached, the temple doors swung open slowly. A group of people emerged, dressed in various garbs and exuding different auras. Leading them was a solemn-looking, compassionate middle-aged woman holding a scepter with a crescent-shaped tip. Beside the middle-aged woman was a young woman dressed in a sky-blue dress, elegant in appearance, but with a formidable presence. Upon seeing these two, Manhwaedit immediately bowed in respect. On the side stood a young woman with extraordinary presence. She was the high priestess of the Mengzhu tribe, Mengzhu Mei. Behind her were many elders of the Mengzhu tribe, with a majority of them being women. There were only a few men, and those in positions of power were all female. It can be seen that the Mengzhu tribe is a matriarchal tribe. Quite interesting. Zhu unraised his eyebrows slightly, silently pondering. At this time, the high priestess Mengzhu Mei also noticed Zuan and Yue King Huan. In her eyes, the young man in white standing in front may appear simple, but his aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Even she couldn't help but feel surprised. Who are these two? Mengzhu Mei couldn't help but ask. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Zhu, the one who saved me from the Gyeongwu tribe. So he's the one who saved the saintess. The Mengzhu tribe is truly grateful. Mengzhu Fifeng immediately bowed respectfully. Zuan smiled faintly. No need to be polite. It was just a coincidence that I happened to pass by and help. It's nothing. Mengzhu Mei remained silent, just gazing deeply at Zuan, as if trying to see beneath the calm exterior of this young man. Meanwhile, Mengzhu Nasa gave a brief overview of what had happened, then said solemnly, Chief, High Priestess, the Gyeongwu tribe suddenly rebelled. There must be a reason behind it. We must strengthen our defenses and not take it lightly. Chief Mengzhu Fifeng nodded. That is true. In fact, a few days ago, we received news of the Gyeongwu tribe's rebellion. After failing to ambush you, they launched consecutive attacks, destroying several small tribes, causing great casualties. Exactly. Mengzhu Mei turned her gaze away from Zuan, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. After receiving the news, I ordered all our people who were outside to return, closed the city gates, strengthened our defenses, and dispatched the chief warrior Mengzhu Shang and others to search for you. I never expected you to return safely already. We are truly grateful for the protection of the moon goddess. When Mengzhu Nasa heard the name Mengzhu Shang, a hint of something different flashed in her eyes. Gratitude was present, but there was more of a sense of distance. This expression quickly disappeared, unnoticed by others, but Zuan keenly caught it. Well, regardless, Nasa's safe return is a great joy. Send the message to Mengzhu Shang to stop the search and quickly bring your people back. Yes? Someone took the order and left. Mengzhu Nasa then exchanged a few words with the chief and the high priestess before walking over to Zuan. Mr. Zhu, I need to take my leave for now. Someone will escort you down to rest, and I'll come find you later in the evening. Zuan smiled faintly. Don't worry about me. Please go ahead. Mengzhu Nasa bowed deeply again, before turning away with Chief Mengzhu Fifeng and High Priestess Mengzhu Mei. Watching their retreating figures, Zuan seemed to be lost in thought. Still watching even after they've left? Yue King Huan couldn't help but quip in a teasing tone. Zuan then retracted his gaze, glanced at Yue King Huan, and replied, What? Did I do something wrong? It seems that the saintess of the Jingmen tribe is quite fond of you, coming to bid farewell even before leaving. Yue King Huan pouted in response. As guests who had saved the saintess, the Mengzhu tribe naturally treated them with great respect. They were escorted to a spacious and well-lit room with fresh bedding and a variety of rare fruits emitting a fragrant scent. These details alone indicated the high regard the Mengzhu tribe held for them. Zuan didn't hesitate to sit down on a chair and casually picked up a spirit fruit, enjoying it leisurely. On the other hand, Yue King Huan chose not to eat and sat quietly across the table, watching Zuan. Why are you staring at me? Zuan dropped the fruit core from his hand, and in an instant, the core took root and sprouted on the ground beside the table, growing into a spirit fruit tree. The tree swayed, reaching towards Zuan with a branch. A strange flower bloomed and withered rapidly at the tip of the branch, bearing fruit. In the blink of an eye, a spirit fruit fell once again in front of Zuan. The tree then withered quickly and disappeared. Yue King Huan raised an eyebrow slightly. What is this? Magic tricks or Zhu? Unchuckled lightly, of course not. Just a small spell. A spell. Yue King Huan looked puzzled, then picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a bite. Bleh, what is this? Why does it taste so bad? Yue King Huan spat out the residue with a grimace. Zuan laughed heartily. I told you it's magic. Why don't you believe me? Yue King Huan looked pensive for a moment, then asked, How did you suddenly learn magic? It's simple. Magic is just for words. What for words? Exchange of equivalent value. Zhu. Unexplained casually. Exchange of equivalent value. Exactly. Unlike cultivation, magic doesn't require high talent or deep cultivation. It relies on a certain means of exchange to achieve your goals. Yue King Huan looked bewildered. Zuan began eating another fruit, explaining, in essence, cultivation is like building a house by yourself, doing everything on your own. Magic is like hiring someone to build the house for you, achieving the same goal without having to do it yourself, but the cost is in currency. Yue King Huan finally understood, but still couldn't help but ask, if it's an exchange of equivalent value, how do you exchange, and who do you exchange with? Good question. The key point is that Yue King Huan did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from Zuan's body, as if he was doing it effortlessly. This is quite inconceivable. Zuan smiled faintly. Did you see that? It's just another method of using witchcraft. You just asked the most crucial part of the entire witchcraft system, similar to hiring someone to build a house. Even though it's easy, where does the money come from? Yes. Where does the money come from? Yue King Huan murmured. It's simple. Everything comes from faith. Zuan stood up and walked to the window, looking at the darkening sky outside, saying, Faith is the capital. Witchcraft is a towering building built on this foundation. Now your next question is easily answered. Barter is a means of accumulating enough capital through faith and then exchanging with the deity you believe in. Deity. Exactly, but not limited to deity. It can also be heaven and earth, mountains, rivers, trees, rocks, and all things. Zuan said slowly. Yue King Huan looked surprised because she didn't understand why Zuan suddenly brought up these topics, but a thought popped into her mind, prompting her to blurt out, "Then what do you believe in?" She couldn't believe that Zuan, who had already attained enlightenment, would still believe in so-called spirits. But what Zuan just demonstrated clearly fell into the category of witchcraft. Zuan smiled slightly and glanced at Yue King Huan. "What do you think?" Yue King Huan was shocked as if she had realized something, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing her surprised expression, Zuan smiled. "Yes, I believe in myself." With that, Zuan looked out the window again and said, "I am the deity, heaven, earth, and all things. What can compare to the power of myself? This is where my faith capital comes from." Heavens! Yue King Huan couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Can it be done this way? Isn't it similar to a bug card? Isn't it a zoo?" And chuckled. Yue King Huan certainly did not know what a bug card was, but she could understand Zuan's meaning from his tone, and nodded. "In fact, for the entire witchcraft system, I am also an absolute exception because my methods cannot be replicated by others, not even by another saint." Zuan's words were filled with great confidence. In simple terms, ordinary people can only accumulate capital through faith in deities, and then exchange with them to obtain what they desire. This is the root of witchcraft, and also the reason why it is gradually declining. Yue King Huan also knew that in ancient times, witchcraft prevailed, and the path of cultivation was just emerging. However, after tens of thousands of years, cultivation had become the mainstream, while witchcraft had declined to the point where it could only survive in a small area, barely hanging on. Because the root of witchcraft comes from deities, its limits are entirely dependent on the strength of the deity one believes in. If the deity is powerful, then one's power increases accordingly. If not, the opposite is true. For example, the Gixiongwu tribe is a case in point. Yue King Huan's eyes lit up. "Are you saying the sudden rebellion of the Gixiongwu tribe may have something to do with their deity?" "Not may, but absolutely. The so-called Sangxianlingyuan. You can tell it's a lower-class spirit at first listen. If its power didn't skyrocket, how could its followers dare to rebel against the world?" Yue King Huan exclaimed. "So you decided to save the saintess of the Mengzhu tribe and investigate the reasons for returning?" Zuan smiled. "That's just one aspect. Even without that reason, I couldn't stand by and do nothing." Looking at Zuan's smiling face, Yue King Huan suddenly felt embarrassed. It turned out that he had already inferred that there must be something behind this matter. Although she was also considered a young talent in the military world, she was far behind him in meticulousness and quick thinking. At the same time, she had misunderstood him, even thinking that he came for lust, leading her to say many hurtful words. This made Yue King Huan feel a bit embarrassed. "Zuan, I'm sorry, Yue King Huan said softly. Zuan just smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. No need to apologize. I just wanted to tell you the truth in advance, and I don't blame you." "What do you need me to do?" Yue King Huan asked seriously. "You don't need to do anything. The Sangxianlingyuan is just a petty spirit. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a flick of my finger. What I am interested in is the reason hidden behind its sudden power surge." Looking at Zuan's thoughtful gaze, Yue King Huan wanted to say something, but ultimately closed her mouth. Because for a proud girl like her, being outsmarted was a very humiliating thing, even if it was by a man she admired. So she was afraid of staying here longer and feeling more uncomfortable by Zuan's criticisms. It was wise for her to close her mouth and return to her room. When she left, Zuan stood quietly by the window without speaking. Suddenly, the wild fruit on the table seemed to be wiped out by some inscrutable rule directly into nothingness. And when it reappeared, it was already by Zuan's hand. Zuan took one, starting to chew it heartily. No matter how he swallowed, the spiritual fruit did not seem to diminish at all. After a long time, it seemed like Zuan was full. He suddenly chuckled. "I really wonder what is holding you back, even to the point where you can't respond to the prayers of your followers flawlessly. Could it be that something has changed within the deities of your Jingchu clan?" Zuan unswallowed the fruit in his hand, his gaze piercing through the increasingly dark night towards the distant solitary temple. Although he didn't know the reason, Zuan faintly felt that all the incidents within the Jingchu clan must be related to evil creatures. "It's really pervasive." Zuan sighed softly, but his eyes were full of excitement. Just as the night fell, the entire Mengju tribe town was plunged into a sea of joy. For no other reason, it was simply because the dress Manjuna was wearing was too gorgeous. It was a new cluster of skirts with a dark blue background, embedded with countless silver ornaments and beads, so beautiful to the point of being almost unimaginable. Additionally, her wrists, ankles, and even all the exposed skin were covered with various silver accessories. But the most eye-catching was the silver crown on her head. Its design was so beautiful and intricate, it had reached the peak of craftsmanship. Underneath the silver hanging chains was a face with a shy smile and unparalleled beauty. This outfit would have looked overly extravagant on anyone else, but when worn by Manjuna, the saint of the Manju's tribe, it looked so natural and harmonious. It even exuded a mysterious and elusive beauty that was both stunning and enchanting. When Zuan realized Manjuna was staring at him in a daze, her face flushed slightly, then she lowered her head and softly said, "Mr. Zhu, in gratitude for your kindness, the tribespeople have prepared a grand feast. I'm here to invite you to come." Oh. Zuan finally came to his senses, then smiled slightly. "All right, then please lead the way." "Sure." Manjuna joyfully turned around and led Zuan towards the street. "Wait, what about my friend?" "Oh, you mean that lady? Someone has invited her to go ahead just now. You'll see her when you arrive." Manjuna smiled. Zuan was surprised and could only nod helplessly. By this time, the two of them had already reached the street. As they passed by, the people of the Manju's tribe in their magnificent attire dodged to the sides, smiling and bowing to them. Some elderly women even said something to Manjuna that Zuan couldn't understand, looking at him with eyes full of smiles. "What are they saying, Zhu?" An asked curiously. Manjuna blushed and replied softly, "It's nothing, just expressing their gratitude for your saving me." Zuan didn't notice the surroundings, only glancing at the street filled with people dancing and singing, exclaiming, "Is it usually this lively here? Well, even when there's nothing special happening, my tribespeople love to sing and dance. And this time, for celebrating my safe return, the celebration is even grander. Mr. Zhu, please follow me." Manjuna beckoned Zuan and then disappeared into the crowd, walking ahead. Once they had walked through most of the street, they arrived at the central square of the town. It was a huge square, where a large bonfire was burning at the center, flames soaring into the sky like a massive column. Around the bonfire, the people of the Manju's tribe were holding hands and dancing joyfully. The arrival of Zuan and Manjuna pushed the enthusiastic atmosphere to its peak. Many people gathered around, staring curiously at Zuan and whispering to each other. Zuan didn't know what they were saying and felt awkward about eavesdropping, so he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Just then, the chief Manju's Fifing and the high priestess Manju's Mei approached, parting the crowd as they walked over. Seeing them, the onlookers immediately stepped aside and stood respectfully. Manju's Fifing held a long horn cut from an unknown animal and walked up to Zuan with a smile. "Mr. Zhu, as the savior of our tribe saint, everyone in our tribe is grateful to you. Please drink this cup of abyssal thunder bull horn wine." The whole place fell silent. Manjuna looked a bit nervous, not sure what decision this young man would make. After all, the reputation of the Mang tribe was somewhat unfavorable, especially the strange and creepy goo insects that made people shudder and wary. Most people wouldn't dare to drink that cup of wine. However, it was the highest courtesy of the Manju's tribe. If Zuan declined, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the Manju's tribe, which would be disastrous. Manjuna's heart couldn't help but tighten. Looking at Manju's Fifing's sincere expression and the people behind her staring at him eagerly, Zuan smiled slightly, then took the bull horn and drank it in one go. Good. Applause filled the air. Manjuna felt her previously tight heart instantly relax, her face showing a deep joy. Chief Manju's Fifing smiled and raised the bull horn. "I declare, from now on, Mr. Zhu will be the most honored guest of our Manju's tribe." The whole place erupted in cheers. People sang and danced again, elevating the joyous atmosphere to a climax. Even the bonfire leapt into the air, creating illusory divine scenes. At that moment, sitting on the observation platform in the distance, Yue King Huan couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter, "What's so special? Being the most honored guest, who knows if there are goo insects in that wine?" As she spoke, She looked at Manjuna Shah among the crowd. At this moment, the saint was standing next to Zuan with a smile on her face, seemingly saying something. Zuan listened attentively, appearing deeply engrossed. This further piqued Yue King Huan's curiosity. Although she knew Zuan wouldn't do anything inappropriate, seeing Manjuna Shah so close to him, almost sticking to him, made her feel uncomfortable. Sister Yan is watching you in the symbol tower in the Sea of Knowledge. I don't believe you would dare to do anything inappropriate, Yue King Huan said resentfully, her eyes almost shooting fire. She didn't understand why she felt this way. Her previous self was calm and indifferent, especially about love between men and women, thinking it was all superficial and that she would never get involved. But unexpectedly, a curious exploration trip led her to meet Zuan, and she gradually became deeply entangled, unable to extricate herself. Now she felt like a resentful daughter-in-law. Why couldn't she control herself? Is this her fate? Yue King Huan thought quietly. And at that moment, there was someone else in the crowd whose feelings were similar to hers. And he also perfectly adhered to his duties, working tirelessly and faithfully, guarding the Mengju tribe like an impenetrable fortress. Because of this, he was highly respected within the Mengju tribe, especially by his soldiers under his command, who revered him as if he were a deity. So when they saw their beloved commander standing with a grim expression, staring fixedly at Mengju Nasa, who was chatting and laughing with Zuan in the distance, they couldn't help but feel indignant. Almost everyone in the Mengju tribe knew that Mengju Shang had always deeply loved Mengju Nasa, and these soldiers naturally knew as well. It was precisely because of this that they were so angry. It's outrageous! When the commander heard that the saintess was ambushed by the Jexiongwu tribe, escaping into the deep mountains with no news, he was almost driven mad. Without waiting for the tribal chief's orders, he led us out to search. But what a result! The saintess actually brought back a young man who appeared out of nowhere, and even showed such intimacy. Isn't this publicly humiliating our commander? Someone said through clenched teeth in anger. Who says it isn't? We've been on the move for several days, only returning this evening, but the saintess only thanked the commander without any other gestures towards him. Yet she welcomed this young man with extravagance. The difference is too great. Someone nearby chimed in. The key is that the tribal chief and the high priestess also hold this young man in high regard, saying he is the saintess's savior. But I don't see him as a skilled person at all. He looks tender and weak to me. So I think there's something fishy going on here. The group of people exchanged words, creating a lively atmosphere, their words subtly expressing dissatisfaction towards the tribal chief and the saintess. After all, in their eyes, they and the commander had gone to great lengths to search for Mengju Nasa, only to feel underappreciated in the end, while bestowing great hospitality on an outsider, inevitably breeding resentment. That's enough! At this moment, accompanying a stern shout from Mengju Shang, these soldiers all shut their mouths, turning to look at him in unison. The tribal chief and the saintess have their reasons for doing things this way. It's not something you can discuss, Mengju Shang said in a deep voice. But, Commander! A soldier behind him started to speak, discontent evident in his tone. No need to say more. I understand what you all mean, but from now on, you are strictly forbidden from mentioning these matters again. Mengju Shang said, looking sternly at the soldiers behind him. Yes, they all acknowledged in unison. With that, Mengju Shang took a deep breath, picked up a jug of wine from the nearby table, and walked towards Mengju Nasa. At that moment, Mengju Nasa was blinking her watery eyes, smiling saying, "Thank you just now." "Thank me for what? I thought you wouldn't drink that cup of wine." "Why wouldn't I drink it?" "Because everyone in the world knows that the Jing barbarian tribe is skilled in manipulating various goo forms, so almost no one dares to drink the wine of our Jing barbarian tribe. Some people won't even dare to touch it." Zuan smiled slightly. "So, does that mean there were goo worms in that cup of wine I just drank?" Seeing Zuan's smile, Mengju Nasa couldn't help but smile back slightly. "Yes, indeed. And it was the extremely poisonous love enchantment goo worm. No cure for its effects." Zuan chuckled. "Ah, I see. I should be afraid then." Although he said he should be afraid, Zuan didn't even blink an eye as he picked up a cup of wine nearby, took a sip, and then gazed quietly at the towering bonfire. Mengju Nasa suddenly felt dazed. Especially when she saw the reflection of the fire in Zuan's eyes, she appeared slightly entranced. This young man always seemed so calm and composed, as if as long as he stood there, there was nothing in the world that could faze him. At least Mengju Nasa felt at peace at that moment. If only he could always stand by her side. The thought made even the straightforward Jing barbarian girl blush. It was at this moment that Mengju Shang walked through the crowd, moving closer, and he was taken aback by the blush on Mengju Nasa's face. Over the years, he had tried everything to pursue this saintess, attempting to get close to her. But no matter what he did, Mengju Nasa kept her distance, always polite, but perpetually aloof. So he had never seen this expression on her face before, and combined with her radiant smile just now, Mengju Shang felt a pang in his heart, his breathing becoming rapid. But he forced a smile and said, "Nasa." When Mengju Shang appeared, Mengju Nasa quickly reined in her smile, turning it into a polite one, nodding in greeting. "Commander, is there something you need?" "Commander," that title felt like a sharp sword plunging into Mengju Shang's heart. He swayed slightly, then forced out a strained smile. "No, just relieved that you returned safely. You have no idea how hard I searched for you these past few days. I even wanted to go directly to the Jexiangwu tribe and confront those bastards." His tone became somewhat impassioned towards the end, for that was indeed his genuine sentiment. He had been anguished over Mengju Nasa's disappearance, driven almost to a frenzied state. If he couldn't find her again, he had truly been ready to lead his soldiers to attack the Jexiangwu tribe. However, his earnest words did not move Mengju Nasa, who simply nodded slightly. "Thank you, Commander." Nasa is extremely grateful. It was the same. Bitterness welled up in Mengju Zhang's heart, as he then turned his gaze toward Zuan beside her. "This must be Mr. Zhu who saved the saintess. I am the commander of the Mengju tribe. Thank you for your assistance." With that, Mengju Shang approached Zuan, extending his hand. Seeing this scene, the soldiers who crowded closer with Mengju Shang all brightened up. Here comes the commander, ready to show his authority. Indeed, this guy is in for it. Not just them, even the people around who had been reveling in song and dance turned quiet, watching the scene unfold. Everyone knew that Mengju Shang had always deeply loved Mengju Nasa, and the recent attitude she showed towards Zuan. Even a blind person could see the underlying feelings. Though it might sound exaggerated, for the Jing barbarian girl known for her openness in love and hate, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. This tension naturally escalated. "It doesn't mean anything, just wanted to welcome you. Mr. Zhu shouldn't lack even that much courage." Meng Juxiang stared deeply at Zuan, hoping to see a hint of panic in the young man's eyes. But he was disappointed. He saw the white-clad young man standing lazily there, wearing a nonchalant smile even in the face of his challenge. Meanwhile, Meng Juxiang's soldiers started getting noisy. That's right, since Mr. Zhu is powerful, he definitely shouldn't be afraid. Could it be that he wants to hide behind the holy lady and stay silent? If he hides behind a woman, he can't be considered a man. All kinds of unpleasant words were said. Meng Juna's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Speaking in a cold voice, "Meng Juxiang, if your subordinates dare to speak nonsense again." Before she finished speaking, Zuan lightly waved his hand as he chuckled. "Miss Nasa need not say more. Since the captain is here to welcome, I naturally want to show my courtesy." With that, Zuan slowly reached out his hand and shook hands with Meng Juxiang. Compared to Meng Juxiang's hand, which was like a fan in size, Zuan's hand was delicate and slender, almost feminine. The contrast when they shook hands was enormous. All of Meng Juxiang's soldiers showed a cold smile. In their view, with just a little force from the captain, he could easily crush this guy's hand to pieces. Meng Juxiang also thought the same. Although he wouldn't go so far, he too was a man. All that had just happened had already filled his heart with anger, so he decided to give this young man a small lesson in front of his beloved woman. So he slowly tightened his grip on his palm. Crack! Accompanied by the cracking of joints, a huge force attacked Zuan's palm. A cold smile appeared on Meng Juxiang's lips. In his eyes, this one move should be enough to make this white-clad young man suffer. But then, his smile froze, because he was horrified to find that all the strength he had exerted seemed to have vanished into thin air, without even a splash. What's going on? Just as he was puzzled, Zuan smiled at him. Since you are so enthusiastic, then I won't be polite either. With that, Meng Juxiang felt a tremendous force rushing toward him. The force was so great that he couldn't resist. Crack! His palm shattered. The intense pain hit Meng Juxiang. His face paled, but he didn't utter a word. At the same time, Zuan took a step back and said casually, "My apologies." The whole scene fell silent for a moment, then a low murmur arose. These soldiers, who had been sure their captain would win, were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Did the captain really lose? Did I see that right? The captain's hand was crushed? Amid the murmurs, Meng Juxiang stared at Zuan. Zuan simply smiled back, unmoved. Only after a while did Meng Juxiang sigh. "Thank you for the lesson. No need to be polite," Zuan said calmly. Meng Juxiang turned and left, holding his injured hand with the other one tightly, then suddenly squeezed it. With a series of bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache, Meng Juxiang's injured hand was restored. "Captain! Captain!" When he returned to the formation, these soldiers all exclaimed in surprise. "Let's go," Meng Juxiang said coldly. But some wanted to say something. But under Meng Juxiang's stern gaze, they all closed their mouths obediently, and then these soldiers retreated under Meng Juxiang's lead, like ebbing tides. After they left, Meng Juna, who had been tense all this time, finally breathed a sigh of relief and apologetically said to Zuan, "Mr. Zhu, I'm really sorry. Our captain has a bit of a hot temper. I hope you won't be like him." Zuan smiled, "No need to worry. Just find it strange why he harbors such animosity towards me." Meng Juna blushed and fell silent. "All right, Miss Nasa, your tribesmen are calling you to play. I won't keep you." With that, Zuan turned and walked towards the platform. Watching Zuan's back, Meng Juna suddenly felt that this seemingly approachable young man was actually so hard to get close to. She couldn't help but daydream. At that moment, a soft female voice came from beside her. "Do you really like him?" Meng Juna turned to see it was Lady Meng Jumai, the high priestess in front of the Moon Mother's seat. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I don't know if it's love, but I just feel safe and happy when I'm with him." Looking at Meng Juna's serious expression, the high priestess Lady Meng Jumai couldn't help but sigh. "Nasa, listen to my advice, never fall for this man. You can appreciate, but don't invest your emotions." Meng Juna was stunned. Why? Because Meng Jumai gazed deeply at Zuan, who had already walked far away. "I have a strong sense that this man's origins are definitely not simple, and they are not something our small tribe can aspire to." Meng Juna was bewildered for a moment, but then she said earnestly, "To me, emotions are the purest form of connection, and no status gap can't be bridged by pure emotions." After saying that, she decisively walked away. Watching her disappear, Meng Jumai smiled bitterly and whispered, "Silly girl, don't you see it yet? This young man has no room for you in his eyes. Not only you, but our entire tribe, even the entire barbarian clan, are insignificant to him. With that said, the emotions you give will only be a futile self-inflicted pain." With that, she shook her head, sighed, and turned away. Meanwhile, on the platform, Yue Qinghuan looked at Zuan with some amusement, whispering, "With your current level of cultivation and realm, do you really have to show off against such a minor character?" "Show off?" Zhu unshook his head with a smile. "I don't have that luxury. It's just that he insisted on trying, so I gave him a chance. It's also a way to fulfill his desire." Yue Qinghuan pursed her lips. She found herself increasingly fond of this expression. "Seriously, what are your plans for the next step? Are you really going to stay in this tribe forever?" "Of course not, because it won't be long before certain entities can no longer be suppressed." She recognized this little figure with just one glance. Isn't this the small figure made from the fruit core that Zuan left behind before? At that time, it had disappeared out the window, and Yue Qinghuan thought it had dissipated into the world, but she didn't expect it to return. At that moment, after listening to the story told by the fruit core figure, Zuan smiled slightly, then waved his hand gently. The figure instantly grew larger. "Go, this is your reward." The figure nodded happily, then leapt up and disappeared into the darkness once again. "What's wrong?" Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, just like the fish lurking underwater can no longer hold back and must emerge to the surface," Zuan said lightly, his eyes shining brightly under the torchlight. At the same moment, not far from the Mengzhu town, a group of people and horses appeared on a small mountain. They were all dressed in black, their presence perfectly hidden, like ghosts in the night, Even though they were so close, they did not attract the attention of the guards on the city wall. When they saw the brightly lit Mengju town in the distance, like a dazzling gem under the night sky, the leaders couldn't help but sneer. "I never thought we could finally have the day to completely destroy this Mengju town." A figure, seemingly illusory and about to disappear into the darkness, sneered. "Yes, just thinking that this bustling town will soon turn into a hell of blood and fire excites me." Another man, whose face was covered with black bandages, said in an excited tone, "I'm different." A man with eyes as red as blood licked his lips. "I just want to knock down those high and mighty women, and then have my way with them." His words elicited a strange laughter from the group. "That's right. Those Mengju girls are all charming, especially the saint, who came to our tribe for a visit. She was so beautiful, it made people want to violate her at first sight." The man with black bandages laughed eerily. "Enough!" The man who had been silent in the front suddenly shouted, "Whatever you plan to do, you must follow my orders later, as the Lord Sanxian made it clear that this time we can only win and not lose, so our four gods must be united, understand? Yes? Don't worry, boss, we'll all listen to you later. Just remember to leave the saint for me. I regret letting her escape last time." The boss didn't say a word, just made a gesture, and these people immediately disappeared into the darkness and moved towards Mengju town. The newcomers were from the Gixiongwu tribe, and the four leaders were the four gods under Lord Sanxian. In the past, with their power alone, they wouldn't dare to attack Mengju town, let alone even glance at it directly. But this time, their arrogance was unprecedented, even with the intention of completely destroying the entire Mengju tribe. At the same time, Mengju Shang stood on the city wall, looking at the dark mountains in the distance, silent. "Boss, is this matter going to be let go like this? I think that boy just took advantage of your unpreparedness to win." "Yes, I think so too. So boss, don't be discouraged. As long as we take it seriously next time, that boy won't have it easy." The soldiers were chatting excitedly with each other. But Mengju Shang remained silent, his hand trembling slightly, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He remembered the sudden surge of power he faced when confronted with the white-clad youth just now. It felt like it could crush everything. His resistance and his prideful body seemed as fragile as paper in front of that immense power. But what puzzled Mengju Shang even more was the eyes of that young man. Those eyes that held no joy or sorrow, overlooking all beings, only fitting for a deity. He had no doubt that, if that white-clad youth wished, he could easily crush him with just one finger. That's why he said, "Thank you for your concession." Others thought he was being polite, but only he knew what he had experienced. Just then, a sudden disturbance in the darkness awakened him. "Who goes there?" Mengju Shang growled. Before he could finish speaking, a sinister laugh came from the darkness, followed by a countless barrage of black arrows heading straight towards the guards on the city wall. The attack was silent and unsuspecting, and in the blink of an eye, several guards were pierced by the arrows and met their demise. Mengju Shang shook violently and roared, "Enemy attack!" But as soon as he roared, he realized that all his sound was trapped on the city wall and couldn't spread out. His heart sank. This was bad. These people clearly came prepared to silently infiltrate the town without anyone noticing. "No, I can't let them succeed." With this thought in mind, Mengju Shang immediately split his arms, his upper clothing instantly shattering, and then he roared and punched towards the darkness. With a loud bang, the darkness trembled slightly, revealing the people from the Gixiongwu tribe. They were all familiar faces, so Mengju Shang recognized them at a glance. "It's you! You bastards! How dare you come here looking for death?" Mengju Shang's hair stood on end, his anger burning so intensely that flames engulfed his entire body. It was his signature move, the anger of the moon. But the four gods just smirked. "Mengju Shang, even facing death, you still dare to speak arrogantly. Today, I will grant your wish and let you pave the way for your people to the underworld." With that, the man with the bandages grinned slyly, and the bandages on his body immediately scattered like countless tentacles straight towards Mengju Shang. Without hesitation, Mengju Shang threw a punch to shatter the bandages. But when his fist hit them, he found that the bandages were extremely flexible and had no fear of the flames on his body. What's more, these bandages seemed to have a mind of their own, wrapping around his arm as soon as they made contact, quickly covering his entire arm. Mengju Shang was shocked and roared, trying to shake off the bandages. His efforts were in vain, as the bandages tightened even more, as if trying to tear his arms off. Meanwhile, the other three gods were also attacking the guards on the city wall. The situation became extremely critical in an instant. Meng Zhushang couldn't help but let his anger cloud his judgment. Originally still full of swagger, the four divine envoys who were prepared to eliminate all the guards on the city wall were taken aback. "Not good, run!" Before the words even finished, they turned around to escape. However, their speed was no match for the sword light. Almost as soon as they turned around, the sword light had already slashed towards the city wall. Boom! With a loud noise, the already weak city wall turned directly into rubble. The divine envoy Manjushang on the city wall only felt a lightness throughout his body, as if some force was holding him up, preventing him from falling. But the people of the Zhejiangwu tribe were not so lucky. Without even a groan, they were directly cut into nothingness by the unparalleled sword energy. Watching as one by one the people of the Zhejiangwu tribe turned into flying ashes before their eyes, Manjushang and his soldiers were all horrified. Especially those soldiers who had been disdainful of Zuan in their words before. Now their faces were pale and trembling. Yet not all the people of the Zhejiangwu tribe perished. At least these four divine envoys were unharmed. But even though they were unharmed, their situation was not good. They were frozen in midair, unable to move a single finger on their body. Only the look of fear and horror in their eyes proved they were still alive. This grand gesture naturally shocked the entire Manju tribe. Originally, the people who were dancing and singing around the bonfire were all stunned in place, staring in disbelief at the scene in the distance. My goodness! What's going on? Where is our city wall? Forget about the city wall. Aren't those floating people the four divine envoys of the Zhejiangwu tribe? How did they get here? As soon as this person finished speaking, the expressions of everyone changed. Because no one was a fool, they naturally thought of what the four divine envoys were planning to do here. This was clearly an attempt to launch a surprise attack while their guard was down. With this thought, many people started sweating nervously, and when they looked at Zuan, their eyes held not only fear, but also a hint of gratitude. They knew very well that if it hadn't been for Zuan's astonishing sword strike just now, these people might have already succeeded in their sneak attack. Now disaster had been averted. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. But there were still some people whose faces turned even uglier. Among them were Manju Fifeng, the chieftain of the Manju tribe, and Manju Mei, the high priestess. Because they had discovered a terrifying fact that from start to finish, even when the four divine envoys of the Zhejiangwu tribe had reached the top of the city wall, their revered gods did not give any warning signs, and the temple showed no reaction. This was simply unimaginable in the past, especially when considering the recent actions of the moon goddess. Both Manju Fifeng and Manju Mei showed deep concern in their eyes. Yue Qinghuan, however, was somewhat excited. She hadn't expected Zuan's words to be so accurate. He predicted that something would happen tonight, and within moments, someone had come knocking on their door. So, how do you plan to deal with these guys? Do you want me to interrogate them for you? Yue Qinghuan said eagerly, her words full of anticipation. As a military family's daughter, she was not the typical wealthy heiress. On the contrary, she had some experience with battlefield matters. This naturally included interrogations. Interrogation was an art, especially when dealing with individuals with cultivation. It was not easy to pry open their mouths with just a simple soul search, so the military had developed numerous interrogation methods, and today was a good time to put them into practice. However, Zuan just smiled faintly at this. Just a few small bandits, worth interrogating. With that, he waved his hand, and the four envoys who had been suspended in midair above the city all floated over as if they were kites tethered by a string, then dropped heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The whole scene erupted into commotion. After landing, it was apparent that the bindings on the four divine envoys had been released. Yet they showed no intent to resist, instead prostrating on the ground at Zuan's feet, knocking their heads in reverence. Throughout the process, they dared not utter a single word, asking for mercy, clearly terrified. Manjushang hurried over with his men at this moment. To see the once swaggering Zhejiangwu divine envoys kneeling before Zuan in such humility made Manjushang's hair stand on end involuntarily. This feeling peaked when he saw Zuan sitting on the chair, smiling faintly without saying a word. He had almost dared to provoke such a figure just now. It was truly a blessing from the moon goddess that he could still live. No, he reckoned that he couldn't even afford to provoke this noble person, let alone the moon goddess. Manju Shang muttered to himself, realizing that the thought of challenging Zhu En had long vanished, not even daring to think about it. The entire scene fell into an unusually quiet state as everyone watched the four divine envoys bowing repeatedly. Their gazes held disdain, scorn, but mostly confusion, because many people still didn't understand what had happened. Just then, Zhu En spoke lightly. "Do you want to live?" At these words, the four envoys trembled all over, then hurriedly spoke in unison. "Yes, yes, sir, we want to live." "Very well. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing you. Understand?" "Yes, yes, understood." "First question, who sent you?" The man with bandaged eyes among the four envoys preemptively shouted, "It was Lord Sangxian who sent us." "Oh, why were you sent here?" This time, the man with eyes like blood rushed to answer. Fearing someone would interrupt, he crawled forward a few steps, desperately saying, "Great sir, Lord Sangxian sent us to slaughter the Manju tribe and obtain the divine essence of the moon goddess." "What? Daring to have such treacherous ideas, Lord Sangxian deserves death." A burst of roars erupted from the crowd. But there were also some thoughtful expressions. From both the divine essence and status standpoint, the moon goddess was far superior to Lord Sangxian. This was evident from the positions of the Manju and Zhejiangwu tribes in the past. But what was happening this time? These three questions can be said to get to the root of the matter. Just as the fifth messenger was about to answer, the leader of the four divine envoys couldn't help but change his expression and sternly said, "Fifth, you." He had intended to say that betraying the master would not end well for the fifth messenger. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhu En's gaze flashed, and a strand of sword light passed straight through. The leader of the four divine envoys was beheaded without even a grunt. This mysterious and unpredictable move frightened the remaining three divine envoys, causing them to shudder. Zhu En said softly, "All right, you may continue." The fifth messenger, pale-faced and trembling, said, "Race?" "Respectfully, Lord, originally Lord Sangxian intended to come personally, but he suddenly received an important task from above, so he had to go and carry out that task first. As for how we will complete this task, the reason is simple. At this moment, the Moon Mother Goddess has actually been severely injured and is practically on the brink of destruction." These words were like a thunderbolt, causing an uproar in the whole place. "What? That's impossible. How could the Moon Mother Goddess be seriously injured?" "Exactly, it must be this guy talking nonsense." The crowd was so angry that they wanted to tear the fifth messenger apart. However, the high-level members of the Mengzhu tribe, including Mengzhu Feifeng and Mengzhu Mei, all looked solemn because they knew that their revered deity must be in trouble, as she had not responded to her followers for a long time. And if what the fifth messenger said was true, that the Moon Mother Goddess had been injured, then things were troublesome. Just then, Zhu En rose slowly, and the whole place instantly quieted down. Then Zhu En walked up to the fifth messenger and looked down at him. "You said Lord Sangxian received orders from above. Then who is this above?" At this moment, the fifth messenger had abandoned all principles and immediately said, "Respectfully, Lord Sangxian has joined the Witch God sect, and this time he went to carry out a command given by the Witch God sect to go and hunt down a person." "Oh, the Witch God sect?" Zhu En's eyes lit up slightly, as he did not expect to have such an unexpected gain. He was certainly no stranger to the Witch God sect. In the Jujia mining area, Zhu En had fought the Witch God sect in order to seize the Jurong fire seed. He just didn't expect to hear about it here. However, when the people in the area heard the words Witch God sect, they all changed color. The reason was simple. The Witch God sect was too powerful in this place of witchcraft, to the point where even the self-proclaimed rulers of the Jingman tribe had to retreat. The Witch God sect worshipped ancient witch gods, which clashed with the deities worshipped by the Jingman tribe. Therefore, there was deep-seated enmity between them. It was unexpected that Lord Sangxian had actually joined the Witch God sect, explaining why his strength had soared, and why he had let his subordinates act recklessly, even planning to seize the goddess position of the Moon Mother. "Who is the person that the Witch God sect wants Lord Sangxian to hunt down? Do you know?" Zhu En asked indifferently. "I'm not quite sure about that, but from what Lord Sangxian said, the person he is to hunt down is named Shu Linger." Shulinger. This name made Zuin slightly stunned, and then a strange look appeared in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this Shulinger was the witch god sex saint who had died by his sword in the Jujia mining area. How could she have reappeared? Was it a namesake? At this moment, Yue King Huan also walked to Zuan with some doubts and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't Shulinger die? Yes? But this makes it more interesting. It seems that things are getting more and more intriguing." A faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, then he turned and asked, "So, was it the witch god sect responsible for the moon mother goddess being seriously injured?" "I do not know about this." After saying that, the three divine envoys all looked at Zuan with fear and anxiety. Zuan smiled. "Your answers were good, and your cooperation was also good." "Thank you, Lord. Can we leave now?" the fifth messenger asked cautiously. Zuan waved his hand with a smile. "Please go." The fifth messenger and the other two divine envoys were overjoyed, hurriedly got up, and turned to flee. However, at that moment, Zuan pointed his finger and several sword lights pierced through their dantian. The three divine envoys shook violently and turned to look at Zuan in disbelief. Zuan said calmly, "I will not kill you, but your cultivation cannot remain." With that, Zuan turned to Meng Juxiong in the distance and said, "They are entrusted to you." Meng Juxiong shuddered, then nodded, "Yes." Afterwards, Zuan left. As he walked away, there were immediately sounds of howling like slaughtered pigs. Meng Juxiong and his soldiers would not let the three men go. Meanwhile, all the high-level members of the Mengzhu tribe, including Chief Mengzhu Feifeng and Priest Mengzhu Mei, followed Zuan to the front of the temple. Zuan stopped and gazed at the modest temple, saying, "I sense the weakness of the deity you worship from the moment I entered the town. I just didn't expect it to already be severely injured and on the verge of breaking apart and perishing." Tears welled up in Meng Juna's eyes. As a holy maiden, she felt deep hatred for her own stupidity and ignorance. She should have realized this when her protective necklace failed. Even if not then, she should have been alert after unresponsiveness in several prayers upon returning to the tribe. Yet she had remained oblivious, causing great pain to her deity, which was unforgivable. Mengzhu Feifeng and Mengjuma, among others, were also in tears. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The moon-shaped stone hanging above the temple began to emit a faint glow, illuminating the whole Mengzhu tribe in the night, enveloping it in light. Then a faint figure appeared above the moonlight stone. Seeing this, everyone in the Mengzhu tribe knelt down, bowing to the figure in the moonlight. Zuan watched quietly, his eyes showing a hint of admiration, then murmured softly, "The final guardian. Are you saying goodbye?" With his words, a strand of moonlight suddenly flew into his hand like a thread and formed a shallow word, "Beg." Zuan remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Meng Juna let out a mournful cry, and then burst into tears. In an instant, the entire place was filled with crying. Mengju Feifeng, Mengju Mei, and others were all in tears, bowing ceaselessly. Zuan sighed lightly, then opened his hand, holding a shrunken version of a moonstone. There was a faint glow within the stone, carrying a distant and awe-inspiring aura, making people feel reverent. It was the divine essence left behind by the Moon Mother Goddess at her demise. This was what the three-hued gentlemen had been dreaming of, now lying quietly in Zuan's hand, delicate and small like a pendant for a girl. It was hard to imagine that this was the thing that could ignite divine fire in mortals and ascend to the throne of gods. Ju gazed at it quietly for a moment, then whispered, "Miss Nasa." Mengju Nasa, who was originally kneeling and crying, lifted her bewildered face. At the same time, Zuan raised his hand and pressed the divine essence onto Mengju Nasa's forehead. Mengju Nasa trembled, and then the moonstone seeped into her forehead like flowing water. In an instant, a vast aura rose from Mengju Nasa's body, accompanied by the brilliant moonlight burning all around her. The whole place was shocked. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed. The high priest Mengju Mei was trembling, and with an infinite horror in her tone, she murmured, "Creating a god. He is creating a god." With these words, the whole place was shocked. Many people involuntarily recalled an ancient legend. It was rumored that, as long as one possessed a complete divine essence and the help of a strong person, mortals could also ignite the divine fire and ascend to the throne of gods. But this legend had only been a legend before, and no one had ever thought that one day it would become a reality. Because the requirements were too strict, Just a complete divine essence alone was enough to shatter most fantasies. But today, by a lucky coincidence, Zuin was creating a god right in front of everyone. In an instant, the boiling moonlight calmed down slightly, and then a familiar aura emerged from it. Sensing this aura, many people present were moved to tears of joy and bowed towards Zuin in worship. Because this aura was the long-lost divine aura. Though still very young and weak, it represented a new hope. A faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, then he turned to Yue King Huan and said, "She will need some time to truly stabilize the divine fire and ascend to the godly throne. Wait here for me for a while, I'll be back soon." With that said, without waiting for Yue King Huan's agreement, Zuin flew up into the sky and disappeared into the vast expanse of the heavens. Yue King Huan stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and said, "This guy talks as if ordering a servant, without even a word of request, really despicable." But no matter how angry she was, she could only do nothing at this moment. At the same time, based on the aura of the 4 divine envoys, Zuin crossed thousands of miles in an instant and arrived at a remote location. Upon arrival, Zuin heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from below without even touching the ground. His heart stirred, so he hid on the side and looked down. In the depths of the mountains, dozens of divine servants were launching a fierce attack on a woman. The woman was covered in wounds, but very tenacious, refusing to give up even when surrounded on all sides. Beside the battlefield stood a vague black shadow about 30 feet tall. The shadow remained silent, watching the battle quietly until after a long time. It sneered, "Shu Linger, I never expected you to be so stubborn. Even when you were already cornered, you still refused to surrender." Shu Linger repelled several divine servants in front of her with a palm strike, then retreated a few steps back, leaning against the cliff wall and breathing heavily, her eyes filled with a fierce and cold light. "3 huge gentlemen, you are nothing but a dog. What qualifications do you have to flaunt your power in front of me?" This was spoken in a very derogatory manner, causing the black shadow to twist and reveal a pale middle-aged man. The man smirked, "Shu Linger, if you were still the saintess of the Witch God Church, I would naturally not dare to flaunt my power before you, not even daring to look you in the eye. But since you have betrayed the Witch God Church and escaped, I can't be blamed for it. I really don't understand. What made you, a well-established saintess of the Witch God Church, insist on escaping? Besides, you died by someone else's sword back then. If the Witch God Church didn't resurrect your soul, how could you still be alive? So, isn't what you are doing now ingratitude?" Shu Linger spat viciously. "Damn it! Why would I need a little dog like you, a wannabe god, to judge me? How dare you talk about ingratitude?" Her words were extremely harsh, causing the 3 huge gentlemen to look even more unpleasant, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. "You have no face, then you shall die here today." With that, the black shadow instantly flew out with dozens of black lights entering the bodies of the divine servants. In an instant, the strength of these divine servants increased significantly, overwhelming Shu Linger, who was already struggling to defend and had no power to fight back. She felt a chill in her heart, knowing that she was undoubtedly going to die today. Nonetheless, even in this situation, she had no regrets about escaping from the Witch God Church. The reason was simple: the Witch God Church today was no longer the same as before. When Shu Linger was killed by Zuan in the Zha family's mine, she was indeed utterly destroyed, beyond death. However, the wonder of witchcraft was that earlier, at the beginning of her initiation into the church, Shu Linger had implanted a soul seed in the Witch God Church's altar and continually nurtured it, sensing it with her own memories. So, when she died in the Zha family's mine, the seed left in the altar of the Witch God Church was awakened and once again became the saintess of the Witch God Church, Shu Linger. This was considered a form of rebirth in another sense. After experiencing a life and death situation, Shu Linger had changed a lot, becoming reserved and calm, avoiding involvement in matters beyond the realm of witchcraft, just wanting to quietly cultivate in the altar. But the truth often played out like this: the more you wanted something, the more you would lose something. The sudden change shocked and frightened her, causing her to immediately retreat from the altar. Before she could report the news to the leader of the cult, the entire cult of the Dark God had completely fallen. Including the leader, all the senior members of the cult of the Dark God were invaded by evil energy and turned into minions of the dark creatures. As the saint of the cult of the Dark God, Shu Linger naturally could not escape. The leader, now controlled by the evil entity, threatened and tempted her to join the Dark Army, while other senior members also eyed her with suspicion. However, surrounded by enemies, Schulinger understood that surrendering meant the end of her human self. Even if she managed to survive, she would only be a shell inhabited by an evil entity. She refused to accept this fate. She was not a good person, otherwise she wouldn't have been killed by Zuan in the mine area of the Jew family. But she also did not want to become a puppet of evil and sink into darkness. With this thought in mind, Schulinger pretended to comply while secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. Eventually, with her relentless effort, she found a chance to successfully flee from the territory of the cult of the Dark God. However, being the saint of the cult, and also the one with the most secrets, the cult of the Dark God would not let her go. They immediately sent a large group of troops to chase after her, including Sangxian Langjun. This lowly positioned, but ambitious minor deity had long been fawning over the cult of the Dark God, but was originally ignored by them due to the contempt for the savage tribe of Jing barbarians. However, with the cult of the Dark God controlled by the evil entity, there were no more reservations, and Sangxian Langjun was taken in and bestowed with considerable divine power, leading to the rapid rise of the tribe of Jexiong Wubu. At this moment, looking at Schulinger, who was surrounded, Sangxian Langjun was full of excitement. If he could capture this woman and bring her back, the leader would surely reward him generously, and then he could reap the arrogant gods of the Jing barbarian tribe. By then, he would be the true and only ruler of the Jing barbarian tribe. However, at that moment, a servitor took advantage of Schulinger's distraction and launched a surprise attack from behind. This attack left another deep wound on Schulinger's back. Schulinger grunted, showing a resolute look in her eyes. She had made the final decision. She would rather die than be captured and turned into a puppet of evil. But at that moment, a chuckle sounded in her ear. "I can't believe you're still alive." Hearing this voice, Schulinger was shocked and turned to look. Above the valley, a white figure appeared, with starry eyes and sword-like brows. It was none other than Zuan. Seeing this familiar figure, Schulinger's mind raced, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Zuan was too familiar to her. Every time she had a nightmare, she would wake up in a cold sweat at the memory of the sword strike that killed her. He had become a nightmare figure in her mind. Yet, encountering him here today, a glimmer of hope arose in Shuling's heart. "Mr. Zhu." She managed to say Zhu. Unsmiled, glanced at her injuries, then turned to Sangxian Langjun nearby. "Are you Sangxian Langjun?" "Yes, that's me, a great god." "And who are you?" Sangxian Langjun was wary of Zuan's sudden appearance, unable to discern the truth about this young man. "Good enough, there's no need to ask further." With that, Zuan clenched his hand, causing it to burst with countless golden lights, like a sun. The servitors in the area instantly turned to ash, while Sangxian Langjun roared in anger. "Who are you to go against the cult of the Dark God?" His words were fierce and intimidating. He could sense the majestic sword intent within the golden light, so he didn't dare to confront it head-on, instead hastily retreating. However, as he withdrew a few steps, a finger suddenly pierced through the dark shadow without a sound. This slender finger was as delicate as picking flowers. But then, the dark shadow began to violently shake and shattered in an instant. A figure tumbled out from the shadow and sprinted away in a flash of lightning. However, before he could get far, Zuan reached out and grasped him in his hand. With a strange cry, the figure struggled, revealing its true form, a giant rat as big as a lynx. The giant rat writhed in pain, its eyes wide with fear. "So this Sangxian Langjun is just this kind of creature," Zhu unsneered, then squeezed his hand. With a crisp sound, he broke the rat's spine, rendering it helpless, then reduced it to ash, leaving no trace. After completing this, Zuan clapped his hands and gave Schulinger a cold smile. "Now, it's time to talk about your situation." Schulinger stared in shock, shivering. From Zuan's appearance to the disappearance of Sangxian Langjun's remains, the whole process only took about a minute. The trouble that had been bothering her was completely destroyed. So when Schulinger met Zuan's cold gaze, her blood ran cold. I. After hesitating for a moment, Schulinger finally lowered her head and briefly recounted the situation. When she heard that the cult of the Dark God was already corrupt by the evil entity, a brilliant light flashed in Zuan's eyes. "Are you sure?" Schulinger was forced to step back by the immense pressure emanating from Zuan, but her eyes were full of certainty as she nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. Then, with a tone of utmost respect, she said, Sir, my actions in the Jew family's mine area were unforgivable, but I don't want to become a puppet of evil, so please save me, sir. With that, she suddenly knelt down, her face filled with sincerity. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Save you? How do you know I'll save you? Because Sir obviously also despises these evil entities, so our goals are aligned now. Zuan fell into silence. Sneaking glances at him, Xu Linger grew even more apprehensive. When she first encountered Zuan in the Jew family's mine area, he was just at the level of an immortal lord and had not even reached half-saint status. But in just a few years, he had already achieved saint status, a feat that defied common understanding. After this period of merciless conquering and slaughter of many small tribes around, the territory governed by the Zhexiongwu tribe has more than doubled compared to before. This has also brought about earth-shattering changes to the Zhexiongwu tribe's residents. The dilapidated city walls of the past have been replaced by sturdy and durable stone walls. The area of the residence has greatly extended outward, and many magnificent houses have been newly built. The streets are filled with cheerful people from the Zhexiongwu tribe, but in stark contrast to the joy on their faces are the captives with withered, numb expressions. These captives, both male and female, mostly come from the defeated small tribes nearby, each covered with wounds of various sizes. Because after coming to the Zhexiongwu tribe, they are no longer treated as humans, but as objects to be used and controlled by certain individuals. These dark and desperate days have driven many captives, especially female captives, to unbearable pain, leading them to choose suicide. Yet in this land, where witchcraft prevails, even suicide does not bring release. For example, right now, in the shadows of the city walls, across from these captives, there are many lost souls, bound by witchcraft. These souls are mostly captives who committed suicide and were captured by witchcraft, imprisoned here. At this moment, several soldiers of the Zhexiongwu tribe are wielding whips to relentlessly lashing at these lost souls. Each strike provokes a piercing, agonizing scream, unbearable to hear. The more excruciating the cries, the more enthused the Zhexiongwu tribe people become. Some soldiers are panting heavily, turning back to the captives with a sinister smile. See that? Now not only your bodies belong to us, but even your souls. Trying to escape captivity through suicide is futile. It will only bring about more painful punishment. So from now on, you all better behave and listen. Got it? There is a commotion among the captives, many showing hopeless tears in their eyes. When one cannot even control their own life and death, that is true sorrow. But at that moment, a breeze suddenly blows from above the fortress, causing the large flag in the city to flutter unsteadily. This is nothing unusual. In these deep mountains, the weather is always unpredictable, and windy days are common. Yet this gust of wind feels strange. After it passes, distant skies suddenly swell with layers of dark clouds and rush towards here at great speed. In the temple of the Zhexiongwu tribe, several priests were devoutly offering incense and praying. Suddenly, cracks appear on the towering statue of the Sanxian Langjun deity, then it crumbles completely. The priests are all stunned by the scene. What's going on? How could the statue of Sanxian Langjun suddenly shatter? Meanwhile, the chieftain of the Zhexiongwu tribe, who was in the midst of battle inside the house, suddenly looks up, his face filled with horror, as he gazes outside the window. Heavens, what? What is that? This question, breaking with fear, represents the collective sentiment of the entire Zhexiongwu tribe at that moment. Everyone stares dumbfounded at the surging dark clouds, trembling uncontrollably. The chieftain hurriedly puts on a piece of clothing and rushes out, only to be shocked when he sees the dark clouds covering the sky. He can keenly feel an indescribable, powerful aura within those dark clouds. And it is at that moment that a deafening rumble echoes from within the clouds. Upon hearing the thunder, the chieftain's face turns pale instantly. He shouts with a hoarse voice, "Oh no, run!" With that, he turns and bolts towards a distance. His fleeing triggers a mass exodus of the entire Zhexiongwu tribe. Even though many do not know what's happening, seeing their chieftain flee, they instinctively follow suit. But their escape is destined to fail. Just as the chieftain is about to reach the back gate of the Zhexiongwu tribe, ready to flee, a dazzling lightning bolt strikes directly down. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the lightning bolt strikes him directly on the head. The chieftain lets out a despairing cry, using all his cultivation to resist. But how could his feeble power possibly withstand divine thunder? The lightning effortlessly pierces through the barrier of black energy gathered above his head, striking him. Sizzle! Amidst the crackling of electricity, a rich scent of grilled meat instantly fills the air. As the lightning dissipates, what remains in the courtyard is the withered and charred bones of what was once a lively chieftain. Everyone's faces turn white. The chieftain was one of the top talents of the Zhejiangwu tribe, yet before the lightning, he seemed as fragile as an ant. Before these people could recover from the shock, thunder erupts from within the dark clouds. Countless lightning bolts shoot out like dancing silver serpents, raining down from the sky, enveloping the entire Zhejiangwu fortress. Heavens! Our Zhejiangwu tribe is doomed by the heavens! A priest despairingly screams, then is directly pinned in place by a lightning bolt from above. Within the pouring rain of lightning beams from the sky, this scene is simply commonplace. Finally, as the lightning gradually fades, the once prosperous Zhejiangwu fortress is completely reduced to ruins, with the tribal people turned into ashes on the ground. However, in contrast, these captives are unharmed, therefore they all stand there dumbfounded, witnessing the destruction. At that moment, a calm yet supremely authoritative voice resounds from the dark clouds. The Zhejiangwu tribe has perished. Your great vengeance has been avenged. You may now disperse. With that, the spell binding these captives shatters, and the fettered souls regain their freedom. These people then kneel down together, bowing and paying respect to the sky. Thank you for saving us, Great One. Thank you for avenging us, Great One. Gratitude soars to the heavens. Zuan, above the dark clouds, smiles faintly and says, "All right, matters here have been resolved. It's time to go to the temple of the witch god." "Ah, yes." Shu Linger, who had been in a dazed state, shudders and regains consciousness, then nods hurriedly. "I'll lead the way." With that, she charges ahead. At that moment, she is filled with extreme dread. Previously, she managed to persuade Zuan to save herself on the battlefield, which brought her joy. But now, on the way to the temple of the witch god, Zuan detours through the Zhejiangwu tribe. The witch god sect is located in the central area of this land of witchcraft, with 5 peaks surrounding it and a raised platform in the middle. From a distance, it looks like a mythical figure holding something in their hand, hence it is also called the immortal platform. At this moment, Zuan and Shu Linger stopped a few miles away from the immortal platform. "Is this your witch god sect's main altar, Zu?" An asked casually. "Yes." Shu Linger nodded, a desolate look in her eyes. Unfortunately, the witch god sect is no longer what it used to be, including the sect leader. All the high-ranking members have been corrupted and controlled by evil energy. This place has lost its essence. Zuan smiled. "What you consider as lost essence is just in your mind. If the sect leader and high-ranking members are controlled by evil entities, why not just eliminate them all?" Shu Linger felt a chill from Zuan's words, then asked with some difficulty, "Sir, what should we do next? Should we just charge in?" Zu shook his head. "I came here for a specific reason, not just to wipe out this witch god sect, so from now on, you must follow my instructions, understand?" Shu Linger nodded heavily, understood. In fact, she knew better than anyone that she had no way out at this moment, and if she wanted to survive, she had to cling tightly to Zuan. So she didn't hesitate at all, looking at Zuan with fiery determination. Zuan smiled faintly. "Very well, it's your turn next." The guards in front of the witch god sect were still the same people as before. In fact, although all the top members of the witch god sect had been controlled by evil entities, the middle and lower ranking members had not changed. After all, for a sect, as long as they control the top few, it's enough. It wouldn't make sense for even the guards at the door to be contaminated. After following the road up the mountain, Shu Linger arrived at the mountain gate and saw the familiar faces of the guards. When they saw Shu Linger, they were stunned. Saintess," someone whispered in shock, but was immediately pushed by the person next to them, realizing that Shu Linger was no longer a saintess of the witch god sect, and quickly closed their mouths. The remaining guards looked at Shu Linger warily. Shu Linger's face was cold as ice as she said, "Open the gate. I want to go in." The guards looked at each other, then one cleverly ran inside, while the rest opened the mountain gate. Shu Linger entered, looking around. Everything was the same as before, but her mindset had undergone a huge change. In the past, she came as a mistress, but now she was an enemy. This change tightened Shu Linger's heart, but she showed no change on her face, walking step by step towards the main altar of the immortal platform. Along the way, All the ordinary disciples were shocked. Isn't she the saintess? Shh, lower your voice. She's no longer a saintess. Didn't you hear what the sect leader said? She fled and is now an enemy of the witch god sect. Then why is she back? I guess she's here to confess. After all, she looks injured and desperate, must have come back to confess and accept punishment. In the midst of the discussions, Shulinger remained silent, walking to the main altar of the witch god sect. When she reached the immortal platform, the elders of the witch god sect had already gathered there, as if waiting for Shulinger. When they saw her, their eyes lit up, and some of them even had a faint red glow in their eyes. Shulinger, you finally decided to come back. Shulinger took a deep breath. Of course, I had to come back, because I am, after all, the saintess of this witch god sect. Saintess, hey! The elders chuckled, the implication clear. You don't have to do this, we all know what happened between us. I came back this time because I have an important message for the current sect leader. If it's delayed, can you bear this responsibility, Joe? What important message? An elder asked coldly. Shulinger didn't speak, but raised her hand, revealing an image of Zuan in a water mirror. You all came for this man, right? Are you interested in knowing more about him? When they saw the image of Zuan, the elders' faces changed, and at that moment, a majestic male voice came from the main hall behind the crowd. Let her in. The crowd immediately parted to create a path. Shulinger walked in boldly and entered the main hall. The arrangement in the main hall was the same as before. Even the positions of the tables and chairs had not changed. But the people sitting there were no longer the same. And on the central high platform, a figure was sitting and overlooking the entire hall. Although separated by a great distance, Shulinger could feel the extreme evil in his eyes. This feeling sent chills down her spine, so she had to lower her head deeply to conceal her panic. Shulinger, I never thought you would dare to come back alone. Just as I said before, as long as you are willing to surrender to me, I can grant you an equally long life. The figure spoke slowly, then extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Shulinger trembled, suppressing the fear in her heart, and looked up at the former sect leader. I don't want a long life. I just want you to spare me. That's why I bring you an important message. You mean this Zuan? The witch god sect leader sneered. Indeed, our arrival is related to him, but he is not the ultimate target, and naturally, there is a higher power coming for him. What interests me is, you, me, yes. With that, the figure suddenly appeared in front of Shulinger, his finger lightly sliding on her face. It would be a waste to skin such a delicate and lovely face, don't you think? The witch god sect leader's eyes held a cruel smile. He enjoyed the feeling of life and death, especially the fear on human women's faces, which gave him a sense of total control. Of course, his determination to capture Shulinger was not just for possession, but because as the sect saintess, she could communicate with the ancient witch gods on the altar. Those entities were the biggest temptation for these evil beings. Just at this moment, a streak of sword energy directly pierced out from his mouth, bringing out a line of blood. Immediately after, countless sword energies appeared out of thin air in front of him, piercing straight down. The cult leader let out a silent roar of pain, then his body began to violently tremble. With this tremble, the superficial skin tore open instantly, revealing the true form underneath. Surprisingly, it was a completely naked humanoid monster without a single strand of hair. Despite this, the indestructible sword energies were blocked forcefully upon touching its body. It seemed as if the light permeable skin was an indestructible armor, as the sword energies could only leave tiny white spots on it. At the same time, the humanoid monster opened its blood-red mouth and viciously lunged towards Zuan to bite. Faced with the foul-smelling mouth, Zuan slightly furrowed his brows, and a burning red lotus suddenly appeared in front of him, pressing into the monster's mouth. Roar! The humanoid monster finally let out an extremely painful scream, but at this moment, the temple had been enveloped layer by layer in Zuan's divine consciousness, ensuring that not even a single sound leaked out. The humanoid monster struggled in agony, its features burning, and then it hoarsely shouted, "Who are you? How dare you attack us? Who am I?" Zuan's figure gradually materialized. "What did you say I am?" After seeing Zuan's appearance, the monster's pupil shrank to the size of a needle. "You are Zuan." Zuan faintly smiled. "Yes, that's right. I am the Zuan you have been searching for." The humanoid monster was horrified and then turned to escape. It knew clearly that the white-clad youth in front of it was not someone it could resist, and its top priority now was to quickly report Zuon's appearance. Zuon did not stop it, simply standing there with a smile. The humanoid monster quickly reached the exit of the main hall, only to find that the seemingly one-step-away gate appeared as unreachable as a distant horizon. No matter how hard it tried, it could not reach it. Even when it exerted all its strength to charge forward, besides causing itself a head injury, it did not create any ripples. Its heart was shaken even more, then it turned abruptly to look at Zuon. Zuon smiled faintly. "Why did you stop?" The monster took a deep breath, and then its body gradually shrank, transforming once again into the likeness of the cult leader. "Zuon, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength had reached this level, but you still can't kill me." "Oh, why is that?" Zuon said lightly. "It is simple. You have put so much effort to conceal your presence and come to this land of witchcraft, you must want to sneak into the Yin-Yang sect. If you kill me here, your presence will surely be exposed instantaneously, and then all your previous efforts will be in vain, right?" This monster was evidently very clever. At least this conjecture was correct. But Zuon laughed as he clapped lightly. "Well said. It seems I really can't kill you." Hearing this, the monster's confidence instantly bolstered, raising its head and chest proudly saying, "In that case, you better release the restraint quickly." Zuon remained unmoved, just gazing quietly at the monster. The monster's heart skipped a beat. "Why are you looking at me in that way?" Zuon grinned. "I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be better if you disappeared from here now, and then a completely new you replaced you?" This statement was a bit convoluted, at least the monster didn't understand at the time. "What do you mean?" "Let me tell you, Zuon, those people outside are all my subordinates. If I make even a slight mistake now, they will immediately report it, and then..." Before it could finish, Zuon had appeared in front of him, and reaching out with a palm, directly grabbed his face. The monster immediately started struggling, trying to break free from Zuon's restraint. But how could its strength be compared to Zuon's? No matter how it struggled, Zuon's hand seemed as solid as cast in iron, unmoved in the slightest. Not only unmoved, but with a push of Zuon's palm force, the monster's head instantly shattered like a smashed watermelon. But this severe injury, enough to cause an ordinary person to die instantly, only made the monster struggle in pain for a moment before attempting to escape again. However, the next moment, a flame ignited on its shattered head. As the flame emerged, the monster trembled all over, filled with extreme terror, struggling frantically, attempting to extinguish it. However, these actions only made the fire burn even faster, instantly covering the monster's entire body. "No, please, save me. I don't want to die," came a frantic scream from the monster in the flames. Because if it was completely burned by the flame, the monster would disappear without a trace. And it would be a complete disappearance, leaving no trace at all. That's why it was filled with such terror. But Zuon remained completely unmoved, just standing there quietly watching. Seeing begging was futile, the monster resorted to threats. "Zuon, even if you kill me, you won't escape. Once your presence is revealed, there will be someone else to avenge me." "Who said my presence will be exposed if I kill you?" Zuon said lightly. "Ha!" The monster evidently didn't understand. At that moment, a shadow began to appear in front of Zuon and quickly condensed into a being identical to the monster. It was also a completely naked humanoid monster, with the same evil in its eyes. This scene sent shivers down the monster's spine. What is this?" It roared in shock and anger. "Can't you see? This is you," Zuon said calmly. With those words, the shadow began to change appearance again, morphing into the guise of the cult leader, then nodding towards Zuon. "No, this is impossible. Even if you mimic my appearance, it's useless because my memories..." The monster wanted to say that its memories were unique, but then it suddenly remembered that Zuon had crushed its head just now. "Ah!" The evil creature suddenly let out a fierce roar, gathering its last strength to try and break through the seal to transmit these messages. But Zuon, who was already prepared, wouldn't allow it to succeed. In a flash, flames erupted and engulfed the evil creature completely. The wails abruptly stopped, and after the fire dissipated, not even a speck of ash remained in the scene. And so, the evil creature disappeared without a trace. Shulinger stared in astonishment, especially when she saw the high priest of the witch god sect standing beside Zuon, her eyes filled with shock. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this high priest of the witch god sect was actually disguised by a shadow. After a long while, she finally came to her senses and spoke with difficulty. Master, didn't you say before that you wanted to annihilate all these guys? How come suddenly? Zuan chuckled. Indeed, before entering this hall, I did consider wiping out all the people in the witch god sect who were tainted by evil aura. But once I stepped inside, I changed my mind. Because this temple is sealed tightly. By locking down a few key areas with my divine will, I can ensure that no matter what happens inside, no information will leak out. So I thought, instead of killing all evil creatures, why not make use of them? This person now is one of my doppelgangers. As long as he exists, the witch god sect will be under my control, and with this disguised identity, it will be much easier for me to act at the 100 Families Assembly. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Shu Linger felt her scalp tingling. Having dealt with these evil creatures before, she was well aware of their methods. They were ruthless and particularly adept at infiltration and corruption, making them difficult to guard against. But never in her wildest dreams did she expect everything to be completely turned around by Zuan. Now, Zuan had ingeniously infiltrated the inner circles of these evil creatures. What was this? Fighting fire with fire? Master, what about those people outside? Should we also kill them all and disguise ourselves? Shu Linger asked. Zuan shook his head with a smile. Of course not. These evil creatures are known for manipulating the upper echelons of sects, right? I'll go further. I'll control only the top tier. As long as my doppelganger is present, these lower-level evil creatures won't stir up trouble. With that, Zuan waved his hand, lifted the seal directly, then his figure flickered and disappeared behind Shu Linger. At that moment of his disappearance, the doppelganger's eyes lit up as if coming to life, and he spoke solemnly, "Come in." The witch god sect members who were watching outside rushed in. Contrary to their expectations, Shu Linger was still standing calmly, while the high priest stood not far away, seeming to have just said something. Of course, this scene was only glimpsed by a few. Given the strict hierarchy among the evil creatures, any secretive observation was a grave taboo, without the consent of the superior. This was why Zuan dared to disguise himself as one of the evil creatures. Listen up, Shu Linger has repented and confessed. From now on, she will be reinstated as the holy maiden of the witch god sect. Yes. The people bowed in unison. Shu Linger looked confused until she saw the smile in the eyes of the high priest in front of her. Then she finally understood. She quickly kneeled down, bowing her head. "Thank you, Lord High Priest." At the same time, she heard Zuan's voice in her ear. "Don't panic. Settle down, go with the flow, don't let others see through your facade." Shu Linger trembled but dared not show any expression, keeping her head lowered. And thus, the situation in the witch god sect was temporarily resolved in this dramatic manner. Following the elevation of the enlightened sage, Zuan now had the ability to manifest countless doppelgangers. Of course, millions was an exaggeration, but creating several autonomous doppelgangers wasn't a problem. That's why Zuan dared to plant a seed inside the witch god sect. Meanwhile, his main form flew out of the immortal pavilion toward the Mengzhu tribe. At this moment, the Mengzhu tribe was in a mix of joy and sorrow. The sorrow came from the fall of the moon goddess, as from now on, the Mengzhu tribe would lose the divine protection and be reduced to a regular barbarian tribe, possibly even becoming absorbed by others. This was a common occurrence among the barbarian tribes. The so-called size of a tribe didn't refer to the number of people, but whether they had a powerful deity's blessing. The former moon goddess was considered one of the top deities even within the barbarian tribal system, which had led the Mengzhu tribe to prosperity. But now, all that glory had vanished with the fall of the moon goddess, which brought about a sense of gloom. The joy, however, stemmed from Zuan's actions before departure and the words he spoke, reviving the divine fire and helping ordinary people ascend to godhood. It seemed like a fantasy, but when it came from Zuan, it sounded casual. Many still couldn't believe it, even now. Yet, looking at Mengzhu Nasa covered in moonlight, unconscious and unresponsive, many felt a glimmer of hope sensing the familiar aura emanating from her. Perhaps it could truly happen. Fueled by this belief, many people eagerly awaited Zuan's return, hoping he would come back soon to help the Mengzhu tribe through this ordeal. Yue Qinghuan was different. She sat bored on her chair, gazing at the unconscious Mengzhu Nasa, feeling drowsy. Where did this guy go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Could he have slipped away by himself? This thought made Yue Qinghuan shudder, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Maybe that's really possible. With a determined expression, Yue Qinghuan stood up, her delicate face turning frosty. If he dares to slip away on his own, I'll have my brother deal with him. Yue Qinghuan gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, a streak of light descended into the scene, revealing the figure of Zuan. Upon seeing him, the whole place erupted into a commotion. Mr. Zhu! Lord Zhu! Yue Qinghuan was puzzled for a moment, then felt a pang of guilt. It seemed like she had misunderstood him. But the feeling passed quickly, and she sternly asked, "Why did it take so long for you to return, Zhu?" Unsmiled, "It's nothing. Just took care of a few things along the way." With that, he turned to look at Meng Junasa. "How is she doing during my absence?" Many people showed a look of shock, not understanding what Mr. Zhu wanted to do. Some people who were closer even intended to step forward to stop him. But everything happened too suddenly, to the point where as soon as the thought arose in these people's minds, Zuan's palm strike had already arrived. Boom! It was as if some fragile balance had been shattered, and the radiant light on Meng Junasa's body, which was as solid as an eggshell, shattered in an instant. Then a beam of moonlight shot up into the sky, spreading out over a distance of nearly 1,000 miles in an instant. Immediately after, the closed eyes of Meng Junasa began to float, suspended in midair. This scene left everyone in shock and awe, because at that moment, a holy and majestic aura emanated from within Meng Junasa. Plop! Many people fell directly to their knees, bowing and worshipping Meng Junasa, because this aura was clearly that of the moon goddess. This naturally made many people ecstatic and moved to tears. But there were also some who remained cautious, such as the tribal chief Mengju Fifeng and the priestess Mengju Mei, because they were well aware of how difficult it was for a mortal to ignite the divine flame and ascend to godhood. Even though Meng Junasa seemed to have succeeded at this moment, there were still many uncertainties, so they had to proceed with caution. And it was at this moment that Meng Junasa, floating in the sky, suddenly opened her eyes. As soon as her eyes appeared, it was as if another bright moon had appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire Mengju tribe in a soft moonlight. Witnessing this scene, Mengju Fifeng and Mengju Mei both trembled, then exchanged glances, and both kneeled down. Their actions caused the remaining people in the area to also bow down. Meng Juxiong glanced at Meng Junasa in the sky, then prostrated himself, bowing deeply and burying his head. The moonlight shimmered as if celebrating the arrival of the new god. In the sky, Meng Junasa's eyes showed a bewildered look. Everything that had happened during this period of time seemed like a dream to her, especially when she felt the surging divine power within her and saw the crowd kneeling before her. She felt even more at a loss. Have I truly become a god? But this feeling dissipated instantly when she saw Zhu, standing in the distance with a smile. She immediately descended to the ground, walking gracefully to Zuan and bowing deeply. "Mr. Zhu, Zuan waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Congratulations on ascending to the position of the moon goddess. From now on, you are the guardian deity of this tribe. There is no need for thanks from me, because in truth, all of this was the will of the previous moon goddess. Before her passing, she entrusted her divinity to me with the purpose of helping you ascend to the godhood position. Now that you have achieved it, I have fulfilled her dying wish," Zuan said casually. There was a tinge of sadness in Meng Junasa's eyes, and she lowered her head, silent. This peculiar silence made the atmosphere tense. Yue Qinghuan gave Zhu a meaningful look, then stretched lazily. "I've been on guard all day. I am tired too. I will find a place to rest first." With that, she left on her own. Mengju Fifeng and Mengju Mei, along with others, wisely led the tribe members to evacuate the area. In the blink of an eye, only Meng Junasa and Zuan remained. "Mr. Zhu, are you leaving now?" Meng Junasa whispered. "Why do you ask?" Zuan was surprised, then smiled and said, "Because I can tell from your tone, Zhu." Nodded. "Yes, things here have been mostly taken care of. It's time for me to leave and attend to my own matters." Meng Junasa's eyes widened suddenly, filled with tears. "Mr. Zhu, Once again, Zuan interrupted her. "All right, let's not continue. I understand your feelings, but it's not possible." Meng Junasa stood still, watching Zhu. and dumbfounded. Zuen turned around, gazing at the distant mountain range that cut through the horizon, and said calmly, "Thanks for your affection, but forgive me for not being able to accept it." "Why? Is it because I am not attractive enough?" Manhwa trembled as she spoke. "Of course not. You are actually very beautiful." "Is it because of Miss Yue?" "Even more so. The real reason is that my heart already belongs to someone, so please forgive me for not being able to accept." Zuan's words were understated, but they hit Manhwa like a thunderbolt, causing dizziness. "Belong to someone? Yes, I have a wife and children already." Manhwa was reeling, her face as pale as paper. As mentioned before, women from the Jingmen tribe were always bold in love and hate, and Manhwa was no exception. In fact, from the first time she met Zuen, and he saved the tribe with just one sword strike, Manhwa had developed a slight affection for him. Living in isolation within the mountains and seldom encountering anyone other than the savage tribesmen and wild beasts, she had never seen someone like Zuen before, pure as snow, with features as exquisite as a painting. In addition, Zuen naturally exuded a noble demeanor, along with his profound and mysterious cultivation techniques, which quickly magnified the feelings in Manhwa's heart to an uncontrollable extent. Especially after Zuan's heroic act of saving the entire tribe with a single sword strike, Manhwa's admiration for him grew even deeper. However, she never expected that her sincere affection would be in vain. Instead of accepting her feelings, Zuen informed her that he already had a wife and children. How could she not feel heartbroken? Seeing Manhwa's current state, Zuen felt a tinge of sympathy, but it only went as far as that. "Miss Junasa, you are a remarkable girl, but we are not meant to be, so." Zuen started to play the good guy card. But this time, he was interrupted. Manhwa's eyes gradually turned resolute, and she said very seriously, "I will not give up." "Huh?" Zuen was taken aback. "I said I won't give up. As a woman of the Jingmen tribe, whom I like is my business. Whether you like me or not has nothing to do with me, but I won't give up." As Zuen looked at Manhwa's earnest expression, he suddenly remembered what Yue Qinghuan had said before. Jingmen women were known for their deep affection. Once they fell in love, they found it extremely hard to let go. "All right, after I finish organizing the affairs of the Manhwa tribe, I will take people to participate in the 100 Schools Conference at the Yin-Yang family. If Mr. Zhu has any issues, I will take care of it. NASA and the Manhwa tribe will definitely not have any objections." NASA's words were decisive and straightforward. Zuen finally smiled and no longer thought of NASA as just a little girl. "Okay, since that's the case, I will contact you when the time comes. But before that, there is something I need to inform you of. Please go ahead, Mr. Zhu. After you finish organizing the affairs of the Manhwa tribe, remember to first contact the shaman school. It's best to unite forces and go to the Yin-Yang family together." NASA was taken aback. "The shaman school, Zhu?" Nodded. "That's right, the shaman school. I know you have doubts. They did cause some trouble with witchcraft before, but after this incident, they have changed their ways. You can boldly contact them, yes?" NASA understands. After a few more reminders, Zuen left. When he left, NASA took a deep breath, and a small red-colored bug appeared in front of her, intimidating. At that moment, a cold female voice came from behind. "You made the right choice by not using it just now." NASA turned to see Manhwa approaching. She glanced at the bug and sighed softly. The love bug. A deadly venomous bug that a young barbarian woman can only use once in her life. "Priestess," NASA started, but Manhwa waved her hand and smiled slightly. "NASA, don't call me priestess anymore. You are now the true core of the entire Manhwa tribe. Even I will have to address you as the Moon Mother in the future. I just don't want to rush to turn you into a lofty deity, so please forgive my rudeness." NASA looked at the priestess she greatly admired and nodded. "I understand." Manhwa looked at the love bug again, her gaze becoming somewhat melancholic. "Do you know why it's called the love bug? Because it's incurable." "Exactly, but that's just one aspect. The real reason is that once this love bug is planted, not only the target, but even the person who planted it will be affected. That's why it's called the deadly bug." With that, Manhwa gazed deeply at NASA. "I know you were considering using it on Mr. Zhu just now." NASA trembled and lowered her head, unable to speak. "I just want to say, Luckily you didn't use it on Mr. Zoo just now. Otherwise, you might not even have the chance to stand here talking to me. Manhwaedit said solemnly. Nasa looked up in shock. Don't look at me like that. I know what you're thinking. Do you think you have strong feelings for Mr. Zoo, and that's why you wanted to use this bug on him? But have you ever thought that trying to become a deity with your own desires is not something a small bug like this can manipulate? Nasa's face turned white. People often say that our young barbarian women are bold and extreme in their actions. This is largely due to many people believing in and abusing the power of bugs. I hope you don't do such foolish things in the future. Feelings need to be cultivated slowly. You will be a deity in the future, and you should understand this, not act on your own likes. So, think carefully about it. With that, Manhwaedit left, leaving Nasa standing there dazed. Meanwhile, Zuan, standing at a distance, sighed lightly. This Manhwaedit tribe is truly full of surprises. Just the knowledge of the priestess Manhwaedit is beyond ordinary people. As the situation in the Manhwaedit tribe settled temporarily, in another remote and barbaric area of the witchcraft land, a figure covered in black robes withdrew his gaze from the sky and muttered to himself softly. Strange, judging from this aura, it should be the moon mother of the Manhwaedit tribe, but she seems very young. Could she be a new deity? The voice was eerie and elusive, gender indistinguishable. After muttering for a while, the figure in black robes shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Even if she is a new god, it has nothing to do with me. With that, he waved his sleeves, and the sound of clanging copper bells came from under the wide sleeves. Dead bodies on the road, the living stay away. That eerie and deep voice again. Accompanied by that voice, a group of corpses appeared behind the person in black robes. The number of these corpses was so great that it seemed endless. In fact, most of them disappeared into the darkness, out of sight. Along with the copper bells and cries of the figure in black robes, these corpses floated forward in an eerie manner. Yes, they floated. It wasn't until now that it became clear that all these corpses were suspended in mid-air. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would surely scream in astonishment. Because this method was none other than the most mysterious skill of the shaman land, the corpse driver clan. Previously, Nasa had led a team of ancestral gold armored bronze corpses from the Manhwaedit tribe, but her methods were nothing compared to the orthodox corpse driver clan. For example, the black-robed figure controlled an astonishing number of corpses, all floating in unison in the air. This clearly required strong cultivation and control. The sound of the copper bells gradually faded as the figure in black robes disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the depths of the witchcraft land, towards the direction of the Yin-Yang family. After settling the affairs of the Manhwaedit tribe, Zuan and Yue Qinghuan had quietly crossed through the vast mountains and entered the territory of the Yin-Yang family. The Yin-Yang family, a name that resonated throughout the outer heavens. Originating from Taoist teachings, but surpassing its predecessors as a top sect. As the 100 Schools Conference was approaching, this place once again became the center of attention from all sides. However, the territory of the Yin-Yang family was vast, and only the areas near the Lufomen were bustling. Due to its unique geographical environment, the large expanse of the starry sky bordering the witchcraft land appeared desolate. The Yin-Yang family, due to their vast territory, was divided into 3 major star domains: Tai-Yin, Luoho, and Ji-Du. Among them, Tai-Yin took the lead, with the main altar of the Yin-Yang family located there, highlighting its prestigious position. Following Tai-Yin was the Luoho star domain, not as grand as Tai-Yin, but flourishing due to its proximity to the Luofu Gate, a necessary entrance for the Yin-Yang family. Lastly, the Ji-Du star domain bordered mostly with the desolate void, with a small portion adjacent to the witchcraft land, making it extremely barren. Thus, the Ji-Du star domain was considered the weakest in strength and lowest in position among the 3 major star domains of the Yin-Yang family, usually garnering little attention. Even with the imminent 100 Families convention to be held in the Tai-Yin star domain, there was no commotion stirred in the Ji-Du star domain. Despite its desolateness, being a star domain linked to the esteemed Yin-Yang family, the main city remained. The calm and understated nature of the Ji-Du star domain fostered a population with a tranquil and unassuming demeanor, resembling the idyllic scenes described by ancient scholars. However, today, the usually serene main city of the Ji-Du star domain had become lively. A platform was erected outside the city, bearing a large plaque with 4 characters, Martial Arts Challenge for Marriage. Below the platform, people whispered and discussed animatedly. Heavens, has Lord Lay City gone mad to actually organize a martial arts challenge for marriage? Someone exclaimed in shock. There were rumors before that our city lord was troubled by his daughter's marriage and intended to propose a martial arts challenge, but people thought it was just talk, never expected the lord to go through with it. Another person expressed in astonishment. This is not appropriate. Now, during the time of the 100 Families Convention, with all the powerful families gathering at Heaven's Gate, this martial arts challenge for marriage might lead to trouble, voiced a concerned individual. I think Lord Lay City wants this effect. Imagine all the heroes from around the world coming here. Finding a suitable candidate among them will be easy, right? Someone remarked with a smile. At this moment, various opinions circulated among the onlookers, focusing on the protagonist of the martial arts challenge for marriage today, Lei Man, the daughter of Lei Butong, the city lord of the Ji-Du Star Domain. Speaking of Lei Butong and Lei Man, the topic was extensive. Lei Butong, strictly speaking, was not originally from the Yin-Yang family. He was a natural-born Thunderlord, conceived within the boundless sea of thunder, possessing formidable power. However, when the founding ancestor of the Yin-Yang family arrived in this star domain, he immediately recognized its potential and decided to establish the sect there. The founding ancestor of the Yin-Yang family negotiated with the then owner of the star domain, Lei Butong, hoping to claim the territory for the sect. Lei Butong naturally disagreed, leading to a conflict that ended with a separate domain being allocated to Lei Butong within the Yin-Yang family, which eventually evolved into the Ji-Du Star domain. Due to this history, Lei Butong was considered an independent entity outside the Yin-Yang family system with a highly esteemed status. Over the years, Lei Butong's strength had reached an unknown level, even among the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang family, making him a unique and special presence. Lei Butong strictly adhered to the agreement with the Yin-Yang family's founding ancestor, never stepping a foot out of the Ji-Du Star domain, portraying a low-key and unassuming demeanor. However, within the Ji-Du Star domain, almost everyone knew about Lei Butong's greatest weakness, his only daughter, Lei Man. Thunderlords were a rare kind of monster born from the essence of thunder, and were notorious for their difficulty in reproduction. Given this background, Lei Butong's affection towards his daughter, Lei Man, was exceptionally strong. Lei Butong doted on his daughter tremendously, and showered her with abundant love and care. Lei Man, however, possessed a gentle and fragile character, completely opposite to her father's fiery temperament. She led a reclusive life like a wealthy young lady, rarely venturing outside. If matters had solely stayed this way, Lei Butong might have felt disappointed, but would not have escalated to the point of a martial arts challenge for marriage. However, recently, Lei Man, in a rare outing, seemed to have undergone a drastic change upon her return, sulking and lost in thoughts, repeating about wanting to see someone. Alerted by this transformation, Lei Butong investigated and discovered that his precious daughter had met a young man in the city of Ji-Du, and they had a delightful conversation. If it were merely the acquaintance between his daughter and the young man, Lei Butong might not have been so enraged. However, when he planned to visit this young man, the latter heard about it and fled. This enraged Lei Butong. How dare he flee? Did he think Lei Butong was a monster to devour him? The young man's fear implied guilt. Otherwise, why would he run away unless he had ill intentions? Despite Lei Butong's thoughts, Lei Man saw it differently. The delicate-natured girl thought her father scared off the young man, attributing her melancholy to this accusation. This alarmed Lei Butong greatly. After much contemplation, he came up with the idea of a martial arts challenge for marriage. In his words, now that his daughter had reached the age of love, her previous infatuation was due to her lack of exposure to the world, leading to blindness in choice. With the imminent 100 Families Convention, where heroes from every corner would gather, finding a suitable match during the martial arts challenge would help erase the memory of the former young man. This notion was filled with raw male mindset. However, once the idea was conceived, Lei Butong moved swiftly to prepare, resulting in the grand martial arts platform, seen by the public. Zuan and Yue King Huan mingled in the crowd, hearing the entirety of the situation, unable to contain their amusement. If I were Lei Man, I would probably despise my father to the core. What's with this martial arts challenge for marriage? Is he living in a novel? Yue King Huan chuckled. Zuan pointed to his nose. Of course, it's me. TSK. Narcissistic. Yue Qinghwan spat, then chuckled herself. Nowadays, the relationship between her and Zuan was like that of longtime friends, able to mock each other freely. And Yue Qinghwan seemed to enjoy this practice. Zhu unchuckled, then turned to look at the tall competition stage. Since we've caught up with this excitement, let's take a look. Luckily, it's not too far from the Tian Starfield. Yue Qinghwan naturally had no objections. In fact, at this moment, she was also curious about what these father and daughter were thinking. At the same time, in the tall building built behind the competition stage, Lei Yan lifted the curtain, peeked outside with some trepidation, and her face paled. So many people. Lei Tongking seemed somewhat proud. Of course, when my precious daughter is having a martial arts contest for marriage, it will naturally attract heroes from all over to participate. But I'm a little scared. Maybe we shouldn't have this competition after all. Lei Yan whispered, tugging at her clothes. Lei Tongking frowned. Why shouldn't we have this competition? Are you still harboring feelings for that boy? No, it's not what you think. Lei Yan raised her head, her face full of urgency. If not what I think, then what is it? Lei Tongking was somewhat annoyed. That boy left right after flirting. Did he ever think about your feelings? And now you're speaking up for him? That's not it. Lei Yan shook her head, very seriously saying, Young Master Yang must have had some urgent matter to attend to. He is not the kind of person you described. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Lei Tongking felt a mix of anger and amusement. He was irritated that at this moment, his daughter was still speaking up for that boy. It was amusing that since she was little, his daughter had never argued with him, and now she dared to lecture him seriously. But he kept all his thoughts hidden and said sternly, You are not allowed to mention that boy again. I have already prepared this martial arts contest for you, and it's a good opportunity to temper your character. But I'm still scared. What should I do? Tears were welling up in Lei Yan's eyes. What is there to be afraid of? If someone bothers you, you can just use thunder to deal with them. My daughter Lei Tongking cannot be bullied. But I'm a girl. Isn't it too violent to use thunder at the slightest provocation? Lei Yan said cautiously. Lei Tongking furrowed his brow. Indeed, you have a point. Let me think. Lei Tongking paced back and forth in the room, and after a while, he suddenly had an idea. He stood in place, looking excited, and said, Daughter, I've got it. In the future, if anyone bothers you, just use pink thunder. It will be cute and can teach them a lesson. Perfect. Lei Yan's mouth gradually opened wide, and her face turned into this expression. Oh! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the martial arts contest finally officially began. At this moment, the audience below was filled, and more people were rushing here. It could be said that the entire Jadu Starfield was intrigued. In this situation, Lei Yan shakily stepped onto the stage. She seemed to have used up all the courage of this naturally gentle girl. Even when she stood on the stage, her legs were slightly trembling. However, when people saw her true appearance, a wave of shock swept through the audience. Nothing else. It was simply because Lei Yan looked unexpectedly different from what many imagined the daughter of Lei Zun to be. This Lei Yan in front of them was probably only about 5 feet tall, with a delicate face that exuded a hint of confusion, enough to melt people's hearts. Many began to stir. Is this really Lei Zun's daughter? Wow, so cute. Wow, kawaii. Various shouts continued one after another, along with some men's ill-intentioned glances, making Lei Yan on stage feel like she was on pins and needles, and she looked towards the backstage for help. However, Lei Tongking was standing smilingly at the window, indicating something to Lei Yan with a nod, as if saying something. Lei Yan was stunned and turned to look. At the same time, a burst of light rose from the crowd below, and when it landed on the stage, it turned out to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man had a plain appearance, and when he laid eyes on Lei Yan, a greedy look almost overflowed from his eyes. He rubbed his hands together, about to speak. Hey, Miss Lei, I am Lu Daff. Before he could finish speaking, another burst of light landed on the stage, revealing a young man with floating powder holding a folding fan. This young man made a graceful gesture towards Lei Yan. I am Lin Shan. Nice to meet you, Miss Lei. The middle-aged man from before frowned. Hey, boy, do you know what it means to arrive late? Oh, what does it mean to arrive late? This stage isn't yours to decide who comes first. I decided to come. Can you do anything about it? Lin Shan didn't back down. But since I arrived first, this girl is mine, you? Before he could finish his sentence, a pink thunder struck directly on Lu Dafeng's head. With a crackling sound, the middle-aged man didn't even groan, fell to the ground with a flop, and smoke rose from his body. The whole venue fell silent. Only Lei Yan was patting her chest in fear. Is he dead? As she spoke, another lightning strike fell, causing Lu Dafeng's body to tremble. The audience couldn't help but have their eyelids twitching incessantly. Lei Tongking, watching from the high building, stroked his beard and smiled. If it wasn't for his identity, he would have wanted to burst into laughter now. This was it. This was my daughter Lei Yan. At the same time, Lei Yan raised her head and asked the pale-faced Lin Shan, "What did you just say?" Lin Shan shivered all over, then forced a smile. Nothing. I just came up to check out the scenery. Now suddenly, I have urgent matters to attend to. Miss Lei, I take my leave." With that, Lin Shan turned and fled. Her eyes flowed with emotion and she smiled charmingly, saying, "Of course, I know you have a wife." With a pause, her eyes turned slightly red and she spoke with a trembling voice, "But why did you flirt with me if you already have a wife? Now I have deeply fallen for you and can't extricate myself. Don't you think that's cruel?" As soon as she said this, the gazes of the people around her instantly turned strange. Before this, because of Yue Qinghuan's outstanding appearance and cold demeanor, she had already attracted many stealing glances. After hearing her words, these people couldn't help but glare angrily at Zuan, their eyes filled with disdain. Especially some women, they looked at Zuan as if he was a scumbag. Zuan, ... Then he lowered his voice and said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" The look of distress on Yue Qinghuan's face intensified, and she trembled as she said, Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." As she spoke, she pretended to step back, as if she was really afraid that Zuan would hit her. At this moment, the people around them were even more indignant, and some young men with a strong sense of justice looked unkindly as if they wanted to teach Zuan a lesson. Seeing the situation, Zuan squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "You're tough, but I'm not playing anymore." With that, he turned and walked away. Yue Qinghuan was now a little flustered. She had only teased Zuan for fun, but she didn't expect Zuan to not take the bait at all, but instead left her hanging there. Just then, a few youngsters had already approached, saying fiercely, "Don't be afraid, miss, we'll take care of this scumbag for you." "That's right, with your looks, why bother with a scumbag like him? We'll take care of him for you." As they said this, some of the youngsters even puffed up their chests, trying to prove that they were also worthy. Little did they know, all their thoughts were in vain. Yue Qinghuan didn't even look at them, quickly following Zuan, seemingly apologizing to him. Seeing this scene, the young men who had planned to be heroes were dumbfounded, with looks of disappointment on their faces as they looked at each other. In the midst of the confusion, the martial arts competition and engagement challenge took on a new turn. Suddenly, laughter echoed from the distant sky. What a lively martial arts competition for engagement! How can I miss out on this? With those words, a beam of light flew over and landed on the stage, revealing a handsome young man. As soon as this young man appeared, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people recognized him. "It's Kui Zhenghao, young Master Kui. He's really here. I knew he would come. This will be fun." The newcomer was none other than Kui Zhenghao, the youngest son of the Kui family, one of the most prominent families in the Jidu city. While Lei Butong held the highest position in the Jidu Star domain and had supreme authority in the city, the vast territory needed someone to manage it. As a result, several major families had emerged in the city, with the Kui family leading the pack. Although the Kui family was not as powerful as the true elites of the Yin and Yang families, they were considered respectable in the remote Jidu Star domain. Even Lei Butong had to give them some face. However, Kui Zhenghao was best known not for his family background, but for his crazy infatuation with Lei Butong's daughter, Lei Man. It was unclear when it began, perhaps it was a chance encounter or a glimpse, but since last year, Kui Zhenghao had been relentlessly pursuing Lei Man. Describing his pursuit as crazy was apt because Kui Zhenghao had resorted to extreme measures. He had been sitting in front of the Lei family mansion every day for 3 months just to wait for Lei Man to come out. This had become a unique sight in the Jadu city, and many idle onlookers had even bet on whether the young master of the Kui family could win the beauty. But up to now, the odds were against him. No matter how Kui Zhenghao pursued her, Lei Man remained unmoved and even distanced herself from him. She had stated clearly on more than one occasion that it was impossible between them. However, Kui Zhenghao seemed to have drunk some poisonous soup at some point and believed that it was a test from Lei Man. As long as he was sincere, he could win her over. Therefore, he could not miss the martial arts competition and engagement challenge. He had been observing the situation on the stage from a distance since the beginning. When Lei Man killed a disrespectful man, Kui Zhenghao was not surprised, but rather pleased. Good. A good move. Although Miss Lei may seem delicate on the outside, she acts decisively and courageously. Only such a woman is worthy to be my wife. With a few sighs, Kui Zhenghao couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter as he walked up to the stage. Seeing him, Lei Man involuntarily took a few steps back, her face full of vigilance and unease. It was because Kui Zhenghao was too clingy, like a dog skin plaster that was hard to shake off. So Lei Man was already a little scared when she saw him. But Kui Zhenghao interpreted her actions as coyness. With a self-satisfied smile, he said in a gentle voice, "Miss Lei, it's been 21 days and 6 hours since our last meeting. Do you know how much I've missed you during this time? If there were oceans in front of me, my longing would be deeper than the sea." This overly cheesy declaration made everyone shudder, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Lei Man looked even more desolate. She knew that this was just the beginning. Indeed, as Kui Zhenghao continued, he began to recite a poem he had written. "Oh, beloved Miss Lei, my longing for you is as long as the sky." Yue King Huan laughed so hard that she almost bent over. "Today's stage is really interesting, don't you think?" She turned to look at Zuan, who was staring solemnly at the stage, seemingly observing something. At this moment, no one knew who it was that threw a piece of broken brick onto the stage, abruptly interrupting Kui Zhenghao's passionate recitation. "Enough! I'm about to vomit from listening to this. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost," someone shouted. "Exactly. This is a martial arts competition for marriage, not a poetry contest. Damn, the sweetness is making my teeth fall out." Amidst the continuous shouts, Kui Zhenghao finally snapped out of his self-indulgence and then smiled at Lei Yan. "Miss Lei, I think there's no need to continue this competition. Just admit defeat and let's prepare for our marriage. By this time next year, you can give birth to a chubby boy for me. Isn't that perfect?" Lei Yan blushed, hesitated for a moment, and then spat out two words, "Shameless." Not feeling satisfied, she added two more words, "Arrogant." Lei Yan had her own reasons for saying this. Although Kui Zhenghao was known as a rising star among the younger generation of the capital, his actual strength was quite ordinary. Sometimes when Lei Yan was annoyed by him, she would give him a mild punishment. A small lightning strike would often keep him quiet for several days. Therefore, when she heard Kui Zhenghao's arrogance, Lei Yan couldn't help feeling angry. "Heh, it seems Miss Lei still has some doubts. Since that's the case, I'll make you accept defeat today with my skills." With that, Kui Zhenghao stepped forward and pounced towards Lei Yan. This aggressive move might seem impressive to ordinary people, but to those knowledgeable, it was quite ordinary. Yue King Huan even sneered, "You dare to be so arrogant with just this level of skill. You really don't know your own limits." Indeed, when Kui Zhenghao pounced towards her, Lei Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then she raised her hand. Crack! A thunder strike descended directly onto Kui Zhenghao. This move was executed perfectly in terms of timing and intensity. However, Kui Zhenghao didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he laughed wildly, "Well done." As he spoke, a black light suddenly appeared on his back, blocking the thunder strike. Upon contact, the lightning disappeared without a sound. Seeing this scene, although others were still puzzled, Yue King Huan had already realized something and couldn't help but look shocked. "Evil energy, Ngzu." Nodded, saying quietly, "Yes, it's evil energy. But it doesn't make sense. I didn't sense anything unusual on him just now." Yue King Huan looked baffled. However, Lei Yan was even more shocked. She never expected Kui Zhenghao to be able to resist her thunder strike in this way, which made her a little flustered. Meanwhile, Kui Zhenghao Zhenghao had already pounced closer and was reaching out to grab Lei Yan's clothes. Just then, countless thunder lights suddenly appeared around Lei Yan's body, shielding her like a wall. Zhenghao's body was struck by numerous thunder lights, drowned in a sea of light. The crowd gasped in amazement. Young Master Kui is finished this time. TSK, he's truly a fool for love, but the lady isn't interested in him at all. Just when everyone thought he was doomed, a burst of laughter emanated from within the lightning. My lady is truly formidable. She's like a walking electric generator in human form. With these words, a figure emerged from the lightning, once again pouncing towards Lei Yan. It was indeed Zhenghao. However, at this moment, Zhenghao had completely transformed. His clothes had been blasted apart by the lightning, revealing charred skin underneath. Despite this, his body had expanded significantly. And though he was smiling, his eyes gleamed with a faint green light. He seemed like a corpse. Witnessing this scene, the crowd exclaimed, "What kind of unholy technique is this? I've never heard of the Kui family possessing such skills." Amid the discussions, Lei Yan also paled, then nervously closed her eyes and gestured with her hands. Boom! Many thunder strikes fell, hitting Zhenghao. However, at this moment, Zhenghao completely ignored these lightning strikes and, as if possessed by some obsession, resolutely continued his assault towards Lei Yan. Lei Yan screamed. In the high building behind, watching the battle, Lei Butong frowned and then coldly snorted. Whoever this monster is, dares to act so arrogantly in front of the Thunder Lord. With that, he took a step forward, ready to rush to the platform to save his precious daughter. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhenghao. A white-clad youth stood before him, speaking in a cold tone. "You are already dead. Why persist in this delusion?" For a moment, a look of confusion flashed in Zhenghao's green eyes, but it quickly vanished, and he roared, "Get out of the way! I want Miss Lei!" Saying that, he raised his hand to strike at Zuan furiously. However, before his palm reached halfway, Zuan flipped his wrist, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand, a frying pan. With a gentle swing, a roar came from the pan. "Damn it! What is this thing?" Clang! Following a loud noise, the frying pan made intimate contact with Zhenghao's head, sending him flying. Not only that, but as he flew through the air, his body was constantly struck by lightning. Ha! Inside the high building, Lei Butong stopped in his tracks and began to observe Zuan and the frying pan with interest. Interesting, another Thunder Lord, but his power is a bit weak, and he has become a spirit of an object. It's a disgrace to the Thunder Lord realm. Lei Butong muttered to himself. At the same time, Lei Yan was stunned, standing timidly behind Zuan, and asked, Young man, what's going on?" Before Zuan could respond, a voice of extreme surprise came from the frying pan he held. "Holy crap, what did I discover? A Thunder Lord, and a rare female one at that." With these words, a faint figure appeared on the frying pan, and a man smiled at Lei Yan, nodding his head. "This young lady, I am the ninefold Thunder Lord, the spirit of the frying pan, but may I ask for your name and background, if you are married?" In the words of Yan, "I really don't know how this guy, who is so greedy for life and afraid of death, became the Thunder Respect. Whenever there is a battle, he would scream and shout as if the end is near. But this time, he acted out of character, showing extreme enthusiasm. Don't worry, Master, leave this kid to me." With that, this Thunder Respect didn't even need Zuan to take action. Controlling a frying pan, flew straight out of Zuan's hands and struck at Zhenghao, who was just getting unsteadily to his feet on the ground. Boom! The thunder light washed over, containing the extremely radiant atmosphere of the righteous laws, causing Zhenghao to scream in pain continuously, with black aura continuously escaping from his body. Seeing this scene, Thunder Different's eyes flickered, then looked at Zuan on the side with deep meaning. This young man is obviously extraordinary. At the same time, accompanied by the excited shout of the Pan Thunder Respect, "Die!" a thunder light struck directly on Zhenghao's head. In an instant, a faint painful wail could be heard from inside Zhenghao's body, then black aura gushed out from his facial features. After a moment, the black aura dissipated. Looking at Zhenghao again, his body was as if drained of blood and flesh, extremely thin, emitting a strong stench, and fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. This bizarre scene made everyone on and off the stage shocked. Then a mourning cry came from below. My son Zhenghao. With that, several rays of light flew to the stage. It was Qi's family head Kui Xinyuan and several elders. When Kui Xinyuan saw the corpse on the ground, tears couldn't help but flow. Because this was his only legitimate son, but unexpectedly died on this stage, and died so miserably. So he immediately glared at Zuan angrily, gritting his teeth. Boy, although this is a competition stage, your actions are too ruthless. Why did you kill my son Zhenghao? Faced with this aggressive question, Zuan remained calm as water, without any panic, but coldly said, You're wrong, I didn't kill your son. Still want to argue? Just now you obviously manipulated the treasure in your hand to kill my son. Everyone saw it. How dare you deny it? Kui Xinyuan roared in anger, his face full of ferocity. The elders behind him also split up, faintly forming an encirclement against Zuan. Zuan didn't even look at this, just coldly smiled. Killing is killing. Not killing is not killing. Why would I need to hide anything from Yunyu? Kui Xinyuan was furious and wanted to avenge his precious son. Just then, a majestic voice came from the high building behind. He's right. Your son was not killed by him. With the voice, a figure appeared on the stage, with a majestic face and a hidden thunderous aura, making it difficult to look straight at. It was the Lord of the Calculus Galaxy, Lei Butong. Seeing him, Kui Xinyuan immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, then respectfully bowed. I've seen the Lord of Lei City. Lei Butong just glanced at him, then said coldly, Your son was possessed by a demon and died long ago. What died on the stage was just a walking corpse. What? As soon as these words came out, the whole scene was shocked. Many people whispered and discussed. Possessed by a demon? Is that true? No wonder I always felt something strange about Kui Zhenghao before. Kui Xinyuan was shocked, his face changed drastically, and said in disbelief, No. This can't be. How could my son Zhenghao? Lei Butong's face instantly darkened. What? Are you questioning what I said? Kui Xinyuan turned pale and quickly bowed his head. HMPH. Lei Butong snorted. For him, these so-called noble families were just dogs managing his territory. Would you explain anything to a dog? Even the words just now were only said by Lei Butong because of his daughter's face, not wanting the betrothal competition to be too embarrassing. So at this moment, he impatiently waved his hand. Quick, take your son's body and leave. Yes. Kui Xinyuan trembled all over, nodding in agreement. But no one noticed, in his deeply buried eyes, a flash of fierceness passed. But soon he deeply concealed these discrepancies, then fled with his son Kui Zhenghao's body. In an instant, the stage returned to calm. Lei Butong did not leave, but instead looked at Zuan with interest, especially at the frying pan in his hand. Young man, can you show me the weapon in your hand? Zuan didn't hesitate, tossed the frying pan over. Lei Butong caught it, carefully examined it for a moment, then couldn't help but extend his hand to touch gently. The frying pan trembled slightly, but made no sound. In fact, ever since Lei Butong stepped on the stage, this frying pan thunder respect hurriedly ran into the pan to hide. It was simply due to the great difference in level that this thunder respect didn't even have the courage to face Lei Butong directly. After touching it for a moment, Lei Butong nodded, then praised, a good method, actually inscribing the Thunder Series formation of the Taoist school on the surface of the weapon, enchanting the thunder respect inside, thus the thunder light emitted has a stronger power to suppress demons. This weapon is flawless except for the weak strength inside the thunder respect. Lei Butong exclaimed, then looked up at Zuan. Young man, are you interested in talking with me behind? Zhu, stared at this figure, who ruled the entire Calculus Galaxy, nodded slightly. Very well. Lei Butong was quite excited, waved his hand, and several thunder lights enveloped Zuan and his daughter. When the thunder lights dissipated, the stage was empty, with no sign of anyone. There was a stir in the stands. How did they just leave like that? Who knows? Could this betrothal competition have ended? Who is that young man exactly? Lei Butong smiled and said, It's very simple, because of the thunder idol in your hand. As the strongest thunder entity in the heavenly world, I am very familiar with the formation of all thunder idols in this world, except for the thunder idol in your hand. Lei Butong paused, then continued, whether from temperament or strength composition, it is completely different from the thunder idols in this realm, which is why I asked you this way. Zuan did not respond. Is that all? Lei Butong seemed to have known Xuan's reaction in advance, so he chuckled and then said the second shocking sentence. "And if I'm not mistaken, you are from the Hua clan in the Heavenly Realms, right?" If Xuan could remain calm in response to the previous question, his pupils instantly contracted at this question. His reaction confirmed Lei Butong's speculation. Then he smiled. "Don't be surprised. Although the formation on this pan belongs to Taoism, it is quite different from the Taoism in this realm, but it looks similar to something I once accidentally obtained in the past." With that, Lei Butong casually flipped his hand, revealing a piece of turtle shell fragment in his palm. "This thing was obtained by me in a chance encounter many years ago. It was said to come from Taoism, specifically used to record various secrets, including information about the Heavenly Realms and the Hua clan on Earth." Xuan's expression gradually calmed down. Then he looked deeply at Lei Butong. In fact, when Xuan was watching the battle under the arena, he faintly felt the presence of an extraordinary expert in the tall building behind the arena. Seeing Lei Butong confirmed his conjecture. The thunder idol in front of him, transformed by thunder, possessed profound power that even he couldn't fathom clearly. So Xuan was well aware that if they were to fight, victory could go either way. Even if his chances of winning were slightly higher, it would still be a tough battle. Of course, this was just Xuan's speculation. He was well aware that since Lei Butong brought him here and openly disclosed this information, it indicated his sincerity. As for how he knew all this, for an existence spanning tens of thousands of years, knowing some secrets was not strange at all. Therefore, Xuan quickly adjusted his mindset and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am indeed from the Hua clan in the Heavenly Realms. My name is Xuan." "Indeed, as I suspected." Lei Butong sighed. "You've caused quite a stir in the heavenly world recently. Even the person who defeated the two great sword cultivators of the Bai Shen family is you." Lei Yan on the side listened with a confused expression. What does it mean? What is the Hua clan? And why did the Lord Father bring this young man into the tall building? Could it be? Suddenly, Lei Yan thought of something, her face blushing involuntarily, but then she thought very seriously. "No, I can't betray Master Yang." With this thought in mind, her expression gradually became serious, and she distanced herself a bit from Xuan. While she was lost in her thoughts, Lei Butong continued, "Have you already noticed something unusual about Kui Zhenghao Mzu?" Nodded. "As soon as he stepped onto the stage, I noticed something unusual about him. I just didn't expect it to be so serious until he clashed with Ling Qianjin. Then I realized that evil spirit had entered his body." Lei Butong sneered. "Exactly, an evil spirit entered his body, and even targeted my daughter. Those demons are truly seeking death." With his identity and position, he naturally knew about the existence of demons. However, Xuan shook his head. "It probably isn't what you think. These demons wouldn't bother with such troublesome matters." "Oh, what do you mean?" "In my opinion, Kui Zhenghao has obviously been dead for some time, and the evil spirits entering his body don't seem to be intelligent demons, but rather resemble a strong obsession. From this, I deduce that Kui Zhenghao probably died suddenly for some reason, and before he died, he harbored an unforgettable obsession with Ling Qianjin, which led to the evil spirit taking advantage and seizing control of his body." Xuan's deduction was logical, and after a moment of contemplation, Lei Butong nodded in agreement. "Listening to your analysis, it does seem possible, but doesn't this mean that the Kui family already knew about Kui Zhenghao's situation? They should know. After all, Kui Zhenghao is dead, and what's in control of him now is merely an evil spirit born from an intense obsession. Those close to him would surely notice the flaws." Lei Butong's expression turned increasingly cold, his anger rising. "Idiot! Knowing that their son is dead, yet they let him act recklessly, even provoking my daughter. It seems I've been too lenient with these wealthy families before, allowing them to forget about fear." Xuan remained silent. These were all internal matters of the Jiddu Star domain, and they had nothing to do with him. After a moment, Lei Butong raised his head and clasped his hands towards Xuan. "Young man, with your keen insight, you've reminded me. I no longer owe you this favor." With that, Lei Butong raised his hand, and the pan in Xuan's hand flew into his own. Then Lei Butong lightly commanded, "Come out." At his command, the thunder idol trembling and hiding in the pan let out a scream, then was forcibly pulled out from it. This level of power is simply too weak. Lei Butong observed the thunder idol, shook his head, then pointed at its forehead. Buzzing. Violent thunder surged from Lei Butong's fingertip, roaring like a storm and infused into the Thunder Idol's body within the pan. The Thunder Idol emitted a deafening scream, its body rapidly expanding, teetering on the edge of collapse in the blink of an eye. However, Lei Butong's infusion showed no signs of stopping, but grew even more ferocious. In this situation, in a moment of crisis, the Thunder Idol in the pan finally unleashed all its potential. Ah! Accompanied by hysterical roars, the Thunder Idol in the pan gradually shrank its body. This was the result of absorbing and condensing the power of thunder. And so, after a time equivalent to an incense stick burning, the Thunder Idol in the pan had returned to a normal human-sized form. It no longer felt as ethereal as before, appearing more solid and real. Zuin had dark lines on his forehead, making it embarrassing to look at. Lei Butong was also taken aback for a moment, but then a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Good. Good child, since you are so sincere, I will take you as my righteous son. Thank you, father. The frying pan, Lei Zun, knocked his head loudly, the meaning of flattery almost overflowing on his face. Zuan. Facing this shameless fellow, Zuin was a bit helpless. However, this time Lei Butong did give it a great opportunity, not to mention the astronomical energy it had just infused. This is Lei Butong, the head of the Lei Zun in this realm. If it were another Lei Zun, they would have probably been drained long ago, so it was only natural for it to kneel down in gratitude. Of course, Zuin knew very well that Lei Butong did not do this for this useless fellow, but more to show favor to himself. With that in mind, Zuin nodded towards Lei Butong. Thank you. Lei Butong smiled. It's just a small effort, no need to be polite. At this moment, Zuin turned to look at Lei Yuan, who had been standing silently the whole time. Miss Lei, I heard that this martial arts competition was organized because of a man named Master Yang. Is that true? Lei Yuan nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Yes? All right. Did you know this Master Yang before this event? Do you know about his background and origins? Lei Yuan seemed puzzled by Zuan's questions. It seemed like this matter had nothing to do with her. Lei Butong, however, seemed to have realized something. His eyes brightened, and he said, Little Zhu, do you know this man surnamed Yang Zhu? Un smiled. I can't say I know him. I just have a guess, which is why I wanted to ask in detail. I see. In that case, you don't need to ask, Your Honor. I have thoroughly investigated this man surnamed Yang. He only recently arrived in the Jido Star Domain, and no one knew him before that. I even doubt if his real surname is Yang. Recently arrived, Zhu. Unmuttered, and then asked again. What does this person look like? Are there any distinct features? The most striking feature of this person is his sickly appearance, as if he is near death. As for his appearance, Lei Butong scoffed. He looks like a woman with a red mole between his eyebrows, and the key point is that he looks like he's only 14 or 15, but speaks very cleverly and is best at deceiving naive young girls, so he is definitely not a good person. That's not true. Lei Yuan finally couldn't help but explain. Master Yang didn't deceive me. Then why did he leave you behind and run away alone? Lei Butong asked coldly. He must have had something urgent, so he had to leave in a hurry. Lei Yuan hung her head, tears welling up in her eyes. You? Faced with his naive and almost foolish daughter, Lei Butong was simply helpless. As for Zuan, he smiled. You seem to believe in this Master Yang a lot. Of course. Lei Yuan nodded vigorously. He's the first person to take me seriously as a true friend, so I believe him. As she spoke, Lei Yuan's eyes seemed to light up. Zhu. Nodded. In that case, would you like to see him? At this suggestion, Lei Yuan was both shocked and delighted, nodding frantically. Of course I want to. However, Lei Butong's expression changed drastically, but just as he was about to say something, Zuin shook his head slightly at him. Lei Butong held back his words and remained silent. All right, then I'll take you to find him, but there is a condition. Okay, you say. As long as you can take me to see him, I'll agree to anything. Lei Yuan said excitedly. No need to be so dramatic. I just want you to clarify things with him after you meet. If he truly likes you, then stay by his side. But if he really has no feelings for you, then come back obediently, understand? Lei Butong finally understood, and a smile appeared on his face. To him, Zuan's approach was obviously better than his own impulse to block everything. After all, As a Leizun who had existed for countless ages, his understanding of emotions was far deeper than that of ordinary people, so he naturally understood the principle of prevention rather than obstruction. It was just due to his concern earlier that he had not realized this. Now, hearing Zhu mention it, Lei Butong couldn't help but feel enlightened. Lei Yuan was also extremely excited. Okay, I promise you. If Master Yang truly tells me he doesn't like me, then I'll come back immediately and not bother him anymore. Very well, it's a deal. It's a deal. Zhuan declined Lei Butong's generous invitation, and after discussing the departure time, he left the tall building with the joyous Leizun. When they met Yue Qinghuan, the woman was on the verge of breaking down. It was only when Zhuan came out that she breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been? Why did it take so long? If you hadn't come out, I was about to break into this building. Seeing the worried look on Yue Qinghuan's face, Zhuan was also somewhat moved, though it was only a fleeting feeling. It's nothing, just talked about some things, so it took some time. At that moment, Yue Qinghuan noticed the frying pan Leizun standing behind Zhuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this thing?" The face of the frying pan Leizun immediately fell, but he didn't dare to provoke Yue Qinghuan, so he just awkwardly smiled. Zhuan smiled slightly. "Didn't you see? This is the Leizun inside the frying pan." "What? The cowardly guy. How did he turn into a human in such a short time?" Yue Qinghuan was astonished. The frying pan Leizun's mouth twitched a few times, and he said dryly, Miss Yue, when did I not look like a human?" But Yue Qinghuan didn't pay attention to his reactions. She just went forward and poked his shoulder with her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. "He's actually solid. How did he change so much in such a short time inside?" "It's all thanks to Father's help," the frying pan Leizun said proudly. "Father?" Yue Qinghuan was even more puzzled. Zhuan then smiled and recounted everything that had happened in the building just now. Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, "What ideas can I possibly have? Who knows, maybe he saw a cute girl and planned to elope with her." With that, even Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, the ground suddenly started to tremble. The two immediately turned their heads to look, only to see countless dark clouds gathering in the sky above the northwest corner of Jidu City. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning poured down like a divine punishment, completely destroying a tall courtyard at the northwest corner, leaving no remains of the people inside. Even Zhuan and Yue Qinghuan, who were far away, could keenly feel the oppressive force of the endless lightning. In the midst of the rumbling thunder, Yue Qinghuan's face turned slightly pale, murmuring, "Are they taking action?" Zhuan sighed lightly. "Yes, they are taking action." There was no need to ask who could unleash such a massive power of lightning in Jidu City besides Lei Butong. Combining it with his previous words, it was clearly an attack on the Kui family. It was a ruthless method of wiping out the entire family. There might be some innocent people involved, but in Lei Butong's view, since the Kui family attempted to challenge his authority, there was no need to spare anyone. This was also a tactic to deter other powerful families. Truly worthy of a powerhouse that had existed for tens of thousands of years, displaying overwhelming force with just a single move. Yue Qinghuan calmed his mind and then uttered softly, "Have you already figured something out? Or do you have any connection with that so-called young Master Yang?" "It can't be called a connection, it's just a vague guess. Everything will become clear when I meet this person," Zhuan said lightly before turning to leave. Yue Qinghuan pondered quietly. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, another conversation was taking place. "Sir, do you really intend to let Miss follow that boy today?" An old man asked with concern written all over his face. Lei Butong nodded, "Yes. But I really don't understand. Although this boy has good strength, his background is unclear. Is it too hasty to entrust Miss to him like this?" "Hehe, Lao Zhang, you are good at everything, but you are too cautious in your actions. Layman is my daughter. Do you think I would easily let her leave?" "So, what do you mean?" To be honest, Zhuan today was indeed beyond my expectations. I thought he was at most a young noble of the Hua clan who came to Tianwai Heaven by chance, but today's events proved otherwise. Firstly, his strength far exceeded my expectations. Although I could tell he had just reached the level of a saint, his actual strength was beyond my comprehension. Secondly, It seems that this person is familiar with demonic objects, combined with his identity of the Hua clan, makes me doubt his purpose in coming to Tianhua Heaven. Are you saying he came to investigate the past of the Hua clan? The old man looked astonished. As a servant who had served the Lei family for thousands of years, he naturally knew many secrets. You can say that. Although I don't know the specifics, it's clearly not that simple. It seems like you value Zu-an very much. Heh, value? I can't see through this Zu-an at all, Lebutong said with a bitter smile before changing the subject. Lao Zhang, how do you think of my judgment? Your insight is as sharp as a torch. Not quite, but having lived for thousands of years, I think I am quite good at judging people. However, I can't see through this Zu-an at all. This statement changed Lao Zhang's expression slightly. Is this young man so formidable? Lebutong let out a long sigh. He is more than just formidable. He has stirred up the entire martial world since his appearance, even with a body of an immortal hiding his true identity, healed Yue Shifang's injuries, and defeated two sword cultivators from the Shen family. Such a person, formidable, is an understatement. In that case, you should not entrust Miss to him, Lao Zhang urged. Lebutong waved his hand. Don't worry, I understand these people of the Hua clan. They have their pride. Since he agreed to my request, he won't go back on his word. I trust my daughter with him. Moreover, Lebutong paused. I also want to know more about this young Master Yang. Do you suspect that young Master Yang is also related to Zuan? Although he only vaguely speculated at the time, I feel like Zuan's tone hinted at something, as if he was very familiar with this young Master Yang. With that, Lebutong suddenly remembered something. Lao Zhang, immediately send an elite team to secretly protect Lei Man. Lao Zhang nodded, yes. Lao Zhang left, and Lebutong sat alone in the room, silent. After a long while, he smiled lightly. Hua clan. After thousands of years, I finally hear news from you again. The appearance of Zuan is far from simple. It seems that certain entities should be losing sleep now. Turbulent times are ahead, but I wonder if the good fortune I establish now will be useful in the future. Just as Lebutong sighed deeply, in a star domain millions of miles away from the Jidu star domain, stood a city. It was located at the junction of Jidu, Taiyin, and Lufuming, and known as the Cloud City. If you were to look down on the entire Yin and Yang family star domain from above, the Cloud City lay right in the center, at the intersection of the three domains, making it a crucial location. At this moment, the Cloud City was ablaze with activity, bustling like a carnival, all in preparation for the upcoming 100 schools gathering. Although it was still some time away, many sect members had already arrived. The Yin and Yang family's place of reception for the various sects was located in the Cloud City. As a result, the Cloud City was now a gathering place for strong individuals, with sects flocking in like birds. On an exceptionally bustling street, there stood a grand tea house. At this moment, a young man was lazily sitting in a chair by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The young man was so handsome that he almost appeared otherworldly. The red mole between his eyebrows seemed as if it could bleed at any moment. Combined with his white face, it gave him a unique and sickly beauty. Since he sat down, many people had been stealing glances at him. Steam wafted from the teapot on the table, but the young man seemed to have no intention of picking it up, merely tapping the table edge lightly with his slender fingers. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the stairs, and a young man ascended the stairs and walked swiftly to stand behind the young man. Are you injured? The youth turned to look at Zitia. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Zitia smiled. Nevertheless, the youth furrowed his brow slightly and then gently touched Zitian's back. A ray of light flashed and entered Zitian's body. Zitia felt warmth all over his body, and then the wound on his back quickly healed. The youth's face, however, became a bit paler than before. Young master, Zitia called out with some concern, because he knew that using this ability would put immense pressure on the youth each time. The youth just smiled, and then gestured towards the opposite side. The water has been boiling for a while now. Sit down, and have some tea first. Zitia sat on the chair opposite, and the youth poured a cup of steaming hot tea for him, and handed it over. As the tea entered his stomach, accompanied by a refreshing aroma, his body, exhausted from the recent battle, relaxed considerably. Is everything resolved? The youth asked softly. Yes, young master, everything is resolved. There were a total of 7 evil creatures. All of them have been exterminated. Zitia put down the teacup, speaking solemnly. 7 evil creatures. The youth chuckled lightly. It seems that with the convening of the 100 Families Conference, these evil creatures have become more rampant. In the past, there were at most 1 or 2, but now there are often 7 or 8 acting together. Zitia nodded. I also feel that these evil creatures have been more active recently, but I don't know what they are planning. What else could they plan? Naturally, it is targeting this 100 Families Conference. You mean, they intend to disrupt this 100 Families Conference? Zitia paused, then asked. It is also possible that they are planning to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the entire 100 families. The youth said calmly. Zitian's expression changed drastically. If that's the case, things will be disastrous. Shouldn't we quickly notify the major families now? Heh. The youth shook his head with a smile. Do you think if you inform the major families, they will believe you? Zitia fell silent, and after a long while, he said with difficulty, then we should at least inform Mr. Zhu. There is no need to inform him. If I'm not mistaken, he must have already received the news. The youth said in a deep voice. Despite saying so, a tinge of anxiety still appeared on Zitian's face. The youth lightly chuckled. I know what you are thinking. Actually, you don't need to be too anxious. I think this is a good thing, because the sudden collective agitation of these evil creatures indicates that they are starting to panic. And what we need to do is to stay calm and deal with this calmly. Only in this way can we help Mr. Zhu. Zitia took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. But you have been working hard recently. The youth said. Zitia smiled. Young master, you are too kind. As long as I can get rid of these bastards, I can give my life for it, let alone work a bit harder. In his words, Zitian's face was full of determination. For him at this moment, he had no other desires. Because no matter what, he had not let down his original oath, successfully finding the reincarnation of the Godlord. So now, all Zitia had in mind was to protect the safety of the Godlord's reincarnation, eliminate these evil beings plaguing the world, and uncover the truth behind them. Yes, the young man sitting across from Zitia at this moment was indeed the reincarnation of Yangjian, the Erlang god. Back then in the heavens, Zuin rescued the imprisoned Yangjian from the hands of the Lord of Separation. At that time, in order to avoid being threatened by the Lord of Separation, Zuin chose to commit suicide. This clouded his judgment, causing him to do many wrong things for the Lord of Separation until Zitia, who only came to his senses after Zuin arrived, collapsed. Zitia was ready to follow his master, but Zuin stopped him and told him that Yangjian's soul had not completely vanished and that a strand of his soul was protected by Zuan before being sent into reincarnation. So as long as his reincarnation was found, there was still hope to revive Yangjian. For this reason, Zitia made a vow to find his master's reincarnation. After saying goodbye to Zuan, he almost traveled through the entire heavens, but found no trace at all. At that time, Zitia was almost desperate, but in this situation, he coincidentally arrived at the Abyss of Shadows and fortuitously met the Shadow Turtle Emperor. With the help of the Shadow Turtle Emperor, Zitia successfully crossed the Abyss of Shadows and came to this extraterrestrial world. Zuin learned from the Shadow Turtle Emperor that a divine descendant of the Hua clan was him. Upon arriving in this extraterrestrial world, Zitia despaired upon realizing that this star domain was even more vast than the heavens, and the search would be endless. But even so, for that faint glimmer of hope, Zitia resolutely embarked on the journey. Perhaps his actions touched some existences out there, and the search this time unexpectedly went smoothly. In less than a year, Zitia found the young man in a bustling area of the extraterrestrial world. At that moment, just one glance was enough for Zitia to determine that he was definitely the reincarnation of Yangjian. There was no other reason. Zitian's memory of the aura on Yangjian was too deep. So deep that, even after experiencing reincarnation, Zitia could still sense it. In this situation, Zitia immediately found ways to approach the young man and then took the opportunity to reveal everything. He thought the young man would be shocked and disbelieving, but to his surprise, the young man believed him after hearing everything. In these years, the young man would have dreams almost every night, seeing himself with 3 piercing eyes and a transcendent celestial hound by his side. Apart from these details, he had lost all other memories. Even so, upon seeing Zitia for the first time, the young man understood that the young man in front of him was the celestial hound he saw in his dreams. After years of separation, the master and servant had finally reunited. The young man followed Zitia to travel in the extraterrestrial world, and during their travels, Zitia kept recounting the past, helping the young man regain most of his memories. The news from the military and the pharmacists' alliance about Zhu and also delighted Zitia, prompting him to take the young man to find Zuan. At this moment, even if they were to confront the situation, it wouldn't have much effect. It would be better to investigate in secret. With this thought in mind, the youth brought Zhao Ocean to search in the shadows and quickly locked onto the target as the evil object. Thus, the master and servant followed the trail and entered the territory of the Yin-Yang family, ultimately discovering that these evil objects had transformed into human forms, hidden deeply, seemingly planning some enormous conspiracy. That was the past. At this moment, the youth, or rather Yang Jian, looked straight at Zhao Ocean and softly said, "Zhao Ocean, no matter what, I don't want you to risk your life recklessly. After all that has happened, only you and I remain as the last deities of the Hua clan. I don't want you to give up your life for some worthless evil objects, understand?" "I understand." Zhao Ocean nodded heavily. Yang Jian smiled, then lowered his head to pour tea. Just then, Zhao Ocean suddenly sniffed something, his expression changed, and he abruptly turned to look out the window. Outside the window was a bustling street, with people coming and going, exceptionally lively. "Young master, there's a situation." Yang Jian also turned to look out the window. They saw a person walking towards them on the crowded street. This person was entirely covered in a large black robe, making it impossible to see their face. This wasn't unusual, given that Cloud City at the moment had gathered sects from all over the world. Naturally, there were practitioners of strange techniques among them. So, the attire of the people on the streets was diverse. Just a black robe alone couldn't tell much. The key was the faint scent Zhao Ocean smelled. Zhao Ocean, originally a celestial hound, had greatly enhanced his sense of smell over the years of trials and tribulations. It was with this gift that Yang Jian could successfully identify so many hidden evil objects among the crowd. And obviously, the person in the black robe at present was likely one of those evil objects. With this thought, the master and servant couldn't help but exchange glances, then stood up together. "Young master, you should stay here. It's just an evil object. Leave it to me." Yang Jian shook his head. Since this evil object dared to appear openly on the street, their status is obviously not low. "Later, I will personally interrogate them." "All right then." Zhao Ocean didn't dare to argue further, as he knew it would be futile. The master and servant went downstairs and mingled in the crowd, quietly following the person in the black robe from a distance. After walking along the street for a while, the person in the black robe suddenly turned a corner and went into a small alley. Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean immediately followed, but as soon as they reached the depths of the alley, Yang Jian raised his hand to stop Zhao Ocean behind him. "Don't go any further." "What's wrong?" Zhao Ocean was puzzled. They saw the person in the black robe slowly walking out from the end of the alley. And with his appearance, the entire alley was gradually shrouded in black mist, and numerous figures faintly surrounded Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean. Zhao Ocean's expression tensed, and he swiftly moved forward to shield Yang Jian behind him. "Young master, it's okay." Yang Jian chuckled lightly, then looked at the person in the black robe in the distance. "So, you already knew." The person in the black robe apparently didn't expect that the ones tracking him would be such a handsome young man. But then, with a chilling voice, he said, "Who are you? Why are you following me? Haha, do you even know what you are yourself? Yet you ask why we are following you." Zhao Ocean sneered. "I don't know what you're talking about, but since you dare to follow me, you will pay the price." With a slight flick of his hand, the person in the black robe rattled a bronze bell, and the shadows hidden in the darkness revealed themselves. Surprisingly, they were corpses dressed in black, floating in the air, with talismans stuck on their foreheads. Seeing this scene, Yang Jian's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, "Wait!" But he was too late. These corpses turned into black lights and lunged at the master and servant. Zhao Ocean roared, his figure suddenly soaring, transforming into a 3-meter-tall giant beast. Then he clashed with the oncoming corpses. With the sounds of clashing metal, Zhao Ocean's proud claws were utterly ineffective against these corpses, even sparking a few flames. "What the hell are these ironclad corpses?" Zhao Ocean exclaimed angrily. Yang Jian's gaze flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Corpse driving technique. Are you a descendant from the Ghost Nation?" With his exclamation, the corpses suddenly retreated, and the person in the black robe spoke in an astonished tone, "You know about the Ghost Nation?" Yang Jian smiled bitterly, of course. He briefly explained the situation, without revealing his own origins, mentioning that they were there to pursue a group of demons. It just so happened that this person in the black robe was from the Ghost Nation, and the aura he exuded resembled those demons, leading to this misunderstanding. After he finished explaining, the person in the black robe fell silent. Yang Jian thought he didn't believe them and was about to say more when the person in the black robe coldly stated, "You're not chasing demons, but rather evil objects, right?" This revelation shocked Yang Jian. Apparently, he didn't expect the person in the black robe to expose his intentions so bluntly. "Do you wonder how I know?" the person in the black robe asked. Yang Jian nodded. At the same time, the person in the black robe suddenly shook his robe, and it fell to the ground, revealing a figure beneath. What Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean saw then startled even them, who were well-traveled and knowledgeable. It was such a scene. There stood a charming girl, split in the middle, one half a charming and beautiful body, the other half a skeletal corpse. The stark contrast merged together, forced a chill down anyone's spine at first glance. I must confess, I am indeed a descendant of the Ghost Nation, and one of the few remaining successors of the corpse-driving lineage. One of the few remaining successors. Yang Jian was astonished. Exactly. They believe in the ancient ghost country that has been passed down from ancient times and refer to themselves as descendants of the ghost country. Although they have not been prominent in the higher realms in recent years, the power of the corpse-driving clan is quite impressive, even faintly forming a confrontation with the witch god sect in the land of witchcraft. Unexpectedly, such a powerful group was wiped out in one fell swoop under the influence of evil beings, with only one person surviving. Upon hearing this, even Yang Jian could not help but change his expression. "What? The ghost country has been destroyed?" The woman nodded, then spoke in a low voice, recounting the events of the past. It turns out that the corpse-driving clan most revered the power of the ghost country, always holding grand sacrificial activities on major holidays. Recently, on the day of the ghost mother's birthday, the corpse-driving clan began their worship as usual. However, the sacrificial ceremony went awry unexpectedly. Initially, everything went smoothly, and the ghost mother successfully descended and appeared before the high priest of the corpse-driving clan. However, as all the clanspeople knelt down to worship and fervently chanted the scriptures of the ghost country, a sudden change occurred in the ceremony. First, the high priest bearing the incarnation of the ghost mother began to go mad and let out a terrifying scream. This howl was as if coming from the depths of hell, unheard of even by the corpse-driving clan. When everyone was puzzled, brutal killings began. The high priest completely lost consciousness and transformed into a frenzy, becoming a killing machine, slaughtering those around him. Caught off guard, the corpse-driving clan suffered heavy losses at the beginning, with at least a few elders dying at the hands of the high priest. When others came to their senses, the high priest's body had undergone a transformation. Countless white ribs pierced through his chest, exposed on the outside, and his face quickly dried up, turning into a corpse-like figure in the blink of an eye. However, this appearance marked the beginning of a nightmare for the corpse-driving clan. Despite the elders' efforts to contain and suppress the rampaging high priest, it was in vain, and they were killed instead. Not only that, those who had been slaughtered by the high priest also staggered and crawled up from the ground, launching attacks on their former companions. Even now, as the woman recounted this bloody and brutal scene, her body trembled slightly. Yang Jian furrowed his brows. "Are you sure this was the work of evil beings?" The woman grimaced, definitely, because just after that, the high priest underwent a significant transformation. He no longer resembled a human. He then uttered extremely cold and evil words, claiming himself to be an evil being and demanding that all clanspeople submit to him in exchange for sparing their lives. "What about the ghost mother and the many ghost country spirits you worshipped?" Yang Jian couldn't help but ask. Tears of blood flowed from the woman's eyes. "They are all dead, killed by the hands of the evil beings." Both Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean looked at each other in shock. Although the belief in the ghost country had waned, those were genuine deities. How could they have been killed like this? No wonder this woman claimed that the ghost country had been destroyed. The woman continued, "Later, I learned that the malevolence of these evil beings closely resembled the appearance of the ghost country spirits we worshipped. It was precisely because of this similarity that these evil beings managed to infiltrate the ghost country successfully, then launched a violent attack, annihilating the ghost mother and others. Yang Jian fell silent. This was indeed a method commonly used by evil beings. And what happened next? What about your people? Zhao Ocean couldn't help but ask. My people. A look of infinite pain appeared on the woman's half-face. They all died. Died on the path of refusal to submit. Speaking of this, the woman's voice quivered slightly. Normally we are called descendants of the ghost country, seen as evil and shunned, but on that day, we fought against the evil beings to the end. One by one, they charged forward, ready to turn into corpses in the next moment if necessary. Her voice gradually lowered, and Yang Jian's expression became solemn. Regardless, these descendants of the ghost country were admirable. I should have died too, but in the end, during the final moments, the blood-stained elder fought fiercely and threw me out directly, telling me that even though the ghost country was destroyed, the corpse-driving clan was still alive, so he wanted me to survive. After saying this, the elder roared and charged forward, burning all of his strength, sacrificing himself along with the evil beings. But these evil beings seemed unwilling to die, so they released all their malevolence. To prevent these bastards from escaping, I sacrificed half of my life, finally eliminating the malevolence completely. The consequence was that I would forever remain in this form until death. The woman spoke softly, her tone gradually becoming firm, as if she were narrating a story that did not belong to her. After finishing, the woman looked up at Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean. Do you believe what I said? Yang Jian nodded without hesitation, of course. In fact, he could clearly sense a malicious aura lingering within the woman's body, demarcating a clear boundary with her remaining half-body. This was enough to prove that the woman was not lying. She nodded. Even if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. I didn't tell you these to seek your sympathy, but to let you know that I have an irreconcilable feud with the evil beings. Since you also came to exterminate them, we can be considered kindred spirits and cooperate with each other. Yang Jian nodded, of course. The woman then asked, but I want to know, do you have any deep-seated grudges with the evil beings that led you to oppose them? Yang Jian fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed. In fact, our situation is quite similar to yours. It's also a grudge of extermination. Oh, also a grudge of extermination? The woman was puzzled, then shook her head. Upon leaving the land of witchcraft and entering the realm of yin and yang, I once inquired, but didn't hear of any recently exterminated clans. Late at night, the streets of the Cloud Sky City were still bustling, but the tea house on the street had already closed early. Some eager tea customers tried to knock on the door, but found a sign hanging in front, saying the place was closed for personal reasons, so they could only leave in resignation. At this moment, in the small courtyard behind the tea house, Zitia asked in a low voice, "Young master, are we really accommodating this woman of unknown origin like this? Isn't it a bit rash? Why do you say that? Are you suggesting you don't trust her?" Yang Jian turned to look at Zitia and asked with a smile. "It's not that I don't trust her. I just feel that this woman is a complete stranger to us. It seems too hasty to accommodate her solely based on what she said today." Zitia responded cautiously. Knowing a person's face, but not their heart, this woman may have enmity with evil creatures, but she comes from the mysterious and unpredictable land of witchcraft. Who knows if she is carrying any secrets? Yang Jian looked at Zitian's cautious expression and nodded approvingly. Your thoughts are valid. However, I have my own measure regarding this matter. I didn't rashly accommodate her just because of a sudden impulse. Zitia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Young master, you should rest early. I'll leave first. Call me anytime if you need anything. Zitia was aware of Yang Jian's weak physical condition in this world and his habit of meditating before sleep, so he bid farewell and left early. In a blink of an eye, only Yang Jian was left in the courtyard. The moon was at its zenith at this moment, illuminating the earth brightly. Yang Jian stood silently in the courtyard for a moment, then softly sighed. Another group suffering from the hands of evil. The power of this evil is growing stronger. I wonder when it will end. Although he had appeared calm in front of Zitia during the day, deep down, Yang Jian had been feeling concerned. Especially with the imminent 100 Families Conference, it was evident that these evil beings were planning a major conspiracy. Yet, none of the families or sects seemed to be aware of it. If they were not cautious, it could easily escalate into a catastrophic disaster. Despite being a native deity of the Huaju on Earth, Yang Jian did not have any emotional attachment to these celestial sects and families. However, he still did not wish for more people to fall victim to the evil forces. After all, every bit of strength from the celestial sects acted as a barrier against the evil. Yang Jian was now acutely aware that this celestial realm acted as a protective moat, standing between the evil beings and the various realms. Therefore, this realm was indispensable. Lost in his thoughts, Yang Jian found himself unable to sleep, so he sat under a tree in the courtyard and started making tea. The charcoal fire in the silver hand stove glowed like jade, bringing a sense of warmth that dispelled some of the cold air. Yang Jian's movements were somewhat stiff. He prepared the tea set. It was then, at that moment, that a soft laughter came from the courtyard wall not far away. On such a night, wouldn't it be a waste not to drink wine under this beautiful moonlight? Hearing the voice, Yang Jian trembled, but soon a smile crept up on his lips. He set down the teacup, raised his head, and looked towards the distance. There, on the courtyard wall, stood a figure in white robes, swaying gently in the wine like a celestial being. Yang Jian smiled faintly. "You're right. Such moonlight indeed calls for a few hearty drinks." The young man also smiled. In his laughter, he appeared in front of Yang Jian, and in a calm tone, he said, "Erlang Shen, long time no see." Yang Jian smiled softly. "Long time no see indeed." The newcomer was none other than Zuan. He was alone, not accompanied by Yue King Huan. Upon seeing Yang Jian, his eyes and brows carried a smile. "It's been years. Never thought I would encounter you here." "Yes, it has been many years." Yang Jian gazed brightly at Zuan and said, "Speaking of the past, I owe you a thank you." Zuan waved his hand. "Enough with the formalities. If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and bring out the wine." Yang Jian chuckled, then laughed heartily. "All right, I'll accompany you for a drink tonight." Naturally, there was wine in the tea house, as no matter how fragrant the tea was, it couldn't compare to the richness of wine. Moreover, while tea kept one alert, wine could help relax. Sometimes, those who were too aware often found life burdensome. An occasional indulgence brought joy. Just like now. With wine on the table and only simple snacks, the two men's spirits remained high. They filled their cups with wine and downed it in unison. As the wine flowed down his throat, Yang Jian suddenly coughed violently, causing a flush of sickness and redness on his pale face. Zuan watched quietly, a hint of pity in his eyes, but no action was taken. After a moment, Yang Jian finally caught his breath, then chuckled. "Refreshing, truly refreshing." Zuan put down his cup and said softly, "It's been hard on you all these years. Why say such things? I thought I was completely dead at that time, so I am already content to have another life." Yang Jian replied with a smile. Seeing the carefree smile on Yang Jian's face, Zuan also smiled. "Speaking of which, Zitia is indeed lucky to have found you." "Yes, it's as if an invisible hand guided everything," Yang Jian whispered. After a moment of silence, Zuan raised his cup. "Come, let's drink." Another cup of wine was consumed, this time without Yang Jian coughing, only a slight blush on his face. Zuan couldn't help but exclaim at Yang Jian's increasingly charming appearance. Yes, with Yang Jian's current appearance, the word charming fit him perfectly. Seeing the change in Yang Jian's expression, Zuan couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder that daughter of the Lei family is deeply attached to you. With your current appearance, you're already attracting attention without saying a word." Hearing this, Yang Jian showed a bitter smile. "You've met that lady from the Lei family?" "Yes, I came from Jidu City this time, and that lady from the Lei family arrived shortly after." Yang Jian was taken aback. "She's coming as well." "Of course. After all," Zuan laughed, "whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. The key is that this Miss Lei must believe it." Yang Jian sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll personally tell her tomorrow." Zuan remained non-committal. "Come, let's drink." After finishing another cup of wine, Yang Jian set down his cup and asked seriously, "Zuan, have you noticed anything unusual at this Baijia assembly?" Zuan nodded. "Of course. The reason I came alone this time was to investigate the traces of these evil beings in advance." Hearing Zuan's words, Yang Jian felt relieved, realizing that he was indeed aware of these matters. Yang Jian then asked, "Oh, What have you discovered? I have discovered some very serious matters. This Baijia assembly, the actions of the evil beings are extensive. They have even infiltrated certain sects, controlling them like puppets. What? Yang Jian was shocked. Is this really happening? Yes. Among them, I only know of the Zhenwu lineage of the Taoist sect. As for the others unknown to me, there are likely many more. Yang Jian's expression became serious. If what Zuan said was true, the situation would be very grave. Because you wouldn't know which of these Baijia sects were genuine, and which had become puppets controlled by the evil beings. No wonder the actions of the evil beings have been increasingly frequent recently. It turns out, it's because of this. Yang Jian murmured softly, then recounted everything that had happened during the day. Oh, the heir of the ghost nation in the land of witchcraft. Zuan was taken aback, then smiled. In that case, it all makes sense, because before coming to the Yin and Yang family, I also passed through the land of witchcraft and saved a tribe of the Jing barbarians. Zuan then roughly recounted what had happened in the land of witchcraft. After finishing, both fell silent for a moment, then drank from their cups again. Since this is the current situation, what do you plan to do? Yang Jian asked. Zuan shook his head. I don't have a specific plan right now. After all, I don't know what the outcome of this Baijia assembly will be, so I can only take action after the meeting convenes. Well, no need to worrying too much. After all, when the army comes, the water comes and the soil stands firm. These evil beings are nothing special. The strong self-confidence expressed in his words infected Yang Jian, who also smiled. Exactly. Recently, we have been secretly eliminating infiltrating evil beings. Although their abilities are strange, their strength is not as formidable as imagined. Perhaps we only encountered the small fry. Zuan shook his head. You're wrong. I feel that the internal structure of these evil beings is actually similar to that of the human race. The strong ones are always the minority, while the majority are these common entities. It's just that because we've only encountered higher-level beings before, it gave us the illusion that all of these evil beings are powerful. Yang Jian nodded, suddenly recalling something. So what else has happened in the heavens since then? Zhu knew he was asking about the events in the heavens after his fall into the cycle of reincarnation, so he selected important events and briefly recounted them. Even though it was very general, Yang Jian was deeply shocked to hear that the evil beings had amassed a large army to invade the heavens, and the Buddhist patriarchs had voluntarily entered nirvana to seal the entrance. Zuan even united the forces of the entire heavens to bravely resist the enemy. So many things happened in the heavens afterwards. But have all those evil beings been eradicated? After saying this, Yang Jian felt foolish and closed his mouth. After all, if the evil beings had not been completely eliminated, how could Zuan appear unscathed in the heavens? Zhu smiled. All the evil beings were indeed wiped out, but I inferred from the clues that there are deeper secrets behind them, so I came to this outer heaven to find the ultimate truth. Yang Jian nodded. Yes, since reuniting with Zhao Ocean, I have been searching for the truth behind that great battle, and all the clues lead to these evil beings. Despite this, over the years, I have struggled but failed to gather more information. At the end, a tinge of shame appeared on Yang Jian's face. Seeing this, Zuan shook his head with a smile. All right, no need to blame yourself. After all, you have done well enough. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have done as well as you have now. And I have a hunch that many mysteries will be revealed at this gathering. I hope so. The two silently drank from their cups, the moon setting beyond the trees, making the courtyard exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, Zuan laughed. Speaking of which, we should also call General Zhao Ocean over. There's a big event I haven't told him about. Oh, what big event? Do you remember Zhang Shenan from before? The princess of the Jin Inu tribe, yes? Zhao Ocean and this Miss Zhang were already betrothed, but Zhao Ocean had to leave to find your whereabouts. Before he left, Miss Zhang was already pregnant. During the great battle in the heavens, people from all over the heavens gathered, including Miss Zhang, who was leading a cute little girl, Zhao Ocean's daughter. A daughter worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Isn't that a joyous occasion? Hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, it's a joyful event, a great revelation. He then downed his cup of wine without caring about his already flushed face. He was genuinely happy for Zhao Ocean. After all these years of wandering beside him, except for the initial days in the heavenly court, the rest had been spent in turmoil. Now hearing that Zhao Ocean not only had a family, but also became a father, Yang Jian was naturally overjoyed. At that moment, looking at Yang Jian's excited face, Zuin suddenly said, "There's one more thing I need to tell you. The jade pendant you entrusted to me before you died, I have already passed it on to the 9 heavens mystic maiden." As soon as this was said, the smile on Yang Jian's face froze, and he lowered his head, silent. Yang Jian nodded. Zuin sighed softly. "Do you know where I gave her that jade pendant?" "Where?" "It was in a temple, and inside, the deceased spirits of the Hua clan were enshrined, among which your spirit was placed at the forefront. There was not even a speck of dust on it, and your name had already emerged deep in the groove, obviously caused by frequent touching." After hearing Zuan's words, tears glistened in Yang Jian's eyes. "Is it really? Is it true? If you don't believe it, you can wait for her to come and ask her face to face." I believe. How could I not believe? I just can't believe how lucky I am." At this point, Yang Jian raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Come, today we won't leave until we're drunk." "All right, we won't leave until we're drunk." The moon, as a celestial body, is regarded with an inexplicable admiration by the Yin and Yang clan. This can be seen from their names, such as the Moonlight Lord. Therefore, almost all the planets of the Yin and Yang clan will have a moon-like satellite. The planet where Cloud City is located is no exception. When the large moon finally sank slowly below the horizon, Yang Jian was already drunk to the point of being unconscious. He lay on the table, murmuring something, his whole body curled up, evoking pity. Zuan, on the other hand, had clear eyes, without a hint of drunkenness. Carrying so much burden, it's not bad to get drunk occasionally and have a good night's sleep. With that, Zuan stood up, casting a glance at a room in the corner before dissipating like mist. At this moment, his true body had not yet reached Cloud City, only sending out a doppelganger to make contact with Yang Jian. After he left, in that room, the ghost country girl shuddered slightly, and a look of horror appeared in her single-eyed gaze. "He can sense my spying. His divine sense is so powerful." When Zuan and Yang Jian were talking and drinking, they had used divine sense to block all information. However, due to the special techniques possessed by the ghost country girl, she vaguely sensed something. It was not until Zuan left that she was sure there was indeed an extra person in the courtyard. And it was a presence she absolutely dared not provoke. The pressure only disappeared after Zuan left. After hesitating for a moment, the ghost country girl walked out of the room and saw Yang Jian lying unconscious under a tree. Looking at him in that state, the ghost country girl hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand. A black shadow approached and lifted Yang Jian, carrying him back into the room. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Cloud City, the Moonlight Lord sat upright, meditating with closed eyes. As the master of this city, when he meditated, his divine sense, like the ubiquitous moonlight, merged with the entire city. In this mystical realm, he could distinctly feel the joys and sorrows of the people living in this city. As if a divine spirit in control of everything, he overlooked the entire human realm. However, in this situation, suddenly, a figure that should not have appeared there broke this mystical state. Like throwing a stone into a pond, the calm water surface was instantly shattered. All mystical scenes converged in an instant. His divine consciousness returned to the Moonlight Lord's body, and then he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of curiosity flashing in them. "Zuan." He then showed a pensive look. "Interesting. I didn't really believe the rumors that you had already attained saint status before, but it turns out it's true. As a result, Shen Mu's challenge to you will become more interesting. It seems that this year's 100 Schools competition is going to be quite lively." The Moonlight Lord sighed softly, then his figure transformed into moonlight, dispersing back into the heavens and earth. It turned out that the one meditating, there was also a doppelganger. The next day, Lei Yan was in a hurry, eager to rush into Cloud City to find out the truth about Yang Jian. Zuan did not interfere with this. Although he had already sent a doppelganger to make contact with Yang Jian the night before, he did not intend to reveal the truth to Lei Yan just yet. After all, it was something that Yang Jian needed to handle personally. Despite his lack of overt reaction, Lei Yan took advantage of the opportunity to be extra attentive to Lei Yan. "Miss, would you like to take a rest before we depart? I can transport you with my magic, so you can relax a bit." "No need. Would you like a sip of tea then? I'm not thirsty." Before we left, Master handed me some delicacies. Would you like to have a taste? I'm not hungry. Then, Lei Yan suddenly stopped in her tracks, angrily shouting at Lei Yan, "Can you please shut up? Ever since we left Jidu City, you've been buzzing in my ear non-stop. It's so annoying, don't you realize?" However, she underestimated Lei Yan's thick skin as he grinned and rubbed his hands. "Miss, isn't this what Master instructed me before we left, to take good care of you? Lei Yan, I'll say this one last time, I don't need it. Please shut up." Lei Yan yelled. Lei Yan looked a bit aggrieved and whispered, "Okay? Fine. But what?" Lei Yan said impatiently. This usually gentle, timid girl seemed to have changed into someone with a very short temper. "Miss, I actually have a name. Master and the owner personally named me Lei Ping. So, I'm not called Lei Yan." Lei Yan was taken aback and awkwardly said, "Who cares what your name is? Just don't bother me anymore." With that, she dashed off in the direction of Cloud City. Lei Ping, or rather Lei Yan now, stood somewhat awkwardly in place, then smiled at Zuan. "Master, before we left, Master instructed me to take good care of the young lady, saying she has a gentle temperament and needs protection to avoid being bullied. But I haven't seen any sign of her gentle nature." Zuan couldn't help but find it amusing. Maybe her mood hasn't been too good recently. This seemingly innocuous remark from Zuan plunged Lei Yan into deep thought. Has she been feeling a little off lately? When Zuan, Lei Kong, and Lei Yuan entered the city of Yangshao, Lei Ping finally became honest. He had no choice but to be honest, as Lei Yuan's actions along the way had proven how terrifying women in the throes of love mania could be. As fellow Leis, he was even struck by Lei Yuan's lightning almost to the point of dispersion. Upon entering the vast and unimaginable city of Yangshao, Lei Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit at a loss. Mr. Zhu, where should we look for Master Yang Uzu?" And smiled, "Follow me," and then led them to this tea house. Last night's drunkenness still left Yang Jian with a splitting headache, so the tea house was closed today. Zuan led them to the front of the backyard gate and coughed lightly. "The person you're looking for is inside here." Although it was unclear how Zuan knew of Master Yang's whereabouts, Lei Yuan didn't have time to dwell on it. She excitedly licked her lips and raised her hand to knock on the door. Just then, the door opened. It was Zitia. By now, he had already learned of Zuan's arrival from Yang Jian, so he was very pleasantly surprised when he opened the door. "Mr. Zhu." Zuan smiled faintly. "Is Master Yang inside?" He signaled Zitia with his eyes. It was only then that Zitia noticed Lei Yuan standing in front of the door with tear-filled eyes and felt a headache coming on. Having lived in Jidu City with Yang Jian, he naturally knew this young lady Lei and understood her reason for coming at this moment. And thinking of their abrupt departure back then, Zitia felt a bit awkward. "Miss Lei." Lei Yuan took a deep breath. "General Z, please step aside." Zitia had claimed to be General Z in Jidu City at that time. Zitia was momentarily stunned and then heard a faint voice from behind. "Zitia, let Miss Lei in." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lei Yuan trembled all over. Then she strode into the courtyard. The first person she saw sitting under a tree was Yang Jian. Upon seeing him sitting there quietly, Lei Yuan took a deep breath, trying hard to control her tears from falling. Yang Jian smiled slightly at her. "Miss Lei, you're here. Please have a seat." Lei Yuan walked to the table and sat opposite Yang Jian without saying a word, just quietly looking at him. The atmosphere in the courtyard immediately became awkward. Zuan looked up at the sky. "The weather today is quite nice." Zitia agreed. "Yes, it is. How about we go outside for a stroll?" "That sounds good." The two immediately turned and walked towards the courtyard. Although Yue Qinghuan really wanted to see what would happen next, Zuan kept signaling her, so she had no choice but to follow them outside. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only Yang Jian and Lei Yuan. After a long while, Lei Yuan spoke first in a resentful tone. "Don't you have anything to say?" Yang Jian smiled bitterly. "Miss Lei, I truly apologize. I had urgent matters at that time, which is why I left without notice." Lei Yuan suddenly interrupted him. "I came all this way to find you, and all you want to say is this." Lei Yuan gazed at Yang Jian intently. "You should know my feelings for you." Yang Jian fell silent, and after a moment, he softly said, "I'm sorry." Those 3 words caused tears to well up in Lei Yuan's eyes. I'm sorry. Why say that? I don't want apologies. I want to be worthy. Do you know that time spent with you was the happiest in my life? Lei Yuan lowered her head and spoke softly. I have no friends. Everyone treats me with respect, but I know it's because of my father. They respect the power my father holds, not me. Only you treated me as a true friend. That's why I like you. It's that simple, so simple that I came all this way to see you. But all you want to say to me is sorry. So I just want to hear you say you like me. Is that so hard? Lei Yuan said, her eyes reddening. After a long silence, Yang Jian finally said, You're a good girl, but I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. This sentence was like a sharp needle piercing Lei Yuan's heart. Her face turned pale, and in a daze, she asked, Who is that person? Someone I've known for a long time, Yang Jian said softly. Outside the courtyard gate, Yue King Huan and Zuan were chatting. How do you think this conversation will end? Yue King Huan asked. Zuan smiled. This Miss Lei is doomed to fail. Oh, are you so sure? You know, this Miss Lei is extremely beautiful, especially with that delicate and gentle temperament. Don't many men like that type? Zhu unshook his head. It's not about her beauty, but rather this relationship is doomed from the start. If Yang Jian truly accepts this Miss Lei, then I lose. You can ask me to do anything at that time. Vice versa, dare to bet. Watching Zuan's confident expression, Yue King Huan pondered for a moment, then smiled charmingly. All right, I'll take that bet. But no reneging. Seeing the smile on Yue King Huan's face, Zuan suddenly felt something amiss, sensing he might have overlooked something. What's going on? Could it be that he missed something? However, he still didn't believe that Yang Jian would accept Miss Lei. On the other hand, Zitia was completely in a state of emptiness, not hearing the conversation between Zuan and Yue King Huan at all. This state of mind began when Zuan informed him that Zhang Shan'an had successfully given birth to a daughter for him. At this moment, only one thought kept churning in his mind. I'm a dad. I'm a dad. And just at that moment, the courtyard gate suddenly swung open, and Lei Yuan burst out in tears, covering her face as she ran towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Yue King Huan was momentarily stunned. Zuan then calmly stated, You lost. A faint smile appeared on Yue King Huan's face. Yes, I lost. There was no trace of dejection in her words, but an air of anticipation instead. This time, Zuan was the one who felt puzzled. Zuan was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled. Wait for me outside. Then he turned and walked into the courtyard. At this moment, Yang Jian was still sitting under a tree in the courtyard. Upon hearing footsteps, he didn't even raise his head. Are you going to chase after Miss Lei? One of my friends went. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Zuan said as he sat down across from Yang Jian, smiling. Honestly, I knew you would refuse, but I didn't expect you to refuse so decisively. Yang Jian looked up. Are you mocking me or ridiculing me? Neither. I just want to express my admiration. After all, it's hard to resist the favor of a beauty. Last night, you told me about the matter of Zhuan Nu, which moved me deeply. Since she has not let me down all these years, I naturally cannot let her down. As for this Miss Lei, Yang Jian's eyes revealed a hint of desolation. Actually, she herself hasn't figured out whether her feelings for me are those of a man and a woman or just a young girl's innocent admiration. So I can't accept it. Zhu nodded. That's fine. It's better to get it over with quickly. Then he changed the subject. Now that you and I have gathered here, I am prepared to take action tonight. You will be responsible for guarding the rear. Do you understand? Take action. How do you plan to take action? Yang Jian was surprised and immediately asked. I plan to sneak into the Lord's Manor and use the array there to detect the entire Yangshao city, then find the hidden evil within. Zuan said in a flat tone, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Knowing that there are numerous restrictions within Yangshao city, even with Zuan's mental power, it is difficult to move an inch. So the only way to detect the entire city is through the array buried under the Lord's Manor. Yang Jian's face changed drastically. How can this be possible? The Lord of Yangshao City is a skilled expert recognized throughout the Yin and Yang family. What you're planning is too risky. I disagree. I know what I'm doing, and with my current strength, as long as I sneak in quietly, I won't alert anyone. It's still too risky. Lord Yuhua is extremely powerful and has been operating here for many years. The Lord's manor is as strong as iron soup. It's not easy to sneak into. Yang Jian frowned. Don't worry, I have my own plans, and as for Lord Yuhua, Zuan's expression turned cold. I know him quite well. If he really finds out, then I have a score to settle with him. Seeing Zuan's expression, Yang Jian knew it was useless to say more, and could only nod. All right, just be careful. Yes, I understand. You will guard here in this tea house. If I haven't returned by tomorrow morning, you must immediately take everyone and leave here without delay. Do you understand? Zuan said seriously. Yang Jian's expression also turned serious, nodding in acknowledgement. Got it. By the time Zuan left the courtyard and arrived at the gate, Yue Qinghuan had already returned calmly. Where is Miss Lei? I found an inn for her to stay. Let her calm down for a while. It's best not to see that young master again during this time, which will help her move on sooner. All right, that's fine. Yue Qinghuan looked at Zuan with a smile. Now let's talk about us. I lost the bet just now, so now you can ask me to do anything. Speak up. A charming and alluring young girl saying to a man that he can ask her to do anything next is inherently tempting. At least Zuan seemed surprised, looking at Yue Qinghuan in astonishment. Yue Qinghuan's cheeks turned slightly red. What are you looking at? Hurry up and speak. Otherwise, when I change my mind, you won't have a chance. With that, she lowered her head, waiting quietly. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Apparently Zuan was walking towards her. Yue Qinghuan's heart beat erratically, filled with anticipation and nervousness. At the same time, Zuan stopped in front of Yue Qinghuan. Although she didn't lift her head, Yue Qinghuan could still smell a faint fragrance of grass emanating from him. Why is he standing there? Could it be? Yue Qinghuan's face blushed even more, her whole body trembling with excitement. Just as she was full of anticipation, she heard Zuan chuckle. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Yue Qinghuan responded heavily, fiddling with her clothes, already prepared. But in the next moment, one sentence from Zuan swept away all her expectations. Tonight, I have something to attend to. You will protect Yang Jian's safety in this tea house. We'll talk about the rest when I come back. Is that okay? Yue Qinghuan instantly looked up and met Zuan's smiling eyes. Then Yue Qinghuan felt the flush on her face quickly recede, replaced by a feeling of emptiness. Just like this. What did you expect, Zhu? And retorted. Yue Qinghuan forced herself to suppress the disappointment in her eyes, then casually said, I thought you would say something else. Well, I agree. But can you tell me what you plan to do tonight? This, you will know when the time comes. Bah, forget it. I'm not interested. Looks like you won't be able to do anything good, all mysterious and secretive. Yue Qinghuan said irritably. Zuan smiled, ignored Yue Qinghuan's words, and left. Hey! Yue Qinghuan called out from behind. Do you have anything else? Zuan didn't turn his head. No matter what you're doing tonight, remember to be careful. I don't want to have to collect your corpse. Yue Qinghuan shouted. Don't worry, even if you die, I won't. With that, Zuan walked away briskly. After he left, tears quickly filled Yue Qinghuan's eyes, then she wiped the corner of her eye fiercely. Damn it, I wanted to set a trap for you, but ended up selling myself. What a cunning man. Damn, even blinded by the wind, so unlucky. In the blink of an eye, night fell. The entire Yangshao city was brightly lit, with lively music and dancing. However, near the Lord's manor, it was quiet. 8 tall watchtowers were built around the Lord's manor, standing like sentinels in the darkness, deterring any ill-intentioned individuals. Since the major families settled in Yangshao city, the coveting and spying on this place have not stopped. However, after leaving behind many bodies without success, no one dared to disrespect the grand and majestic Lord's manor. But under the cover of night today, a white figure appeared not far from the Lord's manor. Next, Zuan looked up at the moon in the sky, then he silently dissipated and merged with the moonlight, quietly infiltrating the main mansion of the city. The layout of this main mansion was strict and unified inside and out, being heavily guarded like a fortress. The reason for such tight defense was because beneath this main mansion, there was a powerful array buried. This array was closely connected to the geomagnetic veins of the Yangshao city, allowing it to bypass all shielding formations and conduct a comprehensive surveillance of the entire city. Therefore, by seizing control of this array, one would naturally gain control of Yangshao City. This was the reason for the stringent defense here, and it was also the target Zuan needed to find upon infiltrating the main mansion. At this moment, Zuan was in a mysterious state, seeming both existent and non-existent. He was present in terms of his clear consciousness and sharp thinking, but he had already lost his physical form, transforming into a pure breeze that gently circulated within the main mansion. In this state, his presence had diminished to nearly imperceptible levels. Even a sage-level being could not detect his existence. However, the cost was that his speed would become very slow, only able to drift slowly, like a gentle breeze. Zuan was not in a hurry, because he knew that although the main mansion appeared calm on the surface, there were numerous detection formations hidden below, and any slight mistake on his part would risk compromising the mission. Therefore, Zuan proceeded slowly through the main mansion, making mental notes of every detail along the way. At this slow pace, Zuan passed through most of the main mansion, and then he discovered a surprising fact. The seemingly lavish main mansion was unusually desolate, with few signs of human activity aside from patrolling soldiers, especially the absence of any women. This surprised Zuan. It was vastly different from the scene he had imagined before coming here. However, he suppressed his doubts and quietly made his way to the central area of the main mansion. There stood a small building, with the second floor illuminated, indicating someone was residing inside. Zuan slowed his pace even more, arriving in front of the building. He could confirm that this small building was likely the key location because, according to the layout of the main mansion, it was situated right at the center, possibly housing the eye of the array. And the person inside was undoubtedly the Lord of Moonlight. Although Zuan was not afraid of him after advancing to the level of a sage, he did not want to alert him before achieving his goal. So he made every effort to suppress his breath and silently approached the window on the second floor. In contrast to the strict security measures in other parts of the main mansion, the small building was surprisingly simple, lacking any shielding formations even on the windows. Thus, when Zuan reached the window, he could easily observe the interior of the room. It was a very simple room, with a plain bamboo mat on the floor, snow-white walls, and a small table placed in the center. There was a lamp on the table, and a person sitting next to it, engrossed in some form of writing or painting. It was indeed the Lord of Moonlight, whom Zuan had encountered before. However, the current Lord of Moonlight looked vastly different from the imposing figure of the supreme expert from the Yin-Yang family that night. He was dressed in a light blue robe, with disheveled long hair, looking very slender. Especially while working at the table, a sense of intoxication emerged on his face, as if the paper on the table was the most captivating thing in the world, with nothing else mattering. Zuan couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. What was this Lord of Moonlight doing? At the same time, he felt a bit of a dilemma, because at this moment, he could finally confirm that the eye of the array was located within this small building. Yet, the Lord of Moonlight was currently present there, and any sudden movement from Zuan would definitely alert him. Although Zuan was not afraid of him, it would be akin to alerting the enemy prematurely. Just as Zuan felt a bit uncertain, footsteps suddenly sounded from downstairs, followed by those steps climbing the stairs and stopping outside the room. From the weight and rhythm of the steps, Zuan could deduce that the visitor was a woman. At this moment, a sudden arrival of a woman. Could it be one of the Lord of Moonlight's concubines? Zuan thought to himself. Just then, a knock on the door was heard, followed by a clear female voice from outside. "Lord, the tea is ready." The Lord of Moonlight didn't even lift his head, simply saying, "All right, come in." The door creaked open, and a tall and stunning maid entered with a tray. The maid's grace and beauty were extraordinary, exuding a unique charm as she walked. However, the Lord of Moonlight paid no attention to these details, still fully engrossed in his work. The maid approached the table, gracefully squatting down in front of it, accentuating her curves, before picking up the steaming cup of tea and placing it on the table. "Lord, the tea may cool down. Please enjoy it promptly." "I know, you may leave now." The Lord of Moonlight still didn't look up. But the maid didn't leave, instead stayed crouching there as if waiting for something. After a moment, the Lord of Moonlight finally raised his head in awareness. "What is it?" "It's nothing, just that this servant would like to wait until the Lord finished the tea before leaving." Her words were gentle and full of care. The Lord of Moonlight smiled. "All right then." He picked up the teacup and drank it down. "You may leave now." The Lord of Moonlight placed the teacup back on the maid's tray. However, the maid did not leave, but continued to look at the Lord of Moonlight with affectionate eyes. "Lord, in such a long night, do you not feel lonely being here alone? If you don't mind, this servant can stay and accompany you." The night was quiet, a lonely man in the late hours of the night. A beautiful maid repeatedly asking to stay and keep you company. Such temptation was undeniably substantial. This is a serious breach of etiquette, at least not something a maid should say. Therefore, Lord Yuhua furrowed his brows slightly and impatiently raised his eyes to look at the maid. "I say." Only 2 words were spoken, and he was stunned in place, his eyes showing a look of infatuation. At the same time, the maid lightly brushed her temple with her hand and whispered like a fragrance, "Lord Yuhua, do you find me beautiful? Beautiful. You are simply too beautiful. Jinger, you are the most beautiful in my heart." Lord Yuhua murmured softly. The maid covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. "If I am so beautiful, what do you plan to do?" Lord Yuhua's infatuation deepened on his face. I don't know. As long as you are willing to stay with me and never leave, I am willing to do anything you ask." Outside the window, Zuan frowned upon hearing this. Why did Lord Yuhua suddenly act like a lustful ghost, completely different from his previous attitude? And why does he feel uneasy about this maid? At the same time, the maid's eyes flickered, her demeanor seductive. "Oh, are you willing to do anything I ask?" "Yes, yes." Lord Yuhua nodded heavily. "All right, then you just go die." With this sudden drink, the maid's hand hidden under the tray darted out, grasping a pitch-black dagger and thrusting it directly at Lord Yuhua. Lord Yuhua, with a mesmerized gaze, sat still as if he had no awareness at all. The maid revealed a sly smile on her face, as if she could already see Lord Yuhua's blood splattering in the next second. But at that moment, the maid was stunned because just as the dagger pierced through Lord Yuhua's body, there was no resistance. The maid sneered, then with no hesitation, she wielded the dagger in a circle and aimed it at the sound behind her. The strike was precise and fierce, but still missed. Then Lord Yuhua appeared by the maid's side, saying calmly, "Tell me who you are and who sent you to kill me. I can give you a quick death." The maid laughed slyly. "Do you really think you have everything under control? Oh, what then? Heh, you indeed have some abilities to identify my bewitching scent, but you still have to die." With that, the maid stretched out her other hand, forcefully clutching the pitch-black dagger. Her palm was cut open by the extremely sharp blade, blood gushing out, but never staining the ground because the dagger absorbed all the blood. In an instant, the dagger began to emit a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Lord Yuhua's expression changed, and he pointed a beam of moonlight directly at the maid's forehead. But it was too late. The maid suddenly pulled the dagger with a grating bone-chilling sound, then stabbed towards Lord Yuhua again. This time, as the dagger passed, a storm was stirred up. The moonlight was instantly dispersed, and the dagger, with an unstoppable force, headed straight for Lord Yuhua. Lord Yuhua's face turned serious. With his strength, he could naturally sense the terrifying power contained in the dagger. He made a swift decision, avoiding a direct confrontation and trying to dodge the attack. But he miscalculated this time. As he dodged to the side, the dagger pierced through space and came right in front of Lord Yuhua. This time, Lord Yuhua was shaken. What kind of weapon was this? Why does this dagger seem to be unable to be shaken off like a bone maggot? Despite his astonishment, his figure flickered, shifting positions rapidly. But no matter how he dodged, the dagger hung in front of him like Damocles' sword, showing no signs of change. It even penetrated further, seemingly about to touch his skin. Lord Yuhua finally couldn't stay calm. "What is this?" The maid giggled. "Lord Yuhua, when this dagger comes out, it must draw blood before it stops, so you might as well accept your fate." Lord Yuhua's expression changed, and his figure, which had been constantly dodging, suddenly stopped, as if he had given up resisting. The next moment, the dagger pierced through his brow, leaving a trail of blood blossoms. Only when the strike was completed did the dagger come to a halt. But before the victorious smile could appear on the maid's face, Lord Yuhua's figure reappeared in a corner of the room. However, this time, he looked slightly pale, and his eyes were full of cold-killing intent. The power of rules, who are you people after all? At this moment, Lord Yuhua was filled with shock and anger, because he had finally realized the origin of this dagger. The terrifying power contained in it, which made him feel terrified, was clearly the power of rules. This rule power was extremely peculiar. Once fused into a weapon, it could give the weapon certain characteristics. For example, the ability of the dagger to ignore all obstacles and follow him wherever he went came from the power of rules. This kind of power was sinister and powerful, and it had inherent immunity attribute. Once tainted, no matter how strong you were, you would have a headache. That's why Lord Yuhua had to sacrifice one of his clones just now to interrupt the dagger's attack. Otherwise, it would never leave him, even if it chased him to the ends of the earth. The maid smirked. Indeed, you are worthy of being the great lord of the Yin and Yang family. Yes, this is indeed the power of rules, and it was set during forging. Once it is unleashed, it will consume all the blood on your body before halting. So, accept your death now. With the maid's sneer, the dagger started again, aiming towards Lord Yuhua. Lord Yuhua was surprised. He had already lost a clone earlier to dodge an attack. Did he have to repeat the same process now? Even though he had many clones, he couldn't afford to waste them. But how could he deal with this troublesome dagger without sacrificing any more clones? In the moonlight, Lord Yuhua was taken aback for a moment, then quickly turned his head to look outside the window. But the window was empty, devoid of any figures. Just as Lord Yuhua was about to speak, at that moment, the head of the maid suddenly exploded, followed by her neck, shoulders, chest. In the blink of an eye, the maid's body exploded into bits. Strangely, there was no blood spatter, only countless smoke and dust rising. The smoke quickly spread, corroding the wooden floor black wherever it touched. Lord Yuhua's body was enveloped in bits of moonlight, forming a barrier that repelled the corrosive smoke. At that moment, the body parts on the ground began to gather and sprout numerous flesh buds, connecting with each other and merging rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque monster covered in sinister flesh buds appeared in the room. The monster slowly stood up, and a blooded gap suddenly opened on its blurry face, revealing a bright red eyeball staring directly at Lord Yuhua. Lord Yuhua took a deep breath and coldly sneered. No wonder there is the power of rules. Turns out you are a despicable evil creature. As a master of yin and yang, he naturally knew of the existence of such creatures. In his view, the truly high-ranking creatures among them looked no different from humans on the outside, and even appeared more noble and elegant. Only lowly creatures were bloody and sticky. For example, this monster standing there continuously dropping flesh and blood, hence Lord Yuhua's cold reprimand. However, at that moment, the creature let out a few sinister laughs. Yes, I am indeed despicable, but today you, noble lord, will die at the hands of this despicable creature. Although its appearance was fearsome, the creature still spoke with the sweet voice of the maid, creating a terrifying and eerie combination. Lord Yuhua remained silent, simply flicked his finger, and countless moonlight condensed into many weapons, launching attacks towards the creature. The creature roared, and a dagger that was hovering in the air suddenly spiraled and flew into its hand. Then the dagger elongated in the wind and transformed into a sword over 3 feet long in an instant. The sword struck continuously, shattering all the moonlight weapons that came its way. With a leap, the creature pounced towards Lord Yuhua. Lord Yuhua let out a cold snort, a trace of anger appearing in his eyes. The ongoing battle had already filled him with rage. Being far superior in strength, the creature was not even worthy to touch his shoes, yet it relied on a rule blade to force him to repeatedly retreat. This humiliation was hard to endure. Thus, when faced with the sword strike, instead of dodging, Lord Yuhua took a step forward, formed hand seals, and directly confronted the attack. After a loud bang, the two clashed and froze in midair. But moments later, the moonlight attached to Lord Yuhua's hand quickly disappeared, and the sword descended. The cold smile on the creature's face grew wider. Ha ha, Lord Yuhua, this is just the beginning. Know that this rule blade was forged to kill you, so all your resistance is futile. Give up. With these words, the creature struck with the sword again, aiming for Lord Yuhua's neck. As Lord Yuhua dodged the fatal blow, a faint voice appeared in his ear. The only thing that can destroy the power of rules is rules. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, reminding Lord Yuhua. Exactly. He also possessed the power of rules, so why continue to struggle against this opponent? With this in mind, Lord Yuhua no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, and the moonlight rapidly stacked around his neck, swiftly filling the gaps with the sword. Although the moonlight armor couldn't stop the sword from falling, it could delay it for a while. He then tilted his head back and exhaled. The breath turned into a gale, instantly blowing off the roof, revealing the boundless night sky outside. In the middle of the night, the bright moonlight enveloped the entire area. As the moonlight touched Lord Yuhua's body, it rapidly seeped inside, enhancing his aura. Seeing this, the creature sneered, thinking this bit of moonlight can deal with my rule blade. You are too naive. Indeed, no matter how much Lord Yuhua's aura increased, it couldn't stop the descent of the sword. As more moonlight shattered, the speed of the sword's descent increased. However, Lord Yuhua's expression remained unchanged, and he raised his hand with a shout. With a grabbing motion, a stunning scene occurred. The brilliant moon in the sky instantly disappeared, as if plucked from its place. In Lord Yuhua's hand, a dazzling sphere of light appeared instead. This sphere exuded unparalleled power, causing the surrounding space to stiffen. The sword's speed slowed down. The creature couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of sorcery is this? This is my rule, my ultimate skill," Lord Yuhua declared coldly, and the radiant sphere in his hand shone brightly, revealing the image of the moon. The massive planet had transformed into a small ball of light in Lord Yuhua's hand, a remarkable contrast. Part of the reason is because of his own overpowering strength. No one dares to provoke him without using the ultimate move of the Huaua. But the more important reason is that he wants to use this to absorb the worship of the people and form another incarnation of himself. However, today, the Lord of Moonlight directly took down the moon to deal with this evil entity. It can be seen how great a threat this blade of rules poses to him. Huaua was suspended above the Lord of Moonlight's head, completely enveloped by layers of extremely resilient light, containing a powerful force of rules. Now the speed at which the long sword falls is even slower. Not only that, during the descent, countless sparks are ignited, as if rubbing against something solid. In the blink of an eye, the long sword is completely worn out. The evil entity finally realizes the situation is dire, drops the long sword in its hand, and tries to run. But the Lord of Moonlight, burning in anger, would never let it go, as he points a finger. Boom! Countless lights explode from within the evil entity. This time, it has no chance of revival, as the explosion is so intense that it directly turns it into the most basic particles. But that's not all. The Lord of Moonlight rubs his hands, and the long sword is crushed into nothingness by layers of rule forces. After completing all this, the Lord of Moonlight finally catches his breath, and then looks out the window. Are you not going to show yourself? With those words, a light laughter comes from the void, taking the moon with one hand, so that's your ultimate form. Stop the chatter and show yourself, hiding for so long. You didn't just come to flatter me, did you? As the Lord of Moonlight speaks, he raises his hands, and the glowing sphere floating above his head disappears instantly. The moon in the sky reappears, shining upon the world. Cloudcrest City, which was restless and uneasy due to the sudden disappearance of the moon, gradually calms down. At the same time, above the city lord's mansion, ripples appear in the void, revealing a figure. Clad in white like snow, the person looks like jade. It's Zuan. The Lord of Moonlight seems to have expected this, saying calmly, "To be honest, I never expected you to lend me a hand, Zu." Unsmiles, "I didn't expect it either, as I came here with other intentions." The Lord of Moonlight gazes deeply at Zuan, then speaks solemnly, "Thank you." Zuan waves his hand, "No need to thank me. Compared to the minor grudges between us, dealing with evil beings is more crucial." As he said himself, Zuan initially didn't intend to intervene, but seeing the servant use the power of rules changed his mind. Having dealt with several evil entities, he knows the power of these rules. Anyone possessing such rules without exception is a high-level being among evil entities. Seeing the Lord of Moonlight being targeted with rule power by these evil beings indirectly emphasizes his importance. Therefore, Zuan immediately decided to help. After all, he couldn't stand by watching a strong figure succumb to evil beings just because of minor grudges. The Lord of Moonlight, understanding this, nods and then gestures, "Please, have a seat for a discussion." "Sure." Zuan doesn't hesitate and sits directly in the room. By this time, the building has been damaged by the battle, with the floor pitted. Just then, the Lord of Moonlight waves his hand, and countless moonlights instantly attach themselves to the building. Everything quickly returns to normal. In an instant, the vanished roof reappears, and the floor becomes smooth again. Unmoved by this, Zuin just smiles faintly and takes a seat. The Lord of Moonlight, a sage himself, knows it wouldn't be acceptable to lack such power. Sitting across from Zuan, the Lord of Moonlight breaks the silence. Your growth rate is truly astonishing. It's only been a short time since our last meeting, and now you've achieved the realm of a sage. Zuin smiles. You're not bad either, making significant progress in your strength. The Lord of Moonlight shakes his head. It's useless because with my talent, this realm is already my limit. But for you, this progress is far from the end. Zuan remains non-committal, asking, why did these evil entities come after you? The Lord of Moonlight sighs. Ever since news spread about the upcoming Baijia assembly here, as the city lord, I've become a target, not just for evil beings, but nearly everyone has their eyes on my position. His expression turns serious. Zuan, why did you come here late at night? Simple. I wanted to use this as Zuan points to the ground with his finger. The Lord of Moonlight immediately shakes his head. Indeed, you've come for this grand formation, but I cannot lend it to you. Oh, why not? Zuan raises an eyebrow. Because this formation was built by the Yin-Yang family's Lord of Shadow formation, and everything here is closely related to him. Besides the Yin-Yang family members, no one else can use a single bit of it. Zuan looks at the Lord of Moonlight. The Lord of Moonlight remains calm. Only after a long while, Zuan nods. In that case, I won't insist. Turning to the table, he cannot help but shudder. For on the table lies a piece of paper with a portrait of a woman. Though unfinished, her features are already present. What surprises Zuan and the most is the resemblance of this woman to Shen Suiqian from the Sword 3. Noticing Zuan's astonishment, the Lord of Moonlight picks up the paper on the table, sighs lightly, and says, this is a portrait of an old friend of mine, closely related to you. I'll gift it to you. Handing the paper to Zuan, he carefully examines it and realizes that while the woman bears many similarities to Sword 3, she is not her. In the midst of the moonlight, Jun let out a long sigh. I believe you have also noticed that this portrait is quite similar to the friend who gave you the sword heart, Zuan, and nodded. I know you must have many questions, such as why your friend, who is just a being among the heavens, is connected to the Shen family from beyond the heavens, and who the person in this portrait is, right? Zuan nodded again. Don't worry. Now that you have attained the status of a saint, naturally you have the right to know these things. I will slowly explain to you next, and it's also a way to repay you for your help. Jun's voice grew solemn. Good. Jun waved his sleeve, and the surrounding environment changed instantly, from a simple room with nothing in it to a warm tea house. The tea was good, the water was clean, and Jun personally poured a cup for Zuan, then said in a deep voice, do you know why the Shen family is relentlessly pursuing you, swearing to retrieve the sword heart in your hand? Zuan took a sip of tea and replied calmly, isn't it because of the preciousness of this sword heart? They can't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, right? The sword heart is precious. Jun sneered. Indeed. The sword intent of the Shen family is very unique. The practitioner can condense all the sword hearts into a small sword before they die, which can indeed be considered precious. But do you think it's just because of that? The root of everything lies with the person who gave you the sword heart, because that person is actually a descendant of a disciple abandoned by the Shen family. Abandoned disciple. Yes, an abandoned disciple. Jun's expression became serious. More precisely, an astonishingly talented woman. He continued, his eyes showing a trace of obsession. This goes back thousands of years. At that time, I was just an ordinary child of a Yin-Yang family. By a stroke of luck, I met her, who was then at the peak of fame, known as the #1 person beyond the heavens. How can I describe the scene when I first met her? At that time, my talent was average, my strength was mediocre, and I was completely unremarkable among the crowd. But she was the favored daughter of heaven, surrounded by all kinds of favors. Even just a glance at her back then made me feel ashamed of my own inadequacy. Watching Jun lost in his memories, Zuan didn't urge him, just listening quietly. I was very inferior at that time and didn't have the courage to approach her. But she was so approachable because everyone was focused on her, completely ignoring me. This made me feel very awkward at the time. She obviously noticed this and came forward with a smile to talk to me. A look of happiness appeared on Jun's face. It was during that conversation that I learned her name, Shen Jingshu. Since the founding of the independent Shen family, She is truly the only genius who outshines all the young people of the same generation. Shen Jingshu. Zuan murmured softly, a glint of light in his eyes. Yes, Shen Jingshu. You can guess what happened next. Jun chuckled mockingly. Although my status was lowly at the time, I fell madly in love with her. Isn't it ridiculous? But Zuan shook his head seriously. It's not ridiculous. Young love, this is as normal as it gets. Why would it be ridiculous? Jun cast a grateful glance at Zuan. Thank you. Then he continued to speak in a somber and nostalgic tone. Although my strength was mediocre at the time, I went crazy with training just to be close to her, just to catch her attention at various gatherings of young people. My only wish back then was simple. Even if she might not like me at all, as long as I could catch a glimpse of her from afar, I would be satisfied. Those were truly beautiful and innocent days. Zuan fell silent. Who would have thought that the prestigious Jun, above millions of yin-yang families, had such a humble past? But the good times didn't last long. Chaos erupted beyond the heavens, and hordes of evil creatures emerged, plunging the entire world into a never-ending war. As a disciple of the yin-yang family, I was naturally not spared and was sent to the battlefield. But it was at that time that I learned some news. Jun paused before continuing with difficulty. As the most outstanding figure of the Shen family, acclaimed as the genius among geniuses, she was actually forcibly exiled by the Shen family at that moment and expelled from the family. Do you know how I felt upon hearing this news? I was like a madman, risking being labeled a deserter. I escaped from the front lines and ran to the Shen family to inquire. Then I learned that she was expelled because of a strong conflict with the ideals held by the Shen family at that time, to the point where she left on her own, and the Shen family ultimately made that decision. What kind of strong conflict? Zuan couldn't help but ask. He knew very well that someone praised by Jun like this, Shen Jingshu, was definitely not an ordinary person. And such a disciple was the key to the prosperity of a sect, sometimes even more important than the sect leader. But such an existence being forcefully expelled indicated something extraordinary had occurred. Hearing Zuan's question, Jun smirked coldly, but didn't directly answer, speaking sarcastically. How do you think the power of the Shen family is within the heavens now? Very strong. Zuan replied frankly. Right, very strong. Some even privately rank the Shen family, the Dao family, the Confucian family, and my Yin-Yang family as the most powerful forces in the beyond the heavens today. But do you know why they are so powerful? It's because they took a shameful neutral stance when facing the invasion of evil creatures. That is, they didn't actively engage in battle or confront the evil creatures. Due to this stance, they can be said to be the family with the least casualties throughout the war. Many forces and families perished in that great war, and even those who survived suffered great losses. Some, like the military family you are familiar with, have not yet recovered to this day. At this point, Zuan finally understood. Indeed, many people knew about the matters of the Hua clan before 10,000 years ago, and Shen Jingshu was one of them. She even personally visited the earth and the various heavens, had interactions with the deities of your Hua clan at that time, and therefore advocated not only fighting against evil creatures, but also sending people to the various heavens to save your Hua clan. It was because of this that she had a falling out with the high levels of the Shen family, and ultimately parted on unfriendly terms. Upon hearing this, Zuan's expression changed abruptly. If what Yue Zhongjun said was true, then Shen Jingshu could be considered a great benefactor of the Hua clan. However, whether it was true or false was unknown. Sensing Zuan's doubts, Yue Zhongjun sighed lightly. I understand that you still have some doubts, because Shen Jingshu left without a word back then, and the entire Tianhuaitia did not know where she went. Only I conducted a detailed investigation afterwards and personally went to the various heavens once. Here, Yue Zhongjun looked at Zuan. I'm sorry, by the time I went, it was already too late, and the earth had already suffered a calamity, and your people had been slaughtered. However, from the faint traces left behind by that great battle, I could sense a hint of her sword aura, indicating that she did indeed appear on the earth at that time. It's just unfortunate that she failed too. At this point, Yue Zhongjun's face showed a hint of sorrow, and he lowered his head. In such a cruel battle, failure meant something needless to say Zhu, and fell silent as well. Because this was the first time he had heard about this past, But that didn't hinder the shock and respect he felt in his heart for this unknown figure, Shen Jingshu. A woman who risked her life for righteousness, ultimately dying in battle. Just by this fact alone, she was already thousands of times stronger than countless men. But since that was a matter of 10,000 years ago, what about Shen Suiqian who bestowed me the sword? Zuan couldn't help but ask the final question in his heart. At that time in the various heavens, he could clearly sense that this sword and Shen Suiqian's age didn't seem fabricated, had most not more than 100 years. If she was a descendant of Shen Jingshu, how could the age gap be explained? This question is simple. Within the Yin-Yang clan, there is a technique called the silent contemplation art, which involves a means of sending a portion of one's divine soul and thoughts to the core of a certain star, and when the time is ripe, descendants will naturally hatch. And I considered this technique a gift at the time, and presented it to her. Zuan was shocked, suddenly recalling that Shen Suiqian had once mentioned to him during a chance encounter that she had no parents from a young age and had been on a desolate planet since birth. Now, all the details lined up perfectly. After hearing these words, Zuan couldn't help but fall into silence as well until long afterwards when he sighed deeply. Truly an extraordinary woman. It's a pity we couldn't have met. Then he solemnly put away the portrait while clasping his hands toward Yue Zhangzhen. Thank you for what you've shared today. Now I understand all that happened back then, and the Hua clan has always repaid kindness. I will never forget the help of this senior Shen. Yue Zhangzhen nodded. I didn't share this to make you remember her kindness, just to let you know how despicable the actions of this seemingly high and mighty Shen family have been. With a hint of repulsion on his face, Yue Zhangzhen continued, in fact, over these years, I have been trying my best to make those fools from back then pay the price, but unfortunately, even though I have achieved the status of sainthood and become the lord of the Yin-Yang clan, I still cannot do anything to the Shen family. Especially in recent years, the Shen family has become increasingly arrogant and conceited. That so-called young master Shen Mu flaunts the title of a genius among geniuses. Do you think he truly knows what it means to be a genius? So I hope that you can dampen their spirits at the upcoming 100 Families Conference. It would be best to make them aware of your identity as a member of the Hua clan, so they can truly understand how foolish their actions were back then. I understand. I will handle the Shen family. Let it be in my hands. Zuan said calmly. Although his tone was calm, it exuded strong confidence. Yue Zhangzhen nodded. I believe in your abilities, but you must be cautious, and there's one more thing. When you return, remember to take a closer look at this portrait. I believe it will be of help to you. Zuan was intrigued, but before he could say anything else, Yue Zhangzhen softly said, It's getting late. I need rest. Please go back. With a wave of his sleeve, Zuan found himself outside the city lord's mansion. Glancing back at the towering mansion, Zuan's eyes flashed, and he disappeared into the dark night. Meanwhile, in the tea room, Yue Zhangzhen sat quietly for a long time before whispering, Jingshu, so many years have passed, I finally found an opportunity to confide, but where are you now? Must I only see you again in illusions? As he spoke, tears welled up in Yue Zhangzhen's eyes. During the assassination, he had shown signs of infatuation because through the drug-induced hallucination, he had seen the shadow of Shen Jingshu. Even though he knew it was a dangerous illusion, he couldn't bear to wake up. In the long night, some wept bitterly while others paced anxiously. Yue Qinghuan felt as if his heart was in his throat, pacing back and forth in the room. Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean also wore solemn expressions. It's so late, he's still not back. Should I go check the city lord's mansion? Zhao Ocean couldn't help but say. No, who knows what the situation is at that city lord's mansion? If something really happened, wouldn't you be going to your death in vain? Yue Qinghuan said firmly. If anyone should go, it should be me. After all, I am the current head of the martial family, and Yue Zhangzhen knows me. He shouldn't dare to do anything to me. With that said, Yue Qinghuan wanted to go out and investigate the situation. Yang Jian, however, remained calm. Stay calm, there's still an hour until dawn. If Zhao Ocean hasn't returned when it's light, we can decide then. What are we waiting for? Did you not see that display just now? Even the moon in the sky disappeared. It's clear that Yue Zhangzhen used a killing move. Yue Qinghuan urged anxiously. The sudden disappearance of the brilliant moon in the sky had shaken half of Yangshao City, and Yue Qinghuan, Yang Jian, and Zhao Ocean naturally saw it too. At that moment, they were shocked. Seizing the moon from the sky was obviously Yuehua Zhongjin's most powerful skill, indicating that Zuan's infiltration this time was not as smooth as expected. Sure. Just then, Zuan was seen standing in the courtyard, looking at everyone with a smile. 3 people immediately flew to the window, and Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Are you all right?" Zhu unshook his head. "Do I look like I have any problems?" "Phew. Just now the moon suddenly disappeared from the sky. It really scared us. We thought you wouldn't come back." After confirming that Zuan was indeed unharmed, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zuan smiled. "Don't worry. Since I went, it proves that I was fully confident. Besides, even if we really fought, the Moon Lord and I are on the same level. Why would I be afraid of him?" Upon hearing Zuan's words, although Yue Qinghuan wanted to retort, she ended up smiling instead. "You're just showing off." Zuan chuckled and comforted her a few more times before Yue Qinghuan left. After she left, Yang Jian said lightly, "Zitia, go check if the girl from the ghost country has returned. I specially checked when I went downstairs just now. The room was empty. Obviously she hasn't returned yet." In fact, the descendant of the corpse-driving clan had left the tea house since noon yesterday and still hadn't returned. "Young master, should I go look for her?" Yang Jian shook his head. "No need. We only have a cooperative relationship with her. Her leaving obviously has reasons. Let her be. You've been busy all night. Go rest now." "Yes." Although Zitia wanted to say something more, seeing Yang Jian's expression, it was clear that he had something to discuss with Zuan, so he turned and left. After he left, Yang Jian's expression became serious. "How did it go? Was it a success or Zhu?" Unshook his head. Yang Jian sighed. "I knew it would be like this. After all, the city lord's mansion has been built over generations, as solid as a rock. If we didn't succeed, then we didn't. What about the sudden disappearance of the Hua just now? Clearly, it was the Moon Lord's move. Did you confront him?" "I didn't actually. Although this time I didn't succeed, I did have unexpected gains." Zuan then recounted what had happened inside the city lord's mansion, focusing particularly on the matter concerning Shen Jingshu. After hearing it, Yang Jian's expression changed drastically, and he said repeatedly, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." Then he solemnly said to Zuan, "During the great battle, there was indeed an unknown female sword cultivator who descended from the sky and helped our Hua clan several times to repel strong enemies. This should be Shen Jingshu, the abandoned disciple of the Shen family." Saying this, Yang Jian sighed. "When this woman appeared, she showed extraordinary strength, helping us repel powerful enemies several times. But when we asked her name in gratitude, she refused to reveal anything, and only now do we know her true identity." At this moment, Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Isn't that right?" According to what the Moon Lord said, this Shen Jingshu had been to Earth and had contact with the gods of the Hua clan at that time. "Why is it that none of you recognize her?" Yang Jian smiled bitterly. "Things were already chaotic at that time. Who knew who was who? At least, I have never met this Miss Shen." "So, what was the outcome for this Miss Shen?" Yang Jian shook his head. "I'm not too sure, because at that time, I only saw her once on the battlefield, and I never saw her again after the Hua clan was defeated. After being imprisoned by the Lord of Lythanthian, I had no idea whether she was alive or dead." Zuan's gaze shifted slightly, lost in thought. When the Moon Lord went to Earth, he only discovered her sword aura fluctuations, never saw her body. Even the appearance of Shen Suiqian had many mysteries. Unfortunately, with so little information at hand, it was impossible to infer whether this extraordinary girl from the Shen family was alive or dead, and where she might have gone. Just then, Yang Jian sighed lightly. "Although we failed to use the great formation of the city lord's mansion to detect the entire city, from the fact that the evil creature dared to take action against the Moon Lord at all costs, it can be seen that he is at least opposed to the evil creature. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. I believe you understand this." "Yes, I understand this," Zuan replied. Yang Jian left. His current physical condition was not very good. The hangover from the day before last night plus staying up all night had taken a toll on him, so he went back to rest early after speaking. When only Zuan was left in the small courtyard, he fell into silence for a moment, then took out a portrait from his pocket. The woman in the portrait still looked gentle and serene. As Zuan studied it carefully, a pensive expression appeared on his face. Because of the Moon Lord's parting words, Zuin remembered them vividly. Why did he specially instruct him to look at this portrait more? Was there some kind of mystery hidden in it? After observing it carefully for a moment, Zuin confirmed that there was nothing unusual about the portrait, so he sent a strand of his divine sense into it. Boom! Almost as soon as he made contact with the portrait, Zuin felt as if something had exploded in his mind, and then a strange scene appeared before his eyes. The cloud city beneath his feet was gradually becoming transparent, revealing countless veins as fine as hair underneath. These veins were integrated with the entire city, many of them converging into vast rivers flowing underground beneath Cloud City. Zuan's heart skipped a beat, because he could tell that these veins were the hidden geomantic energy veins beneath Cloud City. Geomantic veins referred to the movement direction of spiritual energy at the location of a heavenly treasure land. All high-level cities were built according to the convergence of these geomantic veins, and by mastering the flow of these veins, one could monitor the entire city. This was the reason why Zuin had sneaked into the City Lord's mansion to find that great formation. At this moment, Zuin stood in the courtyard of this tea house, looking around. The surrounding buildings had also become transparent. In this situation, the City Lord's mansion in the distance became even more prominent, because in the darkness just before dawn, a brilliant light rose from the City Lord's mansion, and all the underground veins eventually converged towards this City Lord's mansion. Zuin knew that this was not a real scene, but a strange sight that only existed in his divine sense. On the street, 437 people are passing by. Among them are 210 women. An ant crawls out of a hole in the corner of a wall, but before it can stretch its body, it is stepped on by a big foot. However, after the pedestrians have moved on, the ant shakes off the dust from its body and continues crawling forward. In the rooms on the side of the street, some people are laughing, some are crying, and some are chatting. Countless information floods Zuan's mind like a tide. At this moment, Zuan's divine sense extends through numerous earth veins to various places in the city. Wherever he goes, the shielding formations all fail. Zuin seems like an all-knowing deity at this moment, grasping all the information of the entire city effortlessly. For other people, just dealing with such vast and complex information would be a headache. Even Yue Huazhongjun would need to selectively filter out the majority of it, otherwise, he too would be overwhelmed. However, Zuan's advantage lies in his unimaginably vast divine sense. Even though all the city's information has converged here at this moment, Zuin still manages to handle it with ease, without any panic. As he processes this enormous information, the useless noise is eliminated, leaving only valuable information. This is followed by another round of filtering. After several rounds of screening, the remaining information is the most valuable. Zuan then begins subjective discrimination. In an instant, after reading through this information, a faint smile appears on Zuan's lips. Yue Huazhongjun was right, this portrait is indeed very helpful to him. This is not just a portrait, it is clearly a means given to him by Yue Huazhongjun to bypass the detection matrix of the City Lord's mansion and directly communicate with the earth veins. It is like a sophisticated defense software with a backdoor left intentionally, allowing Zuin to log in directly without alerting anyone. It is undoubtedly Yue Huazhongjun secretly assisting him, but unable to speak directly, hence choosing this method to communicate. Soon, Zuin locks onto several valuable targets and notes down all other uncertain suspicious targets. Zuin takes a deep breath and withdraws from that mystical state. Everything dissipates, the courtyard remains the same, the ground does not become transparent, only the portrait in his hand dims slightly. Zuin carefully puts it away, then looks at the eastern sky. It is dawn, with a faint light appearing in the east, but this is also the time when people are in deep sleep. Although those cultivating no longer need to sleep, nighttime is the most suitable for meditation and cultivation, so they maintain a similar daily routine to others. It happens to be the most weary time for these practitioners. Therefore, without hesitation, Zuin vanishes into the dark. In a mansion in a certain place in Yanqiao City. This was originally the residence of a wealthy merchant, but recently a group of fierce-looking people has moved in. These people are all fierce-looking and quite extraordinary, belonging to the well-known Lifeng village in Tianweishan. Lifeng village is located beside a bustling commercial road in Tianweishan, and all passing merchant ships have to pay tolls to them. With this income alone, Lifeng village has grown into a behemoth in just a few decades. The leader of Lifeng village, Bao Huarong, is also one of the top experts in the local area. This time they have come to Yinyang family's Yunqiao city in hopes of showing their prowess in the upcoming grand event. However, since coming here, these people have spent most of their time carousing and completely forgotten the purpose of their trip. Luckily, because they are on Yinyang family's territory, these usually arrogant people dare not cause too much trouble and have endured it for now. At this moment, the bustling courtyard has finally quieted down after a whole evening. Even the ones responsible for vigilance have fallen into deep slumber. In their eyes, this is the territory of the Yinyang family. Whoever values their life would not dare cause trouble here. Therefore, everyone from top to bottom is in blissful sleep. Zuan's first stop is here. Quietly, he arrives in the courtyard, discerning the direction slightly before heading straight to the main room in the courtyard. However, upon reaching the door, he does not rush in, but lingers for a moment. Suddenly, there is a silent flicker coming from the windows and doors of the room, followed by a faint breath from inside. Zhu and smiles. He is well aware of the methods of these people. He doesn't even trust himself, let alone these subordinates. Therefore, he is sure that defensive formations must have been set up outside while they were sleeping. If he had recklessly barged in, he would have definitely alarmed the people inside. Zhuan transforms into smoke and silently infiltrates the room. It is dark inside, but to Zuan, this poses no obstacle at all. With his divine sense, nothing can escape his sight. From a distance, it can be seen that there are two figures lying on the large bed. One of them is sound asleep, seemingly a woman from the sound of it. As for the other, he lies silent as if dead. Zhu unfloats to the window, seeing a pretty woman whose face is now contorted in fear, lying next to a burly man. It is none other than Bao Huarong, the leader of Lifeng village. However, this remarkable village chief now has an extremely pale face, devoid of any breath. Zuan pays no attention because his gaze is drawn to a bulge on Bao Huarong's chest. This bulge is the size of a fist and slightly undulating, as if something inside is in a dormant state. Zhu unsmirks silently, and in the next moment, a bright sword light shoots out, skewering the bulge on Bao Huarong's chest. Splatter! Blood spatters everywhere. The bulge writhes in extreme pain, while Bao Huarong opens his mouth, as if trying to scream. However, a gleam of fire surges out from his mouth. The flames spread rapidly, instantly reducing the formidable leader of Lifeng village to nothingness. Though everything happened quickly and the fire burned Bao Huarong to ashes, the sheets beneath him remained unscathed. This commotion startles the woman beside him. She trembles slightly, then begins to open her eyes. Oh, what nightmare! I dreamt that suddenly you, master, turned into a strange bug, and then were burned to ashes by a flame. The woman said nervously. Just now, she did indeed have a strange dream. In the dream, Bao Huarong suddenly transformed into a ferocious monster, about to devour her with bared teeth and claws. However, he was pinned to the ground by a ray of sword light, descending from the sky, and then burned to ashes by flame. The dream felt extremely real. She even faintly felt a warmth, which woke her up in shock. Only when she saw Bao Huarong lying peacefully on the side did she realize it was just a nightmare. However, after speaking it out, she regretted a little. Because Bao Huarong usually had a violent temper, and hearing that she cursed him to death in the dream would surely make him furious. So now, she was shivering, waiting for Bao Huarong's reaction. But at this moment, Bao Huarong chuckled softly. You must be tired recently. Go rest outside. The pressure might be even greater here. The woman widened her eyes, almost unable to believe her ears. The leader was asking her to leave. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly knelt on the bed. Lord, spare me. This slave will never dare again. I will serve you now, she said, trembling, trying to unbutton her clothes. Zuan, watching on the side, couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing and exasperating. This woman clearly misunderstood. Of course, he wouldn't let her serve him in bed, so he put on a stern face. Leave quickly, before I change my mind. The woman was scared and shivering, and then she ran away in panic. After she left, Zuan slowly got up and went to the window. By this time, the east was already breaking dawn. The whole city was waking up. Hearing the sounds of people coming from the streets in the distance, a cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. The leader of the Galewind gang, Bao Huarong, had already been infected by evil entities. Just now, Zuan not only dealt with him, but also transformed into several identities and made moves all over the city. After eliminating these entities infected by evil, Zuan perfectly concealed himself. Upon reaching the realm of the sage, Zuan could manifest multiple identities, each one vivid and possessing a part of self-determination, without any trace of stiffness. All these were thanks to Zuan's extraordinarily powerful divine consciousness, which had reached an indescribable height after reaching the realm of the sage. At that moment, a timid voice came from behind. Master, tea. Zuan glanced back and saw the woman standing there shivering, holding a cup of hot tea. When she noticed Zuan's gaze, she trembled even more, quickly lowering her head. Just put it on the table. Yes. The woman carefully placed the cup on the table, then stood respectfully on the side, not daring to be presumptuous. Zuan didn't say much either, considering that he had just eliminated Bao Huarong and needed time to mimic the man's behavior. Any sudden changes might arouse suspicion. So he walked to the table and sat down, sipping tea. The tea was delicious. Having not eaten anything after a night of activity, Zuan picked up some snacks on the table and continued to eat. After eating and drinking, he leaned back in the chair when the woman approached him, gently massaging his shoulders. The pressure was just right, very comfortable. Zuan paid no attention, but caught a glimpse of scars on her arms revealed through her gestures. They were bruised and fresh, indicating recent wounds. Seeing this, Zuan furrowed his brows slightly. Considering Bao Huarong's cruel nature, it was evident she suffered abuses under him. However, he remained silent, closed his eyes slowly, and rested. Dealing with Bao Huarong was clearly a crucial mission. Although the strength of the Galewind gang wasn't outstanding in this world, they controlled a group of ruthless thugs. These individuals might cause trouble under normal circumstances, but if used properly, they could be a formidable force. Especially as the 100 Families convention was approaching, they could be extremely useful. The evil entities had likely recognized this, and thus had parasitized him. What should be the next step? Zuan pondered. Meanwhile, the woman kept stealing glances at Zuan. She couldn't help but harbor resentment towards this strong man who had enslaved her. However, she knew she was no match for the gang leader. In recent times, the aura surrounding the leader had turned increasingly chilling. At night, when she slept beside him, she even felt like she was lying next to a cold, evil lizard rather than a person. This feeling had made her uneasy, and she had had many nightmares. Strangely, today she noticed the chilling aura around the leader seemed to vanish. Not only that, he seemed slightly kinder towards her. For instance, when she expected a severe beating before the dawn, a common occurrence, the leader didn't strike her, but said it was due to stress and asked her to leave. This change frightened her, fearing it was a prelude to her death by the leader's hands. So she nervously brought tea and snacks to test Zuan's reaction. Now, watching the gang leader deep in thought with his eyes closed, the woman's mind raced with various thoughts. Indeed, the leader was different, especially the aroma surrounding him suddenly turning so pleasant, which was a stark contrast to the previous Bao Huarong's foul smell due to his negligence in hygiene. The woman was distracted, and inadvertently, she used a bit more force, pulling out a few hairs. Zuan, who was considering how to tame and utilize the thugs under his command, felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but open his eyes. The woman, who had been trembling in fear, had already kneeled down as soon as Zuan opened his eyes, kowtowing repeatedly. "Master, spare me, spare me. I did not do it on purpose. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." The strange behavior of the leader of DRIZZLE today had already made this woman as timid as a frightened bird, causing her to easily collapse at this moment. Just as she thought she was doomed, a faint voice came from above. "Get up! You are not allowed to kneel when I haven't spoken." "Yes, The woman thought she had misheard and looked up at Zuan with a puzzled expression. "Is that all? He didn't even hit her once." Sensing the woman's confusion, Zuan suppressed his urge to smile and put on a stern face. "What? Do I have to beat you before you get up?" The woman hurriedly stood up, feeling lost and unsure of what to do. Zuan said calmly, "Go get a razor and a towel." "Yes." The woman turned and left. "Oh, remember to bring a mirror too." "Yes." The woman subconsciously responded, only fully understanding after leaving the room. Why would the leader of DRIZZLE need a razor, towel, and mirror? Could it be that he wanted to slowly torture her to death with the razor, and the towel would be used to wipe away bloodstains. As for the mirror, perhaps the leader of DRIZZLE had some twisted fetish, enjoying seeing the painful expression on her face reflected in the mirror. This thought instantly drained the color from the woman's face, and the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. But she dared not defy Xuan's orders and could only fetch the items in a daze before returning to the room. At the moment the door opened, the woman turned back almost despairingly to look at the radiant sunlight, silently bidding farewell. Farewell, sunlight. Farewell, beautiful world. This should be the last time I see you. With the last of her courage, she entered the room and asked in a trembling voice, Master, I have brought the items. When should we start? Let's start now, Xuan said calmly from his chair. Indeed. The woman forced a wry smile at this and closed her eyes, as if resigned to her fate. Master, please make it quick when you start. Let me die without pain, so I can thank you in the underworld for your kindness. Hearing this, Xuan turned to her strangely and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you talking about? I want you to shave off the rest of that hair for me. Huh? The woman couldn't believe her ears. Could it be that the leader of DRIZZLE really had no intention of killing her? This doubt only disappeared when she actually started shaving Xuan's hair. The remaining hair was quickly shaved off, and Xuan looked at his shiny bald head in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Although his face still looked ugly and fierce, it was much better than before. You see, this former thug, Bao had deliberately left the hair around long to cover his bald head, but this only made it more obvious. With the sparse hair, whenever a breeze blew, those strands would sway like seductive seaweed. The image was just too awkward to look at. Although Xuan did not want to make too many changes to avoid arousing suspicion, he couldn't stand the greasy and bizarre hairstyle, so he quickly shaved it off. Seeing the satisfied smile on the leader's face, the woman was also surprised. What happened today? How could the leader of DRIZZLE suddenly change so drastically, even giving up his most cherished hair? It seemed that noticing the woman's confusion, Xuan said calmly, These are just external things, and they will grow back soon. With that, Xuan got up and headed downstairs. The woman stood there pondering Xuan's words. Would his breakthrough come soon? Yes? It must be, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so strangely today. This idea startled the woman, prompting her to bury her hidden resentment even deeper. She knew that the leader's strength was already insurmountable to her, and if he were to break through again, she would have no chance of resisting. So she had to suppress all her resentments and quickly followed him downstairs. By this time, the sun was already high, and the thugs of the Li Feng stronghold, who had been heavily drunk last night, were slowly waking up and sitting in the courtyard chatting. As Xuan descended the stairs into the courtyard, these thugs stood up quickly and saluted. Chief of the stronghold. Greetings, Chief of the stronghold. Although they all stood up, Xuan could tell that their movements were not uniform. Some hastily stood up at the sight of him, while others only rose slowly after he approached. The most irritating was the man sitting under the tree. He seemed to stand up, but only slightly moved away from his seat and casually saluted. Xuan was intrigued. It seemed that the methods under Bao Huarong's rule were not very effective. These men clearly did not respect him. Especially the man under the tree. Many seemed to be watching his reaction. He stood up, and the others followed suit in saluting. At that moment, the thugs noticed their chief's new hairstyle, causing them all to exclaim, Chief of the stronghold, what happened to your hair? Yes, why did you suddenly go bald? Zhu unrubbed his shiny head, chuckled, and said, Nothing, just felt it was in the way. How does it look? Still good. Yes. This bald head looks much better than before. The previous hairstyle was like a hairy meatball. A big man blurted out. Someone next to him kept nudging him in secret, and he turned back with a dissatisfied look, saying, Why are you nudging me? Wasn't what I said right? Zhu laughed heartily. That's right, it really wasn't good looking before. But don't worry, this hair will grow back soon. Upon hearing this, the man under the tree trembled all over, and then looked at Xuan. Returning to the big stronghold, full of food and wine, the rest was very comfortable, but staying in this small courtyard all day was indeed a bit boring. That's right, this ghostly place is good for nothing, just idling makes me uncomfortable. The crowd was noisy. The man bowed deeply, not saying a word. However, even though he didn't speak, Zuan did not let go of his intention. Second stronghold master. What do you think? The man trembled all over, then spoke in a deep voice, returning to the big stronghold. I think it's okay. That's right. This man is none other than Tong Chengjin, the second stronghold master of Lai Feng Stronghold. As the authoritative figure second only to the stronghold master, Bao Huarong, Tong Chengjin had a high reputation in the stronghold and had a loyal group of followers, subtly challenging Bao Huarong. Bao Huarong had been aware of this situation before. Although he had always wanted to eliminate this person, he couldn't do it due to lack of strength, so he could only let things slide. However, now that Zuan had eliminated Bao Huarong and replaced him, in order to completely control this group of thugs, he naturally had to eliminate this uncertain factor. Therefore, after hearing Tong Chengjin's response, Zuan smiled slightly. I also feel a bit stuffy staying in this courtyard recently. Why don't we go out for a walk this afternoon and take a look at the prosperity of Yangshao City? Okay. The great stronghold master is wise. The crowd cheered. Tong Chengjin was also stunned, then looked at Zhu. Somewhat bewildered, a thought arising in his mind. What does he want to do? Since arriving in Yangshao City, Bao Huarong had rarely been seen in public. Why did he suddenly change his mind and want to go out today? Combined with his eerie and cold smile just now, Tong Chengjin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. But at this point, he couldn't stop it and could only nod. That's fine. Let's go out and relax. Zuan smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. A group of people walked out of the courtyard and onto the main street. Because they were all fierce and tough men, wherever they went, chaos ensued. Many people hurriedly dodged to the side, afraid of offending these men. The thugs were excitedly looking around, their faces filled with excitement. Look over there. That girl looks pretty good, with long legs that make you want to touch them. The one next to her is even better, with tender cheeks like water. These people were unabashedly commenting on the women on the street, their words crude and disrespectful, leaving the women feeling embarrassed and helpless. They could only glare at them fiercely and then hurriedly walk away. This drew loud laughter from the thugs, causing everyone on the street to look askance. Zuan frowned secretly. These guys were truly thugs. Just their ability to cause trouble alone was astonishing. However, Zuan remained patient and didn't say anything, leading the group towards a restaurant. Wherever you go, people need to eat. And where there are many eaters, there are sure to be restaurants. Yangshao City was no exception. With the 100 Family Conference approaching, the entire Yangshao City was bustling, making the business of the restaurants even more booming. For example, the restaurant in front of them was full of guests upstairs and downstairs, and the strong smell of food could be sniffed from far away. Although they had eaten well in the courtyard during this period, too much of a good thing can become boring. So, upon smelling these enticing aromas, the thugs couldn't help but salivate. Great stronghold master, shall we go in and try it? Yes, it looks like this restaurant has good flavors. The people urged Zuan. Zuan smiled. All right, since we're here, let's give it a try. With that, he walked towards the restaurant. The waiter at the door had already noticed their group approaching and couldn't help but feel bitter. Even a fool could see that this group was not good people, especially for a waiter known for keen observation. But there was no choice. Guests were guests, so the waiter had to be cautious and quickly approached them. Gentlemen, I'm really sorry, but the restaurant is full today. Would you like to move to another restaurant? Although the waiter's words were polite, they were met with a resounding slap. The one who struck was Tong Chengjin, the second stronghold master. He coldly said, "What do you think you are? How dare you stop us? It's your honor that the great stronghold master wants to eat here today. Hurry up and prepare." The waiter's mouth and nose were bleeding from the slap, but he didn't dare to wipe it, only nodding and bowing repeatedly, apologizing. "Gentlemen, it's not that the restaurant doesn't want to serve you, it's just that there are no more seats available." Tong Chengjin glared and was about to scold again. At that moment, a faint voice came from behind. "Enough, he's just a waiter. Why make things difficult for him?" Zuan walked up, smiling gently at the waiter. But with his stature and appearance, Zuan's gentle smile appeared intimidating. The waiter couldn't help but shiver. "Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. We were just passing by and smelled the delicious aroma, so we wanted to taste your food. But there really are no seats left. All the private rooms are already occupied," the waiter said in a trembling voice. "Nonsense! How dare you try to make excuses?" Tong Changjin was about to berate again. However, Zun remained calm, waved his hand to cut him off, and then took out a spirit crystal. "It's fine even without a private room. As long as there's a place to set up a few tables, this is for you. Consider it compensation for that slap earlier." The waiter tremblingly accepted the spirit crystal, realizing it was no ordinary item, feeling delighted, and then nodded towards Zuan. "In that case, please follow me. I will talk to the boss and arrange a space for you." "Good. Thank you." With that, Zuan followed the waiter into the restaurant, leaving the group standing there looking at each other in surprise. What's going on with the great stronghold master? How can he be so polite to an insignificant waiter? Who knows? Let him be. Let's go in quickly. I'm starving. The crowd rushed towards the restaurant. Only Tong Changjin stood still, his face grim. "Second master, what should we do now?" Tong Changjin gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? Let's follow them in. But I can see that the main master's actions today are clearly directed at you." "Of course, I know, but the more he does this, the more I have to show him whose skills are more powerful. And if we retreat like this, wouldn't all our previous efforts be wasted?" Tong Changjin said coldly as he stepped towards the restaurant. However, just as they all entered the restaurant, a person walked out from the corner of the street. This person was completely shrouded in a black robe, with only a pair of eyes exposed, looking very mysterious. It was the girl from the ghost country, the last survivor of the corpse-chasing clan. At that moment, she stared at the Li Feng stronghold group entering the restaurant, muttering in a tone of surprise and uncertainty. "What's going on? Yesterday, the evil aura on the main master was almost overflowing, but why has it suddenly disappeared today?" "Don't worry about it. This person is definitely a minion of evil creatures, but in the past, he rarely showed himself, never had a chance to get close to him. Today is a rare opportunity. I must punish him in front of everyone to eliminate one of the minions of evil creatures." Saying this, the corpse-chasing girl disappeared into the crowd. Since the day she met Yang Jian and settled in the tea house, she had been wandering in the Yangshao city, trying to find the trace of evil creatures and eliminate them to ease some of her inner pain. However, her strength was far inferior to Zuan, and without the help of the Earth Pulse, she could only rely on luck to wander around the city, making it impossible to find the trace of evil creatures. But it was a coincidence that day when she happened to pass by that small courtyard and then saw Bao Huarong coming down from the building by chance. Bao Huarong at that time was emitting intense evil aura, so the corpse-chasing girl recognized him at a glance and listed him as a target to kill. Unfortunately, Bao Huarong knew that his target at that time was too conspicuous, so he had been hiding in the courtyard and not showing himself. The corpse-chasing girl tried several times but couldn't enter, so she had no way. But to her surprise, today, this Bao Huarong actually took the initiative to come out. Not only did he come out, but he also swaggered into the restaurant to eat. This was a rare opportunity for the corpse-chasing girl, so she immediately sneaked into the restaurant. Perhaps the spirit crystal was truly powerful. The waiter quickly arranged several tables in the corner of the main hall. Although the space was a bit cramped, it was enough to accommodate these bandits. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" the waiter greeted warmly. "Bring me all your specialties. Don't worry about the cost. I have plenty of money." Zuan threw a few more spirit crystals on the table. Yes, I'll go down and prepare for you." The waiter happily picked up the spirit crystals on the table and hurriedly went down to prepare. Soon, steaming hot snacks and tea were served. The bandits treated the tea like plain water, drinking continuously. Ju-un sat at the main seat, smiling, while the woman behind him appeared somewhat at a loss. She didn't expect the main master to take her out this time. Wasn't she always locked in the room on the second floor before? Feeling her uneasiness, Zuan leaned back in the chair and said calmly, "Pour the tea." The woman finally came to her senses, hastily stepped forward to pour the tea for Zuan. Perhaps too nervous, or because all eyes were on her, the woman accidentally knocked over the teapot beside her. The scalding tea spilled all over the table and unfortunately landed on Tong Changjin sitting nearby. Tong Changjin was furious. Although the minor burn was nothing to him, the fact that a lowly maid dared to burn him was unforgivable. So he raised his hand and slapped the woman. Slap! The slap was loud and the woman staggered several steps. If she didn't catch the chair in time, she might have fallen to the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, silencing the entire room. Tong Chengjin's anger still not subsided. "How dare you burn me? You deserve no mercy." He didn't even consider Xuan's face in his eyes. This woman was just a plaything for the main master, so he was not going to turn against himself for a plaything. He wanted to show off his power in front of everyone, but his plan backfired. Just as he stood up, preparing to strike the trembling woman again, a cold voice came from the side. "Tong Chengjin, you have quite a domineering aura." Hearing this, Tong Chengjin, who was full of momentum, was stunned and turned to Xuan. "Main Master, what do you mean?" "What do I mean, Ihei? I should be asking you what you mean. This woman is serving me. How dare you lay a hand on her?" Xuan said coldly. The atmosphere in the room became tense. The group of bandits who were laughing before now fell silent. The woman was surprised that the main master stood up for her and froze in place. Xuan said calmly, "You hit her. Now let her hit you back." Tong Chengjin's face suddenly turned extremely ugly as he stared at Xuan. "Main Master, are you going to turn against us for a woman?" "I'm not turning against you, but you brought this upon yourself. Do you understand?" Xuan said calmly. Just as Tong Chengjin was about to speak, he saw the wall behind Xuan suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed out from it towards Xuan's back. Everything happened so quickly that before anyone could react, the figure had already reached behind Xuan. Tong Chengjin's eyes lit up with joy. As long as someone wanted to assassinate Xuan, once the main master died, he could rightfully take over the leadership. But his joy came a little too soon. In the blink of an eye, Xuan, sitting there, suddenly disappeared. The assassin couldn't stop, carried by inertia, and dashed straight towards Tong Chengjin. With a dull thud, a black blade pierced through Tong Chengjin's chest. In excruciating pain, he let out a cry, then finally saw the true face of the assassin under the black robe. It turned out to be a monster with half a body made of bones, and the other half a woman. Unfortunately, no matter what he discovered, it was too late because at that moment, Xuan appeared next to him and urgently shouted, "Quick, catch the assassin! Someone wants to kill the second master!" Although he shouted like this, Xuan showed no intention of chasing. Instead, he pushed forward abruptly. With another thud, Tong Chengjin's body was pushed forward, the black blade tearing a large wound on his back. The blade seemed to be coated with a strong poison. Tong Chengjin couldn't even scream. All his voice was silenced, shaking uncontrollably in unconsciousness. And the last thing he heard before losing consciousness was Xuan's loud shout. All of a sudden, everything that happened left the thugs present dumbfounded. It wasn't until Tong Chengjin had fallen to the ground and died that the thugs nearby snapped out of their daze, roaring in anger as they charged towards the assassin. In the chaos, someone shouted, "Protect the great master of the stronghold!" The remaining thugs immediately surrounded Xuan. Seeing this scene, the assassin who had intended to fight and kill, Xuan realized that it was no longer possible to carry out the assassination today, so she snorted in anger. "I'll spare you for today." With that, she turned and rushed out of the restaurant, disappearing into the sky. Inside the restaurant, chaos still reigned. The followers who had been with Tong Chengjin were unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Some wept bitterly, while others wore expressions of confusion. Xuan found this amusing. He felt no guilt about Tong Chengjin's death, as the man had committed many wrongdoings and likely had many vengeful spirits after him. It was only fitting that he died at the hands of the girl who pursued corpses. Xuan could tell at a glance the origin of this assassin. Although he had never met the girl who pursued corpses, he had sensed her presence in the tea house. So, as soon as he left his house today, he noticed someone tracking him in secret. With a slight use of his divine sense, he discovered that the tracker was the girl from the Ghost Nation. After a moment of thought, Xuan understood her purpose, sighing inwardly. Despite her deep-seated vendetta, Xuan did not wish to engage in a real fight with the girl who pursued corpses. He had worked hard to disguise himself, and if he were to be exposed by a comrade in the same battlefield, it would be a source of embarrassment. However, Xuan could not avoid revealing himself entirely. So, with a quick wit, he came up with the idea of using another's hand to achieve his goal. It seemed that this method had been successful, as the second master, who could secretly threaten his position, was now dead. Everyone present had witnessed that he died at the hands of the assassin, without Zuan ever lifting a finger. This left Tong Chengjin's followers speechless, exactly as Zuan intended. Zuan, now posing as the great master of the stronghold, knew that his newfound identity could be valuable in the upcoming 100 Families Conference. He needed to cultivate this identity carefully. He couldn't simply kill all these people directly, as it would raise suspicion and could potentially expose his whereabouts. If the evil spirits found out that the puppet he controlled had been replaced by someone else, all his previous efforts would be in vain. So, Zuan cleared his throat and approached, feigning sorrow. "All right, everyone, stop crying. Who would have thought these assassins would be so cunning to sneak into the restaurant and attempt an assassination? The second master died for me, and I must find the assassin to avenge him." With those words, Zuan's face showed determination, which infected the second master's supporters. They exchanged glances and ultimately knelt down in unison. "Great master!" Though the rest of the statement was left unsaid, the meaning was clear. With the second master gone, the entire stronghold would have no one to challenge Zuan's authority. These people who had previously attached themselves to Tong Chengjin now had to consider their future. Zuan's last statement, promising to find the assassin who avenged the second master, was clearly an invitation to them. They were not fools and understood the implication, pledging loyalty to Zuan. With a slight smile, Zuan said, "We are all brothers, no need for such formality. Get up." With his assistance, the followers stood up, showing gratitude and respect. After a few kind words, Zuan turned and addressed the waiter hiding behind the counter. "You there." The waiter trembled as he stood up, looking pale as a ghost. The assassination attempt had caused chaos in the restaurant, and most of the customers on the first floor had fled. The waiter felt despair, knowing he was in trouble. Even though the incident was not his fault, he knew that he would be implicated. He was filled with regret and anger, but dared not show it, standing at a distance trembling. Zuan chuckled and casually tossed a few spirit crystals. "This incident happened because of us. Consider these spirit crystals as compensation for you." The waiter was stunned. He never imagined that these terrifying individuals would compensate him. Still in shock, the waiter watched as Zuan and his entourage swaggered out of the restaurant and departed. As he confirmed their authenticity, his eyes gradually lit up. Although the thugs of the stronghold did not understand why the great master would compensate a waiter, after today's events, no one dared to criticize his actions. After all, not all of them were fools. The assassination had revealed many mysteries, and some astute individuals had begun to suspect something, but they dared not show any dissent, merely harboring doubts. How could the usually reckless and crude great master suddenly turn so sinister? Could it be that he had been pretending all along? The thought sent shivers down many people's spines. If it were true, it would be terrifying indeed. Zuan could sense the awe in the eyes of the thugs and smiled faintly, knowing that his goal had been achieved. Upon returning to his residence, his subordinates went to their rooms, and the place became quiet. Zuan went to his living quarters on the second floor. The woman serving him respectfully brought him hot tea and stood by attentively. After a while, Zuan said without looking up, "All right, you can go rest now." The woman's face turned pale. "Master, I don't need to go anywhere. I'm here to serve you, to be with you." He also felt sympathy for the woman who had been captured and mistreated by Huang Rong, but it was impossible for her to serve in bed. Looking at her current state, it was clear she was afraid of being abandoned. After all, in a den of bandits like this, the woman's only advantage was her body. So Zuan tried to soften his tone. "Get up, I don't intend to get rid of you. I just want you to rest for a while first. After all, I have many things to do these days and don't have time to attend to you, understand?" The woman finally raised her head. When she saw Zuan's gentle expression, she confirmed that she wouldn't be abandoned and breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, this servant understands." She then stood up cautiously and left the room. Zuan sat on the chair until the woman had gone far away. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really wanted to kill all these guys at once. Because if all these bandits were killed, there might be some innocent ones, but if one was spared for each, there would definitely be some left behind. Especially this woman, who had clearly been forced here before and, after being tortured for a while, had actually become submissive. It was precisely this point that filled Zuan with anger. He couldn't be hasty. Everything had to focus on eradicating these evils. After the 100 Famlas conference, these guys, not one left. A cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes, and the murderous intent was so strong that it was almost tangible. Crack! The teacup and teapot in front of him shattered, and even the boiling tea inside turned into nothing. Outside the room came a timid voice. "Master, what's wrong?" Obviously, the woman hadn't dared to leave, but was waiting outside the door. So after hearing the sound of the teacup shattering, she couldn't help but asked softly. Zuan smiled. "It's nothing. You can go rest." Oh. The woman's footsteps gradually faded away. But Zuan suddenly sensed something. His eyes flashed, and then his consciousness left this body in an extremely mysterious way to the vast void billions of miles away. At this moment, there was a large army moving forward. The composition of this team was quite peculiar, with the Jingchu clan in blue robes and the terrifying members of the witch god religion. It was the witch god religion and Jingchu clan heading towards here from the witchcraft land. And in the middle of the huge star carriage, the high priest of the witch god religion sat on the high seat in meditation. Schonlinger, as the saint, stood silently on one side, her eyes flickering with anticipation as she looked out the porthole. Ever since Zuan killed the high priest of the witch god religion and took his place, Schonlinger's previous predicament had been solved. Not only did it solve the problem, but with the support of Zuan's body, Schonlinger had become one of the prominent figures in the witch god religion, even surpassing many elders of the witch god religion. However, the more this was the case, the more Schonlinger felt empty and anxious. Because a body double was a body double, it could never be as agile as the original. So many things were actually being done by Schonlinger, while Zuan's body was just silently supporting. It was this that made Schonlinger feel uneasy. After all, what she was facing now was a situation on the verge of losing control, especially after the Jingchu clan joined. Everything became even more uncontrollable. The task she had to face every day left Schonlinger exhausted. And the high priest, who should have taken responsibility for everything, only sat there in meditation. That's why Schonlinger was full of anticipation in her heart, hoping to arrive at Yangshao City and see Zuan as soon as possible. The cabin was unusually quiet. Schonlinger stood for a moment, then, seeing no sign of Zuan's body waking up, she spoke softly. "Since that's the case, then I will take my leave." With that, she was about to leave. But just then, the body of Zuan, who had been sitting upright in meditation with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said lightly, "How are things recently?" This question made Schonlinger, who had already walked to the cabin door, tremble all over and immediately turned back to look. What she saw was a majestic face, and in his eyes, there was a long-lost light of wisdom. Seeing this scene, Schonlinger immediately understood something and quickly bowed. "Lord, Master, you're back." Zu, and nodded. Schonlinger's face lit up with joy. She tremblingly said, "Master, everything has been going smoothly during this time, especially with the help of the Jingchu clan. We have completely taken control of the witchcraft land and integrated all the forces we could. So we were delayed for some time, causing us to arrive only now." Oh, integrated all the forces we could. Zuan was also surprised. That's right. After Schonlinger explained, Zuan finally understood what had happened. It turned out that after his departure, Mongolian bamboo tribes Moni and Nasa led the entire tribe to join the witch god religion. The two merged together, sweeping through the entire witchcraft land with an unstoppable force, making all the tribes bow down. Now, this army had gathered all the elite forces of the Jingchu clan and the witch god religion. After listening to the story, Zuan nodded. "You've done well." Schonlinger was delighted and quickly said, "It was not just me. Without the help of that Monian girl, I couldn't have done all this." With that, she glanced cautiously at Zuan. Seeing the approval in his eyes, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because she knew she had made the right bet. As someone who had gone against Zuan and then come to his side, Schonlinger had a severe lack of security. She also knew no matter what she did, she could never make Zuan truly trust her. But Moni and Nasa was different. Now that Schonlinger knew exactly what had happened back then, especially how Zuan forced Moni and Nasa to the position of honor, she was full of envy towards her. In her view, Zuan clearly regarded Moni and Nasa with different eyes. That's why she was now testing the waters. Indeed, thinking she had seen through Zuan's thoughts, Schonlinger whispered, during this time, that Monian girl has often come to pay respects. I have been telling her that you are in seclusion for cultivation as the reason to keep her away. Should I call her over now? At this moment, Manju Nayasa is ensnared in a state of anxiety and indecision, unable to extricate herself. In fact, ever since leaving the land of witchcraft, her emotions have become very unstable. Especially after entering the domain of the yin and yang masters, this state has become more and more pronounced. This can be seen from the fact that she spends a long time every day staring at herself in the mirror. Seeing this, Manju Maimei, the high priest of the Manju tribe, couldn't help but sigh to herself before shaking her head wryly. She clearly understands why their saint is so restless. It's all because of that young man. However, Manju Maimei has little confidence in this relationship, as from the moment she saw Zuan, she keenly sensed that this young man's mind was very firm and not easily swayed. In her opinion, Manju Nayasa's emotions are just wishful thinking and are unlikely to be reciprocated. However, she did not voice these thoughts and chose to remain silent. After all, when it comes to matters of the heart, words of advice are unlikely to be effective unless experienced firsthand. Instead, she was more interested in the sudden change in attitude of the Witch God Church. Prior to this, it was difficult to even mention peace between the Manju tribe and the Witch God Church. Subsequently, due to the interference of the Witch God Church leading to a crisis in the Manju tribe and even the downfall of their worship deity, the tension between the two sides escalated. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the lack of strength in the Manju tribe at that time, they might have engaged in direct conflict. However, to everyone's surprise, this entity, which had been notorious and arrogant, suddenly underwent a complete turnaround. When Manju Nayasa first proposed to make contact with and form an alliance with the Witch God Church, almost the entire Manju tribe expressed opposition. However, all opposition melted away at the mention that it was Mr. Zhu's command. Manju Shang and many elders of the Manju tribe were even prepared to fight to the death. However, to everyone's surprise, when Manju Nayasa's letter reached the Witch God Church, they immediately responded. The Witch God Church's saint arrived alone, expressed the sincerest apology for the misunderstandings that had occurred before, and then formed an alliance with the Manju tribe. What followed was truly magical. Manju Nayasa, who ascended to the position of the Moon Mother's guardian, seemed to transform, joining forces with the followers of the Witch God Church to reorganize the entire Jingchu tribe. Although the process was full of twists and turns, and many believed that the Manju tribe had betrayed the Jingchu tribe, in the end, they were forcibly integrated. As a result, the Jingchu tribe, which had been fragmented for thousands of years, miraculously reunited and converged with the Witch God Church to form a massive army marching towards the domain of the Yin and Yang masters. Because of this, many people within the Manju tribe had already regarded Manju Nayasa as the supreme being. They believed that under her leadership, the entire Manju tribe could reach its current heights. Only Manju Maimei understood that all of this stemmed from that man. After all, the change in the Witch God Church began only after Zuan disappeared for some time. Before leaving, Zuan specifically instructed Manju Nayasa to unite with the Witch God Church. There was something suspicious about this. Who would believe otherwise? But the key was, how did Mr. Zhu achieve this? Manju Maimei had secretly observed that the entire Witch God Church had not changed much. It was still the same group of people. The only noticeable change was that the Witch God Church's maiden, Shu Linger, gained much more influence. In addition, the leader of the Witch God Church had become more low-key, staying secluded and rarely appearing in public, with many matters being handled by Shu Linger. But this did not amount to a significant change. Just as Manju Maimei was puzzling over this, a steward walked in through the door. High Priest, the Witch God Church's saint requests an audience with the Moon Mother's guardian. Manju Maimei was taken aback. Shu Linger had come, and she wanted to see the Moon Mother's guardian? What did she want? Despite her doubts, she nodded and said, "Please come in. I will immediately inform the Lady Moon Mother." Yes. The steward turned and left, while Manju Maimei, with a sense of curiosity, went to the temporary small temple set up behind the cabin. At that moment, Manju Nayasa was sitting in front of the mirror, in a daze, her gaze both infatuated and lost, completely unaware of Manju Maimei's entrance. Seeing this scene, Manju Maimei couldn't help but cough lightly. "Lady Moon Mother, the Witch God Church's Saint Shu Linger is here to request an audience." Manju Nayasa trembled, instantly awakening from her reverie. "Shu Linger is here." "Yes." "Did she mention the reason for her visit?" "No." "Very well. Allow her in, Manju Nayasa ordered, then stood up, her delicate and slightly naive face exuding a faint aura of sacred moonlight. Manju Maimei didn't quite understand why their lady would be so solemn, but she nodded and left the room. A moment later, Shulinger gracefully walked in, swaying her waist, into the cabin. Upon seeing Manju Maimei, Shulinger couldn't help but smile. High Priest, I have an important matter to discuss with your Moonmother's guardian. Where is she now? Manju Maimei gestured inside. My Lady Moonmother is waiting inside the temple at the back. Shulinger nodded, then stepped into the temple. Manju Maimei was quite curious, wanting to know why this woman, who now held power within the Witch God Church, had come. Thus, she approached the door of the temple and listened carefully. Typically, such important places would have protective spells, but today was evidently an exception. Before Manju Maimei reached the door, she heard a cry from inside. What did you say? It was Manju Nayasa's voice. Manju Maimei's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to rush in, but her rationality stopped her. She couldn't believe that the Witch God Church's maiden would dare to act against the Moon Mother's guardian. Yet what was this cry about? As she pondered, the temple door was suddenly pushed open, and Manju Nayasa rushed out, not saying a word and heading straight outside. Manju Maimei had no idea what had happened, and before she could even react, Manju Nayasa had disappeared. What's going on? Manju Maimei exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha, High Priest, rest assured, your Lady Moon Mother was just a bit excited upon hearing some good news, and will naturally return later. At the same time, Mengjuna, who was flying towards the Witch God Temple on the ship, was also burning with excitement. In fact, after Schulinger found her today, he only said one sentence, but this sentence made Mengjuna unable to control herself anymore. Schulinger's words were very simple, only 4 words. It was, he's back. After that, Mengjuna rushed here without any hesitation, not even asking where it was. Because she was very clear that if it was Zuin who had returned, he would definitely come back in this way. In fact, she was a very clever girl. After Zuin had her meet with the Witch God Temple, she had a guess in her heart. And this guess was confirmed after she saw the leader of the Witch God Temple. Although he disguised it well, Mengjuna could still keenly perceive the unique aura of Zuin on him. Combining the various actions of the Witch God Temple afterward, Mengjuna made a bold inference. The leader of the Witch God Temple was definitely no longer the same as before, but an existence manifested by Zuan. This was why she repeatedly asked to see the leader of the Witch God Temple later on. However, the puppet left behind by Zuan could handle daily affairs, but was not able to adapt to such sudden situations. So he simply refused. It was precisely because of this that Mengjuna had been so tormented and conflicted during this period of time. Because she thought she had done something wrong, so Zuin didn't want to see her at all. It wasn't until today, when she heard the news brought by Schulinger, that she felt like she had been reborn, excitedly rushing over. There were no obstacles on the way, and soon she arrived at the Great Hall of the Witch God Temple. When she saw the figure standing on the platform, although his face was not Zuan, the familiar light shimmering in his eyes made Mengjuna feel a surge of emotions. In that moment, all the words choked in her throat, eventually turning into a slightly choked greeting. Mr. Zhu. Watching this Mengjuna, whose eyes were red, as if she was about to cry at any moment, Zuin couldn't help but feel a headache. Besides appreciating this straightforward girl, he had no other thoughts in his heart. He had made it clear to her from the beginning, but this girl unexpectedly remained stubborn, not willing to give up. Faced with this situation, Zuin had to restrain himself and softly said, How has your progress been during this time? Mr. Zhu, my progress has been very quick. I can now proficiently control my own divine power. Mengjuna proudly said, then her eyes flashed, and a strong aura emerged from her. Just a touch of moonlight gathered above her head, forming an illusory and powerful figure. Seeing this, Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised in his heart. He truly had not expected this girl to progress so quickly, completely mastering the power of the moon in such a short time. And looking at her now, it seemed like she was in the process of reconstituting her own divine image. When this figure became complete with form and spirit, this Mengjuna might even surpass the previous Moon Mother, becoming the most powerful new god of the Jingchu clan. Sensing Zhu and surprise, Mengjuna's proud expression became even more intense. Mr. Zhu, I know that you had me contact the Witch God Temple for the upcoming 100 Families Conference, so during this time, I have been neglecting food and sleep, intensifying my cultivation, all to make myself a bit stronger and help you share some of the pressure. Towards the end, the girl blushed a bit, but her eyes were filled with determination, and fell silent. He didn't know how to respond to Meng Juna's words. Though she said it so simply, a little thought made it clear that her great progress in such a short time had obviously come at a great cost, and the purpose was to help alleviate his burden. This left Zhu and speechless, so he could only let out a soft sigh. You've worked hard. It's not hard, everything is voluntary. Not receiving the expected response, Meng Juna's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still spoke decisively. Ahem. Zhuan couldn't help but cough lightly twice, then changed the subject. I heard that with the cooperation of the Witch God Temple, you unified the entire Jingchu clan. Meng Juna shook her head. Not just the Jingchu clan, but the entire witchcraft land. Then she seemed to remember something and quickly added, Oh Mr. Zhu, while we were unifying the witchcraft land, we discovered something extremely astonishing. The rival clan to our Jingchu, the corpse-driving clan, was actually annihilated by some unknown force. All their descendants were killed, and later, after counting them, it was discovered that these people were killed in a massacre. But the secret corpses that the corpse-driving clan was famous for all disappeared without a trace, which was too strange. So I sealed this news until today to tell you. Zhuan sighed lightly after hearing it. All right, I already know about this. The corpse-driving clan has indeed been wiped out by a certain force, but it has not been completely extinguished. At least one descendant managed to escape, and she took away those secret corpses. Meng Juna nodded in response. If that's the case, then that's great. Zhuan then briefly inquired about Meng Juna's recent affairs, to which she promptly responded. Finally, Meng Juna, with a serious expression, said, Mr. Zhu, with the 100 Families Conference approaching, I don't know what you plan to do. Please inform me in advance, so I can prepare. Zhuan smiled. You guys don't need to do anything now. Just enter Yangshao City step by step, and I will contact you when the time comes. Meng Juna seemed to understand, nodded slightly, and wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly saw Zhuan let out a soft sigh. All right, my core consciousness cannot be away for too long. If you have any matters during this time, discuss them with Schulinger. With that, the light in Zhuan's eyes flickered, and he became more rigid. Meng Juna sighed inwardly, then deeply bowed. Then I will take my leave. With that, she turned and left. After leaving the hall, she saw Schulinger standing in front of the door, smiling as she watched her. Miss Meng Juna, did the master have any instructions? Meng Juna shook her head. He didn't mention anything specific, just that we should maintain the status quo during this time and discuss anything together. Schulinger looked a little surprised at first, then the smile on her face brightened. All right, from now on, you will be the leader, Miss Meng Juna. But if there are orders, Linger will obey without question. The person talking is none other than Zhu Esheng. This descendant of the Zhu family, who was once betrayed by a beloved woman and even had their ancestral property taken over, is now a well-known mineral mine owner in the entire Tianhuai heaven. Especially in recent years, under his diligent exploration, the Zhu family mining area has discovered several high-quality spiritual stone veins. This has once again increased his wealth significantly, surpassing the average sex and ranking among the second-rate sects of Tianhuai heaven. Do not underestimate these second-rate sects. The Tianhuai heaven is vast, with numerous sects and families that are too many to count. Therefore, being able to be among the second-rate is already quite an achievement. Despite achieving such success, Zhu Esheng still maintains his previous lifestyle without any indulgence. He has even distanced himself from women in recent years, truly living a simple and austere life. The reason he does this is because in his heart, he has always viewed himself as a steward managing wealth for Mr. Zhu. He is grateful and understands clearly how his current life came about with Mr. Zhu's help. If it weren't for Mr. Zhu's assistance, he would probably have been buried under the Zhuisheng building by now, with his corpse rotted through. It would be impossible to talk about eliminating the small and taking back the family business. Therefore, there is always a drive in his heart to make himself better, ready to respond to Mr. Zhu's call at any time. And today, he has finally seized this opportunity. Unlike the previous incident where Mr. Zhuan was injured and secluded in the Pharmacist Alliance, this time Zhao Zhesheng set off with the wealth he accumulated over the years. First going to the Pharmacist Alliance to meet with Le Yangyan and his sister Le Xiaoyaya, before heading towards the Yin and Yang family. Zhao Zhesheng has a deep hatred for the Yin and Yang family, as the previous Linglong city was under their protection, and thus, the Yin and Yang family is implicated in everything he has experienced. However, due to the Yin and Yang family's power, Zhao Zhesheng could only endure in silence. But now that Mr. Zhu has taken the lead in dealing with the Yin and Yang family, Zhao Zhesheng cannot afford to fall behind. Zhao Zhesheng is aware of his own limited skills and knows he is like an ant in the Cloud City, where strong individuals abound. Therefore, before entering the Yin and Yang family, he spoke to Le Yangyan with humility. Le Yangyan lightly laughed in response, "Brother Zhu, there's no need for such formalities. We are all assisting Mr. Zhu, so there's no need to talk about who is primary or secondary. What we need to do is unite and work together to help Mr. Zhu manage things well, which is the most important thing." Zhao Zhesheng nodded and took a deep breath, saying, "In that case, let's go in." All right. The three of them entered the Luofu Gate. It wasn't long after they entered that another group appeared in front of the Luofu Gate. All of them were dressed in Dao attire, with the leader exuding extraordinary aura. However, his eyes lacked the compassion that Dao practitioners should possess. Instead, they were filled with a sinister air. He glanced up at the imposing space-time gate before emitting a grating laughter. "There's a faint scent of those traitors here. They must have just left." A young man behind him nodded. "Indeed, Master, I also smell the familiar scent, indicating their presence. They've come. Perfect. Let's deal with them all at once." The man licked his lips, laughing wickedly. Indeed, the group that arrived was from the Fukun Mountain Zhenwu Taoist temple that had already been corrupted by evil. The leader was Le Zhongshuan, who had transformed into a demon. The young man behind him was Le Feiken, who had been the first to succumb to evil and dragged the entire Zhenwu Taoist temple with him. While the other Zhenwu Taoist temple members showed no expression, they stood there with dull faces. With their strength, even though they had turned into demons, they were the lowest level, lacking much intelligence. However, one person in the crowd shivered slightly upon hearing their conversation, but soon realized something, and lowered their head deeply. Only after Le Zhongshuan and Le Feiken had walked into the Luofu Gate, did this person murmur softly to themselves with a voice only they could hear, "Yangyan, Xiaoyaya." Their tones sounded awkward and dry, indicating that they hadn't spoken for a long time. If Le Yangyan were here at this moment, he would have recognized this person as his master, and the one who had been best to him in the entire Zhenwu Taoist temple, Le Zhenking. The group then also entered the Luofu Gate. However, today's Luofu Gate was destined to be anything but peaceful. As the day of the 100 Family Assembly approached, the entire Tianwai heaven began to boil with excitement. Regardless of eligibility, everyone wanted to witness this rare event. Especially since this year's assembly seamlessly aligned with the Pharmacist Alliance's gathering, many sects and families had not returned after leaving the alliance, but headed straight for the Yin and Yang family. For them, even if they weren't eligible to attend, it was worth broadening their horizons and experiencing the excitement. As for the eligible sects and families, they were eager to shine at the assembly and achieve good results. In this situation, the void outside the Luofu Gate became more and more lively. Shortly after the members of the Zhenwu Taoist temple left, another group of people arrived. This time, no one speculated about their identities because within their ranks were two large flags. The front flag bore the character for military, and the slightly smaller one behind it had the character for UA. Under the UA flag stood a noble young man who attracted all the attention by just standing there simply. He was Yue Shifang of the military family. As one of the ancient 100 families, the military family was naturally treated differently. After they arrived at the Luofu Gate, the radiance on the gate began to flicker before forming a powerful and illusory figure who respectfully greeted Yue Shifang. The voice resounded through the void, causing people to look over. Yue Shifang just smiled and casually opened his folding fan, saying, "It's been 2,000 years since I last visited, and I didn't expect you to still recognize me." The figure chuckled, "The famous Yue Shifang. How could I not know you?" Yue Shifang laughed and then turned to the girl next to him, saying, "Have you seen that? This guy has stood here for thousands of years, and his only improvement is in his silver tongue." The figure chuckled and said, "Child, don't be so excited in your speech. Yes, I am the incarnation of the Luofu Gate." Yue Juns was puzzled, wanting to say something, but Yue Shifang lightly waved his folding fan and smiled. "All right, why are you still calling yourself me? Quickly open the gate." The Luofu gate responded and opened, revealing a winding path leading inward. "Please." The arrival of the military faction further excited the already buzzing atmosphere. Yue Shifang and his group were among the earliest representatives of the ancient 100 schools. The other major families, such as the Confucianists and Legalists, had not yet made an appearance. As for the Taoists, although there were many other schools present, the recognized orthodox factions of Taoism, Quanjin and Zhengyi, were conspicuously absent. Many people couldn't help but speculate. By this point, even those who were trying to hide their identities should have arrived. Could it be that these major families and clans have other opinions regarding this 100 schools convention or the yin and yang schools? However, the appearance of the military faction to a certain extent debunked these rumors. But the subsequent appearance of a group of refined and elegant men truly ignited the previous speculations. They were dressed in the most traditional attire, yet there was no hint of decay. Instead, they exuded dignity and stood out. Especially the three men at the forefront, who were slightly different in attire from the rest. The leader wore a crimson-purple robe embroidered with simple and ancient cloud patterns, displaying his noble status. Standing to his left and right were two men, with the one on the left wearing sky-blue garments, a thin beard under his chin, and eyes radiating intelligence and elegance. However, despite the excellence of these two individuals, they were overshadowed by the man standing on the right. This person was dressed in plain white clothes, tall and elegant, young in age, but giving off an aura of a gentle and refined gentleman at first glance. The appearance of this group immediately livened up the area in front of the Luofu gate. The crowd that was preparing to enter hesitated, instead gathering to discuss quietly. "Heavens, aren't these the three masters of the Bailu Manor?" Someone exclaimed in shock. "Wow, all the disciples following them are from the Shigu Cave and the Yingshan Academy and other Confucian holy sites. It seems that the Confucianists have sent out their best for this event," remarked another in admiration. "The Confucianists have finally arrived, and with such a grand lineup at that. It seems they are determined to win this 100 schools convention," sighed another. It was no wonder that these people were so shocked and amazed. The Confucianists who had come today were extraordinarily powerful. The strength of the Confucianists ranked at the forefront in the world. Even rumors suggested that they had surpassed Taoism and firmly held the top position. However, there were various theories and opinions, making it difficult to distinguish fact from fiction. One thing was clear, though: the power of the Confucianists had indeed been consistently growing in recent years. This was attributed to the unique composition and teaching methods of the Confucianists. Unlike the 100 schools contest of the Taoists and the dominance of the Yin and Yang schools, the Confucianists had always followed an academy system. This system was established from ancient times when the Supreme Immortal founded the Confucian school, and it had been followed ever since. The so-called academy system meant that disciples were distributed among different academies based on their aptitude, providing them with different educations tailored to their individual strengths. This was what the Supreme Immortal meant by teaching according to one's abilities. The benefits of this method were evident. It allowed the Confucianists to maintain their vitality and cohesion, unlike the Taoists who risked fragmentation due to their openness. The disciples who had come today were all representatives of the top Confucian academies, with the Yingshan Academy and Shigu Cave being among the most prominent. However, what was most surprising were the three masters at the front. The Bailu Manor, the place where the Supreme Immortal lectured, a sacred site and core of the entire Confucian school. These three masters naturally represented the pinnacle of the current Confucian level. The eldest master was named Yan Jingqing, specializing in the Haoren heart method, and was the leading figure of the Confucianists today, possessing unfathomable strength. The second master was Zhang Jixing, specializing in the forget-sitting heart method, with strength and prestige second only to the Grandmaster Yan Jingcheng. But the most impressive figure, and the one who had been the most prominent in the Confucianists in recent years, was the third master, Luo Linyuan. It was not just because of his youth, but also because he was studying the most difficult Ibu Tia book of the Confucian school, achieving profound expertise. This made his power become inexplicable, with rumors suggesting that he had surpassed the Grand Master Yan Jingcheng and reached unimaginable heights. It could be said that all those who had come today were the most outstanding figures of the Confucian school. Therefore, when the onlookers saw them, they couldn't help but be astonished and speechless. At this moment, this group of people arrived in front of the Luofu gate, and Zhang Jixing looked up at the gate of space and time, laughing. "Senior brother, I never thought that even a gate of space and time could become sentient. What kind of life form is this?" Yan Jingcheng's face turned serious, not responding to his words, but instead said solemnly, "There's the aura of the military faction. It seems that Yue Shifeng and their group has arrived. That's not surprising. If it were me, suddenly recovering from injuries sustained over tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't be able to resist wandering around either. Don't you agree, junior brother?" Zhang Jixing looked at Luo Linyuan smilingly, as he knew that the eldest senior brother would not respond to his words. It was more fun to tease the youngest junior brother. Indeed, Luo Linyuan slightly smiled. What second senior brother said is true. His voice was clear, and, combined with his gentle demeanor, he seemed almost like a character from a painting. This caused many women in the crowd to lose themselves in a daze, not noticing. Appearing to notice this, Luo Linyuan's cheeks turned slightly red, then he turned his head to avoid their heated gazes. "Ha ha! Why are you blushing, junior brother? Youth admiration and teenage infatuation are the most normal of occurrences. You're just making people even more infatuated." Zhang Jixing exaggeratedly laughed. Patting his shoulder, Zhang Jixing was about to say more when Grand Senior Brother Yan Jingcheng solemnly spoke, "Enough noise. The Confucian school values upright heart cultivation and decorum. How can you be so rowdy?" Zhang Jixing stuck out his tongue and fell silent. Only after Yan Jingcheng had walked away did he whisper to himself, "Are all practitioners of the Howren heart method this boring? It's a good thing I practice the forget-sitting heart method. If I end up as old-fashioned as the Grand Senior Brother, I might as well be dead." "Right, junior brother." Luo Linyuan shook his head. "I don't know." Zhang Jixing smirked, then turned around to follow the senior brother into the Luofu gate. But at that moment, this Confucianist who was symbolically in charge of guiding the ox suddenly turned very serious. Zhang Jixing was most afraid of seeing his senior brother's stern face, so he immediately closed his mouth and remained silent. "May I ask if the one who has arrived is Master Zhanlong of the Zhengyi sect?" Yan Jingcheng said in a deep voice. Everyone followed his gaze, but the void remained empty without a trace of anyone. But the next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void, and then quickly condensed into several figures. The leader was dressed in a plain Taoist robe, with a snowy beard under his chin, a youthful look with white hair, and an air of immortality. The crowd stirred because many had already recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the current leader of the Zhengyi sect, He Tiangshuan. However, what he was best known for was his Taoist name, Zhanlong Xianqi. Hence, he was also known as He Zhanlong. Following him were the elite disciples of the Zhengyi sect, all experts showing remarkable aura. Upon seeing Yan Jingcheng, He Zhanlong smiled slightly. "Master Yan, long time no see, your demeanor surpasses the past." Yan Jingcheng's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing He Tiangshuan's appearance, but quickly returned to normal, then smiled lightly. "Master, you have also made progress in your Taoist practices." Their words carried underlying meanings, but on the surface, they maintained a harmonious state. "Since we meet at the front of the Luofu gate, why not go together to the cloud-soaring city?" He Tiangshuan suggested. "That's exactly what I had in mind." Yan Jingcheng agreed. Then the two looked at each other, gestured forward, and said, "Please." With that, the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder into the Luofu gate. After they left, Zhang Jixing couldn't help but mutter softly, "Clearly, they both wish for the other to lose, but on the surface, they have to pretend to be calm and courteous. It's really difficult for them to act like this." "Second senior brother, what are you saying?" Luo Linyuan, who heard Zhang Jixing muttering non-stop, couldn't help but ask. "Oh, it's nothing. The senior brother has already gone in. Let's go too." "Okay." Under their lead, the remaining Confucian disciples kept an appropriate distance from the Zhengyi Taoists, then entered the Luofu gate one by one. After they left, the onlookers couldn't help but erupt into intense discussions. It seems that there's a strained relationship between the Taoists and the Confucianists. Their appearance suggests harmony, but their hearts are distant. Someone exclaimed in surprise. "You're wrong. The rift is not between the Taoists and Confucianists. It's purely due to the irreconcilable conflict between the Grandmaster of the Confucianists, the White Deer Manor, and he Zhanlong. Another person laughed. Oh, why do you say that? It's all connected to a secret story from the past. Do you know why he Tiangshuan is called Zhanlong Xianqi? Could it be that he really slew a dragon once? Correct, and not just any dragon, but the Eastern Green Dragon, one of the ancient for divine beasts. Gasped the audience upon hearing this. Dragons, as beings, held a somewhat awkward position in the heavenly realms. While they possessed powerful bloodlines and innate strength from birth, the constraints placed on them limited their potential. Thus, true experts considered the dragon race not as powerful as believed, with many alchemical ingredients sourced from dragons, leading to bounty hunters hunting them down. However, the Eastern Green Dragon, one of the ancient for divine beasts, wasn't like the created dragons, but originated from the primordial chaos, a genuine divine dragon with immense power. The fact that he Tiangshuan could slay the Eastern Green Dragon showcased his formidable strength. But what does his slaying of the dragon have to do with the enmity between him and the White Deer Manor's owner? Someone couldn't help but ask. The issue lies precisely there, because the dragon he Tiangshuan slew was the descendant of the guardian beast of the White Deer Manor. Under his breath, a person recounted tales from the past, captivating many young listeners. No wonder the White Deer Manor's owner holds animosity against He Tiangshuan. Having one's protected beast killed is unbearable for anyone. So, how was the situation resolved later? Resolved. The speaker chuckled. When Yin Jingqing, who had just become the White Deer Manor's owner, went directly to the Zhengyi sect's mountain gate and engaged in a 3-day Taoist discussion with He Tiangshuan in a thatched cottage. The final outcome was that He Tiangshuan, on behalf of the Zhengyi sect, apologized to the Eastern Green Dragon lineage. What happened in the cottage at that time remains unknown. After finishing speaking, he saw some eager faces wanting to ask for more details. Sensing something, his expression changed slightly, then he bowed to the crowd. I'm sorry, chatting with you made me lose track of time. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell. With that, he turned and headed towards the Luofu gate. The remaining people looked at each other, puzzled by the man's actions. As the man turned to leave, two figures in the crowd silently followed him. Passing through the Luofu gate, they were met with a bustling street. This street wasn't built on a planet, but set directly within the void, with various runes congealed underfoot, allowing even ordinary people to move freely within it. You should know that among the ancient 100 schools of thought, there are not only powerful schools like the School of Military, Confucianism, and Taoism, but also many slightly weaker, but extremely skilled schools in certain aspects. The business school is one of them. Speaking of the strength of the business school, it cannot be considered particularly weak, at least much stronger than the storytellers, the famous family, and the like. They are especially good at discovering business opportunities and then making high profits through various means. This rapid increase in wealth made them increasingly powerful in recent years. However, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, having vast wealth without the ability to protect it is a disaster waiting to happen. After experiencing several incidents of being exploited and gambling, the business school finally woke up and decisively joined the school of Yin and Yang. Since then, the school of Yin and Yang has been responsible for providing protection to the business school, while the business school has used their expertise to earn money for the school of Yin and Yang. The two complement each other, leading to their increasing strength in recent years. This model quickly became popular and was emulated by other family schools. For example, the storytellers have already joined the Confucian school, becoming one of its branches. The famous family, skilled in sophistry, have aligned themselves with the legalists, becoming a sharp weapon in their hands. This trend is unstoppable, and besides eliciting some lamentation that from now on, only 1 in 10 of the schools of thought will survive, with the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker, no one expresses any opposition. The reason is simple: in the face of absolute strength, any opposition seems feeble and powerless. At this moment, the person who was just talking eloquently is now hurriedly walking on this heavenly street, looking panicked. He no longer has the calm demeanor he had earlier, his face filled with fear. He keeps looking back, as if a terrifying presence was following him. Despite his speed, he is being outpaced by 2 figures trailing behind him. They swiftly catch up to him and seize him, dragging him into an empty corner off the heavenly street. Please spare me, I was just talking nonsense without meaning any harm. If anything I said offended you, treat it as if I were spouting nonsense. Please don't take it against me. The man pleads for mercy. But the two figures remain unmoved, staring coldly at him before saying, "Do you know who we are?" I don't know." A loud slap resounds. "If you don't know, why were you running so fast?" The man in the strange gray robe, with his face covered by a cloak, speaks sternly. Though blood flows from his mouth and nose from the blow, the man dares not complain and nods incessantly. "Yes, you're right, I was being foolish. Please spare my life, and you can do anything to me." The man in the gray robe chuckles. "You understand your place well." He suddenly raises his voice. "Tell us, where did you hear those words you spoke earlier in public?" I overheard them unintentionally." "Overheard?" The man snorts. The cloaked figure beside him suddenly says, "Sir, there's no need to be polite with someone like him. Let's just eat his brain to extract useful information." Her voice, though melodious, sounds like a demonic voice to the man. "Have mercy, please. I really didn't lie. Remember, I used to be a miscellaneous practitioner." At the mention of miscellaneous practitioners, the two figures exchange glances, a hint of surprise flickering in their eyes. Miscellaneous practitioners were a generic term because they were very special, not having a clear purpose or faction like other schools or families. In fact, they would use whichever methods benefited them without hesitation, leading to their capricious nature and lack of loyalty. Over time, amid the ostracism from other families, their decline was inevitable. However, they possessed a special skill in collecting and processing information, making them valuable to various schools and families. Since you are a miscellaneous practitioner, I will trust you this once. But you must truthfully answer my next questions. If you hide anything, be careful of your head. Yes, I will not dare to hide anything. Since you are knowledgeable about the history of the 100 schools, do you know about the Lengcheng set up by the school of Yin and Yang in the outer domain in the past? The miscellaneous disciple nodded. "I know about it, but that Lengcheng was just a cover for the school of Yin and Yang, and the actual executor was a business under their influence. After the business school joined the school of Yin and Yang, they initiated various large-scale operations, with Lengcheng being one of them. This was not a big secret in the entire world, as many people knew about it. Well then, do you know if the school of Yin and Yang had captured a young Taudi in the past?" The mention of Taudi sent shivers down the miscellaneous disciple's spine, finally understanding the strange and powerful aura he felt earlier. You are. Yes, we are the Taudi clan, and that young Taudi they captured was my bloodline descendant." With these words, the man in the gray robe's eyes flashed, and the miscellaneous disciple felt the presence of two enormous monsters, one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the all-devouring Taudi. As the miscellaneous disciple was engulfed in great panic, the illusion suddenly dissipated, and the man in the gray robe smirked. "Husband, why be polite with such people? Just swallow them whole." The woman beside him spoke with a cold tone. Hearing this, the disciple shuddered all over, cold sweat breaking out instantly. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the woman's words. After all, that was a glutton. One of the ancient ferocious beasts. Eating people was just a normal thing for them. "You're right. Since he doesn't even know the whereabouts of his son, just eat him." The man also said, Wait. Even though I don't have a clue about this matter right now, as long as you give me some time, I can definitely find out." "Really?" the man asked in a deep voice. "Of course it's true. Have you forgotten? I come from a miscellaneous family that excels in gathering intelligence. Although I have withdrawn now, the many connections I left behind are still there. Just give me a day, no, at most half a day, and I will definitely find out the whereabouts of the young master for you too." "All right, since that's the case, we'll trust you this time." With that, the man waved his hand. A light directly entered the disciple's forehead. "This is a mark I've planted in your sea of consciousness. If you dare to deceive us, your head will explode like a rotten watermelon, understand?" Yes, I understand." The disciple repeatedly agreed, but he was lamenting inwardly. He had planned to deceive them with words at first, but unexpectedly these two fierce beasts were not fools, leaving him with no choice but to give up his delusions and seriously consider how to gather information. "At midnight today, we will meet at this place again, and by then I will have the information about the young master." After pondering for a moment, the disciple said in a deep voice, "Zhang Kunliang, I hope you faithfully fulfill the agreement. If not, you will bear the consequences." With that, the glutton couple turned and left, leaving Zhang Kunliang standing alone in place, his face somewhat pale. He truly didn't expect the glutton man to reveal his true name with one sentence. If he had any illusions about deceiving them with false information before, he dared not entertain any hope now. But how to gather information? Although he had claimed to have many contacts to provide information, it was just an excuse thought up on the spot to appease the glutton couple. Not to mention that he had already withdrawn from the miscellaneous family. Even if he hadn't, he was just an ordinary junior. In this incredibly realistic realm beyond realms, with his existence, what networking could he possibly have? After thinking hard for a while and not finding a good solution, Zhang Kunliang could only grit his teeth and return to the street, preparing to try his luck at the tavern or tea house. Perhaps someone might know something. At the same time, the glutton couple had arrived at a certain place in the street. Once they were sure no one was following them and the surrounding people hadn't noticed them, the woman breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Husband, do you think this Zhang Kunliang can really find out our son's whereabouts for us?" The man sighed and shook his head. "I don't know, but more people mean a little more hope, and he is at least a member of the miscellaneous family, presumably better at gathering information than us." Tears unknowingly filled the woman's eyes. "I don't know how our son is doing now, whether he is still being held captive." As she cried, the man's mood also became heavy. They were indeed members of the Glutton clan. Although they were descendants of ancient ferocious beasts, the Glutton clan had seriously declined. The entire population was only a few dozen, all living in the rarely visited Void Desert. While Zhang Kunliang was afraid of gluttons, weren't the gluttons also afraid of humans? If it weren't to find their lost son, this glutton couple wouldn't have taken the huge risk of disguising themselves as members of the human race and entering this territory. As ferocious beasts, their nature and temperament were completely different from humans. Coupled with their long residence in the void, they were completely ignorant of the outside world. So when they arrived in the territory ruled by the human race, they were truly in the dark. It had been a whole year of aimless wandering for them, without a single clue. It wasn't until they heard about the 100 Schools Grand Conference that they had a sudden idea to come and try their luck in the Yin and Yang families. They were well aware that many top human strongmen would appear at the conference, far beyond what they could handle. Even if they leaked their whereabouts, they might not be able to save themselves. So they had been extremely cautious on this journey, fearing to reveal their identities again. They were so careful that they didn't even dare to have too much contact with people. Consequently, they were even less likely to hear any news.